A little bit early today because I haven't got my shit together at all. So we're going to try and bring some people on the phone, the Skype, and let's see if we can go from there. All right, our man Sammy has accomplished quite a bit in his quarantine. Let's give him a call. I'm sure everyone can hear the ring, and that, of course, is in its own way reassuring. Shows that something's working. Let's check the live stream, make certain that we're synchronizing, and my love to all who join us. Okay, we got that going down. Do this, fish this page, and we start the other page too. Bring that over to this side of live streaming, and okay, got one thumb up already. So some people are beating the Autobots out. All right, everyone, hit that upvote just to beat out the Autobots. And it says Sammy is unavailable. No, God, don't tell me that. Holy shit. Oh my God. All right, this is where I go into desperation mode and start hitting everybody. But, you really need to establish a call to start hitting people. Okay, so we'll try that a second time. See if that reaches him. And in the meantime, I'll tell him calling. Okay, and see if she responds, and please say yes, Ed. Oh God. Oh Jesus. All right, so let's see what else we can try here. Oh my God. Okay, so Sammy's still unavailable. That means we're going to try. And Peter, we don't know what's going on with him. Basically, let's see now. I just don't have the wherewithal to start into monologue right now. I still have to grab some refreshments and really get my act together. So, I'm not quite sure. Oh, there we are. Thank God. Oh, thank God. So, okay. I don't know if you heard me rambling earlier.
Hello.
Yes, how are you?
How you doing? I'm good.
Good. Oh, good. This is so excellent. Now, I want you to know that we're live, of course, and what I'm going to do is just open up the text box in case we need that. And so with that being done, what I'm going to inform you of is that I'd like to say that it's just the usual stuff, and really it is just a convergence of events, or rather non-events, that happened, and they whack me so that I'm not quite ready at the beginning of the transmission. So what I'm going to do is get back to kind of establishing my throne of pillows. But before I do that, I'd like to know how you feel about this personally. I'd like all of our listeners to know that Sammy spent a lot of his time in quarantine just brushing up on a certain subject. There are personal aspects to that subject, but, he'll express them per his own prerogative. Whatever he wishes to share in that regard, I think is going to be highly informative and educational and pertinent and quite relevant concerning politics in general and society as well. And I don't know if you had any time to review any of those sources that I linked you to through what I said about the Presidio military base opening up basically kind of like a recreational area that they call the tunnel tops, which I thought was just absolutely bizarre. This is quite recent. They've been working on this for a long time. Nobody is allowed. The tunnels are completely sealed, of course, but they've taken all these concretized tunnels and they've built parkland over them, and they're inviting people to bring their children to play. And I don't know if you had a chance to review any of this, or did you get any impression of that development?
Well, the impression that I got is um do not even set foot on that on that area. Um, because it's probably very haunted.
Yes.
Um, and the reason why I say this because I mean they're concretized for a reason.
Yes.
There's human remains as we speak that are still there.
Yes.
So I never, it's like pretty much building a playground on a cemetery.
Yes.
You don't do that.
Except worse, because the
It's
cemetery is where people are laid to rest, and none of these people died peacefully.
right. So this is actually worse because um, most of these most of these spirits are probably still there.
Yes.
And you can take these spirits home with you.
Yes.
They don't, this is just not advisable to do.
Yeah.
Um, but I'm very what's very concerning to me is because it has to do with the government,
Yes.
and the government never does things correctly
At
as
least not
anybody.
intentionally.
Not it's not intentionally. Um, you know, people are gonna be discovering certain things that can be very harmful, and not necessarily physically, but spiritually in the sense of um the Presidio grounds are. I mean, you go in there, it's a different world. And
Yes.
I mean, I went in with you, Doug,
Yes.
but you're stepping into a different world from regular San Francisco, and the place is already haunting as it is. I was at Presley Beach, and I can still see the Presidio, and it was like looking at me. It's just you can feel the presence. So these tunnel playgrounds, um, to me, it's almost like hiding it in your face is pretty much the best way I can put it. Um, and I'm very surprised that they want to do this because um, these areas have been off limits for going on almost 2 decades.
Yes.
Um, and they went through so much by covering it up, and I think it's gonna be bad news in a sense of don't they need to leave sleeping dogs lie. But
Yes.
like anything, I think the government doesn't really comprehend, or even if it does, I don't think they think the general public is aware of what actually really happened there.
I think that's
And it,
that. That's yeah. Go on.
and this is very interesting because I'm looking forward to Douglas's book on Aquino, and you know once Doug gets out there, and I'm sure Doug is going to take all this stuff in consideration from when he's planning on this book. Um, it's really it's not coincidence in my opinion.
Thank you.
It's not coincidence
As a matter of fact,
because
yeah, I would reinforce what you're saying by saying that this is what these idiots deem to be a form of damage control. That they feel that this will actually kind of reinforce the myth that they want to perpetrate and perpetuate, that Presidio is harmless, and that the entire affair uh, of what happened down there, that enormous scandal that forced the base to ultimately close, was all part of a quote unquote satanic panic. Now, of course, what I want to do is return to this subject when I return, and it's not
yeah.
that I'm going anywhere, but what I'm doing is I'm
No, no.
basically setting up my throne of pillows, and it takes all of my attention because I can't multitask. Once you grow a penis, that's out the window. You become monofocal. Just ask anyone with an erection. That being said,
Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. I'm the same way.
yes, yes. So so what will also be doing is might take advantage of this to make some tea, etc. But basically, I'll have one ear that's going to keep checking into the monologue, which I am confident that Sammy can hold. Now, Peter Moon may be joining us at the top of the next hour. He might not be. It depends on what time he wakes up in Romania, where it will be about 8 in the morning, or what's going on. But I'll also keep coming back to check the messenger regarding him. Other than that, I do want people to know that if Sammy wants, and I didn't do this yet, but if Sammy wants, I can, try and bring on other people. But honestly, I feel that, first off, we want to give Sammy a chance to dominate the opening hour because, honestly, he really has the radio voice, and I want him to cultivate that. And I think that he's more than capable of holding a monologue for a period of at least 15 to 20 minutes and really do it well. And I think he's got more than enough information gathered from what he was doing during the quarantine in terms of reviewing a lot of materials. Understand, of course, for people who don't grasp the importance of, say, for instance, our penitentiary system. I have often in the past said that we are a prison rape anti-culture, and this is because America has the largest prison population on Earth, proportionate to its population. So it's that alone should tell you quite a bit. It means that we have an industry that literally produces prisoners, and I'll let Sammy provide some details on that. And I think that is a subject that he can address in this opening hour while I pretty much pull my head out of my ass and get my shit together. Rest assured, there is so much to talk about. I have no fear of holding a monologue later. Even if Peter Moon is unable to show up, I can transition a monologue. I'll try and experiment with bringing some other people on by the next hour or so, in case Sammy feels that he's worn out the subject. But I don't think it's a subject that's easily worn out. And I will say something. I ran into one of the reasons why I'm so fucked up in terms of my schedule today was when I went out on my supply run, and I could not have done that without incoming contributions that just came in today from Stephen Myers and, of course, our dear friend David Fitzsimons. I just want to let them both know I'm going to be giving a shout out to them later. And Stephen Myers specifically had a question about the Asian Indian cannibal cult of some repute, which is something that I'll go into, and there's no point in iterating their name right now, but they're rather infamous, and every once in a while when journalists get up enough courage, they'll try and join the Agori of India, or rather visit them, not join them, but visit them and see what they're up to. But I do want to let people know that I wouldn't judge them. Yeah, obviously, I find what they're doing repulsive and wouldn't engage in it myself. And even talking about really gets me upset because it does bring back some post-traumatic stress disordered flashes of Aquino's thanatophagy. And so this cult does practice thanatophagy as basically an ethnos. They are basically a sub-ethnic group in Asian India. And so I will speak a little bit about that, but I'll do my best to put them in a more balanced perspective, as, again, part of the cosmic ecosystem in that case. These are not Edomites in the sense of the people that do their best to continually lash out against myself so relentlessly, even though I believe certainly at this point their tempo is dying off. They've kind of wrung themselves dry. So all of that being said, when it comes to my one of the things that happened to kind of throw me off schedule was when I went out to do my supply run, which I was able to do thanks to these wonderful contributors among our listeners. Then I ran into my gang brother Beaver, who was driving his mother back from Chinatown, and they were stopping over in my neighborhood to buy pizza. So obviously I spent some time with them and saying hello to his mother and the like, who he's caring for at this point in their lives. And one thing that my gang brother Beaver made a joke about when we were all much younger, and I was talking about life extension because, of course, the fact that I aged so differently from others was often brought up. And when the other gang brothers were talking about various ideas about life extension, my gang brother Beaver said, the first thing you got to do to ensure that you live the longest time possible is to get yourself on death row, because those guys live longer than anyone outside. Now, of course, it's a subhuman existence that no one would want a part of. But ironically, he's statistically and demographically right. It's absolutely bizarre. I don't understand why they. I don't understand why they just don't will themselves to die or attempt some form of suicide, honestly. And there's no way you can really ever prevent a man or woman from killing themselves. Honestly, if someone's determined enough, all they need to do is just ram their head against the wall repeatedly, and they will ultimately die. So these men obviously don't have that motivation. But what keeps them motivated to exist, and we couldn't call it existence, it's subsistence. What motivates them to subsist is beyond me. Death row is something where you're just like in a cell, a very small cell, except for 1 hour a day when they take you out to exercise, essentially. Unless somebody does something remarkable and somehow gets a good deal where they somehow become the prison janitor or something like that. And I don't even know if the death row inmates are eligible for that sort of deal. But at any rate, we do have an entire industry that makes it impossible to escape the prisons once you're in. Almost impossible. But that being said, I'd like for Sammy to kind of monologue it for about the next 10 to 15, yeah, give me a break, more like to the bottom of the hour. It's about 5:15 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, so back about 5:30 at the bottom of the hour, I should be checking in much more readily and then ready to jump back in. But I know even beyond that, even to a full half hour, our man Sammy can handle this. I mean, you've got the voice, Sammy, you've got the subject.
Okay.
So, and when I do come back, I'd like to return to the subject of the Presidio tunnel tops. I mean, I can't believe that they even referenced it so brazenly. It's just, I don't want us to go back into that topic right now, but I mean,
Yeah.
it is mind blowing. When I heard the announcement, I was taken aback. I will be
I
honest.
thought it was a typo. I thought it might have been a typo or something,
Yeah.
but it is what it is.
Yes.
But
And
if
and
you
it,
want to go,
yeah.
go ahead.
Oh yeah. So anything you want to tell me before I go mute?
No, no.
Okay, great, great.
Yeah.
The stage is yours. I'll be back at in 15 minutes at the bottom of the hour, and then start checking
Okay.
in more readily and blending myself back in. All right, it's yours.
No problem.
Thank you. Bless you.
So, hello to everybody. Good afternoon. I'm here in Los Angeles. Um, and yeah, ironically, this is the gang capital of the world. But what I was relating to Doug during my quarantine, it really has to do with just my background. My father was a pastor, and he was a very giving man, not only with his with a little bit of money that we had, and but also his time, and especially with the Word of God. My dad had the ability growing up to visit the jail system, if it's penitentiaries or county jails, but he used to go and minister to these convicts. And usually, my father used to bring tamales or homemade goods and pretty much barter, meaning he would give you a burrito or a tamal and you would listen to the word of God while you eat. And, this is just the man that I grew up with, very dedicated to his ministry. But one of the things that during this quarantine that got me thinking is you tend to reflect on your background, and I do that sometimes, especially with Douglas. How Douglas has talked about his background. I have to sometimes look back into mine and kind of analyze, well, what are these questions that I've always had regarding some of these mysteries in life that Doug has tried to help me at least explain certain things, especially with the spiritual. Um, well, my father um, did this as his ministry, and I started looking into the prison system of, especially the CDC here in California. and the connection with that with the gang culture in California. And what I discovered was that um, gangs have a lot to do with our everyday life, but really pertaining to the prison system, it's their own society, um, where they're very civilized in the sense of rules, and everything's based off respect. And what what I really what I found out was how much how much intelligence does this take to maneuver and live in these type of environments, especially when you start getting into um, the prison level. And one of the elements of this prison life, well, it also starts um, with childhood and the youth authority system that the state of California had in place for a very long time. And from what I've gathered, it's changed in the last couple of years, where the youth authority system or YA is not like it used to be in the sense of um, the locations. So what the youth authority was, and to a certain extent it still is, but not like it used to be, is where they send troubled kids. Um, but really, what the youth authority or the YA system is pretty much gladiator school, um, where these young men are set up to be career criminals, and how the administration, which is usually made up of law enforcement or maybe military background, how they just mold these kids to evolve as the years go by to just a different level and a different type of sophistication when it comes to the criminal acts. Um, and for example, um, you know, there's this YouTube channel called Dubs. This gentleman is an ex-convict, and he talks about how the youth authority program was almost like a psyop in a sense of it was amazed that a young man that would get into trouble, especially men of color, especially Hispanic background, you have no choice but to partake in this system, especially with the gangs. Once the gang element gets, if you once you get exposed as a young man to this gang element, um, you have to choose sides. And especially with the youth authority program, conflict is always on site. As soon as you get off a bus, you get transferred to this youth authority facility. You have to fight as soon as you get there. And you're talking about teenagers that are very impressionable, um, very aggressive, and you automatically are villainized. You villainize each other to the point of death. And depending on, for example, if I'm a troubled teenager and I come to the youth authority and I fight somebody, well, there's only so much fighting you can do. And at times, because maybe my opponent is weaker and does not want to engage in fighting no more, well, certain levels of humiliation get into place, depending on obviously on the person and their background. Now, imagine if I'm a teenager that has a troubled past pertaining to my home, whether it's abuse, whether it's manipulation from my parents, or seeing violence in the home. Um, Most of these troubled teenagers resorted into humiliation tactics, for example, um, making their opponent who no longer wants to fight make them do sexual acts as a form of humiliation, pretty much taking your manhood. And you know, this type of level of behavior just evolves into a form of dysfunction where no longer are they just regular gang members. Well, now you're creating rapists and child molesters and so on and so forth. And this is just the beginning stages. Um, so this what this YouTuber was saying was that society, especially when it comes to the youth authority side, um, has a lot of blame to do with how we deal with our youth nowadays, or at least prior, or really pertaining how youth authority was back in the 90s and in the 80s, where it really was gladiator school. And, you know, the difference between a YA baby is what they call um, convicts that were in youth authority. They're just a more level of sophistication. So pretty much there's levels to how a lot of these prisoners, especially in the California system, are, where once you're in the system, it's very hard to leave. It's very hard to get out. And, me reviewing all, me looking into the prison culture, well, it also gave me an insight into why, especially with Hispanics, um, how how we're very much taken advantage of as far as a culture where respect and machismo is everything. Where if I feel like you disrespected me, then I get to disrespect you. And rather than um, rather than talk things out or um, finding understanding, um, because of who we are as prideful people, and I'm referring to Chicanos or Mexican American, um, it's very well played into our demise as a people, as a culture, that we're very easily pitted against each other. And when I say this, I meant in the prison culture, what used to be, there used to be four main groups. Um, you had the blacks and you had the whites, usually some type of neo-Nazi or gang, and there was also Southern Mexicans and Northern Mexicans. Usually, the reason why they differentiate with region is because of um, of gangs. There's the northern gangs of California and the southern gangs. So really, it really comes down to what really comes down to is money. Um, but reviewing these Mexican gangs or really the Mexican mafia or La M, it really is just a criminal empire or pretty much criminality corporatized in a sense of how the hierarchy is. Um, and it got me thinking into the level of sophistication. How um, really criminals are no different than your average 500 Fortune corporation, whether it's Facebook or Microsoft or so on and so forth. Um, they're very organized, but at the same time, um, just like any big corporation, politics come into place. And excuse me, um, all these little nuances that I'm finding out about prison gang culture, um, I started realizing how much politics goes into play, how much leadership relies on being charismatic, um, having a presence to lead men into doing some horrendous acts, whether it's um, ordering a execution to shaking down somebody for drug money or drugs. Um, and you're only as good as your last score or your last kill. And really, these are mostly individuals who aspire to have a career in these type of organizations, whether it's the Aryan Brotherhood, whether it's the Northern Mexicans or Nuestra Familia or the Mexican Mafia, which is primarily the Southern Mexicans. Um, there are people who decide to take on this life of criminality and make it a career, not just. And really, the prison is just that graduate school where they see prison not as a destination of achievement, and rather than you know corrections and rehabilitation. It's not even close to what they perceive. And to segue back to my father, who used to minister to these type of to 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 inmates. A lot of inmates who are facing a large amount of time, they do open up. They do try to get into Christianity and be vulnerable. But for example, there was this YouTube video I was listening to, and it was from this inmate. The name of this inmate was a Mexican mafia member, and all these inmates have their own story. Um, some are similar, some are not, but pretty much this inmate, his name is Raul Leon. His nickname is Weddle Sherm. That's obviously he's light complected. Weddle means blondie or a gringo kind of, but he's relatively light complected. But this inmate was facing as a young as a young as a young man was facing a murder charge, and his story really begins in San Diego, and he's part of this, his little gang, and he ends up meeting a young minister in jail. Um, and the story really reminded me of my father. But back to um, Raul Leon, um, he he ended up getting ministered by this young minister in jail, and he got close to God. And one of one of the reasons why he got close to this young minister, because this young minister had food with him, um, and this young man wanted some of that food, but in exchange he had to listen to the word of God. Very similar to what my father used to do. Um, so this young man got close to God, and he felt uh, a spiritual movement inside him, and he converted and became a born again Christian prior to going to trial for this murder charge. And he prayed, and he he prayed with the young minister that was ministering to him, and his trial date came up, and he was found guilty. And you know he changed. Once he found guilty, he no longer had faith, quote unquote, and in his salvation or the word of God. And so to show his faith really wasn't faith. It was just kind of like a Hail Mary, or he pretty much misinterpreted his his uh his spiritual calling, and he reverted back to the life of criminality, and he decided to join the Mexican mafia. And to this day, he's still part of this organization. He's in um, Florence, Colorado, one of the super max prisons, and um, this individual is still leading the life of a criminal. But what really is interesting is the fact of how people in certain dire situations misinterpret how things work when it comes to redeeming yourself. Things don't always go to plan, but that doesn't mean you can't redeem yourself. And this individual was looking for instant results. Well, I want to be a born again Christian, but I want also God to let me get off this murder trial, and it doesn't work that way. And you know, it's one of those things where um, even criminals have their desperation point where they do want to buy into something else, and when they don't get the results they want, they really are showing their lack of how much they don't love themselves to give themselves a chance, because you still have to repay your debt to yourself in the sense of the horrible things you've done. It doesn't work where, you know, oh God, please help me with this murder trial. But if you don't help me, then I'm going to continue to be, you know, this gangster mobster guy. And, oh, well, since you didn't help me, then I can go back to the life of criminality. And it doesn't work that way.
You know what that is?
Um,
That's deal making.
yeah,
They're trying
it
to
is.
make a deal with the divine. Oh my
It
God,
doesn't
that's
work that way. And it
yeah.
doesn't work that way. I think maybe they're praying to the wrong entity, obviously. And, but I mean, I mean, it's really their misinterpretation of things. But
Yes.
you know, when I was doing all this researching and just getting into this prison, um, you know, it's kind of like you go into a video and when you go into an article and you just keep going and going.
Yeah.
These people really have they don't love themselves, especially the cases that I saw. They don't love themselves enough to understand that there is consequences to this type of life. And as a personal experience, I have a friend who used to be in a gang. He used to be part of 18th Street. It's the 18th Street gang in Los Angeles. And he does not go anywhere near the area he grew up with. And one of the reasons he told me was, as a dropout, you cannot show your face because these individuals, either you're in or you're out. You know, you cannot just be a hang around and expect for one, you're not going to be trusted. Obviously, these are criminals, and so one of the things he does is he does not even go near the area he grew up because it's not practical. You're going to end up getting killed. Um, but yeah, so you know, it's a little bit of what I looked into, and it's not quite everything, but it just makes me realize how so much effort can be put into something so sinister that it's really a dead end. Most of these guys either flip or become a government informant and just make everything so complicated rather than just, you know, I mean, if you're going to be a criminal, be a politician. You know, they're criminals as they are, but they're more in tune with the game rather than, you know, be a a, a mafioso where, especially, you know, you don't have that network as much as a regular politician does, like a Mitch McConnell or a Lindsey Graham or you know, Nancy Pelosi. You know, they can do crimes, but because they know they know the game as far as where to play and where not to play. And you see this a lot in politics, where it's really no difference. It's just the board that they're dealing with is a lot more. It's a lot more predictable in a sense of manipulation and playing the part. They're very good actors as far as politicians. They're great actors in a sense of um, if you can believe that you're this type of person, then people do believe you most of the time. But yeah, um, Doug. Oh, okay. Well, you know, dealing dealing with the subject of prison and the prison system, it also made me understand why um, uh, isolation is not always the answer to rehabilitating somebody who who um who wants to get well, who wants to um be a better person, because if you're around an environment that requires you to do bad things, you're going to be trapped in the system. And I think what's going on right now with what I've looked into is prisoners are actually working together. For example, hunger strikes, especially prisons like Pelican Bay and San Quentin, where they've taken to protest the conditions in prisons. Um, and this is something I think prisoners have realized that rather than work against each other and make the job of, correctional officers and wardens to make their job easier, the more conflict they have, the easier the job that the wardens do and the correction officers do, then there's less time investing in themselves as prisoners. Yes, prison is a place of corrections and rehabilitation, but you can't focus on that rehabilitation because you're fighting amongst each other. And it's an excuse for the system not to invest in the prison system as far as actual results. And what is a result of that is just really modern day slavery, which is which is a great example to even the general public. Because as much as I don't like to admit it, we're one bad mistake from ending up in the system. As far as a regular tax-paying citizen, you cannot you and these sometimes could be crimes like not paying your taxes or um you know other crimes. You can maybe somehow kill somebody with your car. You can be doing some time, and it can just start like that. There's many ways you can fall into the system, but the public needs to also understand that you know by ignoring these people that are in these type of situations, it really reflects on us that we think we're free and we're really not,
Most
because
certainly not. Yes, go on. Thank you.
we don't take in consideration the information like someone like Doug relates to us that
Bless you.
really is empowering in the sense of understanding why the system is built this way, where you have somebody like Doug who is constantly harassed, constantly messed with because he's a threat. Even his listeners are a threat. And, the prison system really is a place of despair. And is the reason it's despair because they're really the forgotten people. Um, when you're forgotten about and people do not care about you, you feel it. Whether you want to admit it or not, these prisoners feel that. So, you get trapped into this world of petty politics and backstabbing and horrible things, but it's because you're forgotten about. And it's a very great subject. I think if Doug ever gets a chance to look to kind of share his side of what he knows about the prison system, because one thing I do remember Doug talking about is prisoners bartering with the with the um, with the government as far as medical experiments at
Yes.
and for just a taste of freedom. And it's a very interesting subject because we all have somebody that's in prison, whether it's an uncle or a friend or neighbor. Um, we have somebody that's in prison, and I think Americans, we're too stupid to even humanize women, let alone someone behind bars. Um,
Right.
we we just don't have that capability. And what I've been learning from Doug is the different societies like Japan. Japan actually humanizes their people in showing empathy, and I think all this convergence of history coming up again, from the conflict in Europe with Ukraine to even what's going on in China that has affected me professionally. It's not a coincidence. And it's just a convergence of things that are taking place for a reason. So, yeah.
Thank you. I mean, that's so important and it's so beautiful. And honestly, I really couldn't do it without you. So the fact that you were able to express what needs to be expressed about this incredibly difficult subject is it's a great starting point. I do want people to know that I'm still doing a few things, like the tea is still steeping and all that. But I can spare a few minutes definitely to kind of catch up here. And I do want people to know that even though I haven't heard the bulk of what Sammy has said, I already know the primary message. And the primary message is, of course, that we have a state within a state that nobody really wants to understand. You'd have to be probably in denial if you said, oh, I don't have anyone in my family that has ever been to prison or is in prison. That may be the case with some lucky people, but it tends to be that the very wealthy often have some kind of brush or minor misadventure where they're going to be in prison until they're bailed out. They may not be in long, and they may not see the real prison system, like the insides of it. They may spend a night in jail, or they may go through the process, the motions of some kind of legal proceeding, and never ultimately serve time, certainly not hard time. But every once in a while, some of them get so whacked out, they wind up there. One of the Kennedy children, who some girl said no to him, and he killed her with a golf club, just kept beating her and smashed her brains out. And he couldn't escape the ramifications of that. There was Leopold and Loeb, which is just an ever fascinating case because it's so sickeningly morbid, where two extraordinarily wealthy young Jewish boys who happen to be gay lovers decided that it would be thrilling to abduct some young boy and kill him just for the thrill of it. And there was no other motivation. And of course, they couldn't escape the repercussions of what they did. There are some times when money cannot buy you out of something that you do if what you do is extreme enough. But once someone is in prison, the first thing that you will learn is that the guards or the security system, and I've brought up before how the California prison guards, because California is so large, our golden state, in which Sammy Romero and I both live, it's one of the largest economies in the world just all by itself. We are, if we were to separate as a separate entity, as we had in the past during the Bear Flag Rebellion of California, when it declared independence, just as Texas once did, had that remained so, and we evolved to the economy we have today, California is the sixth largest economy in the world. The only economies larger than California alone are China, Japan, Germany, the United States, and the Greater British Empire used to be number 5, but we surpassed it. So now it's Britain that's number 6, Great Britain, and California is number 5. So understand this, that the only reason the United States is even in the top 4 is because of us. It's our economy. So we've got this enormous population, this incredible economy, and the highest paid police force in the world is the California Prison Guards Union. And this, of course, developed because of an unholy alliance with the U.S. government, in which the U.S. government, through the military, for decades was offering just opportunities for reduced prison sentences or revocation of death sentences, etc. And this was for the undergoing of medical experiments. And our prison population was so large that the U.S. military could cull from this prison population and murder hundreds, ultimately thousands of them, without anyone else outside of that system batting an eye. And this is one of the reasons why everyone agreed to provide the California prison guards the highest salaries in the world, is to basically be part of this corrupt system, this meat grinder. Of course, things have changed because of the closure of the Presidio military base, and things can no longer be performed with the impunity that they were once performed because of my becoming a public informant. That's another aspect of your world that I changed. But when it comes to the reality of being in a prison itself, the first thing you'll discover is that the guards are not running the show. If you were to take someone out of the Middle Ages, oh, by the way, or out of Latin America, because unfortunately, one of the things that I first discovered when I was young and fell in love with this beautiful Nicaraguan girl who I wanted to marry, and she took me down to Nicaragua to meet her very Catholic parents, even though she herself was a ideological communist. The first thing I discovered was that everyone in Nicaragua, effectively, certainly so at the time, and by extension, pretty much Latin America per se, basically you'll never go wrong if you operate on the baseline premise that everyone is Catholic. Even the communists are Catholic. And so you've got that going. And then I came to realize that there was no real struggle between capitalism and communism the way it was portrayed by Ronald Reagan, when at that time, that infamous Marine, the guy who was burning all the records, Oliver North, and he got in trouble for burning a bunch of evidence to cover the ass of Reagan and Bush. And so they in turn made him a media hero. And for a time, when he really graduated into clown college, he became the spokesman for the National Rifle Association. But when it came to what Oliver North and Ronald Reagan and all of these people were trying to convey, like Ronald Reagan with his t-shirt, "I'm a Contra too," he was just trying to say that the Contras, who were anti-communist, he was trying to say that there's this great battle that's going on down south between communism and capitalism, and this is our hemisphere, and we have to defend it per the Monroe Doctrine, where you had a president named Monroe who was just audacious enough to claim that this hemisphere is ours. But when it came to the reality of what I saw, there was no real communism or capitalism in terms of an ideological struggle. What they have down there, south of the border, is feudalism. So if you were to take a man out of either Europe's Middle Ages or Latin America today and place them in prison, then the majority in either case would feel right at home. They would tend to be lost almost outside of it. In terms of the European peasant taken out of the Middle Ages, he wouldn't know how to deal with the world around him outside of prison. But once you're in prison, then you're in true feudalism. You have someone who assumes the role of king, you have those people who assume the role of his enforcers as knights, and you have the other people who are the peasantry. And they're running the show. The guards are just there as window dressing for the public. The guards are completely helpless. If the prisoners really wanted to break out en masse at any time, there's nothing those guards can do to stop them. So, as a matter of fact, one of the reasons you'd have to be ballsy as hell to work as a prison guard, certainly in the state of California, is, in case you didn't know it, you're unarmed. Any weapon you have will be taken by the prisoners and used against you. So there's no point in even arming you. So in case you didn't know it, California prison guards, one of the reasons they can argue to be the highest paid police in the world is they're completely unarmed. And so they have, to reinforce them, what they call tac squads, or like SWAT teams, that when these guards get abducted or taken down, then they send in a SWAT team to pull the guard out and extract them, theoretically. When you have a big enough prison riot, In almost every case that this sort of thing happens, they don't kill the warden because they need him for collateral. They usually don't kill the guards because they need them as hostages. But the one thing that they do is they kill each other. Those are the moments of reckoning when they settle scores. So, in terms of this prison world, it's really just a dark mirror reflection of the outside world in America, because all your politics in corporate business or in the legal world of politics where someone ultimately runs for public office, really it's kind of a reflection of what goes on in prison. The overwhelming obsession everywhere at every level is respect, which is really bullshit. That's just another word for fear. That's what it's really all about. Who do you fear? And therefore you pay them obeisance, and everybody rationalizes it by calling it respect. But you live in a world of fear. And for those of you outside of prison, you begin to consume fear as a commodity. You begin to consume fear porn, which is why so many people fall for the right-wing propaganda and radicalize. So yeah, this is kind of the world that Samuel Romero is alluding to. But when he says certain people are in certain situations, basically what Sammy is saying is that all too many of us are in poverty. This is the fucking problem.
Yeah, true.
Thank you.
No,
Take it from there.
I mean, and the reason why I say this, because when I did jury duty about, I believe it's been about maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And what I really got, not that I didn't believe Doug, but when they threw out the confessions of the children, the case that I did, they automatically threw it out. No questions asked. The statement were gone. But the man literally had to mortgage his house to defend himself from the allegations that he of rape. He was accused of raping his wife multiple times, and he had to mortgage his house to pay for the legal fees. Now, I can imagine somebody who doesn't have these, doesn't have a house to mortgage,
doesn't have that collateral.
You have no collateral, and then the land of the free and guilty until proven. No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. No, you're guilty, and the system is waiting for you, especially a person of color. You're automatically you're guilty. You're guilty just the fact of your skin color. It's part of the meat grinder that Doug talks about. But you're right when it comes to quote unquote respect. It's mostly fear. And what reminds me is what the reactionary Republicans now, they operate on this fear, on the intimidation.
Absolutely.
What was very I was just disgusted. It was disgusting, especially the January 6th incident, because not the fact that they rioted, the fact of impunity that they did it with. Yes. The fact that the Capitol Police were opening the gates for them and literally helping them up the stairs to kill these politicians.
Yes.
Including Lindsey Graham, including Mitch McConnell. And this is why I don't understand people's logic when it comes to, well, they were there for to right the wrong. Well, then why were the Republicans hiding as well? Why weren't the Republicans, running towards them with open arms? The reality is they want to get their heads knocked off too. They were, as far as the paradigm that Trump wanted everybody dead. So, and I hate to go into that, but it's really that prison intimidation factor that I think that's what they operate on. And I think, unfortunately, you can't be, and I'm talking about the opposite side of the hall, Democrats. You can't be this civilized, let's play politics, kumbaya, when the people that are against you are really a prison gang
Yes.
and they don't give a damn. So, it's just, it's one of those things where it's very much a reflection of society.
It's very true, and certainly I'm the last person on earth who will ever argue with that. This is what we've been trying to express throughout this time, and it's far worse than many people will even imagine. When it comes to exactly what happened that day, people are really, they are not paying attention to information that's released. They're not paying attention to exactly what and of course, in all fairness, it's almost impossible to pay attention to these sorts of things. You've got a lot of things hitting you, and but in the end, you have to be a responsible information consumer. And a responsible information consumer does go out and look. But at the same time, the problem is most of you have not been trained in critical thinking, and you're not trained in discernment, and you have no real familiarity with how the government works. Most of you will assume that the government works in a sense that you're taught when you're a child, which of course that isn't the case at all. Our government isn't working the way that you were raised to think it works. It's a mockery of whatever you thought it was. So in a sense, a very real sense, we're all in that prison system. This is why I constantly say America is a prison rape culture, a prison rape anti-culture. Now, when it comes to January 6th in particular, to show you how bad it is, the Defense Department, don't forget the overwhelming majority of military men are radicalized right-wingers. The majority of the military is indoctrinated into republicanism as opposed to democracy. So it was the Department of Defense that I used to work for that wiped the phones of top departing DOD, or Department of Defense, and Army officials at the end of the Trump administration. You can look this up yourself. They deleted every text from key witnesses to all the events surrounding the January 6th, 2021 attack on our Capitol. All of this is available through court filings. So if you do the research yourself, you'll find out that what I'm saying is true. Your military is acting against you. They are serving Donald Trump. They look on him as their commander-in-chief. And this revelation further obscures attempts to bring more transparency to the context and events of the insurrection. The Department of Homeland Security is also under fire for the self-evident loss of messages from the Secret Service that day. There's a watchdog agency called American Oversight that filed the lawsuit that unearthed all these deletions. And it's calling for a cross-agency investigation by the Justice Department to look into the destruction of all of these materials. But understand, your military is your enemy. That is why they are constantly harassing me. I am public enemy number one to them. Just as my birthland, Taiwan, is considered the number one enemy of the United Nations, the last Axis nation on the surface of the earth. I myself have considered the ultimate enemy of your military, and therefore they never stop their harassment through their cult, which of course is the religion of Michael Aquino, as the man who wrote the chaplain's handbook for your military. These are the people who seek the destruction of your world, of all life on earth. Exactly what Jameson Reese was always openly claiming that he wanted, because he meant it. This wasn't a mental illness. This was an objective. So understand that the reason that he was dispatched to work for myself without being paid, because who would do that? He was dispatched by the cult in the first place, the cult of the military. He was in the military, for those who don't remember. He never made it through boot camp because he didn't need to. As Sammy Romero put it, He was in boot camp. They put the sugar in his tank and then just released him to ultimately do what he was assigned to do, which was to get on my program, volunteer his time so I could have what Peter Moon used to reference as T&P breaks, and thereby scare everyone away. This is that was his job. And when Peter Moon finally said enough, get rid of him, and I did, well, you saw the repercussions. And this is what we're dealing with in terms of your enemy, the U.S. military, the people who claim they won the Second World War. This is the situation that we're still dealing with today when it comes to communist China and my homeland. And of course, I'll speak more on that later. I am not yet comfortable with speaking to what role the Dietrich Artelek could play in all of this, an entity that I've brought up in the past, and we can speak of that again in the future, but we're going to stay in a fairly conventional area tonight, but really it never is conventional. We'll start off, of course, talking about the Agori of India, and then that'll bring us back to Aaron Tice territory when it comes to the cannibalism, and it will bring us back to cloning in a sense. I'll explain that to everyone. But suffice to tell you that the Agori, of course, they eat the bodies of the dead in their attempts to commune with the divinity. And we're really no different from them. What many people may not understand is they're well known throughout India for their practice of medicine. This is because they deal with bodies all the time, so go figure. But here in the West, well, we've just managed to reanimate the cells and the organs of dead pigs. We've managed to break the barrier between life and death. This is recent. Yale University. I'll go into a bit of that later, but the main point being, how different are we from the Agori of India when we pursue that? Some may say it's unethical. I, of course, would encourage it only because I don't feel that it's harming anyone. The first order of the Hippocratic Oath is to do no harm. As a military doctor, if you're part of the U.S. military, you instantly throw that oath out the window. You never swear by it in the first, which is why you can work on biological weapons. But then again, if Hirohito didn't perfect biological weapons, there would be no Asians left alive today. Other than, say, for instance, certain groups that the Americans considered their pet slave race, like the Filipinos. This is the kind of horror of the world they wanted to create compared to the world that we can have. But in order for us to have that world, you have to know who your enemies are. And you do have them. This isn't a world where bygones can be bygones and everybody can just live and let live. It never was that kind of world. But most certainly, with the experience that is shared between Sammy Romero and myself and others, we can help people to understand and make this world a better place. This is why we're such a threat, even, as Sammy said, the listeners to this program. Understand, aside from those who are assigned to listen, governments of various sorts, and the cultists, it's the number of listeners that we have that are simply voluntary and organic, they number in the few hundreds. All of you are name taken. All of you are identified and considered a threat by the U.S. military. Don't let that scare you. If anything, take strength from it and keep coming back, because there's nothing they can do. The kind of terror that they can throw at you, if you just ride it out, it goes nowhere. That's why some people were telling me that Viviana Sanchez must have been threatened. And that may be true, but she was saying such originally. She was saying, oh yeah, they keep trying to contact me and I'm ignoring them. I just blocked them. We don't know why she left, but the end result was it could have been politics. I would suspect it was simply because She had her own little internet world. She was involved with these people, these drama groups, as she used to call them. And they didn't like her affiliation with myself because that took her away from them. And so she probably just said, well, I'll have to take this world over the other. And she was more familiar with that world and took that instead. I think it's more like that. If it were her succumbing to threats, I'd be surprised. But I know others have. And it's something that you don't need to let happen to you. But do understand this much, because I would be remiss and I would be lying if I told you otherwise. Just by listening to this program, you are identified. Most certainly so. Now, our wonderful friends in the chat room, I'll return to you all in a matter of minutes. I'm looking at the messenger here, and I'm not seeing anything from Peter Moon just yet. And if we'll hear from him at all tonight, I do want to say hello to Diane Hillis Buchberger. And of course, I definitely want to address what some of the people in the chat room are saying, and it's mostly just casual commentary in response to what Sammy was saying. And right now, what I'll do is grab my tea. It's still steeping, so I might as well pick it up before it oversteeps. And also, I'll just grab some other refreshments so that I'll have enough calories in me to make it through the night. In the meantime, Sammy, you think you could handle another 10 minutes alone? I'm sure you can. How about yourself?
Yeah, no problem.
Wonderful.
No problem.
So I'll go mute.
No problem.
I'll let you take it from here. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So what's very comforting to me, as far as even the listeners, me being part of the listeners, is the fact that we continue to support Doug. I think that's very important. And I like to thank all the listeners that support Doug. I think you guys are a true testament of just love, because that's going to really require uh, Doug to continue to be, our Vulcan intervention, in a sense of explaining what's going on right now in our country and really in the world. Um, and when he's talking about, the Department of Homeland Security erasing and suppressing evidence, it's no surprise to me. I think what I've kind of have figured out is a lot of the time our government, not just to suppress and hide evidence, but also really to continue the lie. I think anybody can admit that if the public, the general American taxpaying electric public, actually wanted to know, they would be able to find out what we know and what Doug has been talking about. But the fact is, I think people only want to comprehend what they want to, as far as not being uncomfortable and breaking that little paradigm, whether it's, your daily 9 to 5 job, you get to have your weekends and drink your cold beer. That's all I want. I don't want no other responsibilities. And, I can understand that, but at the same time, um, being informed and being aware of what's being done against your benefit as a U.S. citizen, it's going to affect you, and you're going to start feeling the bias. You're going to start feeling um, the unfairness of you not being represented correctly. And how Doug talked about California compared to states like Indiana, how much we're misrepresented as a former nation state, where uh, we should have more say in the direction of this country and the policies it's making, especially with the new voting laws that have been passed the last 2.5 years, really since the last midterms prior to Donald Trump uh, exit from the Oval Office. All this accumulates to realizing how much we're misrepresented. And these little nuances need to come to light in a sense of understanding whether you like it or not, you're going to have to get involved, whether it's voting, whether it's educating yourself. And when I talk about educating yourself, it's really what type of information we're taking in. Um, I don't I don't push certain politics. I don't even push my 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 faith as far as what I believe. What I what I find in common with Doug is the fact that knowing what's being suppressed to me as an American, as a U.S. citizen, and why it's being suppressed. And yes, we did have an insurrection. Yes, it was horrible. It was chaos. Yes, it was. But there needs to be a response to this chaos. And I'm not saying that uh, other other corruption hasn't happened under different political beliefs, but this insurrection, the January 6th insurrection, has been the majority of what we're facing today. And they continue to try to suppress and ignore. But the reality is, this is affecting a lot of Americans. And even with this war in Ukraine, it's still not as important as what's happening in our homeland in the United States, because the people behind this insurrection, what they are is people that have subscribed to fear, have subscribed to the the encouragement of not letting change happen and really being scared of change. And it's not nothing to be scared of. But as the generations are coming up, especially with people of color, um, this is why we don't have people of color as far as the majority. Like with Congress, Congress should be multicultural. They should be representing our empire. And when I say empire, it's because we are an empire. And it's not. It's the complete opposite. And the introduction of Roe versus Wade and all these policies that have been passed, especially this latest one with abortion law, it's it's setting back even more, and it's really throwing it in our face of how much we've regressed as a society, and the fact that we want to paint something black and white, which is not. There's many shades of gray, um, and I can understand someone against, or I can understand someone for this policy, but it's not something you just can revert and reverse and say, well, it's no longer a right as far as women in this country. And all this is really it's really gearing up to what ultimately it's going to have to be a civil conflict. I pray and I hope that it's not a violent one in the sense of thousands of lives lost, but I'll be lying. I'll be lying to myself and not really looking at what our opponent is. And the people on January 6th, these criminals, were not coming in peace. When you saw Congress hiding on both sides of the aisles, hiding like children, and our president narrowly escaping with his life, these people are not coming in peace. These people were out for blood, and they were going to massacre all these representatives. And part of me, unfortunately, I would have liked to see uh, Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell and all these other assholes, you know, get beaten to death. But that's not going to solve anything. That's going to just incite more chaos. Would it be funny? Yes. But then again, I'm no different if I really wanted that to happen. It's just change, unfortunately, it's going to require violence. And I'm not trying to sound like I want this, but let's just look at what it is. Um, this is not going to be a peaceful uh, transition as far as change in this country. It's just not going to. When it comes to the Supreme Court,
they have made their bed in the sense of they're the villains. They have made themselves part of the problem by the decisions they made. They're supposed to be impartial, but obviously, as anybody can see, they have they have set their they've chosen their side. At least the ones that were the majority of them, the reactionary judges that are there, and really as a whole, because unfortunately, the ones that didn't are going to be collateral damage. They're not safe at all either. Um, that would be a lie if I were to say, you know, uh, the judge Sotomayor and some of the other uh, uh, more liberal judges, they're also in danger because of what they represent. Um, so all this is accumulating to a civil war, and it's really it's really going to determine the direction of this country, but also what we're looking at in the world with the unrest in China, the unrest in Europe. Um, all this is really just a great recipe for a, a, a third or a fourth world conflict simultaneously. I mean, why not? Because, you know, as Doug has talked in the past, our Civil War was really stopped by outside parties. The British, um, uh, with them siding with, I believe, the Confederacy, and I could be wrong. Doug can correct me, but there was other outside influences of our Civil War that ended it. But you know, uh, if anybody in the chat room wants to give their 2 cents and wish to come on, they're more than welcome to. I think I would love to hear their opinion, anybody's opinion, especially our listeners, on these subjects that we've touched on, because um, part of Doug's platform is not really fear mongering. It's just facing what we're dealt with. The cards that we're dealt with are cards that, unfortunately, at times look very grim, but it's not really something to panic about. It's just at least I know what's to come. Um, you don't ever want to be surprised with the asteroid coming your way, even though it was already there. Um, but these subjects I think are are important. They're educational, but at the same time, I try, as far as me, to not get overwhelmed. I try to also focus on myself as far as what I need to do. At least support Doug, support you know his struggle as well. Donating to him, but really um, talk to people about this. And you know, part of I think what we lack today is a human to human interaction, because fortunately technology has kind of hindered us from that communication as a public. Um, and sometimes the information that's available to us has been, you know, has been our detriment to how much we've suffered as as a as a country. We we need to we need to rediscover the things that we have in common. At least as everyday citizens, because um, this helps us humanize each other and not look at each other as Democrats or liberals or conservatives. When in reality, um, the answer's there. The answer's there as far as amending for what needs to be amended, and that's really admitting defeat as far as the Second World War. Um, the reason why Doug always goes back to this, because it's the basis of why things are in place, especially with our military. Um, and you know, even to this generation, as much as we're removed from this this military loss, it's still prevalent to today, in a sense of um, how much we still rely on this lie. And I think the more we realize it's a lie, the more we realize how we can better ourselves and rehabilitate what this empire needs to be. And that is a representation of the many ethnicities and the many beliefs we have in this empire. And ultimately understand that, we can better ourselves. Um, but in a sense, too, uh, really understand who the enemy is and who we need to um, ignore and do something about. So yes, I am going to look at the comments, see um, what are the listeners saying. So give me 1 second. So I have David Barsky, aka the bars, clubs, actual churches, etc., due to fear. Okay, which is unacceptable, says David Barsky. Empire is an ugly word, but I agree. At Sammy David, yeah, it is an ugly word, but we are an empire. Um, Unfortunately, I think that's just how we are. How far is away? DS says setting peace unit down and continuing to create slash makes wars for sales.
By the way,
Okay.
our lovely Mirthling, that's Mirthling. I just came back
Okay.
and Mirthling, let's just put it this way. Mirthling, I love you dearly, but she speaks in code. And
Oh,
so,
okay.
so she just has a way of speaking that's very, very metaphorical. And
Okay.
I'll put it like, whenever I read what she writes, I know what it feels like for someone like V who writes me back and says, I'm not reading anything you say unless you speak to me in legitimate American English, as she puts
Right. Right.
it. And so our lovely Mirthling, she has this little lyrical, poetic language of her own, and love you dearly, honey. And I think she's I don't know if I should share this, but basically she's maintaining myself on Facebook, and I think I'm the only one she maintains, aside from maybe Peter
Right.
Moon, so that she can send me little messages. Unless she explains them later, half the time I look at them and I just say, hopefully she explains them later, because I never get them the first time I read them in general.
Right. Right.
Other than that, though, I do want to say that what was I going to say? So do go on. So you were checking out what people were saying in the chat, right? And
Yes. Yes, I was. Pretty much it's just David Barsky, really.
yeah.
Um,
And by the way, T
just
Tank Berry's there, and God bless you, T
okay.
Tank Berry. Thank you so much. Oh yes, this is what I wanted to tell everyone. For those of you who don't believe me about your being identified just by listening, there is a lady who asked not to be named, who's a regular listener, who was telling me just experiences that she's had recently with some spoofing. And if you're not familiar with the term, you can look that up. But basically, people playing with their telephone, essentially, in the sense of sending her false messages, like a false number call, where when she called back to basically respond to this number, it turned out she was calling the local fire department, and of course, they responded with, the usual response of, "Do you have an emergency, etc." And she realized she had been spoofed, which is what these tricks are played to do. Is they trick people into calling emergency services and whatnot, and basically tying up the lines for everyone and creating disturbing situations. So she was pointing out that none of this ever started until she became a regular listener to my program. So do understand, these sorts of things may happen to you, but I would be lying if I didn't warn you about this. But if you ride it out, after that, there's nothing they can do. If you allow fear to rule your life, then they'll play at you. They'll play with you for as long as you allow fear to rule your life. In the end, there's a solution to these people, and that's ultimately, as I said, to start a draft. Once you get enough normal people serving in service, then we can get rid of these cultists, because right now the entire military is cultic, in effect. And so the only way to get rid of them is to restart a draft, and then normalize the military. That way you have everybody who's a normal citizen, taxpayers, who are relations to the constituency, like the National Guard is. This is why I've always said the two branches of service that you could trust the most, if any, would be your National Guard and the Coast Guard, the two guardsmen services. And that's because these are people from your community. These are people from who are your uncles, your relatives, your brothers, and they don't consider themselves part of a separate family. If you were to enter the quote-unquote professional military services like any of the rest of them, then you're essentially entering a family where they indoctrinate you to saying this is your family, and your old family is not your family anymore, other than in some weird kind of tangential sense. And that's why they can come home and pretend they're with their family. But everybody who really has a relation who's in one of those services, Army, Marine Corps, Air Force, knows better. They'll know that, gee, ever since he entered the service, he's never the same again, or she's never the same again. And that's because, well, it's like they joined a religious cult, which is exactly what happened. In effect, they're in a religious prison institute. They're basically in a different form of the penitentiary system because they can never really escape after that. And like prisoners, they become very dependent on the system for its health care and everything else. So that's another thing that we need to do to reform the system, is completely get rid of veterans benefits and the VA system. All of that needs to be integrated into the normal healthcare system so that we have money to take care of ourselves. And for those of you who don't know, the largest medical system in the world is the VA medical system, larger than the entire healthcare system of the Communist Chinese Empire. It's the VA healthcare system, because America is involved in nonstop wars, produces a endless amount of veterans, and all of these people are given an entirely separate healthcare system. This has to stop. And if any of them are disabled, they can file, as I did, as a dishonorably discharged veteran. They can file for the kinds of benefits that I ultimately acquired, like Social Security, disability insurance. And that way we have them integrated in society again. So we want a draft army that can reintegrate and is always part of society and can re-socialize. Because they've never been desocialized. That's ultimately the solution. I could go in depth into that some other time. But with that being said, by all means, whatever role you might have been on, Sammy, go ahead and continue. Or do you want me to try and bring some other people on the call, see if we can do that? But, I prefer...
I mean, if you want, it's your call, Doug. I'm not.
Oh, I prefer you go on for a little bit more. Then we'll try. Tell you what, we'll try in about 15 minutes or the top of next hour. If Peter Moon doesn't show up, we'll try bringing some other people on. And then while we're doing that, what I'm going to do is take advantage of the presence of yourself, potentially others in the next few, when we try again to see if we can reach anybody. I'm going to take advantage of this so that I can fill myself with some calories. Make certain that I have enough calories to burn through the rest of the transmission when I go into monologue. So by all means, whatever subject you had gotten onto, and now that I'm here, if people don't mind, and I'll do my best so that nobody hears me chew, we can go back to the horrible subject of the Presidio. I keep thinking tabletop or turret top, but it's tunnel tops.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God. Yes, now we can return there and I can pitch in because a lot of them were talking about that. A lot of the people.
Tunnel tops, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's to me that's kind of like it's like Chernobyl opening up playgrounds
For
that kids can play on.
Yes.
In a sense, to me, it's almost like you're entering a cultic radioactive site that you should not be on. That's really just my best description, because my thing is this: someone is going to end up discovering something. In government, the way I see it, is they always screw up. Somebody is going to stumble into something and things are going to come out. That's just my opinion. I just think it's just inevitable. But
yes, to put
you
that
know,
oh, I'm sorry. Go
yeah,
on.
go ahead.
Oh, no. Go on. Okay.
But
Okay, I'll take it for a few minutes. I do want
Go ahead.
people to
Go ahead. Go
understand
ahead.
the Chernobyl analogy is perfect. And for those of you who don't know, Chernobyl, for the longest time, before the war between Russia and Ukraine, and for those of you who don't know, Chernobyl is technically in Ukraine, in the Ukraine. It is at the very tip of the Ukrainian nation in the north, on the border between Ukraine and Belarus, our white Russia. And Ukraine is like one of the luckiest nations on earth in the sense that, in fact, we're all lucky that it worked out this way, is that the wind blows only in certain directions. And this is why Emperor Hirohito was able to take advantage of that fact during World War II to ultimately force the Americans to surrender because of the jet stream going only from Japan towards America and never the other way around, not naturally. And when it came to the Ukrainian situation, they're one of the breadbaskets of the world. So this is one of the reasons why we're dealing with supply chain shortages and the potential for famine, that people have been trying to bargain with Russia so that they wouldn't block the Ukrainian ports, so the Ukrainians could get out some grain shipments. And the Russians, of course, also produce grain. But basically, you've got two of the major food producers in the world in terms of marketable grain that are, simply because their populations are small enough that they produce a surplus, that they can actually sell a good deal of what they produce. And there's very few nations that can do that. Most nations, whatever they produce, they barely have enough for their own. But all of that would have been destroyed long time ago with Chernobyl if it hadn't been for the wind blowing it away from the Ukraine. So the wind always blew it away from Ukraine and towards the rest of Europe, but especially Belarus. So Belarus was saturated in a lot of the radiation produced by Chernobyl, whereas Ukraine was not. And that meant that their food was safe to sell and put on the market. So, but in terms of Ukraine, the Ukrainians took advantage, if you could say that, of the situation to start a tourist business. And they allowed tourists on tours that were guided, theoretically. Guided. In other words, supposedly they had guides that would keep you away from the worst areas. Now, of course, you can look on YouTube and there's horror videos that are almost certainly fabricated where people get lost and they discover cannibal mutants that glow in the dark. And then there are quite real videos which you wish were horror stories where you see incredibly self-destructive people who are locals who just make a deal of it's their thing to go exploring Ukraine in generally forbidden areas. Now, there are like some of these people, I swear to God, I've seen some videos and there's these Ukrainian teenagers that literally make their own diving suits with duct tape and shit. And they're like swimming through radiated pools in the Ukraine. And I swear to God, some of them are so deformed looking, it looks like they were born into those radioactive waters. But I guess that's why they don't give a shit. But they like will actually go. These videos are actually ultimately very educational because these kids will actually, after their trip, go to the local hospital and then there will be a nurse who will check their radiation dose. And she'll explain all kinds of, on these videos, just all kinds of how this really works and tell the kids, okay, well, you weren't exposed to too much radiation. Be careful out there. And you seem to be safe for now. I mean, it's like if you're interested in how many Rontgens or X-rays a body can take, you can watch videos like this. But, okay, that's comparatively moderate compared to what could happen at the Presidio tunnel tops. I keep struggling to get that word out. But with the Presidio tunnel tops, basically, as our man Sammy has said, you've got basically children who have died alone, afraid, and in terrible pain. And do such spirits seek company? You're going to be taking them home potentially. Now, here's the deal. Now, you've got places like the Amityville Horror House where certain families' lives were destroyed. And then other people purchased that property and said nothing happened to them. So it's conceivable that you could go to the Presidio tunnel tops, and they have playgrounds there, and all this open picnic area and shit, and nothing may happen to you. But you know what I would say? I would say that that's probably because, by the way, I'm unwrapping a sandwich here. I would say that's probably because some of you are so insensitive that you wouldn't know if it was happening to you. You could take shit home and you probably wouldn't even notice it if you're that dense or dull. And there's people like that who are so calloused or uncaring or insensitive to their environment that they may not notice anomalies. So that's always possible. And in that case, maybe nothing will happen to you and you could go out there and have a fine time during the day. But the reality is that what the U.S. government was reckoning was that by doing this, they would discredit everything I'm saying and everything I've been exposing. You see, really, there were people out there, understandably, because we destroyed all of the maps of the underground tunnel system. There was no evidence the tunnels existed. They could have gotten away without doing this at all. Because there were people out there who said there's no evidence that these tunnels exist, Douglas Dietrich. There is no evidence. Whatever is sealed is sealing up, yes, bunker systems, and they would acknowledge there had to be underground tunnel systems between the old bunkers and the turrets that face the coast, etc. But they would say, well, never to the extent that Douglas Dietrich is claiming. But then the U.S. government, as Sammy says, doesn't do anything right, or rather, when they're trying to do something, they do something so stupid that it defeats the purpose of what they're doing. Decides, oh, let's discredit Douglas Dietrich by turning this into an open parkland and inviting everybody there. We've sealed all the tunnels up. There's nobody can find anything. And then that way they gave away the very secret. Let's call it Presidio Tunnel Tops. Yes, that way... whoever's brilliant idea that was, I guess they felt that way they could acknowledge that tunnels were there, but render them seemingly harmless. And they may be harmless to some people, but really, do you want to take that risk? To me, I would just definitely say it's a good place to avoid. But I'm more aware of what happened there than anyone else. Maybe if you're totally ignorant of what happened there and you bring your kids there and then you bring them home and they start playing with invisible friends, then at that point you can decide whether or not what you did was a mistake. But with that, take it away, Sammy, while I take a bite into the sandwich here, and then eventually we'll bring some other people.
Well, the funny thing is, when you talk about people, nothing happening to them. To me, that's always the case, though. I mean, especially, someone that doesn't know what actually went there, which is really the majority of the public.
Right.
A lot of people don't understand, well, what the hell is a Presidio? Well, anyways, so when you're in these areas there's a lot of bad energy, especially with what happened there, with a lot of pain and just a lot of, they had satanic rituals there. There's a lot of this radiation you talk about, Doug. A lot of spells that were not closed, or things that were not abolished or banished. Unfinished things that happen there. It's never good. It's never good. So even when you showed me the area of the Night of the Broken Circle and all these areas that you talk about, when you were showing me this was really on my mind. Really, it's like you're taking me back in time, and I can understand what you were feeling. Not in the sense of I experienced it, but I can see why your trauma. I can see the library where you showed me the incendiary, and just this area that is not. This is not make believe. You I wish I could say, well, no, it's make believe. No, it's not. It's there, and the remnants of all this area is still there, even till this day. So it's gonna happen, and this is what I always. This is the reason why I'm saying this is because the American most Americans are stupid. Most Americans think, well, hey, my daughter is being haunted by some type of entity. Well, what could it be? And first of all, we're not even that sensitive to understand. You don't go to these places for a reason. So yeah, it's just, to me, it's going to be disaster in the sense of things are going to come back into play. It's like almost like the Presidio is much. It's not done yet because
Yes.
of what happened there. It's not done yet. It's just going to continue to come back. The more they try to hide it, the more it's going to come back, and it usually comes back worse
Yes.
because this is where they're going to have to explain, because somebody's going to get into something. Something's going to happen where they're going to see something they're not supposed to see.
Yes.
And this is where, in the it's almost like Yosemite, or the Socorro National Forest. When people get lost there for a reason, why are you going in these areas? This is federal land. I mean, yes, Yosemite is a park, but there's a reason why there's so many lost people. There's so many people unaccounted for.
Yes.
Why?
Missing.
Because whatever's there, or missing, I'm sorry, missing people, whatever is there, whether it's a hominid or whatever, you're not supposed to be going to those areas, especially by yourself. So this is just going to be another.
Like a vortex. It's going to be like a vortex in that sense. Basically, what I can say is it's a small enough area and open enough area where I personally don't foresee.
Oh,
Oh yeah, are you there?
yeah.
It's a,
I'm sorry. Yes.
yeah.
The Spanish did a lot of atrocities there.
Yes.
So it's just not the children. This is Indian this is Native American burial ground that is on. It's like a layer sandwich, sandwich on top of each other, and it's gonna be very interesting. But I've been hearing though that the Presidio is short on actual law enforcement that patrols there. So I was reading that a couple of weeks ago that there's been a lot of high crime around there as far as law enforcement
Oh my
responding.
God.
So
Tell us more
I
about
can
that.
imagine.
Whatever you remember about that, please share that while I chew.
Well, what I was reading is the fact that the crime rates have been going up because of the response. People trying to call, park police, and they're short on staff. And it's just very interesting that, I mean, it's the Presidio, so it's like, in what you talked about, it's weird because it's parkland, but it's rented out to contractors. So that's a very weird area to even be at as far as who's responsible. Know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Just be to reinforce what Sammy Romero said. When he and I were going through there, just as the earlier visit between Peter Moon and Jojo Mikolejic and myself, we didn't see any law enforcement. And I was talking about how could anyone expect response out here? It's out in the middle of nowhere, essentially, because comparatively speaking, the rest of San Francisco is so congested that response is probably, I would say, satisfactory. It would have to be, simply because of the nature of its geography. But then the Presidio is more extended territory. And as Sammy said, to give people an idea of the gray area here, it's the only national parkland in the United States that they lease out to private property. Now, I forgot when I was talking to the older gentleman who was reevaluating myself for Meals on Wheels, and he was working with the Goldman Institute on Aging, which has effectively taken over the library. And by the way, he brought up to myself that the basement that used to be in the library was completely filled up with cement as far as they could tell. They've never been able to access the basement, and they were simply told it was inaccessible. Now we're getting some. Let's take a look at how our stream is performing, because stream is okay, but the Skype may be dropping. And that's surprising because both Sammy and I are in the same state. So it says we're on hold. So hopefully people can hear me. So what I need is for everyone, I'm pretty sure you can because that doesn't stop the stream. But Sammy may had to have gone on hold for any number of things. So if that's the case, then I'll take over the talking, and I'll actually take advantage of this to see if we can bring some other people on. And so in the meantime, though, I'll speak with our chat first. Let me check into the chat room and following up on some things here, looking at notifications, checking into whether or not Peter Moon has checked in. And with that, I go to live stream. And okay, here we are. So thank you to everyone who's in live stream. We got plenty of good people. Basically, it started with David Barsky, who said, "Good evening. Love this song," and he's slapping his forehead. I think he was talking about the Skype ringtone. T. Tank Berry said, "What up, Doug? Greetings from Palo Alto. God bless you, sir. Hugs to our dear man. He's been so patient. He's dealing with a lot. Maintain him in your thoughts and prayers, and he's certainly in mine." David Barsky said, "These grounds are loaded with bad juju," referring to the tunnel tops. And aside from that, Mirth Ling was saying it reminded her of the Poltergeist movie. So she said some other things as well that are very poetic. Moody snooty pants in the house, referring to herself. And so then she talked about Poltergeist. Very similar vibe. And then David was saying, don't need the hitchhikers. What he's referencing there is, any of these passengers, so to speak, following you home from a visit to the tunnel tops. I still can't get over that. Every time I try to say that, I can barely get the words out. Shelley Rain says, "I can hear. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you." And T. Tank Berry says, "Loud and clear, brother. Deeply appreciate it. Hugs." David Barsky was saying, "Your gain is way in the red." Douglas says, "Getting louder," says T. Tank Berry. I think they're talking about how loud I'm getting now that the call is dropped. David Barsky was saying, "Oh God, don't read all my nonsense, please. Laugh out loud." Well, I won't read all of it, but I think you make some wonderful points. And we had some other people joining us in the chat. By the way, I would ask our man Sammy if he's doing okay, but he's there. Oh, you're there, Sammy. Let's see if he responds.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
So just so that we know what's going on, your call was on hold a few times. Was that because it dropped, or you had to deal with something? You had to put it on
I got
hold?
a phone call.
Got it. No worries. Yeah. So long as, I just want to ascertain whether or not it's Skype or whether you had to do something. That way I know that I don't need to. That gives us reassurance it's not the Skype then. That was the point.
Right.
And so that being said, there was another wonderful person in the chat. They're all wonderful, of course. Liko. And hey, Liko. Mwah! Love you dearly, honey. And by all means, enter as much as you want, darling. And aside from that, David Barsky was talking about the Oath Keepers, and that was when we were speaking about January 6th. And aside from that, he was saying he's not worried about the identification thing. He has multiple streams, and the proverbial they certainly know him. So yes, he's already a figure of interest. And so, yes, he was talking about Medicare for All. The Pripyat Marshes, by the way, up in Ukraine. And they go all the way through into White Russia and maybe even into Poland. But aside from that, Wen Tai has joined us, who was saying, basically, don't be fooled by the appearance of his Texan old boy appearance. He was the shortest of the three. I guess they're talking about the three marched by Dallas police JFK crime scene. Right. He's talking about they went off on their own subject there for a while, which of course we probably covered tangentially. I never, of course, deal with the Kennedy assassination too much because that's like a world all of its own. And so I'm so glad to see Shelley Rains, David Barsky are getting along. And so everybody in chat is, I think, covered. If I've missed anybody, I do apologize. I try to get to everyone in chat, and I'm always sad when I miss some people. Aside from that, I do hope everybody recognizes that, as I mentioned before, this is Chinese Valentine's Day tomorrow. So we will actually transition. This is Valentine's Day, Eve Day for the Chinese. There's actually 6 Valentine's Days in China, which most of you probably don't know and probably would go a long way towards explaining what used to be an overpopulation problem. Of course, now their population is imploding and that's very sad. People might think that's good for the environment, but well, people are exploding their populations in Black Africa and in Asian India, so it's not like China's population implosion helps at all. T. Tankberry is saying, support Douglas Dwight and Dietrich. Thank you, sir. Always so considerate. And aside from that, of course, I think that one thing that America could do to actually help the issue is accept a lot more immigrants. Now, all of this is something that is America's greatest strength. And so then David Barkey says, this is great info regarding Chinese Valentine's Day. I should have given you more about Ghost Month as well, but we've got a whole month to do that. So I'll probably let people know that what happened recently on the 29th of July was that all the gates of heaven and hell opened up in the Chinese cosmology, the Chinese belief system. And it was at that time, again, I will not name this wonderful lady, but a lady communicating with me in Messenger said she felt she received a communication from my mother. And that's not surprising, but it goes to confirm that this was Ghost Month. Now, this woman was, just so you know, white, European, American, Caucasian, had no knowledge of Chinese Ghost Month. But she felt she had received a communication from my mother and wanted me to know that. And she said that pretty much on July 29th, when all the gates of heaven and hell and all the portals to the other world open up. Isn't that wonderful? It's such a confirmation and very reassuring. And of course, what Sammy can do is kind of explain the Latin American version of this. Of course, the Mexicans, they get along better with their dead than they do with the living. So tell us a bit about this and when
Well,
that happens while I chew my sandwich.
it's quite true. I mean, I did work in the funeral business and kind of off and on from it, but um, what I've seen as far as my culture is, very much in a sense, uh, the the people that are no longer in this material plane are still alive, in a sense of even talking to them. Um, and when I've done funerals for when I work funerals, I'm very cognizant of that because people actually bring full blown meals, whether it's sweetbread or tamales, especially during the holidays, when there's funerals. For some reason, the holidays tend to have more funerals. Maybe that's widely known. I don't know, but especially during the holidays, you can feel as far as um, the intensity of that communionship with loved ones, whether it's in the cemetery or a funeral. Um, uh, it's like they're almost there. They're still there. And I've told Doug about this where when I was working in a funeral, that there was this beautiful young lady. She's maybe about 19, maybe 18 years old, and the way she was resting did not look like she was deceased. It was like she was asleep. And I kept always looking at her because she was very beautiful young lady. And it was almost like she was asleep and it felt like she was still alive. There was that presence of her that she just she didn't seem like she was dead. It was almost like she was alive. Um, and other instances where my sister has her own mortuary, where she has her residence there. There's a little girl that you can say haunts her mortuary home, but really is just a companion. Where this little girl is always at the chapel where they do their visuals. She's always sitting in the last pew, and she said she's always sees her outline, or she sees a little girl there sitting in her dress, almost like she's going to church, sitting there in her chapel in her mortuary, and it's like she's just a part of the ambiance, and you know, a lot of the people that have these funerals have pretty much full blown parties. And what I mean by party is it's a roller coaster of emotions where they have it catered. They even have they have beer. They have, kegs and in all these facilities, they have a mariachi, live band, you name it. They even show movies. And it's an experience where, it's only in I can't say any other culture. I'm just saying the Mexican culture, where it's almost an experience of, we're gonna party, mourn, even argue, um, and even have conflict amongst each other in the funerals. Um, I mean, they might as well, be making out after. I'm not surprised if they are with the booze and everything, but it's a array of emotions. Um, and My sister caters to this as far as her specialty. Most American mortuaries don't offer this because of really the cost and liability. But obviously, someone who is connected to that type of niche, as far as a community, they can be prosperous in a sense of understanding on this because it's not just a funeral. It's almost like you can say it's almost like the ultimate sending off of somebody where they have all these array of emotions and stages. And I've talked about this where my neighbors had a visual in their home where one minute they're partying their asses off and drinking, and next thing there's drama and there's crying, and you know, it's almost like family court where it was very bizarre in a sense of, they're pulling away one of their loved ones from the casket to, they have a stand-up comedian and the same night. It's very it can be very wacky to someone who's just not privy to this. Uh, so yeah, Doug, that's pretty much just my little 2 cents on it.
And that's wonderful. Honestly, I think that all cultures have that to an extent, but the beauty of the Mexican culture is that it's so open and there's not a sense of self-consciousness about it. This really is when people feel almost comfortable with each other and can actually kind of really let go of so many pretenses. And I think beyond that, of course, there is the sense of respect for the dead because their family, whether they are dead or alive. And as dead family, they're somewhat better than the people who are alive because the people who are alive, will sometimes bother you and annoy you in all different ways we don't need to go into. And yet, as for the dead, there truly is more of a sense of peace about them in general. When it comes to the little girl that you spoke of, by the way, so everyone understands this, it sounds like the little girl is at some sense of peace and certainly becomes almost like a companion. I don't want to use the term mascot figure, but basically just a respected part of the background of the community, or rather the it's not so much community. It's because I don't believe the community in general is aware of her. It's more or less just certain people like your sister who are involved with the processes of helping people conduct these funerals, helping families through. She's been in the environment long enough where she's sensitive to the environment and therefore is more aware of this girl. And so it'd be only people like her that would really know this. At the same time, what is kind of, how would I say, sad about that is that you do wonder what's the tragic story behind that. It's kind of like, there used to be this, I brought this up with, I think it was either Mr. Black, as he calls himself, Ian West, or our friend, the Real Tech, when I was speaking to him. I can't remember which one I was talking to, but I was talking about Casper the Friendly Ghost, and this was a famous cartoon, of course, and they even made a movie, ultimately. But behind that, there has to be a story of some young boy had to die for there to be Casper the Friendly Ghost.
It's very interesting you say that because a lot of the cases that my sister works are either, obviously depending on how people died. But I remember sharing with you about that burn victim,
yes,
in Mexico,
yes,
where she was pretty much burned alive. Like when we did the removal, you can smell. But the thing that even gives me chills is I had to tag her because you have to identify the body. That's just standard procedure with any mortuary. You do not want to bury the wrong person,
Right.
and it's happened before. Even worse, cremate the wrong person, which happened before. I've even taken the wrong body to a funeral, which is very embarrassing. Uh, and and it's very dangerous because, especially with raza or with Mexicans,
Yeah.
they take that as an insult.
Yes.
This is very dangerous because most of the time they're intoxicated, and unfortunately they become very violent. And well, when I tagged this young lady, her her flesh was so badly burned. I can feel, how can I say it? I can feel the pain, not
Yes.
feel the pain, but the sheer terror or the pain of her being burned alive. It it gave me chills, and I was very careful of handling her because when I touched her, you can, I hate to say this, but the crunch of her skin, it's almost like crackling.
Yes.
It I didn't want to hurt her. It felt like if I touched her, she'll still be in pain.
Yes, I
In
know.
other
I
words,
get it
trying to be
completely.
sensitive,
You were trying to
trying
be
to be
as
sensitive.
sensitive as possible to handle her tenderly so that you would not
Right.
cause more pain because she's
And the
basically still there.
yeah,
Go on.
yes, and the thing about it is, it's when you look at it, the difference between a man's foot and a woman's foot is different. The way it's shaped is very, women's feet are very beautiful. At
Yes.
least most women. So I saw her feet and they were manicured. They were still manicured. So it broke my heart in a sense, like, oh my God. And she was bandaged up. I didn't see her face, but just her feet. Her feet were very pretty, very manicured. Um, it just it broke my heart in the sense of, like, you have these bodies, or you have these people that have these horrible deaths. There's a reason why most mortuaries are haunted, because sometimes these bodies feel at peace because it's where their family probably treat them with the most respect. I don't know. I don't know, that cosmology, Doug. I'm not, this is just me trying to understand this, where, wow, my family actually treated me with dignity and I had to be dead.
Yeah.
Or, wow, I didn't know my dad can mourn me or my mom can mourn me.
Right.
Or the sibling. And I say this because I have crazy family members. I love them. Some are my sisters. I love them, but at the same time, I'm like, I need to stay away from you because you're toxic.
Yeah.
And this is just my only way of trying to. Because my sister told me, anytime you go on a mortuary trip, you go at night. Um, be considerate. If you're in the chapel, you're gonna see her. She's either gonna be sitting in that place, or sometimes if you fall asleep, she'll wake you up. She had a custodian that ran out the chapel, um, pretty much sobbing because he was freaked out.
Right.
But he said, no, that's just where she's at. That's where she feels comfortable, and she's never bothered me because I know why she's there.
Right.
And different people walk into her establishment. I remember she saying that there was this person that has the ability to see the dead, and she said that your establishment has this little girl here, but there's more than just one. There's more than that little girl here. There's several people there.
Oh,
They just
definitely.
don't want to. They just don't want to be seen. They're just there in the background. And,
Yes.
it's just my little 2 cents.
No, but you know what? Why that is because the others died in a more well. They died while they were older and in a more mature frame of mind,
Right.
so they are self-conscious. The little girl is not self-conscious.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And
Yes. Yes. Yes.
so because of that, she appears without a sense of concern that others have for their interactions. And
And
yeah,
you know what? It's very interesting you say that because when my sister says the little girl is around 5 to, well, about 4 to 6 years old. So that she's a small little girl. So
yeah,
it makes perfect sense.
Yes. And that's why she's also curious. And that's why,
Yeah,
without being malevolent, when the janitor falls asleep, then she does what a child would do, is just kind of poking him or prodding him. All of this is just heartbreaking. And you just,
yeah. No, it is.
if there is some way that, it's, a part of me says, well, let it go on. She's not really suffering because she's not really experiencing any sense of time as we understand it. She's forever in the present moment. She's forever a child. And yet her parents had imbued in her enough of a sense of discipline where she senses this. She's self-conscious to the degree, or self-aware to the degree, mature enough to the degree where she stays in the back of the church and in that
Right.
back pew. So she has a sense of, like, she feels that she doesn't want to impugn on the adult world. So it's
Can I ask one thing though? Because of when you talked about trauma and even how you explained how the cultists try to do this, where how they try to die a violent death.
yes,
As far as a victim, if let's say I was a child abductee in 1984 and I got, I got abducted in the Presidio and so on and so forth, and I died in this terrible pain.
by the way, that almost happened to Sammy. He's not bringing this up as
No,
simply
well, yes.
yes.
I mean, I almost got abducted back in '89, early '89. Around that time, we were just walking, my brother and I. So, like I said, I could have been this victim. Um, these spirits of these victims at the Presidio, though, my explaining this, just like this little girl's not haunting, but well, haunting my sister's mortuary. They can also, this in theory, this can actually still happen at the Presidio, where these remains, because they're there in the way they were tortured, and it's almost like Aquino probably designed it this way. These children will never have rest.
Right.
So this is my thing with people going on these tunnel mounds, which sound crazy the way it sounds. It's probably not the best idea because of what you've explained is a lot of these kids died in unrest, and
Yes.
their spiritual bodies still roam.
Yeah.
So it's aside from all these rituals that happen there that maybe were closed, maybe were not closed, and you talked about this where
The
the
majority of them were not. Most of the, you can
oh my
imagine,
God.
if you can imagine how sloppy people in the
Oh,
military are when when anything gets done, it's by accident. So
oh my
when
God.
there was no proper banishing in most cases. So when you have what's happened with the Presidio,
Oh my God.
there's more chances than ever that people will bring something back, some kind of fragment of the spirits of these lost souls will cling to you, because the dead do that. And it's and again, this seems like almost talk about Aquino potentially planning this. It's almost like it was in his will, and somebody like ultimately realized a request of his to arrange for this so that it could be like this. Sammy will be back with us soon, and in the interim, what I might try to do is give a little. Oh, by the way, David Barsky is saying, by kids, you're speaking of young soldiers, correct? No, no. So we do need to clarify that. Thank you very much for asking. Basically, what we're talking about is how do I explain this as shortly as possible or as quickly as possible? Understand it this way, that at the time that I was working with the Department of Defense, the United States military had a child daycare center at the Presidio military base that was dealing with care provision for 500,000 children a day and every day. And that was at its normal capacity and under normal operations. And they were undergoing horrendous abuse, horrific rape, torture, even mutilation to a degree. This was happening at military bases all over the United States and military bases all over the world. So at that time, worldwide, with U.S. military bases in West Germany, Panama, Okinawa, South Korea, so many other places. The U.S. Army alone was, via its daycare centers, caring for 100,000 children a day on a daily basis. And this was all an enormous human child trafficking meat market. Just overwhelmingly, these children were being abused and tormented, raped, and many of them grew up to be serial killers and just horrific abusers of humanity themselves. A lot of this was intentional. Part of the program of what Aquino said was keeping the American public in fear and under a state of constant terror, so that they would always turn to the military for more security, which you would just have the cycle of violence go on. A great example of this was the Golden State Killer, Joseph James DeAngelo. And you're talking about a man who raped and killed hundreds of women. He was a young boy at the time that he was produced. He was inducted by fully uniformed Air Force officers, raping his sister in front of him when he was but a child. And this hypersexualized him to go on and do such himself, because he was told that this was just the way things work, that no justice would ever be brought to those men who did what they did to his sister, but he could become one of them. This is like the horror. And so our man, David Barsky, was bringing up that he is familiar with Aquino and the goings on there and the daycare center, but he wasn't aware of just how vast the numbers were involved. And so it was after that I exposed what was going on at the Presidio that when they had to cover all of this up, then one of the things they did was they conducted a damage control campaign by arranging for the month of the military child, and that they basically presented this kind of bullshit campaign about how they have the best daycare centers in the world, and they're the best example for daycare centers the world over to follow is the U.S. military daycare center model. And, that's part of the damage control that resulted from what I exposed. And now that Sammy's back with us, what I'm going to do is see if I can, try and bring some others on to help us maintain roundtable for a little bit. Obviously, if I can't do that, then Sammy and I will hold it for a little while I get some more of these sandwiches inside of me, and then I'll take over with monologue. But I definitely want to have enough calories in me first. So let me do an experiment here and see if I can bring others on. But as I was saying, and what Sammy was saying, just to put what Sammy was saying into perspective while I multitask here. When Sammy talks about something like the amount of people who go missing in American national parks, and people may think, what the hell is he talking about? What's wrong with going to America's national parks? And he brings up that the fact that they're federal territory. I mean, and yet people will say, well, they belong to us. They belong to the American people. Of course, the U.S. government tells you that because they really don't give a shit how many of you people go missing. But the reality is that, that territory is rendered federal territory. Take a look at America's history and think with common sense. Think about past being prelude. Remember that the U.S. government opened up the West. And when they opened up the frontier West, they basically told people, if you can take it and hold it and develop it, it's yours. And so when they did what they did, they gave every man the opportunity to stake out territory for himself, for his family, and if they could hold on to it and develop it, then the U.S. government effectively was saying, you can have it. Of course, the U.S. government always holds the ultimate trump card, where if they want, they can come and take whatever property you have. But you generally avoid that, and they'll honor their pact so long as you pay your property taxes. So if you're negligent in that regard, then, well, they'll do what they want to do if they feel like it. But that being said, since the U.S. government allowed this kind of program in which people, I'm not even remembering the name of that particular program. I forgot what it was called, but it was like
Homestead Act. Was it the
Homestead Act. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. How did you? How fuck? I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. How did you even remember that shit? Yeah.
Yeah, just reviewing some of your past episodes, especially with well, I had to because of my family as far as my parents' home, but
Right.
even then, yeah,
That's right.
part of your transmissions.
Thank you.
And I didn't know that Alaska was probably the last frontier. I guess they ended up giving off parts of Alaska
Yeah.
back in the 80s. I didn't know this, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that either, but it doesn't surprise me. So you found out more than I knew just by kind of delving into this. So I've called a few other people. We'll see if any of them come on. If they don't, that's fine. I think we're holding pretty strong. But if they do, that's always a bonus. In terms of what was going on with the Homestead Act. Oh, Brandon Young is with us. Oh, God bless you, Brandon. And
Brandon.
yeah. And how are things going tonight? How's the weather treating you? Wherever you're at. Where are you at right now, if I may ask?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm over Kelsey. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm
Hey, how you doing?
is who I'm with, Sammy and Douglas?
Yes.
Yes.
We're live. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I'm with Kelsey right now.
Wonderful. I hope we didn't interrupt anything.
She says hi.
Hey, Kelsey! Love you dearly, honey.
Say hi.
Yes, always so good to hear her voice. And yeah. So, Brandon, we were talking about the Homestead Act, and I was asking people to think logically about here's the U.S. government, and they allowed people to homestead, and yet, despite that fact, vast tracts of the West became federal property. The majority of it, as a matter of fact. And this is because the majority of these people who were offered this homesteading opportunity could never hold on to that land. They could not develop it. It was effectively, by conventional definition, uninhabitable. So the real reason is also many of them disappeared. So this is truly a wilderness area. The Native Americans knew the places to avoid, but the white European descended Caucasian Americans did not. And just grabbing a territory and setting up stakes, everybody thought that the frontier West would truly disappear with the invention of barbed wire. Back in those days, they called it devil wire. And for those of you who don't know, it was developed because of cattle. Basically, people could take their cattle and they could graze other people's land. And because they could graze other people's land, the only way people could stop this was by using their firearms and getting into turf wars. And this was one of the reasons for the extreme violence of the frontier West. And so the invention of barbed wire enabled them to basically truly stake out their territory lethally and prevent the cattle from of somebody else's property grazing on their property. And so when you basically, oh, by the way, I will read this out loud. There's a wonderful thing left by Diane Hillis Buchberger that she asked me not to read out loud, and I so thank her for sharing that. God bless her. And then she brings up that there was a video where a park manager found a man wandering confused, and he said that the beasts had let him go because he was brave. They had him in a cave, and he saw all the bones from the people they had eaten. He repeated the story, probably only because one of the hominids let him loose out in isolated places. And she said the video was about steering clear of isolated places. Good advice, by the way. She says in Canada, there's a lot of crown land owned by the government. So yeah, in Canada, they call this crown land. And here in the United States, they say it's public, like it belongs to you, right? But it's really federal, and really it
Oh
belongs
man.
to the hominids. So the point is that we're ultimately coming down to, for those of you who might find this hard to believe, is that it really comes down to the hominids. Really, it's their territory. And if you're out there long enough, or out in enough of the wild urban wildland interface, and by the way, they don't really have that out there. It's really just wildland. Then you're kind of asking for it. And so this is like what Sammy was saying. There are people out there who are very skilled and they can camp on their own. I wouldn't recommend that to anyone, but there are people who are very skilled campers and they can pull it off. But honestly, I don't understand why anyone would ever want to do that. I'm glad people have these skills, and there are some people who can do that. Always bear in mind, most of these people aren't really as skilled as you might think. They're not people who, like a Native American in the old days, could go out there and live off the land. Most of these people have modern equipment with them who say, I'm camping alone. And the end result is they're truly not in tune with nature as you might think. And basically, in the end, they are victim of the elements, or they're victim, by the elements, I'm including the hominoids. So it's just a place where I would recommend avoiding myself. But people bring their kids out there, they bring the families, and sometimes these kids disappear. And when that happens, as happened in the case of this one child, this was an outstanding case in how horrible it was. This child was abducted by Sasquatch, essentially. And when the parents called in for help, the military came in and just prevented the parents from doing anything. They basically allowed this to happen, like they're experimenting or something like that. I mean, people can look cases like this up and always have discernment. There's bullshit out there on the net, but I know in the case of this one case, it was very real. And so it's really, the government really doesn't it's like caveat emptor. It's like the government feels if you go out there on your own, you're on your own. And they kind of like leave you to it. It's like living in the Presidio. There's not enough personnel. And this is what weirds me out. I mean, here's all these people without jobs, yet they can't hire enough park rangers. It's like maybe because it takes some degree of skill and education, they'd have to train them first, and then there's no resources to train people to expand the park ranger program. Altogether, it's just bad news. So,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I always think about it too, that imagine what they see as far as the paranormal. I mean, especially there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if, even if I was in law enforcement and I have to pretty much go into an area where it's riddled with paranormal activity. I mean, I don't know if I want to do that. I didn't sign up for this. I'm supposed to, shoot gangbangers. Now I'm fighting, I'm trying to avoid these terrible poltergeists or ghosts or whatever.
Phenomenon.
So, I mean, that could also
just basically
phenomenon.
yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Brandon? Your view on this?
Yeah, Brandon, by all means. But you know what? Before Brandon goes there, I just want to let everyone know that when it comes to the parklands and the inability to bring in new park rangers, what Sammy says has got to be true. There has to be problems with getting people adapted to take these risks. And when it comes to the parklands themselves and how scary they can be. A great example was there was this one really big guy, and he was about like some kind of he looked a lot like Tony Robbins. He reminded me of Tony Robbins. Wasn't Tony Robbins, but he kind of reminded me of him. And he was parking with his family, camping with his family. Basically what they do is they park, right? They park their fucking trailer or whatever they got. And they encountered a hominid who followed them for miles. And basically it was between them and their vehicle. They couldn't get back to their vehicle, so they wound up walking into town. And they walked for miles with the husband just telling the wife and children, I'll just basically provide, what do they call it in football when you're playing the obstruction? You're basically the obstacle, so that you're kind of like letting the rest of the
Blocking,
yeah, yeah.
blocking.
Basically, he
Yeah.
said he would act as blocking, and but he knew that he couldn't. That this hominid following them could tear him apart and just throw him in the air like he was nothing in a second. Like he wouldn't really buy them any time. But he was telling them that to try and make them feel safer. When they got back, and he told the park ranger, who was this woman, small woman, about what he had seen, she let him know that she believed him. And he said he was so relieved just by her saying, "I believe you," that he cried. He broke down and he was just crying. I mean, this is how awful the experience was, and how he
Wow.
didn't think he was going to get out alive, and just the gratitude he felt that she didn't make fun of him, and she didn't like say, "Oh, you're imagining things." Understand that when it comes to this kind of environment out there, it is real, and you've got to respect that. That's which is another word for fear. As I said, you got to have a healthy fear of what's out there, and the majority of you will never have the capacity to camp alone or safely, and maybe a lot of you shouldn't be camping at all. And not that I'm trying to discourage healthy outdoors activity, but it's simply be smart about it. And with Brandon Young, of course, he has a good respect for the paranormal. And let's turn this over to Brandon. So Brandon, take your time, and Kelsey can participate if she wishes. By all means, we'd love to hear from her. But we were talking about, think of the Homestead Act, the fact that this never resulted in the West, Frontier West, being completely occupied and developed. And I'm just giving you the reason why it hasn't. And a lot of people, when you think about it, think about how that's the only thing that makes sense, right? So,
Right.
yeah, take it from there, Brandon.
Well, I mean, as far as parks and open spaces in the paranormal go, there's a space in a park near where we live called the Freetown State Forest. And back in, I think it was the 70s, a Mary Lou Aruda was her name.
Abducted in Raynham.
Was abducted in Raynham.
Taken to Freetown State Forest. Tied. Well, I think.
Why don't you tell the story?
Well, I don't know the whole story. I just know she was sexually assaulted, killed, and then tied to a tree. And then I forget the guy's name, but there's a big trial and everything. But that's just all I know about it.
So this woman was abducted and brought to the Freetown State Forest.
Well, she wasn't. I think she was like only a teenager at the time, like maybe 15. Yeah, so she was.
So she was a young girl abducted and brought to this Freetown State Forest, and there are documentaries on this. And there was a satanic ritual where her breasts were cut off, and so on and so forth. Now, I've been to that state forest many, many, many a time, and it is a reservation for the Wampanoag tribe here in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, and they sort of own it and look at it. But we used to go there quite a bit, and there were some very paranormal events. So anyway, it's something for people to look into.
By
As far as
the way, I want to thank Kelsey so much for coming in there. And by the way, when Kelsey participates, she did good. She did good by coming in closer to the mic. Just make sure that, Kelsey, the next time you do that, just do that from the beginning. Step in close to the mic and then say what you're saying. And we're so glad that Brandon repeated it just to make certain everybody got it. For the story of this young girl is horrific. I mean, the only reason I did not respond was because I was chewing my sandwich and on mute and getting some calories in me for the rest of the night. But oh my God, that's horrible. And beyond that, the fact that this was a Wampanoag reservation, or they certainly have reservation territory that's adjacent, let everyone understand that this was the tribe that provided the food to the pilgrims that otherwise would have starved through the winter. This is your pilgrim story. This is where your Thanksgiving source is from. Just so that this is the Thanksgiving tribe. So in case anybody wonders about, they just say, oh, the Indians helped the pilgrims out. Well, it wasn't just any Indians. It was this tribe, the Wampanoag tribe, that did that. And so historically, this is significant. And beyond that, for a satanic ritual to be performed there, there is a movie that I understand is one of these weird films that no one, I haven't reviewed it. And, but if any of you do, you let me know. Whether this is like bullshit or whether this is serious, like, there's this movie called The Cults of Yellowstone, which I think is supposed to be either maybe it's just a stupid horror film. I've got to look it up and review it myself or check into it, at least scan it. But there are obviously cults that also are haunting or infiltrating in an insurgency these national park lands. So take it from there again, Brandon, by all means.
Well, yeah, I believe so. I mean, it would only make sense. When Gabby Petito last year or 2 years ago disappeared with, I think the guy's name was Brian Laundrie, and their deaths was in a national park. You know, everybody investigated it and they were kind of hot on the trail of it. But what they didn't consider was the fact that, you know, perhaps there are other elements, like you said, other elements involved, such as these cults that no one hears of. I mean, these people aren't on the internet or anything like that, right? These people have existed, I don't know how long, but they are out there. And if you do go into a national park, be careful. You know, this is the time of the year for people to go camping and things like that. And there are some safe spots, but if you're just jetting out into wilderness, be careful. You might find some impressing things. And I believe you're right about that. And I think this is a phenomenon that not too many people consider, actually, is that there are some people and tribes, cults, if you want to call them that, tribes, that worship a pagan god around a fire and worship sacrifice and eat and must eat people.
Yes, yes. And by the way,
Yeah.
didn't Gabby Petito and her everyone says he killed her and basically left this selfish suicide note like, oh, she was in pain. I didn't want her to be in pain, so I killed her, or something like that, and then killed himself. Or this is what they're saying. But what you bring up is that perhaps they were both killed, and a cult could have written that so-called suicide note. Is that not
Yeah.
possible?
Well, I think it's possible. I mean, you can't really. If you look at Brian Laundrie himself, he wasn't very an educated man. He seemed to be not capable of that sort of thing. For me, it speaks of more than one person.
Okay.
To leave a note like that, like you say,
Yeah.
and so on. I mean, the possibilities there. So what you say is really interesting, and I don't think anybody that I've seen or heard about is actually looking into this. So you should really focus on this.
I thank you, and that's so important because you know how police organizations are. If they feel that they've got an excuse to end the case, they'll end it at the first excuse.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so they'll say, suicide note, aha, yeah, let's close it.
Case solved. Yeah.
Oh my God. And so please go on with what you're saying because I think this is so important. And we have these, there are cultists among us. Yes. And as we said, and as our man Brandon has experienced himself some fairly unsettling phenomenon. We'll let him share only what he feels comfortable with right now. But yeah.
I will share one experience. And this is one of a few. I went to a little village that was almost like in Western Mass in the middle of nowhere, Vermont. And this is not as remote as you would get somewhere in the Homestead Act, which would be Western, the frontier and so on. I went there. And it was a tiny little village. I think it was like almost a Shaker village or something like this. It was a tiny village I saw Scott Ritter. If anybody remembers Scott Ritter, who was a UN weapons inspector for the Marines
Oh my
during the Gulf
God.
War.
Okay, the first thing I thought of, he's right. He's talking about this man who actually was busted for looking for kids online. That's how they busted him, with that whole thing that Peter Moon and I know was a setup, but at the same time, he was definitely flawed, which is why they selected him for that job, so they could hold that against him. But aside from that, the first thing I thought of course, was Three's Company and that Ritter, and the comedian was the first thing that came to my mind, who died young as well. But didn't he have the exact same name, or wasn't that
John
weird?
Ritter. I think that was John Ritter, maybe.
Okay, yeah, all right.
But anyway, at any rate, I went and saw this guy speak at this little town hall, which was in this little commune out in Western Mass, in Deerfield, I believe. And my friend Ethan and I decided to take a little trip in the yurt. And we walked around the backyard, which ended up being a massive amount of woods, an acreage of woods out in the middle of nowhere. And we heard a woman, or we heard a goat crying out as it was being killed. This is true. And it was crying out. And I realized at that point, I said to Ethan, I said, do you know what a goat song is called? A tragedy. And in Greek. And you hear ba, ba, like that. And we went to the sound, and it was a witchy woman that was there, all dressed in black, with a hood you could not veil. You could not see her face. And we approached this woman on a cloudy day in the middle of a field. It's quite bizarre. And she said, "Are you the goat? Are you the goats?" And I got kind of freaked out. I said, "Ethan, let's leave. Let's leave right now. I don't know what this is about." So I wouldn't put it past that she takes advantage of young college kids that go meandering around, and this whole cult, this whole little village brings
Absolutely.
these kids in and uses them as sacrifice. I mean, we've had warnings in Hansel and Gretel and Midsummer and many, 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 many other popular folk tales and
Folklore.
folklore and popular culture and throughout the years that warned you of wandering in the woods, in the wilderness, because beware, there might be, a wolf, or there might be a grandma cooking cookies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Absolutely.
That kind of, yeah.
There's folkloric warning in the mass consciousness, and we all have this subconscious understanding, this intuitive comprehension of the dangers involved. And I remember that idiot Pavel Edward was one time saying, "Oh yeah, my sister and my mother, they didn't want to go out into the woods back in Czechoslovakia, but my dad and I did." And he says, "You know how women are, they're just kind of superstitious." And I said, "How about they just fucking know better and have common sense?" And his dad came back with Lyme's disease. So it's not like, it's not like the woman didn't know what was going to happen, right? They had an intuitive understanding that you shouldn't go in the woods. And look what happened to the idiots who did. This isn't necessarily what's going to happen to all of you out there, but honestly, there's a new type of Lyme's disease out there that is horrible. That some comparatively young woman in her 50s, about my age, and she was a nurse, as a matter of fact, who contracted it and died very quickly. So there are lethal variations of Lyme's disease that are developing now. And she died horribly. The rash got into her mouth, and the Lyme's disease produced a rash that wouldn't allow her to swallow. It's kind of like the one guy who was in the police academy with me, and contracted chickenpox from this other stupid young officer who was allowed in, who should never have been, who had chickenpox. He contracted from his child, and he infected us with it, who had never had it as children. And the other academy attendee died because all of that got into his throat and he couldn't breathe, and they didn't tracheotomize him in time, and he died horribly. So, this there are many reasons to be leery of going out in the woods, and that would be one of them. And there's the cults, there's the hominids. I mean, are we painting a dire enough picture for you? So, with that, we turn it back to both Sammy and Brandon. Both of you do me a favor and carry on with, I'm so sorry. Cassie, right? Cassie, right?
Kelsey.
Kelsey, sorry. And so by all means, all of you carry on the round table. Kelsey, if you could get closer to the mic, we'd like you to participate more because it's just exciting to have you here with us, as well as Brandon, of course. And so let me go mute for a moment, and if Sammy's with us, he can get everybody talking. And if he doesn't, then yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh no, I mean that's
Hello,
really
Sam.
interesting. Hey, how you doing, Brendan? Hi, hi, Kelsey.
Hi.
It's very interesting that you bring these story up, Brendan, because a lot of the time that I spend in the wilderness, well, not wilderness, but parks, it's been Sequoia National Forest, and these big redwood sequoias are there, and they're awesome and they're beautiful. But I remember there was a bunch of missing signs as far as children there when I was a kid. We used to go there as on field trips, and these kids go missing there. And I've always, as a kid, wondered, like, well, who would take these kids? Like, well, how would they get lost? There's just a bunch of trees here. But that would explain a lot of as far as I'm not sure about the cults, but I mean, especially the hominids, that would explain a lot in a sense of these kids going missing. And the reason why I say kids, because that's the first thing that drew my attention, because adults are boring as a kid. So I just looked at a bunch of kids plastered on the bulletins there, like, oh, have you seen this child, so on and so forth. But
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
oh my
that's
God,
just-
that's Slender Man shit. I mean, that's
Right.
like you're
Right.
walking into the woods and there's these fucking signs about these kids that have gone missing. I mean, that's like, who the fuck would ever go camping after seeing that? I mean, oh my God, that's like, I would be less put off by signs saying, Achtung, Minen, or that's the old German warning for landmines are in area. I mean, it's like I would be put off less by that. United Nations warning signs about minefields than seeing that creepy shit about kids have disappeared here. And like you say, oh my God, what kind of parents bring their kids out to the woods like that? I mean, maybe they're naive. But anyhow, please, both Kelsey and Brandon Young, take it from here, please. Thank you.
I can say I've never been camping. I've never been to a national park. I think I've maybe been to one state park. But my idea of camping would certainly be in like a $70,000 RV in a
Thank you.
wellness campground with a pool and amenities.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, you and I both agree we may as well stay at home. I mean, yes. Fuck that shit. But by the way, Brandon, this veers directly into Burning Man territory, and I don't know how much you've shared about that with Kelsey, so this would be the perfect time to do it. Tell Sammy and Kelsey, because I suspect I heard Sammy chewing too, and we probably need to let him get his calorie intake. So while he and I are doing that, tell us a bit about how Burning Man is a reflection of this in essence, and the decompression part, and how you were warned by that one older lady about, hey, first make that phone call as soon as you get out of here. And you said, why? And she said, because someone's gonna die. Someone you know we'll die. That happens with everyone who attends Burning Man. And I don't know if I miscommunicated that. If I have, express what happened.
So I was talking about this today with Kelsey, actually.
Wow. See?
And I mentioned my good friend Justin. Out in Burning Man back in 2007, where Elon Musk, who was unknown at that point for the most part, debuted his Tesla Roadster and came up and thought he was a big shot. And we camped with him and different people, but he was just a dude, you know. He was bald at the time. And so I put sunblock on his forehead.
Did he ask you to do that, or you just went up and slapped it on him?
No, slapped it right on his face, and he enjoyed it. He got down on his knees and he prayed to me. No, but he was there with Joan Baez and the rest of them. But the point is that when I went there, it was clear that it was a ritual. It all takes place within a pentagram. And I didn't notice at the time, but a very wise woman who had been to all the Burning Men, plural, before me, had come up to me right at the beginning and said some words of advice. And one of it was, don't believe what you see. Be careful of certain people. Because there was a large thelemic cult there, let's just say, and sexual people that were trying to take advantage of people, let's just say, on drugs. And but she also said something bad always happens while you're here. And the year before I went, 2006, it was Katrina in New Orleans, and not many people knew about it because there was no self-service there. I did not know what was going on, and I just kind of had my cell phone off for a week. On the bus ride home, when we approached Reno, Nevada, my cell phone service came on, and I had to book a hotel until my flight left. So I turned it on, and I got immediate messages from people I haven't heard from in 7 years or 6 years. And one of them was my friend Justin saying that his wife had left him, right? And that eventually led him on a downward spiral that eventually killed him.
Right.
So, yeah, something bad happens when it's almost like this magical, like Newton's second law, I think it is. It's a give and a take. It's equal and opposite reaction. So, whatever you gain, something has to give. And I think that's almost like a principle or a magical principle or just a natural law that we don't really understand.
Yes.
But it happens.
Yes. Well, obviously that place is a generated vortex. And as a generated vortex, the people who are pulled into it, even tangentially, people like yourself who simply were curious and went there for the experience, why do you think you were favored by this older woman? Why do you think that she favored you with that warning?
Interesting. I have no idea. I never asked her, so I have no idea. Who knows? I have no idea.
Okay.
I really don't. I'm sorry. I have no idea. I'm humble enough to say I have no idea.
Right.
I could make something up, but
Understood.
I don't know why she approached me, but I'm kind of glad she did.
Obviously, yes.
Because it was wise words. You don't want to be drinking alcohol in the middle of the desert on a hot day. Right? You don't want to. I didn't understand it at first. When she said something bad happens every time you're at Burning Man. Because now it's different. They have cell phone service, they have internet service, they have the whole shebang. But back then,
Interesting. Okay.
they did not. They did
Yeah.
not.
As a matter of fact, they must have been forced into having those services provided because of the deaths that have happened there.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
yeah,
And even in 2006, imagine this: there were, you can go back, and I think it was Eric Davis and different people who were working for the Defense Department. Or, I mean, Burning Man is basically a cesspool of intelligence agencies. You know, you have Blackwater setting up art exhibits.
that's crazy.
Period.
Holy shit!
You know, and so you know you can just imagine the cesspool of intelligence agencies and defense departments. I mean, there's no way they can get away with that much firepower and missile launching and you know all the things they have going on out there without military coordination. So they're definitely involved. But this guy was, remember, Katrina was happening in 2000, I believe 2006, 2004.
Yeah.
And when that was happening, no one had phone service or internet service out in Burning Man, but very few did. And there were this very few select camp members of the Department of Defense. And one of them, I think, was Eric Davis. And he even testified, or he went on the record and said that he knew that Katrina was the hurricane was approaching New Orleans, and they were watching it in real time, and they celebrated that when it was happening. They went around the whole thing, and no one else knew, you know, what was going on. But it's almost like a sacrifice. There's something else. I don't really understand it, Douglas, to be honest with you. But there is some sort of higher ritual going on there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The entire thing is purely satanic, and certainly was at the time. Maybe it's watered down now, but back in its day, they were generating occult power, and somebody had to die in order for that occult power to be generated. Do you remember the case of the one man who ran into the Burning Man flames at the end of the party when they were burning the man, the effigy, the fucking what do they call that? What was the Wicker Man shit that they built so they can burn it at the end of the event? He ran into the flames and burned alive. And so when you've got people doing that, self-sacrificing, and nobody.
By the way, I believe.
I'm sorry?
It was, you know, the folk singer Joni Mitchell.
Yeah.
I believe it was a relation of her.
Okay.
It was her son or her stepson or something like this.
Oh my God.
That ran into the flames. And before that, every year you have beheadings.
Yeah.
You have all kinds of different things that go on. And it's sort of for a while, it was a lawless place.
Oh, to say the least, yes. There was certainly the only police there were motorcycle gangs that surrounded the place as much to keep people in prison there as anything else, right?
Right. I mean, I never escaped and went through the borders. But yeah, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's a very strategic location in the middle of the desert where all roads are blocked off coming to and from.
Yes, just terrible. And of course, Stephen Outrim, the man who finances my gang stalking, would fly in and have his multi-million-dollar RV, that the kind that Kelsey was describing, and that way he could lure the ladies in just for fresh water and air conditioning. You know, ice water, air conditioning, and all the amenities that many people just didn't have out there in the desert, despite the fact that, you know, they had their tents and other bullshit where they were, they really didn't have that much. You were pretty much kind of like strung out and dehydrated by the time you were there for over a few days. Tell us a bit about, you were with this young lady, and because of that, you were burdened with every asshole trying to lure her into their tent. And how did you prevent that?
She would run up on this. She was a Iranian girl, actually, and she's a diplomat now. Anahita, and she and my friend Nick would ride on bikes, and she would go ahead of us. And she was quite attractive, young girl, exotic looking, and she would go to these tents, and they would lure her in, and say, "Hey, free massage, you know, free water, free drinks, anything you want, free food. You hungry? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know it's the desert. You must be hungry. You must be thirsty. You must want this. How about you want a massage?"
Oh God, that's the worst. I mean,
And
that's so
she would be like,
sleazy.
"Oh,
That's
yeah, it's so sleazy." But then Nick and I would show up, and we sort of these macho guys. And I felt like her protector at that point. And they
as
would
you
get the
were,
vibe.
yes.
Well, they would
But
immediately
yeah.
get sad. These guys would just be like, you wrecked our chance, to ruin this person or to do whatever he wanted to this girl."
What about
That's the
this?
vibe I got.
Yeah, of
And
course, of course. That's the honest vibe you got. Was these predators had their prey taken from them? By the way, she was Persian. Would probably the best way to say it, so that people understand
yeah,
the true nature of her cultural background, her heritage. So you have a woman of noble heritage who obviously is sought after as prey by these people. I'm so glad that she's a diplomat now, and hopefully things are working out as best as they can for her, considering what Iran has become. But definitely, that's yeah. If you hadn't been there, her future would have turned out much different. She may not have had one at all. With what could have happened, just. But then again, tell us a bit about how you wound up even being there in that environment, the background story behind how you found out about this, and in a sense, yourself was lured out there into that vortex.
well, yeah, my friend Ethan had told me about it for some time, and he, through my friend, mutual friend Dustin, who developed. At the time, I was one of the few people who got Gmail, Google Mail, email, which was like a new thing at the time. And he had told me about this thing called Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, and I was like, I thought it was a scam. I still think it's a scam, but he told us about this thing called Burning Man, and he was from Stanford and San Francisco and that area. And he had begged us to come out there, and he said, "Listen, you guys don't even have to worry about tickets. I know tickets are $500 back then, $500 each. And but I'm in the inside. You can come with me for free. I get 10, 20 free tickets." So my friend Ethan, he had his own camp, and it was a bunch of Berkeley, California kids and San Francisco kids. Set up our own tent and camp. And I said, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to go out there." I was looking at graduate schools out in UCSD at the time, and I was looking at the philosophy department and the Scripps Center, which is a big neuroscientist sort of research center. And I was going to look out there for graduate schools and inquire, and I did that. And then from there, went out to Burning Man, sort of just as a adventure. And yeah, it was free, right? So most people nowadays, if you get, I don't know how much a Burning Man ticket costs nowadays, but it must be in the thousands, to get one. And a lot of people do pay thousands and thousands of dollars to go there. But for me, it was all free. And so how could I refuse, So I
Oh my
did go.
God.
That's how I was lured.
Yes, it was curiosity, and this individual was talking about the exotic nature of it, and of course, Always remember this, to our listeners: just because it's free doesn't mean it's good. Um, oh my God! But you did have a once in a lifetime experience, and it's. I'm glad you were there to save the young Persian girl from violation or even death. And beyond that, I do want people to understand that I'm so glad Brandon brought up Bitcoin. We don't want to dwell on it, but definitely, I'm sure Brendan can testify to this. I always said it was a scam, and well, we've seen what has happened to it. And as I said, I've never expressed much Schadenfreude about it or pain over other people's, joy over other people's pain, because it's just horrible. I mean, people have lost their life savings with this, and it's I'm so sorry. It's just. They've even developed in England kind of a rehab center for some of these people, a crypto coin rehabilitation center. And we should have them here, because this is like, it became an addiction for people. And it was just, how would I say it? If you have any horror stories you'd care to share with us concerning that subject, by all means do so. For right now, for myself, it's still too private a subject because I know some people who were victimized. And these were people who, I mean, who wouldn't want to be a millionaire? Who wouldn't want to get millions of dollars? And that's what it seemed to offer for many people. It just kept going up, and it was riding on air. And of course, ultimately, the bubble burst, and the predators ran off with everything that wasn't nailed down. And
Exactly.
yeah, so take it from there.
Well, I mean, I do know some people personally that were heavily invested in it and actually supposedly made out quite well. The problem is all the people who are on the bottom that think it's a cool thing to invest in. And in fact, portfolios now, if you go to retirement, 401k services and so on, they'll ask you if you want to invest in crypto.
That's obscene. By the way, I'm
I
sorry.
agree.
Yeah, that's completely criminal and
Well,
irresponsible.
it's obscene to invest in the American stock market, in my opinion.
Yeah, good. Yeah, point well taken. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
so why are you going to invest in a Russian scam, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Or some kind of scam to take down the American economy and America. That's really what it seems to be.
Yeah.
So, to me anyway, it seems to be a sort of an international scam to sort of take down the American economy.
Or
lead...
rather, the Western economy, the economy of the West.
Thank you. Yeah. Right.
And
right.
just remember this, people. We already invented money, okay? So, take it from there. Oh my God.
No, right. You're right. And the check was invented by the Knights Templar.
Was it? I don't know if that was the case or not.
Right. I mean, you can go back and look at that. So the Knights Templar would guard the path to Israel, or the homeland. And on the way, if you had to exchange currency, they would have what's called a check. Right. Anyway, that's another story, but it's a little off topic.
Understood, but just so everybody gets the side point, the Holy Land is what Brendan meant to say.
Jerusalem.
Yeah, and so, dear Brandon, by all means, go back onto subject again. So when you knew some of these people who claim they made out well, are these like Kabbalists or some kind of like elite Illuminati people? Or I hate to use that term, of course, just so the general public understands. Please don't use that term yourself. I would mean to say instead Freemasons, Masonic. Were these like Masonic Kabbalists or something? Go on.
Not at all. When it comes down to occult knowledge, they're very ignorant.
Okay. Interesting.
In fact, they don't know the game that they're in. I would say the people above them are high occultists and maybe Freemasons and people that know what the Temple of Solomon really is.
Right. Okay.
in the digital age. Um, and those people, they're kind of underlings of those people. They're
Got
helping
it.
build the pyramid, if you will. But but they don't know what's going on. They have no idea what's going on. All they know is that, hey, I'm getting rich. I can travel around. I can hang out in Davos, Switzerland. I can hang out and jet set around the world. Wow, crypto. Yeah, that's the name of the game. Let me sell it to everybody else.
Oh my
You know,
God. That's
these
it's
are
like
essentially
drugs.
like
It's like
it's essentially drug dealers. It's
Yes.
essentially right. Good point. This is a drug. Crypto is a drug.
Oh my God. So, listeners, especially the young ones, do take note. And this is sage advice from your elders, even though Brandon Young is quite young, as is, of course, Kelsey. And yeah, she's younger than Brandon Young.
I'm forever young, Douglas.
He is. He is. He's forever young. And so he's got the spirit of youth. And that's how he wound up dating one of his students, Kelsey.
Wait,
Yes.
wait, wait a second. Easy now.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
One
That's
of
not the
my
case, people. That's not the case. She's a fellow. She's a coworker. She's a coworker.
Now she was a coworker. She just got a job. I got her this. Well, I recommended it. She got let's put it this way at a local university or college, one of the best colleges in the United States.
Wow.
That's a little too far.
No, it's not, because
I
they
don't know.
study medieval and Beowulf and Anglo-Saxon, the best in the world. So anyway, so she's moving on up. We're no longer
To the
co-workers.
east side,
To the east side.
apartment in the
Okay.
sky.
Wow.
That's right.
Cool.
She finally find that apple in the sky, or whatever how the song goes.
Moving on up to the east side apartment in the sky.
Yeah,
That's
Jefferson-
it.
I like
Jeff-
that. Delightful.
So it's good, but no, she wasn't one of my students. Damn you! She was a
Sorry.
coworker. Worked right with me, which is great, Douglas, because you meet. I don't know how people date these days, but you go on apps or you go on whatever. You go out to the bar. You don't know who's what. When
Honestly,
you work with,
yeah, the only
when you-
reasonable way to meet
Yeah.
people is at work. I'm sorry. Go on. Yes.
but when you work with somebody, here you go. When you work with someone, you see them day in, day out, and you see their character, and you see them when they're groggy. You see them when they haven't had their coffee. You seen them when they haven't had a break or haven't eaten. When they haven't had a bathroom break. When they're working really hard and someone's pissing them off, and all that stuff. And you go through it with them, and you get to see their character. I think that's what attracted us to each other. Is that it was that.
I think that's wonderful. I mean, people have no idea how important this is. I mean, if you, it's kind of like one of those, how would I say it? There are certain churches, the Catholic Church was one of them, where they had these kinds of camps where people who were interested in potentially marrying each other would kind of like go to these camps and kind of live with each other for a few weeks. And that's when you really realize whether or not the potential is there. So yes, working is really how it's done. If you don't meet people at work, where else are you going to meet them? I mean, most other venues really don't succeed. It's just like not even dating services, really. Nothing is like work where you get to know somebody as they really are, and there's no pretenses. You can't have pretenses because everybody's working. I'm so happy for both of you, and by the way, I just got a video sent to me by Diane Hillis Buchberger about park ranger reveals terrifying secret within Yosemite National Park. She was never the same, and so there you go. She's smiling in the photograph, however. She looks quite normal. But as we were bringing up before you got here, as a matter of fact, I'm going to take this link and I'm going to put it in the private messenger of dear Brandon Young. And this has to do with what I had sent to Sammy Romero and Peter Moon earlier. Basically, there's this search I did because I actually got this over my cell phone. I got the announcement over my cell phone, which, now that I think about it, was not No accident. I mean, isn't that fucking creepy? I bet none of you got this announcement over your cell phones, but I did. And what I got was the announcement that the Presidio military base is opening up the tunnel tops, meaning they built a.
Yes.
Yes, yes. So you've heard of this? Oh my fucking god! So I'm giving you the link now.
Last week, in fact, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You got that too on your cell phone?
The only reason I got it, not on the well, I looked at it through the cell phone, is because I am involved in the Byron Priest secret, and
Got it.
one of the cities is San Francisco, and one of the places is Golden Gate Park and Presidio area, and so on, and Angel Island and Treasure Island.
Yeah.
So they released this sort of thing that the thing is the tunnels are opening, but the tops, you can walk around the top of the tunnels now.
Like kind of over the gaping chasmic mouth of hell itself and enjoy a picnic. Yes, that's right. Except, yeah, the tunnels are sealed shut. They're blasted shut. They're cemented in several feet of cement before they blasted them shut. So they figured no one's going to be breaking through into the tunnels. And but the fact that they so brazenly, even just the way they named it, let's call it Presidio Tunnel Tops. I mean, that doesn't even sound inviting. I mean, that that just sounds like rather ominous in and of itself. But this is their idea of damage control, and as I was explaining earlier, this is how they feel that everything I've spread about the Presidio, well, they can counter that now and say, see, we've got people enjoying themselves above these tunnels, and you see, Douglas Dietrich spreading the satanic panic shit, about bodies underneath and all that. See, it's all shit. I mean, everybody loves visiting our tunnel tops, and they come home with happy stories. Yes. So, there you have it. So Brandon, along with myself, got this notification last week, and it's yeah. And when you first saw that, I take it you were as taken aback as I was, and just couldn't believe what you were seeing.
I did not believe it, and I didn't even read the article, to be honest. So, but I did immediately think of you.
Thank you. And so there we have that. And so Sammy, let's see if we can bring Sammy back on, because what I'm going to do is just kind of revert to chewing for a few minutes, and I think I'm towards the point where I'll have enough calories to start monologuing for the night. But I definitely want to get Kelsey and yourself talking, at least bringing us to the bottom of the hour, which is about 15 minutes from now. And then we'll see if we're ready for roundtabling after that, or whether I just kind of move in with monologue. But let's see if we can get Sammy back on call. I know he should be on bandwidth. Let's see if we can get him back on call. But you have no idea how glad I am that Kelsey and yourself were able to drop in and grace us with your presence tonight. Hello. Yes, there we are, Sammy. So, Sammy, hey. Hoping that Brandon and yourself can kind of roundtable, speak a little bit about some of Brandon's experiences that he's willing to share about certain examples. I mean, we always, I always go back to the blind Baird in my mind, and some things that he did to kind of provoke phenomena that haunted him for the longest time. It may still haunt him today, for all I know. But if the two of you can go in that direction, or whichever direction it organically develops, along with wherever Kelsey cares to take it, I'll go mute for about 10 minutes. And hopefully you can all take us towards the bottom of the hour while I finish chewing, and that way nobody can hear me while I do that. And all right, so let me go mute. And both of you gentlemen and the darling young lady co-worker who is now moved up in the world, as Brandon says, thanks to his connections. Yes, quite the provider he is. I'll let you all take over.
Thank you. Sammy, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep. Very good. How are you doing?
Good. Excuse me. I'm just getting over COVID.
Oh, really?
So yeah, which kind of took me in. Yeah,
I don't know if you ever quarantined. Well, I'm sure you quarantined. I'm not sure if you did, but I'm assuming. And I started getting into prison videos
Oh, really?
about pretty much prison gangs. But the reason why I'm saying this is because um I started kind of researching the Youth Authority, the California Youth Authority system, which is pretty much the junior leagues of the CDC, the California Department of Corrections.
Yeah.
Um, and they talked about paranormal experiences. Some of the inmates were talking about paranormal experiences,
Huh.
and this one of the experiences was this you know pretty much the YA or Youth Authority is pretty much it's a gladiator school, pretty much. I mean, you take a bunch of violent, crazy kids and they go at each other. So, in this environment, someone's going to end up either getting their manner taken away or prostitute themselves. It's bound to happen, right?
Right.
Well, there was this young boy who was very effeminate, blonde, um, good-looking boy who was in this weird, not weird relationship, but he was in a relationship with another young inmate. It was actually a trio. Um, and he was very cognizant of what he looked like, and he used to get harassed by certain inmates. And he just took in his stride, like, well, so he would say stuff like, well, we're all gonna get raped anyway, so what does it matter, right? Stuff like that. His rhetoric was very kind of like that, like, kind of shrug, like, whatever. um well, one day, I guess, he ended up, he had a very troubled childhood. His parents, this is why he ended up in Youth Authority. And he had mental issues as well on top of this. So I'm sure there was abuse behind his background. But what the inmate was talking about, this is a YouTuber, that one day he went missing in the barracks, in the Youth Authority barracks. And he ended up, I guess his significant other ended up finding him in a closet right next to the showers. And he ended up hanging himself. And for obviously, when they found him dead, um after that area in the showers became cold, like the temperature literally dropped. And then the kids didn't know that the kids were just, they felt something weird, like something's not right in that area. And I guess they did a roll call, right? When lights are out, people do roll call. And then he was explaining, when you need to go to the bathroom, you have to snap your fingers at the COs, at the correction officers, and they shine a light at you, and you get to go to the bathroom, right? Well, that night after, this young man was found hanged, all of a sudden he heard someone snap their fingers. And all of a sudden, the security guard started this. I mean, this is a security guard. This is a big dude. Most of these, security guards are in law enforcement. He screamed. He screamed like he was in terror. Well, when he shined the light, it was this young man. I don't know if this was his ghost. It probably was, but he literally saw this young man snapping his fingers through that area. And they evacuated the dorms, and his parents came. I guess the kid's parents came, the kid that died, to pick up his stuff. And after that, I guess the energy was different. That area was no longer cold, and it never happened again. But between the parents picking up his things and the suicide, that area was just bone chilling cold. And apparently, the correction officer saw this kid's spirit snapping his fingers, like, I want to go to the bathroom. So,
Wow.
this is just an interesting story that this inmate was signing, that, in other words, after that, nobody talked about it. Obviously, nobody talked about it. The correction officer didn't talk about it, but apparently this kid was very much. I wouldn't be surprised if he was into the cult, but he didn't care. You know, some people just don't care. But it was one of those things where it's it's a very interesting story, but like I said, it involves the paranormal, quote unquote. But it makes sense, you know. I think any tragic death, I think that spirit, how Doug talks about it, stays in that vicinity until it finally his parents showing up, I guess, to pick up his things. The presence was no longer there, quote unquote.
Interesting.
So, anyways, this is just one of my discoveries of, quarantine.
Right. I don't know. I mean, I think in prison, there's got to be some demons, right?
Oh, absolutely. Especially, well, from what I've heard, especially with the Hispanic inmates or Mexican inmates, a lot of them do practice Santeria.
Yep.
The whole, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're in solitary confinement, and there's plenty of cases where there's just an inmate in Bakersfield that actually ritually killed an inmate. And the reason why I know this because the inmate had my last name, so that's the reason why I know. He ended up killing him, and I believe he cut his ear off and took his liver. Very just gruesome things that happen in prison. And they say the idle mind is a devil's playground. So I wouldn't be surprised. If I'm quarantining, I have the ability to research just prison life. You can imagine having a life sentence and researching the occult. I mean, you're gonna find something, right?
Absolutely. Well, what else do they have to do?
Right.
And it gets to the point there where you have to. Protection is the biggest thing, right?
Right.
So you can call on the gods for protection. You're basically in prison. You have to you call on anything you can. And that's really the only, almost the last resort. But you're right, there are gang members, certain people who go in there where their families are doing Santeria rituals on behalf of them, or Houdon rituals in the case of the South, in the case of the East Coast. A lot of, not just Santeria, but a lot of Haitian Houdon is practiced in the criminal underworld, let's just say, especially prisons,
Yeah.
So I wouldn't
go ahead.
One bit, Sammy, that
yeah,
that a ghost, or not necessarily a ghost, but a traumatic experience would lead to some sort of spiritual residue, if you will. Till the parents came and grabbed the actual objects of the inmate out of that. And the snapping of the fingers, I mean, that rings true to me. I don't know why. I think it just...
Well, they do that to alert the COs that, because you can't. The thing about youth authority, and this is what the inmate was describing, is because it is a gladiator school. Pretty much picture yourself as a 15, 12-year-old, and because you're in a gang environment, you villainize that person from the other gang. They're no longer human. They're literally your enemy. So you can't just walk up to the bathroom because someone might think you're trying to take a hit on them. Literally they think you have a shank on you. So you just can't sneak up on somebody. And this is what he describes those barracks, where it was an open barrack. So how the procedure is if you want to go to the bathroom, you have to snap your fingers and the CO will shine the light on you. That is, okay, I see you, you can go.
Right.
To avoid any melees. So this is what he described is that the CO heard a snapping of the fingers, but it came from the area of where the kid committed suicide. And
Wow.
when he shined his light, the kid was there.
Ooh.
And the guy literally started screaming like, oh shit, what the F? And everybody was freaked out. And this happened after his parents came to pick up his things, then it kind of like just went away. It is the presence of whatever that was gone.
Well, you've heard me
Yeah.
mention this before about how the essence of the human being is tethered to these inanimate objects that were present at
Right.
the time of the death, and this is what Aquino was taking advantage of with Artilica.
Right.
So, by the way, I want everyone to know that we'll go into that deeper in the near future. I just placed a link into both Brandon Young's and Sammy Romero's private messages because earlier in the show we were opening by talking about the prison system, and this is another example of that world. And so they will go into that either later tonight or on our next episode on Sunday. But right now, let me try and bring Peter Moon on. He did give me an indication that I should give him a try. Let's see if this works, because he doesn't seem to be responding to the fact that I said I would call. So not quite sure if the connection's holding up in Romania. So let me see if I can get back on call first, because I just took myself out of it. Now I'm going to try and add people. There we are. I need to go to the add people, then type in Peter. And okay, everybody cross your fingers, and let's see if this works. We're going to try and bring the Moon Man live from Romania onto the program, and at that point he'll kind of take over. But everybody, I want to hang out to say hello to him, of course, and greet him if he's able to come on. Let's see if that worked. I did add him, but we'll try again. Okay, he should be on call, and that didn't seem to do it. Let's see if that. I think he's on the call. Should he wish to jump on? So, like holding a seance, everybody clasp your hands together and say, "Peter, can you hear us?" We're gonna try and move the planchette here. That's, in case anyone didn't know it, that's the little thing that goes over the board, the wooden board. It's got to be the.
Yes or no?
What was that?
Is it saying yes or no?
So far it's saying no, but no would be a response, right? I mean, like if you were on the Ouija board and you got the response no, something would have to be provoking that response, right?
Well, you yourself, Douglas.
What was that?
You shouldn't be doing the Ouija board yourself, you know.
Yes, that's right.
Only two people.
Yes. Okay, let's see if this works. Add participants again and try this again. Okay, Peter, and he must be on the call. So anytime he wants to jump on, he should be able to jump on theoretically.
I hope he's doing well.
Yeah, I hope. I think so. Yeah, I mean, oh my God, he's in his element. So you should be able to jump onto the call. Tell him that he's seen my messages. I can see that. Okay, you should be able to jump on call. Now. All right, so let's see if I can do this again just to make sure. So he's seen that. There he is. Okay, it worked. So Brandon Young and Samuel Romero and the lovely young Kelsey do say hello to Peter Moon live from Romania.
Hello.
Hello. Who is Kelsey?
Hi, Peter.
Hi, Sammy. Who is Kelsey?
Kelsey's this really young girl that Brandon Young met at the adoption agency, and then he decided to, you know what? She's developed enough where I'm going to take her home without adopting her. I'm going to marry her instead. Oh, tell us about that.
He paid good money for me.
Yes. So, Kelsey, do you have a last name or a family name you could tell to Peter, or you're just going to take the Young name and run with it?
I'll take the Young name and run with it.
Give it a few days, Peter, and he's going to have a hyphenated name. He'll be carrying hers before you know it.
What's the actual story?
Well, it's whatever they'll share later. Obviously, we want to hear yours. So while the connection
This
lasts.
sounds, yours sounds more interesting.
Yes, Kelsey, tell Peter what you're willing to share.
Brandon and I were going to go see you in Seekonk, Massachusetts.
Oh, you're the one that contacted me on Instagram.
Maybe Brandon did, but I don't have an Instagram.
No, I didn't.
Oh no, he
Okay.
didn't. He didn't.
No, that was some other lady.
Okay.
But she had a significant other too, so I guess it wasn't you at the time. Well, I'm supposed to go back to Seekonk. Maybe it'll be in November. That's what JoJo was supposed to get back to me on, but who knows? Maybe it will be. It's not going to be in October.
Oh. Okay.
But anyway, okay. So, but how old are you, Kelsey?
I'm 27.
Okay, so you're
So
I guess what you older, on the older edge of adoption.
Yes. Oh, delightful. But about 10 years younger than Brandon, I think. I'm sorry, I'd better let them talk. Come on, honey.
Well, anyway, I guess that relieves the audience of the burden of having to report.
Yes.
Brandon Young is involved in, human trafficking.
No, we met at work, so it's kind of a boring story. Not as fun as the one that Douglas just told you.
Okay.
But anyhow, Brandon, thank you for your tolerance, Brandon.
Thank you. I love you both, and Peter, all the best, and I hope to see you when you come back, rejuvenated and inspired.
Yes.
It is rejuvenating to be in nature, but it's, I guess what you would say, sort of you have, I guess relative hardships, living in a tent. Relative hardships. It's not that bad, but the nature, your skin is constantly exposed to air and the oxygen that the trees and plants give off. So it is, I guess, rejuvenating. But say, for example, the neck got a little crinked because I've been sleeping on the mattress without any sort of pillow, just homemade pillows, whether it be a sweatshirt or a towel. Oh. And then I, did a lot of qigong on it yesterday. And in fact, I was showing people how to relieve their own neck pain. So I was doing the exercise with them and got better and better. So, yeah, it's you have to maintain yourself. But this is what, human beings walked around all the time. They did stuff. They were physical. Yeah. So they had much less problems when it came to nagging aches and stuff like that. Yes. They were working all the time in the fields, whatever. So it's actually healthy for you. Yes. How they did for disease and medicine and all that is a whole different issue.
Yes. Well, yeah, go on.
So you're going to want to know, okay, I spoke to you on last Sunday, which would have been my Monday morning.
That's right.
And
it's Thursday now where you're at, right?
Yes, and this is our last day at Atlanticron.
Right.
Atlanticron used to start, it starts on a Saturday. It always starts on a Saturday, but I would sometimes in the early days get here on a Friday. And it's a big opening ceremony with fireworks, which I did not attend. I've seen enough fireworks in my life. I'm not going to come an extra day to see the fireworks.
Yes, there was one time near the 4th of July. It was actually Juneteenth. It sounded like you were in a war zone. Go on.
Well, this was, so but it would start on Saturday and go all the way to the following Saturday would be the last day with a ceremony. And Sunday people would take off. Now, this time people started taking off on Friday, so they did the ceremony on Friday instead of Saturday, and then tonight's going to be on Thursday, and everybody will start not everybody, most people will be leaving tomorrow. A few will stay behind. Then they have to clean up the whole island, which is an extensive job that none of us regular attendees or guests ever get to see, or really want to see. Because because it's just extensive work. I mean, they have to go and comb off every beer can or whatever debris is left on the island to the best of the ability. This is a protected site. And, all the electricity cables go away. It just returns to being a natural island. And then, of course, what you're saying is your home being taken away.
Yeah,
because you've been here for a week, and it's I've been here so many times. It's not funny. So it's and as I say, when I came out, there was nobody here. There's a few people starting to walk around because they stayed up late last night. They had I didn't attend. I had to leave after about an hour of the presentation because it's all in Romanian, and frankly, it sounded boring in Romanian. So, I had to depart. And like, say, the night before, there were all sorts of people out in the cantina, and I stayed up late. And this time I just talked to my friend Greg. It's a good conversation. And then over the loudspeakers came the author. I forget her name, but I have her book about Dracula. She wrote the book on how Bram Stoker's novel is a complete, railroading by the British to obfuscate.
It's basically
I think it's
a character assassination campaign. Go on.
Yes, yeah, exactly, on Romania. Yeah. And I was listening, and then I heard the woman talking, it was too detailed for me. If I started at the beginning of the presentation, but I thought it was tedious, even because it was in English, and she is Romanian in Canada. But I would have listened to her out of respect. But by the time I knew she was talking, it was too late. So I do want to finish reading her book someday.
Yes,
but she's gone into just laborious detail about the people who own the railroads that Dracula is traveling on to get to London or to get back to his home country. I mean, it's laborious.
Wow. Well, it certainly sounds thorough, and please let her know if there's a copy of the book in English.
I don't really know her. Okay. She's a friend of Cornelio, who's on the board of World Genesis Foundation with me, and he's a politician in Canada who was, I guess he had held office as the equivalent of a congressman in Canada.
Wow.
And I think he was running for office. I don't know if he won. He understands politics, but he spends a lot of his time in Bonaire, which is in the southern part of the Caribbean. Is it technically the Caribbean? I'm not sure. It's just north of Venezuela, part of the Netherlands Antilles.
Okay, yeah, definitely in the Caribbean, but from what you're saying, still part of the Dutch-speaking world, really, at least in the touristy sense. And but that's incredible. I'm very impressed by the angle she's taken, and I appreciate it. I certainly can see that Bram Stoker, who was basically Irish, ethnically Irish himself, so he was kind of considered almost like a house nigger by many other Irish people, and he was adored by the British for producing this oh-so-Victorian novel, which of course Peter Moon encountered when he was really young, and it impressed him deeply. He read the entire novel, and which is quite an accomplishment because it's very long. But I could see it easily as an assassination of the national character of Romania, and so I'm intrigued enough I hope I get an opportunity to read her book when you're done with it. You could lend it to me if you're open to that. Other than that, please go on.
It would be easier and better to buy you another one.
Sounds good.
The thing is, in that stack of voluminous books you have, it could get lost.
Too true. You know me too well.
Well, I mean, yeah, some people are hoarders of books. You're hoarders of libraries.
Yes. And by the way, just so people know, Diane Hillis Buchberger in the private messages reminds me of the fact that I've been told by many people who have researched this very extensively, and that includes the old VA bureaucrat who is a dear friend of mine, Paul Mosslander, that basically it was a lady who wrote the original Dracula book, and basically Bram Stoker plagiarized her, stole her ideas, and put it into English.
And did he convolute the geopolitics about it, or did she put that in there too?
Oh, apparently, my impression was he convoluted the geopolitics. That's an excellent question. And by the way, when it comes to people who are skeptical of this, understand that he, quote unquote, also wrote a book called The Mummy. But if you ever take a look at The Mummy, written by Bram Stoker, which apparently he really truly wrote himself, it's like written by a completely different person. You wouldn't believe that they were the same author, and most people at that point, this is why you never hear of Bram Stoker's The Mummy, but you always hear of Bram Stoker's Dracula, because it was really written by a lady and he simply took the template and overfaced it, whereas with The Mummy that he wrote completely by himself, it's illegible. It's apparently unreadable from what most critics say. But Diane lives in Canada. She's curious if you can tell that ex-politician's name, the Romanian who is the friend with her again. He has an almost Latin... Cornelio. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Well, what was I going to say? The Dracula. Well, the Dracula theme I didn't expect to be talking about this morning at all, but I might as well,
yes.
Because it did come up last night, of course. And what I think gripped me about, there were two things that gripped me about the novel. Well, maybe three things. One thing is it's like, what is this, Dracula theme, which wasn't nearly exploited to the extent it has been now with cinema.
Right.
But at that time, the movie, the Bela Lugosi movie, had made a lasting and deep impression on me. A far more deeper impression than say Frankenstein, which did make an impression on me. And of course, my favorite was the Wolfman. He was my favorite character. And that movie is considered the best, the original Wolfman movie. It's considered a classic just for its dramatic skill or whatever.
Oh, they all are. The original Frankenstein, Dracula, and Wolfman. Go on.
Yeah, and those were the three classics to me. And, The Mummy doesn't quite live up to it. And I didn't even realize it was Boris Karloff. But with Dracula, what gripped me about it was of course the story had made an impression on me, or the movie, and then the dramatic pacing of the novel. In other words, if you start reading it and get into it, the story gripped me like wow. But the first thing and the other thing that gripped me was which was the hook for me. I began to learn a lot more about the character, and that the character had extreme paranormal abilities.
Yes.
That were just, I was going to say ungodly, but the guy could do stuff. He could do stuff, and as I read it, I said, I didn't know he had all these powers to do these things. Like he could crawl up walls, he could command bugs. He had a lot of skills that were just paranormal. And I said, wow, what if he used all his skills for positive? Now this type of thinking inside of me is what led me to dream of the white bat.
Yes.
Which was calling me from Romania.
Yes.
Somebody was just telling me about all these different species of bats they have in Romania. And so I was attracted to the positive, I guess, inside of my own psyche when I read that. But then that kind of gripped me. Who is this character? He was certainly different than had been portrayed in the Bela Lugosi movie. And he was incredibly cunning and incredibly skilled at maneuvering. When you excuse me, when you
No
look
worries.
back at it though, he was only carving out a small piece of real estate
Right.
in England. I mean, it was an intricate, complex maneuver just to get one small piece of real estate. And once he got that real estate, he was, he had to, I guess what you call, not invite suspicion on himself, which was very hard for him to do.
Right.
And eventually he does invite suspicion. And, Von Helsing comes on the scene, and then he becomes the, I guess what you call, antagonist. Dracula's the protagonist. I guess it's kind of an inversion, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Van
The
Helsing is
anti-hero.
the hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, Van Helsing is the hero, but he's the antagonist to Dracula, and all the way to the very last moments of the novel is this drama going on. Is this great pale get neutralized. So I've never watched the Francis Ford Coppola version from start to finish. Never had the patience to sit down and watch the whole thing. The elements of it, I mean, it's a very well done movie. It tends to, follow the novel certainly far more than the Bela Lugosi movie did, which was just a complete hack of the novel. Although the movie is actually not considered to be very good because it just kind of ends. It just kind of didn't. It just, there's an abrupt ending. It just kind of doesn't have. It's got a certain amount of. It's just like. It should have probably been another 20 minutes long. With maybe some more drama in it. But it just kind of abruptly ends.
Are we talking about the famous
Bela Lugosi movie?
Okay, the Bela
Lugosi
Lugosi
movie.
film, right? That's right. And then the sequel just didn't jibe. They didn't fit. It did. Dracula's Daughter was the sequel, right? That Universal Studios.
I don't know. That was there was the son of Dracula, and with Lon Chaney as Dracula, and then there was the Dracula's Daughter. But those movies are just Hollywood.
Yeah.
Let's do another movie.
Right. Sad. It was sad.
I don't know how much capital exploitation there was in those days of those sequels. Let's just make another movie. What are we going to do next? We got to do something. Whereas today you're always trying to capitalize. Hollywood's always trying to capitalize on some, derivative or knockoff, or let's do another. What is that Top Gun things?
Oh, yes.
Tom Cruise.
Yes.
I don't watch those. I think I saw.
Reboots.
Might have seen the first one.
Yeah.
But it certainly was not memorable, and I had no desire whatsoever to see any of these movies. They might be good for all I know. They just didn't. I find myself repelled by movies, just the whole idea of them.
I
I
understand.
did want to see that. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I said I understand completely. Yes, you didn't want to see. What were you going to say? I interrupted. So sorry.
No, I wanted to see this movie, this Marvel Comics movie that my friend told me about. That had to do with the theme of the anti-gods and the swastika.
Okay.
I wanted to see that just because of my work with you, though. That's why I wanted to see it,
Understood.
because they were playing off some of those esoteric themes, which I found.
Do you know which one that was? I don't even know which one that is.
It's about Thor.
Oh, Thor's
I forget the
hammer
name.
or something. Hammer of Thor, I think, is
Yeah,
something like that.
I think that it just came out in the last couple of months.
Okay.
So, but back to Dracula. Before I went to bed, I ran into Heather in the cantina and was commenting, or talking about our trip to Transylvania. And, she mentioned that, she had been there before. And I said, well, not really, because she'd been to Brasov, which is on the border of Transylvania. It is in Transylvania. And that's completely why they put the Bronn Castle there, or why they chose Bronn Castle to be the called Dracula's Castle and to make it a tourist industry. Now, somebody told me, and I never heard this, and I don't know that it's true, that the historical Dracula had actually built the castle. But historically, he never lived in it.
Right.
I don't know that he built it at all. That might be a story.
Right.
Because you could say, I just don't know. It's something I have to look into. I don't believe it's true.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be.
Yes.
But he didn't live there. It's said that he might have spent 2 weeks there, at best.
Interesting.
But it could be some digger deeping. But what I was going to say was, so I think she was there on her first trip here, and I mentioned to her that I guess David went there on his first trip, because that, when you're being introduced to Romania, your people will take you there if you're being shown around. This is our version of, Hearst Castle.
Right.
Except that nobody really even knows what Hearst Castle is.
Yeah, and if you could give our listeners a little bit of the background there. And by the way, how are you holding up with your voice? You sound good, but do you need like a throat lozenge or anything? I wish I could offer you.
If I do, I don't have one.
Oh,
I have a bottle of water.
Okay. Yeah. But you sound good. You sound good. I was just curious because I just wanted to make sure, because I know that when you're outdoors, like you were saying, you can get dry pretty quickly.
Chilly. It's a little chilly, but I don't feel inclined to have a sweatshirt. I thought of putting on some long pants, but they're not necessary. It's been rather cool here. Not cool. It's hot. I mean, you can go out and get a sunburn easily, but it's not been overheated here.
Okay. Yeah, and by the way, how come you didn't get on, how did they hold a raffle or something? How come some people get to sleep on the boats, or is that even an advantage, or was I miscommunicating that? I always had the impression...
No, there's less boats, and there are people designated for them, and, I told him I'd take a boat or a tent, and he gave me a tent. I didn't care.
Okay.
And the tent is actually more comfortable.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, good.
It depends. I'm going to have to sneeze just a second.
Oh, yeah. While you're sneezing, I'll burn bandwidth. Just so people know, the Diane Hillis Buchberger brought me a link that reminded me, now that I'm looking at this, it does all come back to me. I've known of this before, but it's one of those things that I've forgotten. So I thank Diane so much for bringing it back to me. Emily Gerard. Gerard, her surname, family name is spelled Gerard. Emily Gerard. She was the lady from the wealthy family, and she was the Scotswoman who had an officer in the Austrian army. And therefore, her husband had been to Transylvania because it had been part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. What they used to say was Austro-Hunnish. And so...
Excuse me, Doug. Yeah. Douglas, I'm going to... you just keep talking. I'm going to go back to my tent and get some tissue just to blow my nose.
Sounds good.
Talking.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
I'll keep talking. And so basically... when her husband was posted in Transylvania, she basically, those were around the years 1883 through 1885, and that's when she researched and wrote about the social history of the area. So her article, you know how these columns later expanded to books, was titled Transylvanian Superstitions, and that included material on the vampire myth, and this was, of course, expanded into a book, The Land Beyond the Forests, Facts, Figures, and Fancies from Transylvania, published in 1888. And that was more than a collection of folkloric anecdotes. It was also providing the English reading public a survey of the customs and traditions of that exotic location. So she presented, of course, the backstory of Die Dracula, Dracula, and that was then taken by Bram Stoker. But she was probably the lady, along with some other woman who Diane Hillis burger reminds me of, yet whose name I don't remember. We're both trying to search for that now. Hopefully we'll remember it eventually. There was another lady who actually wrote Dracula the Undead. This was a story that was then taken and basically, plagiarized by Bram Stoker. And therefore, it was just another case where the patriarchy prevails and the man steals the lady's work, as happened with, of course, Rosalind Franklin and her work being taken by Watson and Crick. And so there you go. I mean, basically, that's the bare
I'm back
bones.
now with.
Yeah. Okay, you're back with us.
Did you finish?
Yes. So I'm finished with that.
I'm back now with a roll of tissue if I need it.
Wonderful.
So, where were we talking about? Oh, yeah. So, at the cantina last night, I was, there's such a difference between, crossing the Carpathians into Brasov, which is quite beautiful town, and there's a beautiful right near Brasov as you come into Transylvania. There's it's coming in. I should say you come in different ways. If you come in from the east, a beautiful little grove called Shinkaveke, and this is like it's just I guess what you call a stream, a brook. It's almost a waterfall, but it's too tiny to be a waterfall. It's a cascade of water coming out of the are we still here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're here.
Okay. My screen flashed. Coming out of the hill or the mountain. Oh, it's hard to call it a mountain, but and then there's all these beautiful trees and ferns. It's just like it's a grove, but you walk up and there's nicely placed steps so you can walk up. Some are trails, some are steps. I think it's mostly trails.
Wow.
And then at the bottom, there's all these caves.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go in the caves because there's a monastery at the top of the promontory, and they have concessions down in and around the caves. So you can only go into the cave about, so many yards. It's not that. But then there's these supports of beams under the pretense. I suppose it's under the pretense that it's dangerous, but those caves are ancient, and they go deep into the mountain. But if you, I suppose you could sneak past one, but you really could. But why would you do that?
Right.
Getting yourself in some sort of trouble, literal trouble, or trouble with the authorities.
Right.
People disappearing in caves is a problem. I don't know how big the problem is here, but it does happen.
Yeah.
Um,
It happens often enough where I would be leery of going in without a guide. I can guarantee you that.
Yes. And we have been advised to be very careful if we do indeed get to enter the cave in Choclavina. But from one of my friends who has been there. But back to, so anyway, but I'm saying this part of Transylvania is very different than when you drive across the plain about 2 hours to Sibiu, which is the southern part of Transylvania as well, north of the Reditsats Mountains, which I've been told to go to, which I've never had the opportunity. And then you go from there into about an hour, maybe a little more into the mountains of where Sarmisegetusa is, where all of the interesting stuff that Radu writes about, not close to the Sphinx, but the other stuff in the Valley of the Golden Thrones, which is where I'll be going. To me, that's certainly the most interesting charged place.
Right.
But anyway, I was talking to her. She said it was, I don't know, she was having a hard time following it as well, the presentation.
Okay.
But I said, I started talking about how when David first went here, he went to the castle and saw this painting that looked exactly like him from when he was young.
Wow.
And he was very, very struck by that. And and I mentioned it to her. She says, "Oh yeah." She says, "I know. I saw it."
Wow.
I said, Were you with him when he saw it?" She says, "No, I went separately, but I noticed it." I said, "You didn't notice it? He didn't tell you this?" "No." She said, "I didn't. He didn't tell me. I noticed it. He looked just like him." So I said, "So this is the first time I've ever had an interest in going to the castle," because when he told me, I thought, okay, maybe he's just misidentifying it. When she tells me, I said, okay, that's two people.
Right.
See the likeness of him. I said, no, maybe I want to go. I said, what the hell? I'll just see if I can find a YouTube on it.
Right.
I don't know that I actually want to go there.
I understand what you mean. When he says it, you think maybe he's flattering himself. But when somebody else says it, then that adds true credence to it. Yeah, that other people see the similarity, then that means it's truly observable.
Well, yeah, but I also thought that I think I did see a picture once. I did look, and I saw something that looked like him, but not that much. So I thought he might have been, I said, well, so maybe I didn't see the right one. But whatever the case, whatever it might be, it interested me a little bit more. Maybe there's some more truth to that. David also mentioned, because he's been talking with us every night with the ham radio program, but he's not really talking much. He's just holding the fort. He's got kids with ham radio in Arizona talking with kids here. That's the idea of it. And he will kind of MC from that end. And Heather will MC from this end. And I will chime in here and there, but it's not like really we're talking about anything. But it's basically about we're talking about ham radio, the use of radio waves, how important they are, how everything is a radio wave. Everything you see is a radio wave. It has a frequency, a signature. And then there are, last night it was on astronomy, but it was really funny. Kids were supposed to get up and talk about their traditions and superstitions of their country. And some of them didn't get it, and they get up, and some of them are pretty young. And one kid got up and asked David about Area 51. I was like, what the hell? Why is he asking this question? And we all thought it was funny. He doesn't even know who David is, He's asking about Area 51. So, you're not supposed to ask questions. You're supposed to talk about your own country's superstitions. And I think I went and answered his question yesterday. I said, oh yeah, what was that you asked about Area 51? He says, I want to know if it's real. I said, yeah, it's real.
Wow. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, that goes to show for some people, they hear about this sort of thing and it does sound so fantastical that to them it may as well be like a myth, an American superstition, an urban legend. So I'm glad you clarified that.
And he's only a small little kid. So you think like, I remember my nephews, this is many years ago, 10 years ago, more, they used to, they watched the History Channel or whatnot. And they kind of, thought they knew everything about everything, but it really didn't. I don't know how seriously they took any of it. They knew all the stories of Area 51. This area. In fact, one of my nephews now works. He doesn't work at Area 51, but he works close enough at Edwards Air Force Base in a high security aspect of I think he just services, computers, helps people with their hardware needs. He's very good at that. But anyway, so back to, but that was just an interesting thing about we can leave the Dracula theme. But I said to my friend Greg here, I said, if had Douglas talk about vampires here, he'd have the whole island on fire.
Yes.
It's I don't know, out vampire the Romanians. You think it's a legend? Look at this,
Yes, I'd love to have that opportunity someday. Yes.
I don't know, having you on I was thinking about having you on the island. What would it be? Now, these people are very accepting.
Yes.
They're very accepting because it's not like Americans who, know everything.
Yeah.
They know everything about everything.
Right. That's how they're disgusting, because Americans think that it's a weakness to ever display any ignorance. And so the unspoken rule is pretend that you already knew. And so, yes, you can't teach them anything because they already knew. This is the facade they have to continually convey, and it makes everything just unbearable. But go on, other places.
Well, it's just and not to have an open mind. In fact, one of my friends, I don't know if I mentioned him, Andre. There's many Andres here. He showed me around the island on my first time here, and he's this vagabond who travels around the world. He's been to Tibet, he's been to Kilimanjaro, he's been to the Amazon, and I always, and he had actually showed up at my last meeting in Bucharest with my friend Andre Kyriak, who's doing the movie Egregore on Vlad Tepes, which premieres next week. I'm supposed to meet with Andre in 2 days. When I had met, and he had arranged for my staying at Chakovina last trip.
Yeah.
Now I have another friend who went with me, and he now knows the guy, and he's arranged this. But what was interesting about Andre is, he showed up in the mall. I mean, I hadn't seen this guy, and what the hell are you doing here? Why are you here? I knew him for years. One of the first people I met in Romania, and he, as I say, he's actually in the movie. He's got a big part in the movie. He plays a knight. And I think I did talk about him last broadcast, but I said, I want to do a docu. I was asking him, so what do you do for a living? I can never get an answer out of him. Right. I think I did get an answer, but the answer didn't stick.
Right.
So I want to make a movie out of him, or not a movie, a little mockumentary of 12 minutes. Like, what does this man do for a living?
Right.
And you have him walking around the island, doing stuff, asking people for money. I don't know what, he'd play along with it probably. and finally, he was out doing yoga at the beach, and afterwards, one of my friends we were sitting around her camp, and he says, yeah, he did photography for a cruise ship, and then he made a lot of money doing photography on a cruise ship, a fair amount of money, and then he would do tours for rich people, very rich people, that wouldn't want the standard, tour to an area. He would take them, into Kilimanjaro, where not on Kilimanjaro, but in Africa, where he had to, run from a rhino, because this one stupid lady, the guide says, don't approach the rhino.
Right.
And she oh no, I got to get a photograph. So she gets the photograph, and the rhino comes after them.
And oh my God!
Rhinos run fast.
Yes.
I don't know the whole details of the story. Another one where he ran up against a big snake. I don't know whether it was in the Amazon or in Indonesia, and he's had some harrowing experiences. But I was more interested in how he made his money.
Right.
Than his harrowing experiences.
Yes.
Because it was just very mysterious, and he does travel. As I say, he's been into Tibet on a Romanian passport, and it wasn't easy to get it in. But he says he had a friend that knew somebody at the Chinese, I think a girl he knew at the Chinese embassy.
Mm-hmm.
And she told the guy, "Oh, give him the passport, or the visa rather. Give him the visa." So they gave him a visa into China and to Tibet, but he got in, and he went to Tibet. I said, it helps being a Romanian, doesn't it? He goes, yeah, but he also knew somebody that shows how fickle, you know. And I don't know, you know. No, you can't come. You can't come. You can't come.
Right.
Oh, but I know so and so. Okay, that is such a good trick in life.
Yes,
If you know somebody,
it is.
I can't, you know, I can't get into the White House. Well, that might be a lot more tricky, but you could still get in.
Right.
You know,
Right.
if you knew the right person or made the right bribe,
Yes.
you could go in. You could go in as a plumber. You gotta fix the leak in Joe Biden's toilet.
Yes.
You know, Hunter was in here and he clogged it up. So, anyway, we're going to have the premiere of that movie, and we'll see. We'll see what transpires.
Yes.
A lot has transpired on the island, and most of it, like I've had the worst attendance ever for my qigong, and the yoga has not done any better because it conflicts
Right.
with other programs. It's just, you know, this stuff is not happening,
Right.
but it is happening.
Yes.
But what happened is I'm doing a lot of individual instruction. People will come up to me because I said, you know, come up to me, and we have these two ladies from Turkey who are doing clay.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing pottery, and they've got this one of their, I guess he is a student. He was probably their student, but he could probably teach them. He's a savant with ceramics.
Yes.
And they're using the tent I was in the other day, so I don't have that tent. They got all their stuff in that tent. I had the idea that if I'm going to do this workshop in Choclavina next year, I realized that we're doing the Dreamcatcher workshop where, you know, all these people, adults and kids both, are making, Heather's teaching them how to make dream catchers.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them are quite beautiful.
Right.
Mine is I'm very modest about mine. You know, people will look at, oh, that looks nice, but there's so much nicer ones. This last year's was an abortion, but it worked. I made it.
Yes.
This one, the materials are better, and I'm making it. I hope to. I've been using it.
Yes.
The
Great.
dream, and I realized I need to take this dream catching workshop theme to Choclavina because it's about dreams. It's about activating dreams. This is what started the whole Earth Week. So I said, if we're going to be doing dreams, we better make dream catchers.
Yes.
Everybody must make a dream catcher. That's part of the theme, because when you start making the dream catcher, you start activating the process.
Yes.
And somehow, I don't know what, I said, well, we've got to do activities besides just sitting there talking and yapping.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, we need to do something with clay. And my friend had said in Bucharest that I met with, she said, oh, there's a special type of clay that they have in Orăștia, which is where I stayed the first time in Transylvania, the monastery. She said, there's some clay near that town. I don't know exactly where it is, but I should find it. And then so you get the clay. Now, the Turkish ladies were waiting for the clay to come in. I mean, their workshop it's an ongoing workshop. It's just, they're just sitting there taking people I could go over there and make a piece of pottery, but they don't have a kiln to fire it up and preserve it. And I'm not going to take it home with me anyway. So I'm not going to do it.
Right.
It would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got this, savant kid who's, he doesn't speak English, but he showed me all his stuff he's just incredible what this guy does with ceramics.
Wow.
Like he can take different pieces and make a fish, make a bird. It's just beautiful. And the two ladies are very interesting. So I'm thinking of having, so I've got the mud ladies.
I
Mud ladies.
love that.
That's not right.
Yeah.
That's not right. Yeah. It's not right. But I said, well, maybe they can come. I've got the mud. Maybe they can come. Well, actually, one of them grew up not far from here, and she's very beautiful. She's very, but she knows, her parents are Turkish, and she knows Romanian, she knows Turkish, she knows English very well. They're professors of art history. So I started telling them about Jose Arguelles. They're not professors of history, they're professors of art.
Right.
They teach art in a university in Turkey, in Istanbul. So
incredible.
It's get a little more international here.
Right. Oh yes,
so,
true.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to talk to all these different people that, and as you talk and you get deeper into the networking from previous years. There was one man, it's his first time here, and there were a group of us. I guess at night he had the guests and I don't know what you call them, the brain trust of Atlanticron, or some of them, serving wine and snacks at night at the boat. And this one guy was a doctor, and I couldn't believe how advanced he was in his thinking. He knew about ozone therapy, and he just was quite incredible in terms of his knowledge base. Then when I was having breakfast at my friend's camp over there with Andre, I met this other lady. This is a funny story. One of her son's name is Monad. I had met Monad earlier. He's a young kid, like 9 or so. What kind of name is Monad? Well, she told me where the name came from. Her husband chose it. It comes from Greek. It means unique. Goes back to a root word that means unique.
Interesting.
And then I talking to her, and she's a dentist. So I started talking to her about, the implants I got that I didn't really want to have, and about growing teeth. She knew exactly what I was talking about. She says, this doctor, his name is Serene, he's trying to get her interested in it because he's trying to, create some action on it to actually get, it's not his field because he's a doctor, she's a dentist, and he's trying, they're willing to learn and explore. Whereas in America, there's some people doing it, but it's just an attitude. I don't know. Maybe they don't put much attention on it because, I don't know, Americans are just not as smart.
Yes. Yeah.
And the guys that are doing it, they're going up against, in America, they're going up against the wall of America, the dental association that's not going to make money off of. It's not going to make enough money. They make more money off of implants and stuff. So it's so money driven. But it's just interesting to see the innovative, creative thinking that is so much more sensible than what we find in America. Then this kid Monad comes up to me later in the day because he was part of a program where they were teaching kids about business and marketing.
Yeah.
And he just comes up to the table where I'm at with a couple of the people, and I asked him what he wanted or something, and he just kind of comes up, and I don't know whether he had a backpack with him, and he said, I think he had a sign, and basically I picked up very soon that, he was selling something because this is what they were they're doing. I think I had, I bought a rune the other day for one layout, which was like a protective rune for 20 cents. A kid, about 20 cents. I gave him, it's like a bill with one on it. And okay, good, I could use protection. He'd come up, what he's selling. He says, I have water and I have beer. Well, I had 2 bottles of water, so I didn't want the water. So I said I'd take a beer to, placate him, help him with his program.
Right.
Make him feel like he sold something.
Right.
And I don't drink beer, but I took it, and how much was it? It was like $1.50 or something, the equivalent of $1.50, which I guess is a good price for a beer, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's a decent price for a Coke, I guess. So anyway, I bought the beer, and I think I drank about half of it. Then later I realized, I said, God, this is a minor selling beer.
Well, in Europe, that's hardly a stir.
Well, it's just the whole idea of it. Like I wasn't selling him a beer. That would have been worse.
Yes.
Um, a miner selling beer. He's just doing an extra. He's got a whole backpack full of beer, walking around with beer and water,
Oh, that's so funny.
um, learning how to sell.
Yeah, the Romanian
And
version of lemonade. Yes, go.
well, I think they like the wine better,
Mm,
although there's plenty of beer.
good point, well
And
taken.
and then last night, well, actually in the day, this guy who's across from my tent, he sees me drinking this bottle of red, and he says, "What is that?" I said, "It's super beet juice." I said, "It's beets." And he called out my name. He knew who I was. Very thick Romanian accent. And I saw him in the cantina last night, and I got to know him a little bit because all the people he was kind of hanging around with, or I know they're Romanians, but they don't really know me because they take me on the boat for years, so they recognize me. But we never talk because they don't speak English. And this guy, it turned out he was the border police who had to deal with my friend Vonda. I've told that story, years ago.
That's
He
right.
remembers. So he was the actual guy who had to deal with her when she was not arrested, but
Oh my
you know,
God.
taken into the local hut.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't a precinct, to figure out what's this woman doing here, lost and can't find the key, poking around the wrong gate. So it's funny. I'm meeting somebody who was part of some incident 9 years ago.
That's incredible.
Putting the incident together. Oh yeah, he remembered Vonda. He remembered her very well.
Wow.
And it's just funny. It's like there's so much. And one of the Turkish ladies, when she heard my name, oh yes, I remember you. Maybe we met, but she was. My name gets blasted about, so I become a familiar character, and so hopefully,
That's usually
hopefully I can get.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I can, and they're into astrology and stuff, so that they're and their art. It's like to bring artists into it is really beautiful, and to play on their wisdom. When I go to Choclavina in next year, I don't plan on, necessarily at all, talking about myself or my own work. I want to get everybody's wisdom cooking and their dreams going.
Yeah.
This is not about my dream. I'm not even sure what the hell my dream is in all this, except that when I talked to Stephanie South and I heard what Jose Arguelles had done, I'm kind of like recharging his dream
Right.
into the context of my own work. And it charges her dream, but she's there, got the legacy of his work. And this was all started at Shasta. This is where it was conceived. It was conceived on a new moon. So that's a very good sign. And then, of course, I'm trying to interest David in Choclavina, and he has generously loaned us his spectrum analyzer. I didn't know, and I don't know how expensive it is, but Heather says, I don't know how to use it. Maybe we can find somebody who knows how to use it, and so you can use it. And I asked my friend Greg, who's, come with me. He's an engineer. He's a quality control engineer. He knows exactly how to use it. So, boom, what we'll find with the spectrum analyzer. But it's interesting because when I had spoken to David a couple years ago or something, and I had asked him, he was on a conference call with us for World Genesis Foundation, and I asked him about the white noise component somewhere. And I don't remember in what context. He knew exactly what I was talking about. He knew exactly. And this is a concept that tends to confuse people. And white noise, and if you look at Wikipedia, and if you're careful enough, they explain why it confuses people. Because white noise is the sum total of all frequency. And but what happens is, to talk about white noise, people reduce the definition, because you can't you can't possibly take all of infinity and put it into finite descriptions. That's basically what you're doing. You could say that white noise is infinity. It represents infinity, the sum total of all frequencies. Think about that. The sum total of all frequencies is infinity, because infinity has a limitless number of frequencies. It would have to by definition.
Right.
So the only one ever who had a clue was my Qigong teacher. He knew exactly what I was talking about. But because I mentioned it one time, he just, his eyes told me everything. Yeah. It's the sum total. So if you're going to start measuring infinity or reducing it to finite circumstances, such as we have on Earth, when the Earth spins and begins to, I'm talking about before it's a planet like it is, but when the spinning, it goes into rotation, it starts to spin, it just starts making finite configurations, much like you would on a potter's wheel. You're taking a piece of clay, it's wet, and then you start molding it into a shape. The Earth has molded itself into a shape which changes from time to time, but it takes on finite characteristics. Everything stemming from, an aspect of the infinite, coming in from the black hole in the center of the Earth and all the other celestial bodies. So when I'm fishing for white noise, I'm fishing for, I don't know how good this spectrum analyzer is, but I know it's significant. I can't tell you how expensive it is. I just don't know. But I have somebody who, and it's got its little nuances to it. He even pointed out, he says, well, this is the transmission we're listening to now, but look, the signal's not disappearing. I don't know if there's a lag or whatnot, but so we'll see. What I'm fishing for is something that would be representative of white noise, that would indicate there's something happening here which is extra special or extraordinary. The president said that white noise was used to correlate the entire apparatus at Montauk. It was the, which is what made everything coherent as far as doing a time operation. It's very specifically delineated in the Montauk project. And I, have referred back to that in this pursuit. So, I'm not stuck on that. My clairvoyant friend said I would do better with dowsing. Suggested a particular type of dowsing rod. And then it was suggested to me I might do better dowsing with my own body and just feeling this, that, or the other thing. Not that I'm frequently indulge in such things, but when you just sit there and look at your own, who am I, what am I doing here, where you want to go. When we first discovered this scout camp, my friend Joan Roth, she was very impressed by the fact that when we came to the fork in the road, they said, which way do we go? And I said, well, that way goes to the cave, but this is the mountain. Why don't we go up the mountain and see what's there? She was completely impressed with that I just, wanted to go and check this out. I don't know. I was just kind of curious. It was no big, I knew what went that way, but I didn't know what went that way. And as I said, we went far up the mountain, and then it got a little precarious. We said, we're going too high. This is hard. I don't know. So we precariously turned the van around, and we saw these kids coming up the hill, up of a ravine or a gully. They weren't going on the road. Who the hell are these kids? Why are they here? Why are they now? And they told us, we're going to a scout camp. We're scouts. We're going up to a camp. We asked them something. They said, go see German. He knows everything. So we precariously turned the van around and went up. They said it's only about 300 meters away. We were almost there.
Oh my God.
And we were greeted like old friends, which is astounding in itself. And this is my grappling hook into Choclavina. Whereas the previous trip, 2 years earlier, I had wanted to stay in a tent by the cave,
Right.
which would have been not fun.
Right.
I mean, it's, you know, because at the scout camp, you at least have an indoors.
Yeah.
And if push comes to shove, you can go lay on a bed.
Yes.
You know, you can be indoors. You don't really want to be indoors too much unless you're resting, or unless maybe, you know, at night or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it's like, you know, one step, all these different steps. And then I also had one of the highlights, I think, has been my conversations with Theodore Vaseli. He is like the Grand Master of Freemasonry in Romania, and I've known him for he's one of the back from when I first came here, 2008. We've known each other 14 years.
Wow.
And he's even come with me. He came with me once to Sarmacejatuza. He came, where'd he come? He conducted a meditation at the Sphinx. And then he brings his students. So we've had a lot of history together. And it's all based upon Alanicron, but we got him, Vonda really hit it off with him. She liked him, and we invited him to our dinner that we had at the beginning of that tour in Bucharest. Best restaurant I've ever been to. It doesn't exist anymore. It was all raw food, but it was great. They even knew who I was. That was great too. But I mean, not that it really meant anything, but it was strawberries. It was just such a great restaurant. Yeah. And anyway,
why do you think it disappeared? Why did they close down?
Business, you know, things ran out of business. You know, I don't know. Who the hell knows? Maybe the owner died. I don't know. I didn't get all the details. I only went there once, but we, you know, I got up in front of everybody and told everybody how wonderful he was, and he decided to come with us, which was great. They tried to, my friends that own the hotel up there, they tried to give him a free room, but he wouldn't let them, you know, because I guess they felt he was muy importante. So, you know, he talked to me and just, you know, it was like he emphasized what good friends we were and how much I had served Romania. And I had taught him about the Solomonari as well.
Right.
And it was very moving because, you know, he had told me about 7 gates. It's like I felt like gate was being opened with him because he represents a lot of authority in the world of Freemasonry. But like he says, I don't deny who I am. So I have many friends. He's also part of the Knights of Malta. He has a special dispensation to serve on them because he's not Catholic, he's Orthodox.
Interesting.
But when I say he's Orthodox, it's sort of like you being Serbian Orthodox.
Right.
You know, he sees beyond that veil.
Yes.
And it's like, you know, I'm talking to somebody who sees beyond veils, because you can have lodges that are corrupt because they're full of human beings.
Yes.
And, you know, it's like you're dealing with a duality.
Yes. You
know, a duality. And he congratulated me on the publication of your book.
Oh, that's so wonderful.
That's the first thing he said to me.
Incredible.
When I saw him, I said, how the hell does he even know about this?
Yeah.
He might know through his own Freemasonry channels.
It must be.
How the hell do I know?
Yeah.
He's not proud of his English. He speaks it adequately for me. Mm-hmm. But then he will apologize for it because maybe but as I say, he does speak English. He's been in New York, you know, not recently, like 15 years ago. He you know, he's a psychologist. He teaches at the university. but he has books all over. He has some books in English. But yeah, he's just been exposed to a lot of stuff. So, he just emphasized our friendship, and I felt a door opening for me.
Yeah.
And he invited me for tea. Your favorite dish, tea. He
Yes,
invited me.
that's right.
I would much rather it be tea than liquor, although he's certainly quite capable of consuming that. To meet him in Bucharest on Saturday, I hope that I'm going to arrange and try and meet with him and the director at the same time, because they know each other, and it could be. I'm hoping to create an esoteric wedge for media there, although they're Romanian. You wouldn't assume. I was trying to help the director with getting his stuff into Hollywood.
Right.
I said, first thing he's got to do is subtitle it in English. If he subtitles that in English, it's going to fly.
Yeah.
That his movie, Egregore. And I was given the whole screenplay to translate, but I don't have time to translate it. Maybe I should.
Maybe, yes.
But maybe we can talk about that. But the thing is, it would still have to be put into the, I don't imagine it'd be that difficult for him. I'll have to talk to him about that.
Yeah.
And then, I was trying to help him, but that, because that what I think what might have screwed me up in Hollywood was the Freemasonic connections there.
Yes.
Were turning sour.
Definitely.
Not that I'm Freemason or, but they might have soured. Somebody might have soured on me.
Right. It comes down
really
to that.
know.
It comes to that. It's always this. Yeah, go on.
But yeah, I really don't know. And see, even here, even if they don't have the so-called political influence, they've got the Solomonari influence, because one of my Romanian friends here who kind of came on the island and left, I didn't get to talk to him much. He's a wizard when it comes to anything with tech, and he says, you must learn your Romanian. I said, well, my wife has kind of discouraged me. And he says, don't let anything stop you. He says, if you learn certain Romanian words, he says, their vibration is so deep and so old that, he just imparted. Now, this is just a guy, he's not into my work, but he knows of my trip to Choclavina. He knows who I am. Right. But he doesn't study my work, you see. He's not a Peter Moon fan, but he knows me and respects me, and he's like giving me this clue, like study these words, right. Learn these Romanian words. There's great depth in them. This is like real knowledge. This is just a guy who happens to be a real smart Romanian, who I know by osmosis rather than, him being a fan of my work. He knows who I see. He accepts me. He has an idea of who I am. I'm an American. I'm unique for coming here. Bada bada ba. He's got his own life. He's busy. He can only come here he used to run all the technical stuff here, but he comes, he has a family, so comes in, says hello, and I just happened to, I was hoping to talk to him more, but it's, I know him more as somebody who gets things done, but he just drops this little piece of wisdom on me. Learn the language. It's kind of like learning grimoire in a way, because you're learning the vibrational tone of what moves the energy. Yes. It's quite possible that Aquino's, malevolency with the Vox Arca, maybe he was reading the wrong grammatical text, Right. Maybe he had some others that could have, accomplished what he wanted to without creating the voice box, Right. Without creating the Vox Arca and compromising his voice box, rather. Who the hell knows? I don't know. I can't be so arrogant to assume, you know,
Understood,
that
but
he knew
these
everything.
are definitely legitimate musings. You know, these are valid questions, and so
Well,
I
yeah,
see.
yeah, and as is, you know, the Vatsarka, a now I know we'll call it legitimate. It's a potent force,
Yeah.
or at least everybody thinks it's a potent force, and it leaves you alone.
Yes. Which makes it a
Not so
potent
much.
force thereby. Go on. Yes.
No, it's like if we were going to make a satire on it. Here we have a huge barge. If you hear that noise in the background,
Interesting.
it's
I
a,
hear the
it's
creaking.
a
Yes.
it's a huge barge coming down the river, and there's two of them piggybacked.
Wow.
It's going to be pushed by some small tug probably, and this is a transportation thing. And there's only about they need at least 2.5 meters of draft in the water. These things, they look huge if you think they go down, but they don't go down very far. And so he told me that the Navy SEALs that were here in 2010, this guy I met, the border police, said that they were here to monitor the river. And if there was problems with the river, you know, they're watching, it's a river watch. Because if the water gets too low, these barges cannot move. They can't do their job. So I don't know if that's actually true, because I was having to question him to get that out of him. What were the Navy SEALs doing here? I finally had to answer my own question.
Right.
Because it doesn't seem, they're just sitting here watching the water all day. That's all they seemed to be doing, was watching the water. And you don't need a whole team of SEALs to be watching the water. And furthermore, you don't need SEALs. You could have somebody who's much less trained
Yes. Yes.
to be
Talk about overpowered. Yes.
watching the water.
Yes.
So I still can't believe these huge things can't sink down deeper, or that they don't sink down deeper. But
Oh, it's a pity you can't really grab a photograph of that for us, but
it's not worth seeing.
Understood.
I mean, I could, but it's not worth seeing. I mean, I'm not going to take the iPad now and
and do that. Good.
Stop the transmission and or screw with it and take a photograph. The tug is quite colorful, actually, unusually colorful.
Wow.
Looks like there's two of them. But yeah, that's just noise and stuff that comes by here from time to time. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else to report. We've been at as they say, at the radio tent every day, doing transmissions with the kids. Last night we had the James Watt, somebody speaking from the James Watt telescope.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's this telescope, and the lady who was had some aspect. I wouldn't say she's in charge of it, but she was sitting there talking about it and answering questions from the kids. And then I think David said, or if there's any adults who would like to ask a question. Mm-hmm. And then I got up and asked a question, and I said, this is all by, there's no video here. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, if you had the telescope, instead of being in orbit around the Earth, it was in orbit around Mars or Jupiter or further out in the solar system, could you get a better view of what's going on? Because they're looking into the Big Bang with this telescope.
That's right.
And and she said, who is this? She never asked anything. Who is this? The kids, it's like I didn't have a kid's voice. And I didn't, because you're doing it, you've got like a radio, walkie-talkie like radio, so you have to press the button. So it's not like I she just kept talking, and she says, well, I don't feel qualified. What did she say? She said, she answered the question. She answered some other question. I think she said, God, it was such a non sequitur answer she gave. What did she say? I don't know. She's like maybe she thought I was thinking of shooting the telescope into outer space or something. I don't know what she thought. She completely misconstrued my question. And then she screwed up the answer so bad. She didn't understand my question. I took back the radio and I said, excuse me. I said, this is Peter Moon. I don't know what the hell that meant. I answered her question. This is Peter Moon. I didn't say who Peter Moon was. And I said, I don't think you understood my question. And then I clarified it, what I meant. And she says, well, I'm not qualified to answer that question. Then this guy, Daniel, he took me aside. He's an adult. He says, I have the answer to your question. And he explained the answer to my question. Now, this is just a guy who, I think he works in marketing.
Right.
He took out his cell phone and explained to me, it doesn't really make that much of a difference.
Right.
Because you're out of space. But he answered the question.
Right.
So how come, this guy who's not even probably qualified to work for NASA or anybody else like that, he's got the answer, she's not qualified.
There you go. And didn't she just kind of admit that? She basically said, I'm not qualified to answer that question, essentially. And...
Yeah, but I'm thinking, how could she not be qualified? If it was common sense. It was common sense. Right. I just didn't understand the construct. Right. I was ignorant.
Right.
I'm ignorant.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is not my field. Once he explained it to me, he started to go into greater technical detail. I said, you don't have to. I understand what you're talking about.
Right.
It's like, yeah, you're going to get technically a better view if you send it further out into space, but you're basically, the whole impetus that makes it work is blocking out the sun.
Right. Right.
So this woman isn't speaking or thinking in English.
Yes.
It's like, some of these, I don't know, it was just weird. And I never even heard of the James Watt Telescope.
Right.
I never heard of it.
I'll be speaking of it a little bit more later tonight. I definitely am glad you brought it up. There's nothing you and I need to go into right now. It's just that I'll be using it more or less to lead into other subjects, really. But I think it's fascinating that where you're at in Romania, that they were dealing with the subject. And I think that's profound, the number of synchronicities.
Well, we had one of the technicians talking to us about it.
Yeah, that's
and
incredible.
That's the kind of, they've had a relationship here with NASA and JPL. We had Ravi, who has been with us practically every year in recent times. It's his favorite, part of the stuff that he does is talking to Atlanticron. And, occasionally he's had to put up with a question from me. I sent in one of my newsletters on Mars, some of the esoteric stuff. But he talked to us, I think, the first night I was here. And he was, he's been the engineer behind the Mars rover and different Mars rovers and subjects. And all the kids were getting up to ask him a question and asking him about the helicopter on the current Mars rover. I forget what it's called.
I forget too. The
Perseverance. It's called Perseverance.
Yes.
Perseverance. And they, saying, well, the helicopter, how would it fly on Earth? He actually says, well, that I don't know. I said, that's a good question. How would it fly on Earth? Because the Martian atmosphere, he said, was very thin.
Yes.
And I had asked them years ago, they're doing this Mars rover stuff and talking about what they can do in 10. I said, why don't you put up a drone? Why don't you guys have a drone? I said, drone technology is such that, these things are tiny. And, they kind of, it wasn't him, the girl, I forget her name. She said, well, that's a good question. I don't know, she gave some kind of answer that seemed kind of lame.
Probably just finessing it, yeah.
Yeah, and then the next year I said, I asked her, well, last year I asked about drones, and she says, okay, yes, I remember. This will be, and she said they were going to put a helicopter on, and this is their helicopter. It's like, it's almost as if they responded to my request for a drone.
Right. Except they had to use this chicken shit helicopter because, some contractor got the deal. And there you go. I mean, it's incredible how you and I have this kind of interaction with our reality. It's because Brandon Young was following myself for so many years. He received, as well as he got involved with some other things having to do with San Francisco. And basically, he, along with myself, got the notification on our cell phones about, we're opening up the Presidio tunnel tops. And that's why I wanted to make it known to you. I couldn't find the same ad again, of course, but I
did see your mention of it, but
yeah.
I did see that they're opening up the tunnel tops. For what reason would they do that?
Because this is their damage control for what you and I are doing. Basically,
yes, indeed.
Yeah,
indeed.
And basically, what because they figure that the tunnels are basically blasted and shielded and sealed shut, that no one's going to get into the tunnels per se, so they just took like a surface area and they like turned it into a little playground and parkland with picnic tables, and they just said, hey, these are, but the insane part of this is, like I was saying to Sammy Romero earlier, this is governmental damage control, but like always, they shoot themselves in the foot. These are people who could otherwise have just never mentioned the tunnels and allowed people to think of them as an urban legend. There's that crazy Douglas Dietrich talking about tunnels under the Presidio. And even though people who would bother to become historically familiar with Presidio history would know that the conquistadors were having the Native Americans build tunnels to look for gold, and how then, of course, there were the bunkers and a tunnel system connecting to the batteries on the coast. I mean, people would eventually find out there were some tunnels, but since all of the records of the maps of the underground were destroyed, incinerated by myself under orders, most people would never assume it was that pervasive a tunnel system. But then these idiots said, oh God, with everything, Peter Moon and Dietrich are working on exposing now, let's render it all as innocuous as possible. And that way everyone will just assume these two guys are promoting satanic panic. Let's turn it into a parkland and invite people to picnic there and say, look, these are the Presidio. And they could have called it anything, but no, they had to call it the Presidio Tunnel Tops. I mean, even the title is hard for me to blurt out because it doesn't even really make any sense. It's like,
no, I never heard of a tunnel top.
Yes, yeah. What the fuck is that? And
it's like the lid of a sewer.
Yeah, like cisterns. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Presidio cisterns and shit. And but this is what they're doing, and so as Sammy Romero was saying, I mean, basically, as I've exposed, you've got bodies down there of many of them children who died alone and afraid and in terrible pain. And as he was warning, people who hang out there may carry fragments of these lost spirits home. I mean, there's just a lot of baggage, and whether people feel it or not, or whether they're insensitive to it, probably the hope that they're having is that most people will be so insensitive that they'll just basically not experience anything and just kind of walk away thinking that the entire thing is innocuous and that anything we present about it has to be some kind of lurid exaggeration, or but this is damage control. And as
another interesting thing here, because I gave your book to Serene's daughter Gabby, who's
wonderful.
I've known since she was 10.
Yes.
And she's she indicated she's very interested to read it, and then she's, and then we were talking. She said, "Is this documented? Is this documented?" I said, "Well, yeah." I said,
it's in the book.
I said a lot of it's documented, but I said there's certain aspects you understand. This guy was so much of what he's done was his job was to
destroy documents. Yes.
And I said, you put it all together. Yeah. I said, but you have to account for. Yeah, but if it's not documented, I said, listen. I said, if somebody's destroying documents, you can't leave that out of the factor.
Thank you.
because it's like you can't discount that. Just like with economic theory, you can't discount conspiracy because that's a big part of economics.
Yes.
And somebody I was talking to about that was very astute. He began to say, well, yes, but yes. He says, what percentage of it? Is it 10? Or they say, and he says, I said, what percentage do you think it is of the economic factor is conspiracy? He says, 13 to 14. I mean, I don't know where he's coming up with these figures, but he definitely conceded that it's a huge, important aspect of economics. The question is, what does it include what? If you look at Bitcoin, it's a lot more than 13 or 14%, but
right.
Bitcoin,
Well,
see, it's very funny because you have inflation, which has really hurt things, but Bitcoin didn't inflate.
Right.
It did the opposite.
Yes.
And gold did not inflate.
Yes.
Gold has not appreciated significantly at all compared to the cost of oil.
Yes.
They used to correlate in the old days. So it's like economics is unpredictable. That's the most predictable thing about it. It's unpredictable.
Yeah. Well, definitely the one thing that when it comes to economics, what I think most people don't understand, just to reinforce the conspiracy concept there, is that so much is not on the books. When we take into account narcotics, and by that I mean illegal recreational narcotics, as opposed to pharmaceutical narcotics or the legal drugs, when we simply take the illegal aspects of narcotics, the amount of money being exchanged for illicit recreational narcotics and then other forms of crime, human trafficking, etc., but really just the narcotics alone above all else, it is just astronomical. The amount of money involved in that far supersedes what's in the budgeted economy. So when you take a look at the economic pie, and whenever they show the pie graph of, this much is oil, this much is finance, whatever they're dividing it into, everybody, well, other than a child, any adult with any sense of awareness would know that it's not really pie, it's pie a la mode. That on top of that pie is a whole big invisible black budget of ice cream that is multiple flavors that is larger than the pie. So when you understand that, then you realize that our economy is overwhelmingly hidden. The majority of our economy is covert and it's underground. And that
and what let me say what's so beautiful about that words, and it's not really comforting for anybody to hear, is that Pluto represents the underground.
Yes.
The archetype of Pluto represents the underground.
Absolutely.
He represents hidden resources underground. It's the 8th house of astrology.
Yes.
And everything that's underground. And he rules crime. He rules transformation.
Yes.
And Pluto is the ruler of in Kabbalah of Kether.
Yes.
So it's like God, you have the criminal underworld element ruling
the heavens.
The heavens. Yeah. I mean, it's like, because who the else could rule the heavens? If the heavens are ruled by some etherical angel, everything's just swimming in the breeze.
Yeah.
It's just like orchestrating, it's going nowhere. The clouds are just clouds and it's all imagination. And that's the realm of Neptune. But then Pluto sits there and grounds everything.
Yes.
Anchors it, whips it into shape, and uses control.
Yes.
And this was, interestingly enough, it might be good, and we might get the Atlanticron wake-up music here that might completely overwhelm the transmission. I don't know if that's going to happen soon or not.
Interesting.
But but anyway, it wakes everybody up, and many people stay asleep anyway.
I'm sorry. Go on.
No, well, let me just go with this Pluto, because this is the one, the real dream I had with the Dreamcatcher workshop.
Yeah.
A lot of dreams, but it's the only one I remember where I was talking to Heather about astrology. She knows astrology. She doesn't know as well as I do. But, you know, she was doing the dream, and I'm in the dream, I'm talking to her and telling her about the antidotes for the planets. I said there's malefics and there's benefics. That Pluto, Mars, and Saturn are known as malefics. Venus, Jupiter are benefics. You know, they're beneficial, tend to be. Any of these planets can be positive or negative. But, and I'm sitting there and I said the antidote to Pluto is Mars. And Pluto appeared, but Pluto appeared as a short, bald man. And Pluto generally represents sex, death, and taxes.
Right.
Well, in this case, it wasn't sex or taxes; it was death. And I said, "What's Pluto doing here?" You know, it was a foreboding of my trip.
Right.
After I talked to my Freemason friend, and because Mars is the antidote, I proceeded to literally beat the shit out of Pluto. Just beat the shit out of it. Now, this is not something you can do to Pluto. This is not something, I mean, I can't do it. Nobody can do it. But in the dream I was. And because Pluto is coercion or cooperation, in this thing, I just beat the shit out of him and pushed him away. I said, okay, he's gone away. He's gone away. The question is, how long does he go away for?
Right.
You know, 1 week, 2 weeks, 6 months, 6 years, 60 years. You push him away,
Yes.
but you never, you know, he will come back.
Right.
Death will come back.
Yes.
And that was good that I was able to push him away. You know, like I had the dream last time that was so portentous of my trip to the cave.
Yes.
And so this was a very positive dream. I said, well, I didn't know there was having to deal with these ominous factors, but I seem to have overcome them.
Yes.
So when you're thinking about underground resources, the dark economy, it's very obvious what's happening now with so much of Mexico flooding and the cartels flooding people into and controlling the gangs.
Yes.
This is becoming unwieldy, and all of that border shit that was going on and under the Trump administration, like sending people in, it's now getting into the heartland of America. It's we don't want no wall. The only reason they didn't want the wall was because of Trump. They didn't want to give him the credit because they all wanted the wall earlier. They completely changed their position.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want Trump's wall. They want it to be their wall. But now they don't want it at all. Didn't make any sense. You know, you have Obama and Pelosi saying, we need a wall, Schumer, we need a wall. Then Trump gets elected, starts to put up the wall. You can't have that wall. And you know, because he would get credit for it. He would be a hero. Or make him more of a hero to more people. And then Trump, you know, because Trump liked the wall's bad. And now Biden is like Kamala Harris. She's just laughing. You know, what's that? They call her the hyena laugh, you know, the laughing hyena.
Yes.
And so, you know, what do you have? You got more crime. And it's not that because the people are, you know, working for the cartels. They got to pay the cartels. There was this baseball player. I think his name was Puig, Yasiel Puig, who played for the Dodgers, and he was a very good player. And he got smuggled in from, I think, Cuba by the cartels, and he was playing for the Dodgers, and he had to pay money to the cartels. It was a big issue that reached the, you know, Major League Baseball. And, you know, because here he's playing for the Dodgers, and he's got to pay back the cartel. They got him into the country.
Incredible.
That's how crazy. That's how powerful they are.
Yes. Yeah.
And they should have taken the clue way back then. And the only way you can beat the cartels is to legalize drugs. Except you got to wonder if some of these politicians are now controlled by the cartels instead of the standard regular lobbyists.
Oh yes, of course.
You know, like those cartels they had or that sinister Latino guy they had in the movie Crocodile Dundee.
Yes. Yes.
He was he was kind of small time compared to the cartels of today. You got to wonder if they have lobbyists.
Almost certainly. Yes, that goes sans saying. Certainly, that's how they operate down in Mexico, and how they would operate up here as well.
The United States is not as corrupt as Mexico, as corrupt as it is.
Yeah, understood. Thank God. But still, we're heading there. We're heading there, and but definitely, I'm glad that you brought that subject up. And when it comes to again conspiracy and economics, as we mentioned, then when you come to communist countries like Romania had to tolerate that system under the Soviets. Basically, you had a situation where it's government by conspiracy. That's exactly what a centralized communist state is. That's government by conspiracy. So the entire economy at that point is a conspiracy of who gets what in terms of what gets divvied out. So when it comes down to someone saying how much of this is documented for the book, then I think you handled it great. But, it just needs to be emphasized to people that aside from all the documentation we provided, which is plenty, you just have to take a look at the circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence...
the book is enough. I told her the book is enough. Just read the book and the opening statement, and then read the book, because it's enough to seal the thing. The problem is it creates sort of an ontological fuzziness in the person, because it tells them that everything they thought is bullshit.
Yes.
So that creates a whole nother issue with the psychology. Now, the other thing is what she, stated. She, rather than to give it to her father, who will not have time to read it, she will give it to one of her friends who's really interested in this stuff.
Okay.
And he will start probably circulating.
Wonderful.
But see, this is what happens. Yes. Is that this meme will go out, and then all of a sudden, whether it's true or not, the theme will go out about the Japanese balloons or whatever.
Yes.
See, so it's not really a matter of whether or not it's true. The meme goes into the ecosphere, and it becomes a meme whether or not it's true. Just the fact that it's written and thought out, and it has some teeth to it. Now, the flat earth theory had no substance to it, but it had teeth because it could bite the minds of people and be circulated out there.
Yes.
And they could put videos, quote unquote, proving it.
Yeah.
And this was very interesting because the guy in the tent next to me, or close by, I'm walking by and I said, "What's that book?" We've just been neighbors, saying hi to each other. And he says, "Oh, it's on celestial navigation." He had a little, half of a globe that he built. And I said, so we got talking about celestial navigation, and somehow the flat earth came up. I think he brought it up, and I said, "Oh, I have no time for that." And then they went into a whole discussion of, I said, "I have no time for the flat earth." He totally agreed. I said, "Yeah," I said, "people should study celestial navigation if they believe in the flat earth. It becomes very obvious if you have any experience being on a ship. You can see the curve in the horizon."
Yes.
But you also have the celestial navigation factor. But see, he had no idea who I was, so I started telling him who I was. And my story. And, he says, "Oh, wow." He was like, very skeptical, but he had an open mind as well.
Right. Again, as you said, in Romania, you can get that. You don't get that in America very much. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's like, I'm telling him I have no toleration for the flat earth, and here I'm telling him about the mathematics of time travel and whatnot.
Right.
And it's also the quote unquote frustration of trying to get people interested in it. It's not, I'm not even trying to do it.
Yeah.
And here I would have a better shot at it, but there's just, people aren't interested in exploring the concept. They're not.
No.
Uh,
Well, you have to admit they don't see any immediate impact on their lives. I thought about it often when Aaron Tice and I were bringing up cloning in our latest episode, the one in which I, of course, provided a link to your episode, time stamped to Paula and to Aaron Tice, and so they both responded in the positive. And in terms of
what did Paula say?
oh well, she simply acknowledged receipt of the message. She opened the message. That's so.
She's been busy, and,
Yeah.
and she's not happy with my communications because she says I'm misspelling everything.
Yes,
And
yes.
I'm
That
like,
for some reason I noticed that. It doesn't bother me, but I think it has some.
I detest misspellings. But see, I'm operating my iPad
Right.
and I can't see.
Yeah.
So I'm not. If I put my glasses on, I can see.
Right.
So I'm not aware of these horrible misspellings.
Oh, they are what they are. I noticed that there's a lot of Romanian letters included that wouldn't exist in the English language, and I think that's
okay,
just
that's
cute.
because okay, that's the keyboard has gone Romanian on me. That might be part of the problem.
Yes, yes.
And
I think that's charming myself. It doesn't bother me. Honestly, she should be a bit more. She should cut you some slack. I mean, the way that we're just lucky to get messages from you at all, and
I think what's happening with her is no, I talked to her, she's okay, but it's hard to find the right timing to talk to her. But it's like what she's getting Romanian on me because it's like if you're, people with a foreign tongue.
Yeah.
Can sometimes get very confused about their English.
Yes.
And now that she knows English so well, she's getting, I'm acting like a foreigner, and she's
yes.
getting these garbled transmissions. That's, actually, I can see it. It's irritating her.
Yes, I get it. I get it. I know what you mean because of my mother. So, same thing. It would be like that. And yeah, you're right. You're now in the role of the foreigner talking from across the Atlantic.
Now, we're getting the Atlanticron wake-up music.
Oh, there we are. It doesn't bother me at all. Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Oh, that's like communist children's pioneer music. Oh my.
This can go on for 6 minutes.
Oh Jesus, that's hysterical. That's really funny. So in terms of oh, I'm sorry. That reminds me of those North Korean kids singing. Think of the North Korean kids getting together and singing. It's like that.
Well, yeah, they're not North Korean.
No, they're Romanians. But it reminds me. This comes from the old Soviet satellite state days. Is what I think of.
I can never imagine Soviet kids singing like this.
That's true too. Yeah, it's a little more rock and roll. It's a little more rock and roll oriented.
But I did have a talk with this guy who helped me understand the space telescope.
Yes.
He grew up in communism. He started telling me about how they'd have to, take a ticket to get bread.
Oh my God.
And they'd get like a small portion of bread per each person in the family.
Right.
And then when it came to meat, they would have to, wait in line, and only the first 15 people would get meat.
Oh God, that fucking sucks.
And it was really bad, and it was really bad. And so what he would do was, or he said what the people would do is the people that would work at the meat factory would trade with the people who worked at the flour factory.
Yes.
And all these, so there's this like underground economy just to survive.
Yes.
And it was not very pleasant. And then driving, if you had a license plate, you could drive on, Tuesdays and Fridays or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had another license plate, you could drive on, Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Oh,
so it wasn't like you could, if you had a car, you couldn't use the car.
Right. At will. You couldn't use it at will. No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's.
But by the way, I don't know if you can hear me, Pete, but yeah, we've lost. Yeah, hopefully we got you back. There we are. I think.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's kind of like distant, but don't be afraid to let the music in the background overwhelm us. We're fine with it. There we are.
Yeah, the next song might be louder.
It's a crescendo. It's a crescendo. Yes. So in terms of yes, this is what Samuel Romero and Brandon Young and I all feel, that this Presidio tunnel tops bullshit is really going to help promote our book. We can kind of take advantage of that by bringing that fact up and say that, there's some damage control going on where they're trying to make all this look innocuous, but that just goes to show the fact that the tunnels are real and that they have something to hide, and that we don't need to overdwell on it where we get people trying to demand breaking the tunnels open. I myself am almost leery of any kind of drive towards that, but we can.
But Douglas, what will happen is there will be other people that will break into the tunnels as they read your book. This is what happened at Montauk.
Interesting.
People
yes.
start to investigate and say,
Yeah.
they won't become necessarily Douglas Dietrich groupies.
Right. Understood.
They'll want to get at the tunnels themselves.
It's true.
Just out of curiosity. When the Montauk Project book was written,
Yeah.
there was all sorts of people going out there to investigate
Yeah.
themselves.
Yeah.
And starting to and even when the Pyramids of book was written, they go out and they start telling the authorities, "You don't own this land. This belongs to the Indians."
Right.
They start intimidating the authorities, or trying to intimidate the authorities, and they're having to, the state park police are having to put up with what I wrote in the book, and they don't appreciate me for that reason.
Right.
So they're having to put up with me because I'm telling people they have no authority. I didn't say it in those words. Well,
Right.
I more or less did.
Yeah.
And I'm undermining their authority.
Yes. No, that's true. That's true. By the way, we're having a little problem hearing you. You're somewhat muffled now. So there we are.
Is this
Infinitely
better?
better. Infinitely better. Thank you. Thank you. And I also want you to know that Samuel Romero, who had been up to the Presidio with me just like you had, only we went a slightly different route, he was pointing out he had been reading lately that they don't have enough park rangers for the Presidio, and as a result, the crime is way up, and the police are, the park rangers are unable to respond to the crime, and they're in a gray area where it's not necessarily San Francisco Police Department responding. I can't understand why anyone would want to live there, but then I foresaw all these problems. But these people who are paying enormous amounts of rent to live there, I mean, they're simply getting burgled and crime-ridden for their troubles. This is like...
let me put this into some context. And everything you're saying is valid.
Yeah.
And by the way, you don't have enough people for park police. They don't have enough truck drivers in the United States. They don't have enough truck drivers in Romania. Except that you have to pay backsheesh if you want to become a truck driver, and that's the reason they don't have it.
Yeah.
So they have a great problem with getting people to do work, finding the people to do work.
Yeah.
The same problem we have in America. There's not enough people, willing workers, and people will no longer work cheap, so to speak, which also feeds inflation.
Yes.
But to get back to what you were saying about the Presidio and people, what were you saying?
Basically that people are paying a lot of money to live in what's becoming a
Right.
dangerous place.
This is what I was going to say about the criminal element. Now, if we go back to New York City, 40 years ago or whatever, New York was very crime-ridden compared to what it is now.
Yeah.
Much more. And you had something arising in New York City called the Guardian Angels. And the Guardian Angels were a vigilante group led by Curtis and Lisa Sliwa.
Right.
And Curtis is now a radio personality and tried to run for mayor, and he's got he was caught, faking something, some incident or something for publicity, sort of like that Mort Downey Jr. did in San Francisco.
Oh, that's so pathetic. That is so pathetic. So sleazy. He always struck me as sleazy. And I'm so sad to see that confirmed.
Well, but the thing is, I mean, even so, his platforms are a lot more grounded. He might be actually a good politician in spite of that.
Right.
But the thing is, what he did do was he made the city streets of New York a lot safer by having the guardian angels that would sit there and act as a vigilante group in New York City. They were known, and that became a point under the Giuliani administration where they were no longer needed, because Giuliani, for all of his
faults,
and
Aquino connections, still
Rig, he did. He brought law and order to New York, and he got rid of the squeegee guys that would come up and squeegee your car and want money.
Right. Oh,
and
those horrible. The ragmen. They called them ragmen. Go on.
Yeah. You didn't have to give the squeegee people money, and sometimes it was with dirty water.
Yeah.
But the idea was they were an uncomfortable and menacing presence.
Yes, they were.
That was the real.
Yeah, they were basically. By the way, it was the ragmen were horrible. It was a form of blackmail. It was basically they were going to take some rag that was just filthy and riddled with broken glass, and they would scratch the hell out of your windshield unless you gave them money to go away.
I mean, but the thing was, they're just a menacing. I don't think most of them were that dangerous. They were just a menacing presence. Some of them would have been dangerous.
Yeah.
But the thing is, this is what the world is going to in many respects. So when people start to burgle, and of course San Francisco was rooted and founded in vigilantism.
That's true. Yes.
And you will find a reverting back to that. So this will arise as a natural force of nature.
Okay.
The vigilantes will come out, and they have their own problems, because then you might get into, hanging the local criminals, using Golden Gate Park as have a gallows in Golden Gate Park.
Yes. Oh my God.
Justice will figure itself out. So, it's and you can question why anybody would want to live at the Presidio. It's getting to the point where you can question where anybody would want to live anywhere anymore in the United States, because, you could look at some of these menacing gangs, looking at some innocent community in the Midwest and saying, oh, these are a bunch of suckers we can take advantage of.
Yes.
So it's like, any place that's nice becomes vulnerable because it's nice and can be exploited. So the only solution there is law and order. And that these Trump type people, that's totally what they're into.
Yeah.
And even before Trump was a phenomenon, that's how that whole Western United States is, where people have guns. It's just that's their mentality is, okay, we've got guns, we'll use them if necessary. Yeah. And more often than not, they don't use them because they're not necessary.
Right.
But they have them.
Yes. It's definitely, I see what you're saying, and we're certainly going to be seeing exactly what Peter Moon is describing, a return to vigilanteism, a kind of, and God alone knows what's going to happen in the Presidio. But definitely, we just received a link in our chat room, in the Skype chat, rather, from Sammy about the Presidio and the GGNRA, which I think is Golden Gate National Reserve Area. I think that is what that stands for. Unsafe for visitors. It's basically, there we are. This is from ABC News. So that's there in the chat box of the Skype. I don't know if Peter can access that with what he's dealing with, but I'll certainly relay that to him in the private messages later. And so with that all being said,
Douglas. I want to interrupt the transmission.
Sure.
Stefan, I've got one of my best friends in Romania coming here. Stefan,
Wonderful.
come here, Stefan.
Yes.
Stefan is the guy I wrote the movie for. He looks like Rasputin, like a
motherfucker.
so Stefan. See, he even talks like him. Stefan, this is Douglas Dietrich. He used to burn documents at the Presidio for the government. He burned documents. We're doing a live podcast now.
Yes.
And he was doing it for the government, yes. What can you say to my friend Douglas?
Fuck the government.
Yes.
See, he has a tattoo on him. It's the anarchy. And people didn't used to like you because you had an anarchist T-shirt, right?
Fuck the system, man.
Well, you have anything else to say, Stefan?
Oh, it's enough.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Stefan.
Oh, that was wonderful. Delightful. And so thank you for sharing that. That was
he is delightful.
Yeah.
And although what did you say?
Europe is on fire.
He says Europe is on fire.
It is. It is. Oh my God.
Well, the funny thing about Stefan is, I said, I met him, and he has this beard. He doesn't have the beard anymore, and he had an alcohol problem and smoking. He doesn't do that anymore.
Wonderful.
And I based a whole screenplay on him as Rasputin, relative, and I remember introducing him, or he really did such kindness to my friends from Bulgaria, because they were I don't know what happened, but if something was wrong with their tent and it was raining, and he took them into his tent and basically saved their ass from being wet at night.
Yeah.
And
that's very generous.
Kind.
That's very generous. Yes.
He was very kind, and he's never seen him since. But I always say, Milko says hi, Stefan says hi. I relay the friendliness, and they have a fondness for each other, even though that was like 2008, my first year. And Stefan's here. He doesn't always attend the seminars, but he comes with his girlfriend, and I had known his girlfriend separately. I didn't know they were together, and she's just she's a dentist from Constanza, and I adore her. But you never would think the two of them would be together, because we have this, and this is another thing, is my friend Roberto, who I did the movie with, Italian. I could say a little bit more about him, is that he filmed it, but I never got the footage from the movie.
Oh.
And when it comes down to it, there's probably about 15 minutes at the most of what would be the usable footage for the movie.
Okay.
That would be contextual, so we could have the movie. But there's 500 megabytes. If he can successfully transfer it to me, if he will, I would then have to watch all the footage, and I realized I can't do the film. I would have to make a film of the making of the movie. The film would be the making of this movie.
Right.
And then the movie would be about 10 or 15 minutes long, but it would be like, this is all the drama that went through, telling the story of making the movie.
Right.
And you never really did make the movie. Well, we did make it about maybe 15 minutes, which was about maybe. And anyway, he was supposed to be the star, but he was too drunk. He got too
At
drunk.
the time, yes.
Well, yeah, and the director said, he says, because he couldn't get his lines right. He just couldn't repeat his lines. And the director says, he's drunk. I said, you're right. So I put the director on it. And the director couldn't act for shit.
Oh my God.
So after about a half a day, he could act.
Wow.
And then his father found out that he was in this movie that had vampires in it. So, he protested. So we had to, kick him off.
Oh my God.
And we had to find somebody else.
Why did his father find that so reprehensible?
Who the hell knows? his father didn't live far away, and I don't know. I mean, it's just like he was upset that his son was in this movie about vampires.
Oh, that's
It was just and if he read the actual script, I don't think he did. I don't even know the father speaks English.
right, right.
Um,
He, for some
and then
reason,
this,
he
this
probably found that offensive. Well, we can go into that later. But
no,
yeah.
no, it was stupid. It was
Okay,
stupid.
yeah. It's yeah.
And then the kid ended up bashing somebody's guitar, and breaking the guitar, and
Oh my
he got
God.
thrown off, So it was just. But then I had to redo all the footage because we couldn't use him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if I ever do get the footage, I am going to use him.
Right.
I'm
Right.
going to say this is what we were doing. This is what happened, and tell the story. And
By the way, it's a great
nobody would-
idea. It's a great idea. It's like they wanted to make Dune a long time ago, and then they instead made a movie about trying to make the movie Dune, and it was too massive a project for the 1970s. They were trying to do it in the 80s, I think. It was the 80s. It was just too massive.
Right. I know about that, and I've read about that, and it was Salvador Dali who screwed the whole thing up, if I'm not mistaken, because they wanted him, I think, to play the Baron.
Yes. Yes.
And the thing is, he didn't, instead of caring about the movie, he was into the art
Yes.
of getting the most money that anybody ever got for making a movie.
Yes.
So he was trying to make the money, not because I don't even know that he needed the money. He wanted to get, be the highest paid salaried person.
Yeah, just an ego trip. He was just on a fucking ego trip. Yeah.
Ego trip. Yeah, ego trip in the name of art.
Yeah.
And he screwed up the whole thing. And because they just could. I mean,
He always struck me as an asshole. He always struck me as an asshole. It's like,
he was worse than that.
Yeah.
He was an Aquino in his own right.
Yeah.
And we could talk about that another time because that was he was part of a cult in Girona, Spain.
Interesting.
Girona is the better way to pronounce it, but
Yeah.
people know it as Girona, which is in Barcelona, and that's a whole another story. Maybe I'll tell someday that I found out about upon my return from Romania.
Oh, we'd love to hear it. Yeah.
It's pretty. I mean,
Grizzly. I'm sure it's grisly. Yeah.
Well, it ties to Saunière, who was the character in Holy Blood, Holy Grail,
Okay.
and the legacy of that book, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. This is not to cast aspersions on the authors of that book because they were not part of that. They
Understood.
were just talking of the story of it's a monastery that, is correspondent to Rene Chateau, and it's just a mystery cult. That Salvador Dali was a part of. Johnny Depp might be tied to it, from what I read. He is.
Oh, that would make perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah. But be that as it may, we were talking about before I digressed onto where I was talking about doing this movie.
Right. And that's when I brought up the Dune parallel. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, Stefan is, he's really cleaned up his act, and he's one of my favorite characters.
Understood. I can see why. Yes.
Yeah, and his embracement of anarchy is more just like a rejection of establishment.
Yeah.
I know, but I was going to say is that while this footage, some of it includes, him, and this is not part of the movie at all, but he was sitting there, hanging his ass out on the boat and shaking it and stuff like this. And Roberto had taken all of this footage of him doing it, and his girlfriend was pretty pissed off at him.
No doubt.
Yeah, I mean, God, she knows him better than anybody. But he can just really push the envelope, which made good for good camera footage. But one of the things I wanted to say, people are starting to come out and have breakfast. Those few who will have breakfast. But I was going to say that Roberto, I really want to interview him because he had brought Robert. Yeah, I think I mentioned Sheckley. Yeah, so that's something I plan to do with all the stuff he did with I want to interview him when I get back,
Yes.
with his interactions with Robert Sheckley and how that all happened. That's really was a neat thing. And of course, he went back to Italy. Um, so I'm thinking, I don't know if there's any more I think the only thing more I should say now is we're now gearing up for Choclavina. This is our last day at Atlanticron,
Yes.
our last full day.
Right.
I will meet my friend, Kathleen,
Yeah.
the psychiatrist who will be accompanying us to Choclavina and who has helped to make the arrangements. I originally introduced him to Choclavina, to Sarmaseja Tuza. I've introduced him to all these places.
Yeah.
And he's really fed on it. And so he's going to arrive today to pick up his children, who I've been talking to, who I know. And we'll have a talk some point. Be saying a lot of goodbyes today.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow, Greg and I will be taken to the local town of Chernovoda, where we'll be put up in what I call probably the nuclear apartments, hotel, where we'll get cleaned up.
Yes. Why do you call
Sleep
them
in a
nuclear?
bed.
Why do you call them nuclear?
Because it's the nuclear campus.
Okay.
There's not a nuclear facility there. There's not nuclear power, but it's the nuclear department that Serene Rapunovich, who runs the camp, he's head of nuclear security. So I assume he will be able to. He said he would put us up in an apartment, in a hotel, which I think that means the apartments. I stayed there my first time. It was nice accommodations. I just call it the nuclear apartments.
I like that. Yes.
It's not nuclear. It's they're nuclear. There's a guard. They know who you are. They nod at you. It's like a passive restricted area.
Yeah.
But it's not that restricted. If they know who you are, you're okay to go on and off.
Understood.
And we'll go about the town of Chernovoda, which is a small little town, and you can eat. You can't do laundry there. That's the problem.
Wow. Yeah.
They don't have laundromats. In fact, my new Turkish friend she says they don't have laundromats anywhere in the world except America. She said. It's an American thing. Hotels will have them.
Okay.
And we do have a washing machine on one of the boats, but you have to, then you got to hang out your clothes. I don't have that many. You kind of wear a bathing suit, and a T-shirt or whatever you want to do, and sandals.
Right.
You don't really need a lot of clothes here.
Yes. Yeah. I get it.
Maybe something to keep you warm if it gets. It's been a little cool last night, but
I can imagine. Yeah.
yeah. So go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that, but you're in good health and you handle it well. Just very exciting, and yeah, I'm just glad that you were able to speak to us. I mean, this is a minor miracle, really, that we were able to make this happen today.
Yeah, I'm thinking now, who knows? Yeah, it's crystal. When they use the ham radio with David Anderson, it's internet.
Yeah,
they're using an internet connection. When we get to Sunday, we'll be driving up to Transylvania, and that connection is. I can't imagine we'll have any connection up there, but you never know.
right.
They put a big 5G tower up there. Who the hell knows? I doubt it. But if there's any way I can get in touch with you, I will. But even on Sunday, that would be my Monday morning. We won't have done anything but arrived.
Yes.
So I probably won't be able to check in when I'm thinking what's today? Wednesday?
That's it's Thursday where you're at. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wednesday
Thursday
here.
where I'm at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wednesday for you.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that next this Sunday, be nothing to say anyway. Wednesday, we'll be up in the mountains,
Right.
and on that Sunday, I'm thinking Sunday when I return, I'll be leaving on a Sunday.
Yeah.
But by the time I get home, it'll be like about 10:30 Sunday, New York time.
Right.
I'll be getting home about midnight.
Yes.
Midnight, which will be about 3 a.m. And I'll be tired.
I can imagine. Yes, you'd be exhausted. But nevertheless, if you're able to check in even just to say hi, it would be appreciated, of course. And of course, if we can, as you say, get some kind of communications from where you're going, even if you have quote unquote nothing to say, believe me, there will be some ground to cross because there's always stuff happening here to report to you, and there's always the perennial theme, of course, that we can turn back to Dracula and the legends and myths and folkloric traditions of Romania. They're always there to fall back on. I will look through some of my own notes, and there were some things I wanted to bring up today about that subject, but we can bring them up next time or at the latest when you return home. And but I have a feeling there might be another minor miracle, and we might be able to hear from you in the area of the caves. And certainly that's,
The one opportunity I would have is when I'm visiting my in-laws,
right.
But then I probably wouldn't be inclined to even bring my iPad with me.
Understood. No, I get it.
And because I just probably wouldn't, and it might be a bigger distraction,
right?
Because I'll be focusing on what I'm focusing on.
Absolutely.
And then I think one of the things is there's a lot, I think there'll be a lot of discussion on the way up,
mm-hmm.
a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah.
And as they say, the journey to Sarmasejatusa, getting there is half the journey.
It's true.
And well, we will be going to Sarmasejatusa. We'll also be going to the cave. So that'll be, it'll be whatever it is. And it's nice to be halfway around the world, because it gives you perspective on the rest of your life.
Absolutely. Yeah, it really does. And of course, your life is, this part of the world is where a big part of your life sources from your lovely wife. And that's, it's incredible. It's just so surrealistic to me how the two of you aren't together for this. But, maybe someday that'll happen. But as you said, she's very busy.
Well, the funny thing about it is she doesn't fit in here. Not only does she not fit in, she doesn't fit in at Atlanticron,
Yeah.
because it's just not her thing.
Right.
Now, this is a girl who can go out and milk goats and work the farm. My wife, she grew up on a farm,
Yes.
from her grandparents.
Yes.
So she's not intimidated by, farm or nature.
Yeah.
But this just doesn't seem like her place here.
Right. Interesting.
Because it's so damn dirty. And I don't say I don't say dirty because the people are dirty. It's camping,
Yes.
It's camping.
Rustic. It's too rustic.
Yeah, and I'm not a camper personally.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first time I've ever stayed in I stayed in a sort of a tent in Yosemite, but that was kind of very modified tent, but I'm used to this. And then Choclavina's, we've got a cabin up there, but it's like this is not necessarily, I don't mind, but this isn't really her.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? She might like it if she's here. My daughter loved it here,
Wow.
but she stayed in a B&B across the river.
Right.
But she loved it. She could have stayed in a tent.
Right.
She had a lot of fun here.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to bring her back.
Yeah.
But so I was going to say is, but Paula doesn't fit in Romania either. She just doesn't fit in here.
Right.
She's Americanized. She belongs in America. This is very clear.
Yeah.
And she agrees with me. I said, she loves her family and her friends with the school, mostly her family. But as I say, her destiny was America. So it's weird because all of my connections here, they're longer than I've had with her.
Right.
and it's like two different
Worlds.
factions.
Yeah.
Two different worlds, and it's my fantasy is to drive around the entire country with her as my interpreter and guide.
Right.
But I can't begin to figure out how we can do that logistically.
Right.
Because she likes to spend her vacations with her family.
Right. Yes.
She needs more vacation time.
Understood.
I might have to wait till she retires.
I love it. Yes. Well, she's doing so well right now, and we're all proud of her for that. She's truly adapted, and she's truly international. I mean, she's working for a foreign company in America, and that in itself is unusual for an immigrant. So that's she's an incredible.
Yeah, and she speaks incredible Spanish too. So maybe that'll come into play.
Yes. Yes.
Doesn't need to though. She's still learning. I suggested she learn how to become a CPA, and what I found out about that is to become a CPA, you've got to intern for a year or two with a CPA firm.
That's right.
So that could happen. She could go to work for the CPAs that run this company because they could descend upon it if the company doesn't run right. So I don't know. Who the hell knows?
Yeah.
I'd like to see her teaching spirituality, but one step at a time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll well, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that I understand your vision, but we'll, as you said, we'll see what happens with her. I think that she's just a remarkable person, and you see that, and you see the spirituality certainly that her mother and her brother display in terms of how they've led their pursuits in life. But yeah, she strikes me as being very, very, very anchored in the material right now, which is fine.
You have to pay the bills.
Yes, yes.
And yeah, so that has to be figured out, and we've got to help you pay the bills too. So please donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
And we want to help him pay the bills.
Yes.
I want to get back and working on that book. I can't even think about it too much now because I'm so inundated with the adventure of the moment.
Understood.
But it never loses me because I haven't really mentioned you too much here. I want to maybe if I have a discussion with my Freemason friend, it's like, because I know he wouldn't contour to the Aquinos of the world.
Understood.
But well, I hope to be able to talk. I hope I have time to talk to him. A lot of people I want to talk to today say goodbye.
Yes.
And now, God, the sun is shining. It feels great.
Wow.
It feels great. It's like warm. Maybe it'll be very hot, but right now it's just so pleasant with a nice breeze.
Wow.
It's been a great. We had rain the first day I was here, but after that, it's been beautiful and not too hot. So with that, I'll say goodbye. Seems like I've not really been that gone.
Yeah, it feels like you're right here. We love you dearly and share that love with all of those around you. I can sense all of the positivity, and it's going to be sad to say those goodbyes, but you've got further adventures.
Let me put my friend Greg on for a minute.
Please.
Greg listens to you, and he's here. He just happens to be with me. This is the microphone, Greg here, and Greg, this is Greg Fenlong from Rochester, New York, believe it or not.
Incredible.
And Greg, tell us about your adventure so far.
Yeah, Atlantic Crown has been very interesting. Very, it's a unique situation. So I would say it took me a couple days to warm into it. It's a lot going on here, but it all seems to be very positive stuff. So I'm having a very good time. I mean, we're on the Danube. Sun's rising right now, so it really isn't much more idyllic in terms of setting. And the people here are really high energy, very intelligent kids. It's just incredible. So I've just been having a really good time immersing into it, getting into the flow of things. And at this point, we're on day 4. It feels really fun, real good.
That's incredible. I'm really just pleased to speak to you, Greg. And of course, if you're a regular...
Yeah, you as well, Douglas.
Yeah, well, if you're a regular listener, as Peter says, then you know, of course, the man who raised and guided me was born in Rochester, New York. Of course, you know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and oh
Yep.
my God, so you and I have much to talk about. I hope that we can connect in the near future, and maybe if you're willing, you can come on to speak onto the program more often. Are you willing to do that?
That would be fun, Douglas. Yeah, I would enjoy that.
Wonderful. Well, we're looking forward to that, and God bless you. And
Cool.
I'm so glad that you're there with Peter. And it's this is wonderful. It really makes me feel even more connection with what's going on there.
Right on.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
both of my traveling mates will be from Rochester as
Incredible.
I drive up to Transylvania.
Oh my God! Yes, that's right. I just wish I were there, and but definitely the fact that both of them are from Rochester—that's magnificent. And hopefully, both of them will eventually come onto this program. Certainly, Greg, and talk to the other individual about it as well. I mean, that's incredible.
Well, if it can promote World Genesis Foundation
Yeah.
significantly, I'm sure. But Heather will be with me at Mount Shasta
Yeah.
on the weekend of 16th to the 18th, Living Truth Summit #2, and that'll be an exciting adventure. I'm very much looking forward to returning to Shasta.
Yes. Tell people where to go, where they can purchase tickets for that.
Yes, and again, remember to
Oh gosh, they cut them off.
you can give them the information on that, and
Okay.
I will sign off. And
Yes.
thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And by the way, they cut you off just when you said where to go for the Mount Shasta or supporting myself or whatever else you were saying. So if you want to repeat that, go ahead. If not, don't worry.
No, Mount Shasta,
Yeah.
Living Truth Summit #2.
Yeah.
I think it's the 16th to 18th of September, but Living Truth Summit
Yeah.
#2. And yep, it'll be a lot of fun. And I'll be
Beautiful.
talking about my trip and showing slides or whatnot of the cave trip.
Exactly. Beautiful. Okay. Wonderful. That was golden. Okay. You take care.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. And so that was Peter Moon and Greg, and wonderful people in a wonderful place. With that, we're going to try and bring back some people here briefly before I go into monologue for the night. We've certainly gone into close to 6 hours, so I can easily start monologue any minute. But am going to try and get a little bit of a break. I believe George Knight is on with us. George Knight. Oh, bless you, dear sir. And so good to hear from you. Now tell us a bit about what's going on with yourself. Catch us up.
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that was perfect timing. Peter Moon just leaving and me coming on. What great! Yeah, that was just perfect.
It
The
is.
transition, yeah.
It is.
That's
There
wonderful.
is a God.
Yeah.
Yes, it all
Yeah.
works out.
Yeah,
Okay.
oh God, Douglas, yeah, they finally admitted that the coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, is a natural in its origin. They finally admitted it. Scientists have finally pinpointed the origin of it. So yeah, they've finally been saying, now they're saying what we've been saying for the last two and a bit years,
Yes.
or 3 years, however how long it's been now.
Yes.
Yeah,
Too
it's
long.
amazing. Yeah, so yeah, they finally pinpointed the origin of it's a natural emergence from the animal reservoir. It's basically like the avian flu. It transmits from one species to animal to another. In this case, it was the nocturnal animals. It was the pangolin and the horseshoe bat, and and it's sourced from Wuhan in these wet markets. And the actual market's name is Hunan, like spelled Huanan.
Yeah.
They've pinpointed the origin of it. So all these people have been saying it's a biological weapon. They've now they can't speak anymore.
No, I mean
And it's
they're going to
yeah.
continue. They're going to keep trying. Yeah. And oh, by the way, and Super Slinky, who is our friend Ian West, says, I told you it was a bioweapon. You know, in all fairness, in a very real sense, we're all right in this case, because the reality is it is unnatural in the sense that the pangolin and the horseshoe bat would never have gotten into contact with each other the way they did, other than the fact that the Russian deployment of the African swine
Yeah.
fever killed off so much of the Chinese pig population and their major source of protein that you had the wet markets explode with this kind of influx of any kind of protein source that they could capture, all these wild animals that otherwise never would have been that concentrated. And the end result was that it erupted due to that condition. So in the end, it was an unnatural condition that resulted in this horrible result. So it's precisely what it was basically a bat's cage was on top of the pangolin's cage, and the bat's droppings were just literally dropping down onto the pangolin, and that is what resulted in this horror. So there you have that. In a very real sense, if you were trying to engineer a bioweapon, you really couldn't have done better. I mean, it's kind of like, so there you go. And with that being qualified, shout out to Ian West, and not quite sure if I'm ready to bring him on tonight, because he left me psychologically scarred for life as
oh no.
but such being said, George Knight, tell us about how your day's going. What's is your day just starting? How are things evolving over there?
Yeah, it's panning out really well, Douglas. Yeah, it's really early. It's just before 7 a.m. in the morning, so I was up bright and early, and I'm just ready to start my day. I don't technically start till 8 o'clock, so I've got an hour, but I'm going to start a little bit later, so I've got plenty of time to talk if you as ever long you need me for, Douglas, before you start going into monologue. So I was looking forward to this. Last night I already had it planned out. I already had it all planned out.
Wonderful. So, that's delightful. So happy to have you, and let's do at least about an hour, half an hour to an hour. Let's do what organically feels right. Now, I don't know if you looked into your private messages just yet, but I sent you. Okay, so you did see what I said about this Presidio tunnel tops, and so we've spoken of this a bit ourselves, but what was your immediate impression when you saw this?
Yeah, it's like with a lot of other things, Douglas. Like the things that people have a perception of something, but then it's always been there. And then one day it gets emerged that it was real, it's true. And this is just one of those things that, for years you've been telling people about the tunnel system underneath the Presidio, and you've gone into such great detail. You did earlier when I briefly came on just to listen, that you went into such great detail of how they were, the Native Americans were forced to dig tunnels to look for gold. Is that correct, Douglas?
Yes,
is that what you
that's
were saying
correct.
Earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you're presenting this for years, and now all of a sudden, and it's just like the settlements that were discovered in North America by the Vikings, the Vikings. When they colonized, they made colonies on the north continent of America, long before Columbus ever stepped foot on the land. So it's just like things like that, and one day when Japan or China or the Germans go to the moon, they'll discover that Neil Armstrong was not the first man to walk on the moon.
Right.
Just like that.
Right.
Things get discovered and they get revealed later on. And it's just, this is just another one of those where Douglas has been saying this for years. The gang stalwar's been saying there's no tunnel systems underneath the Presidio. Of course there is. That's just profound. You cannot be more absurd. And there's plenty of evidence to support that as well. And that's what they're doing there. So, thank you for sharing that with me, Douglas, sending that to me, bringing that to my attention.
Yes.
And it's just something, it's just more evidence to back up everything you've been saying.
Right. No, definitely appreciate that. And of course, you've been doing so much to just go beyond what I was bringing up in the past. And again, without people like Sammy Romero, John Warrington, and yourself, the efforts that all of you put in your own way, none of this would be possible. There would be no point in going on. But all of you make it worthwhile. And certainly I've been explaining to people, of course, that this is Chinese Valentine's Day tomorrow. I'll be enjoying myself again after transmission. And I was explaining to people there's actually 6 Chinese Valentine's Days in the Chinese calendar. I'll go into that if not tonight, then Sunday when I return. But when we've got advantage of George Knight with us, I do want to ask him. I don't know, because I know how busy you are, and I know with everything you do with work and with your family, there's not necessarily time to listen to all the transmissions. But one of the things that I did with the latest transmission, and what I'll do again tonight, is I brought up in my comprehensive monologue, is how it's timestamped in the last transmission before tonight, and tonight will be timestamped again. I did talk about England, and I don't know if you were able to review that. If you did, then some feedback would be appreciated, most certainly.
Oh, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I will do that. I will review what you've said in last. Yeah, thank you for timestamp. It's just so much easier to actually when you go onto the videos, because they're hours and hours long. If it's timestamped, I know exactly whereabouts to look for it. Yeah, right. So it makes life so much easier.
Yeah, everybody can thank Crystal River for that. Crystal River was the young lady who basically drove me into timestamping. So I finally picked.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah. Can I just quickly just make a public statement about something I keep saying I want to say on air. It's with everyone that's come and gone in the past, I just want to say with the lovely gentleman Sammy Romero, like we were always there in the background, but we wouldn't come on the show, but we were always there to support and to do our own thing. And he is one of the only people I never had a bad opinion of. I've never had a negative impression of him. He's always been a sincere, genuine gentleman. I've always and that's something I wanted to say to him, because of course I'm not friends with him on Facebook. I've sent him some things on Facebook Messenger, but he's one of the most genuine people, and it's just a bit like myself. We're here as sincerely and genuinely. It's not here for any other motive or purpose. And so, he's one of the only people, whereas people like James and Reese and Sam and Shay, I did have bad impressions of them. I did get that negative, you can feel, I'm pretty good at judgments when it comes to people. I haven't been, and I'm not the greatest person. I haven't got a good track record of I trust too many people, and then I get shot in the back.
But look what happens to them, as you pointed out. Look at what happens to them. Their ultimate fate. Most of the people who have these horrible things happen to them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I've been catfished. That lasted for nearly 5 years. I fully trusted someone, and it wasn't the person who I thought they were. And so it's just I trust too much, and I've kind of had to learn to be more reserved with people. So, but with Sammy Romero, you just knew. He was always there in the background saying love you, Douglas, supporting you. And it's just you knew he was genuine. You just knew it. And I just wanted to say that publicly. Yeah, because I haven't done that yet.
Oh, that's wonderful. I don't know if you're with us, Sammy, but if you can hear that, Sammy, do come on. If he's unable to come on, that's fine. But, we'll find out soon enough. He's usually more of a night owl because he works that swing shift. So hopefully he does hear us and come on. But other than that, I'm so glad you got that out there. And I agree with you. And by the way, for those of you who don't understand or who are new to all of this, you haven't missed anything. It was just a lot of drama in the end, but these are drama queens that we were dealing with when it came to Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese and of course Daniel Arola. They were all had this kind of we're the colored boys club, and they were trying to capitalize on that. But these are people who have spent all their lives kissing white ass and just trying to appear otherwise. It's pathetic. And so they did have agendas. They all had agendas. And in the case of someone like Salman Sheikh, it was quite obvious what it was. It was kind of like having people know more about his little chicken shit YouTube channel, which where he was pushing his shit, which was all based on quote unquote love, and he's an individual full of hate, and then it was Jameson. It was just openly hateful of everything, and he just revolted so many people and drove them away. But that was his job. So and he had his own agenda. Of course, he was here to learn magic, and ultimately warped the entire format towards that that perspective. And but all of that being said, we've managed to stabilize, and the gang stalkers. How long can they keep up that tempo? So I do feel they're on the wane, just because there's only so much they can do in terms of how much shit can you sling, and when nothing sticks to the wall, I mean, basically you're buried in it. You wind up buried in it because it just falls back on you. There you go. I mean, they were standing at the ramparts and hurling shit at the castle walls, and now they're buried in it on the outside. And so, yeah. All of that being said, the true gentlemen who have been working gentlemen, as you will notice, what's the difference between Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese and Daniel Arola? Well, none of them had jobs. But then, you take a look at people like Sammy Romero and George Knight, and what do they have in common? They work, as does John Warrington, who, by the way, everyone maintain him in your thoughts and prayers. I mean, his maniacal brother who stalked. Now, I don't know, George Knight, you're better at this than I am. I keep thinking Heidi Klum was the German model he was stalking, but it was another German model, right? I don't remember.
It was yeah, I don't know her name. I can't claim that at the moment, but
right.
Yeah, it's definitely a German model.
Yeah,
definitely he was stalking her.
Yeah,
obsessed with her. Yeah.
That's right. And then ultimately, he murdered both the parents of his own parents and John Warrington's parents, and it was just so tragic. And in that family, the big problem was that for John Warrington, he was like, because they all kept giving attention to the troubled child, and look what they got for the troubles, right? The troubled child wound up murdering both parents. Oh my God. So with George Knight, of course, he has his own tragedies, and they're different. We don't need to go into those, but it's just it just is what it is. I mean, we all have issues, but the good news, Claudia Schiffer, it was Claudia Schiffer who his brother was
Claudia Schiffer.
Yeah, so she wound up getting the restraining order against him. But what makes it also mysterious, and John Warrington's brother should never have been able to have made it to Germany 10 times. I mean, this guy somehow was going to Germany 10 different times before Claudia Schiffer was able to get an international restraining order on him. But who financed that? I mean, the man was unemployable. He was out of his mind. And yet this is like he was being somehow sponsored to terrorize this woman in Germany. And then ultimately, look what he did. He practically beheaded John Warrington's father and his own, and then went to a separate location to kill the mother. They were both in separate areas. Horrible altogether. But that being expressed, John Warrington has always been here, as has George Knight and Sammy Romero. These are incredible gentlemen, and yes, they've all worked for a living. This is how you distinguish people in general. So there you have that. That's because these are responsible men, and they earn their lot in life. So in terms of the other thing that I'd like to emphasize is that people have asked me, when I do talk about England at some point having to establish a third empire or a new empire as they did in the past, a lot of people ask me, is this because you have English-speaking listeners in Britain, and of course John Warrington and George Knight do so much for you? They ask me, are you like catering to them? And that's a valid question, and I'll tell them no. The reason, here's the reason why I say that. What people don't understand, especially if England loses Scotland, especially if England shrinks. I mean, basically, England, by geopolitical dint of its being an island nation, has to continuously find somewhere to establish an empire, because there's no other way to survive, because they don't have the resources in a continental sense to easily access. And therefore, if they are without an empire, they will die. So there will, just of necessity, be another English empire in the near future. And so it's either that or the population will die. So always bear that in mind. It's what forever drove England to be so internationalist, to be so aggressive. And so the Japanese, of course, are in a similar position, and for that reason, they initially had an alliance as two seagoing island nations, two seagoing island empires. And it doesn't matter whether or not they're allied in the future. They're both basically in the same situation. So that being said, that's why the English understood the Japanese, and why Emperor Hirohito wound up being knighted and also being given a field marshal status.
Yes.
And so it's an important thing to remember. And when you say this to your friends, I understand many English people themselves are probably not able to grasp the geopolitics of this, but I'm sure you've helped to educate a number of your own countrymen.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. So thank you for, that is just beautiful the way you articulate that. And you look at geographically, the United Kingdom on a map, it's not just one country, it's divided and it's united with four separate. You've got Scotland, you've got England, you've got Wales, and you've got the Irish, and they're all divided, but it's united under the United Great Britain. So if you look at it, England itself has a population of 66 million people, and it's incredibly small. If you take out the others, the Welsh and the Celtics and the Scotsmen, it's even smaller. Yeah. So that is the vitality for maintaining their own survival is to migrate and to colonize elsewhere. That has been the stance they've always had since the establishment. So it's been going on for hundreds of years.
Yes.
A very long time. Yeah, it's been going on for a very long time. And they have been very cruel in their history. They've been very, very cruel, especially to the settlements and their own the Celtic people and the Welsh. They've never forgiven the British for it. They've never forgiven the English to what they've done. And so, this is where they're at now. And you have Nicola Sturgeon keep demanding a referendum. She keeps demanding a referendum for Scottish independence, and then that would change the flag of the British United Kingdom flag. It will change everything.
Yes, it will.
Yeah,
and the flag. The British always have the option, of course, of just like the British seal. They by that I'm talking about like the national seal. They still maintain a symbol in there that represents the French Aquitaine. So there's still this kind of tacit British claim to the European continent. And whether or not that's realized again in the future with changes in borders, or which may become necessitated if the island itself shrinks with the loss of Scotland, there's also the factor that the British flag may simply be maintained even if the Scots withdraw, simply because of, I would call it kind of like visual identity. It's like a brand. It might simply be retained out of defiance, the same British flag as we have now, because otherwise the British flag will simply, to everyone worldwide, become unrecognizable. So there may be that option of simply retaining the symbolism or changing it only moderately, but the reality is that those challenges will be met just one at a time. It's going to be one at a time for England through this generation. This is just going to be a generation that goes through a lot of adventures. This is like, but always remember, when you think of how small England's population is, think about Elizabethan England, but I think yes, going back to Elizabethan times, which is basically, we're talking about Shakespeare and John Dee and shit, but basically when you're talking about the Elizabethan era, England's population couldn't have been more than that of today's Taiwan. So you're talking about, at that time, maybe about 30 million people. And they managed to conquer quite a bit of the world. So it's really not the population that necessarily always counts. It's learning to do more with less. And basically, when your back is to the wall and you have less resources, you'd be amazed at what people are driven to do. This is the position the Axis powers were in. The Axis powers did not have the colonies. They did not have the resources, so they had to count on the quality of their people. So what it comes down to is, how well can you deploy your people? How much quality can you bring out of them? How much can you force your people to do, and how much are they willing to do? And we're going to find out. But I would dare say that we will see a third British Empire, not because I'm flattering the English across the Atlantic who might be my listeners or these gentlemen who help myself, but rather because this is the reality of their situation. They don't have a choice. So that being said, by all means, George, take it from there for a few minutes.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, it's true. It's something that we've spoken about in past transmissions, that the only viable solution that to overcome Brexit now, because now we don't rely on the European Union and the European continent, as people colloquially know it as.
Right. The market. You no longer have access to that
market.
market.
The market. Yes. As we know, it's not a continent, it's a collective of anyway.
It's basically a super peninsula is how I explain it geographically.
Yes. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. And I've learned that from yourself. But that's the position that the British at the moment are found themselves in. And it was a propaganda campaign by the Russian Federation to get Britain out of the European Union, to dismember itself from that union on the market.
It's so true.
It's because it was one of the largest member states that was part of the European Union. It was a great contributor to the European Union, so
right.
It was the second largest. And so that was something that the Russians very heavily supported, that the British during their own referendum back in 2016. They supported the British, using people like Nigel Farage to push for people to vote for Brexit. And they, it was all propaganda. Everything they were telling you was lies. And then the British sucked up and believed it all. And so now the only way forward from there is to create a third empire.
Yes.
And it's going to lead to conflicts and war. They're going to do it themselves, and they know exactly what Russia are doing right now, which is, like Douglas said last transmission about the support that that we had during Dunkirk from Ukraine, that we were able to go back on the continent because of Ukraine after Dunkirk, and we've always been supportive of them ever since. And but inevitably, it's hypocritical that I know full well what the intentions of the British government will be in the future. They will start to, and I think it'll be after when Queen Elizabeth passes. I believe that's when, because I believe she hasn't got much longer to live. I don't think she's going to outlive her own mother, who lived to 102. Right. And then when Charles is on the throne, I believe he will, it's either going to be Charles or William. That's going to definitely start to push for that.
Right.
I can see it happen. I can sort of feel that happening here, living here. But the thing is, like you say, Douglas, about the quality of the people just don't want it. The British themselves, people who are British and not nationalists or who are migrants who have come over the generations, but the actual British are they're just lazy. They just don't want to do anything. They're just really, it is so, and that's why they're so antithetical towards migrants that come here that want to work.
Yes.
That that's why all the doctors are non-British anymore.
Yes.
The doctors that trained in England that are British, or what I'm trying to say is Anglo-Saxon in their ethnicity.
Right.
They move over to the United States
because
they earn more money over there than they would under the NHS. But doctors overseas, they come over here to get trained because the training is better over here. And then they're on far more money than they would be in their own land, in their own country. So that's why we have that phenomena in the UK. That's why everyone that come here are foreigners.
Yes.
But the British themselves think they're coming here to take the jobs away from them.
It's so.
They don't want to work.
Oh my God! It's so crazy. It is so crazy.
It's horrible.
I mean, what's so. But by the way, just to clarify some things.
Thank you.
Yeah, what George Knight is referring to is during World War II, when Britain was basically so defeated by Dunkirk. Dunkirk has been propagandized into a myth, and what people don't understand was the fact that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, he definitely felt that by gifting the British their army back, by allowing the British expeditionary forces to escape, by preventing a World War I style trench quagmire, and just allowing them to return home. He was offering this huge gift of peace, that the British would respond, that the public would be grateful. But instead, Winston Churchill propagandized it into this great escape, quote unquote, and which the British, of course, in general still believe to this day, and most of the Western world has been propagandized into believing, but it was all crap. But at that point, regardless, the British were essentially expelled from the continent. But what brought them back onto the continent was Benito Mussolini invading Greece. So when Benito Mussolini invaded Greece, then that brought the British back onto the continent. And so this is what Ukraine, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine today, has done for England in the wake of Brexit. Brexit was kind of like the Dunkirk of this century. And it was like the Russians evicting the British off of the European subcontinent, the super peninsula, with their propaganda, and the British buying into this, eating that shit up, and just saying, yeah, let's do this because of the... And now what's so ironic about this is, of course, we have Peter Moon in Romania, but I don't know if George Knight ever encountered this personally, but I know for a fact that when Britain was part of the European Union, you had all kinds of Romanians in England. This was all kinds of people that were doing, gardening work, different other things.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So
They
cover
were
that.
coming over yearly.
Yeah.
But 50,000 of them will come over to harvest the crops, to pick everything from the bushes. They would pick the berries, they would come over and do that for us. Yeah, they were coming over huge numbers for years. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, and so that was, and here you have the majority of these people are essentially fucking white, but the British have this vision of immigrants as all being like this swarthy swarm of curried, people like Salman Sheikh, which nobody would want near them. they think they're all like that. Okay, that's totally unfair to other Pakistanis, but you get my point. They had this. It's just like the American fantasy of the immigrant. As of course, here we have Peter Moon, who's married to a Romanian, a very white-looking young lady, brunette, but certainly Caucasian. And but he watches Fox News, and then he talks about the Mexican immigrants, the wall, the border, and this is how the British were thinking of the immigrants that were somehow making it into England. They weren't thinking of all those Eastern Europeans. They were thinking of these swarthy Pakistanis and the like. And then look at what's going on now. So now they're no longer part of the European Union. They're only back on the continent by dint of war, where this is why I call him Putalini, like Mussolini, he invaded a nation that brought the British back in. So with that being said, go on, take it from there.
Oh, sorry, Douglas. Yeah, that's the way I should have presented it. I'm sorry to the viewers. Yeah, it was basically that invasion brought us back onto the European continent. The support of Ukraine with the armaments that we've been sending over. That's how I should have presented it. Yeah, but thank you, Douglas, for qualifying that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, it's hard to keep track of all of that. But usually, by the way, George Knight does a better job than myself. He's been very good about this. And in terms of have you any other portfolios or albums that you're planning to publish anytime soon? Or I can't remember whether you were working on some others.
Yeah, thank you. There's so much, Douglas. And the latest one I did do, one of the latest ones I did was to do with the atrocities of World War II and the American behavior in the Pacific, where I've got a complete album of basically United States Marines boiling flesh of the Japanese, the dead bodies, until they got skull bones. And so and then all the propaganda that they were releasing, about skinning them and
dehumanizing propaganda that enabled them to commit atrocities. Yes. Did you tagged me with that, right? I do have that on my timeline. Okay.
Yes, yeah. As you're now basically like sort of like an admin to it, a moderator, you can contribute to the album yourself with any images you you have in your own personal collection, Douglas. Or it's just dehumanizing. It's just it's quite stomach churning actually.
Yes. Oh my
they
God.
were basically they were just referring to them as subhuman species. They weren't referring to them as humans. They were like pests. They were just like that propaganda, like a comic strip. What's it called? Laus Germanicus. I think it's called.
Lauseus Japanicus is what they were referring to them as, and they showed this horrible caricature of Japanese as basically like an insect.
Like an insect. Yeah, and mortars, flamethrowers, and bayonets are.
It's control that
remedies.
Yes, the remedies to this disease, this infestation. The remedies to this infestation were basically various military tools at the time, including flamethrowers, which I understand have actually been outlawed for use in international warfare now, which kind of shocks me and almost disappoints me, to tell you the truth. But that being said, yes, George Knights, he has a very good memory of this and very good recall. So. So aside from that, by the way, everything, what can you tell us about, anything? Take it anywhere you wish, honestly. So glad you're here. Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and I was also going to do a post on the swastika, the Hakenkreuz. I was going to do one on that as well.
Just be careful with that one, because,
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes, that's the reason why I've not done it yet. I was just thinking, God, what about the reaction I'm going to get to it? Of course, I've got images of the swastika itself is the most universally recognized symbol on Earth. It's far older than the Christian cross, and it's used in every single culture apart from Semitic on Earth. So I was going to present like how all the cultures that have used it. I've got like examples of them, like a whole collective of them, and including the Bodhisattva, the original Buddha, who had one horror on his chest, that when he came into the earth, he was he had a swastika on his chest, and people can reference this and look this up. But I got the quote from Howard Phillips Lovecraft's Shadow over Innsmouth, from the character Zadok.
Zadok, yes.
Yeah. Certain signs sec as was used, onked by the lost old ones. They're more magic signs as the sea. Things says was the only things they was afeard of. In some places there was little stones strewed about, like charms with something on them, like what you call a swastika nowadays. Probably them was the old one's signs. So that's how Phillips Lovecraft's warning that his basically he's making awareness that the swastika, what we know the sign as the swastika nowadays, as it's quoted, that is the elder sign, the ward that repels the old ones, the anti-gods. So that is something I was going to present in the post. That's something that's so important that needs to be emphasized and presented out there. But it's just, how the hell do I do it without getting such a negative response?
Yeah, I mean, the best thing to do is probably wait on it for a little while. I think it's just to let's wait till things calm down a bit further. By that I mean probably a few months at the least. But I understand that. What would be something like that. What you need to do, you could produce a video and put that on YouTube safely. That you could do. And then what we need to do is, what I need to do is I'll work with John Warrington on this, and what we'll try and do is download some of the videos from Bizarre HD, and hopefully he finally changes the name of that goddamn channel to George Knight. And then we'll upload them on my channel, and so that will help distribute some of what George Knight has brought together for videos, and so go on from there. Aside from that, George, what else has been showing up on your radar, so to speak?
Oh yeah, so much. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, let me just go through my archives. There's so much. There's just so much, and there's this great YouTube channel. I do recommend people to actually view it, because it's great old vintage videos of people being interviewed on their experiences of eyewitness. These are eyewitness accounts of the ufological phenomena. You can sort of like suss out what they're talking about. I mean, a lot of the interviews like I've been watching, and when you watch it yourself, like I presented last time, you have basically the eyewitness accounts of the occupants in these craft are Nordic Aryan. That's how they're described, with long blonde hair and jumpsuits or ski suits with polar necks. And there's a lot of these interviews on this YouTube channel. It's Eyes, I think it's Eyes to the Cinema. Yes, I believe that's what the name of the YouTube channel is called. But they uploaded one yesterday of basically this guy talking about the German craft. He was saying where, he was talking about the craft coming from Brazil, Argentina, South America. He was presenting and he was showing you Polaroid images of the Honobu and the Vril craft. And he was basically, the information, it was sort of like, half truth, half not truth. And it's probably because he's been misinformed. He's been, propaganda, he's been basically told different information or false information. So you can tell like he's giving you some half truths, but then they're not entirely the full truth, as me and Douglas knows it. Yeah. So
what we could say generously is that he's working the best he can with information that he has. And if he's coming at it with some kind of moral judgment kind of perspective, like if he's using terms like evil or something like that to speak of this phenomenon, then he's indoctrinated at that point. It's kind of like what George Knight was bringing up about, I don't even remember the guy's name, but the guy who put together the Hunting Hitler series, and basically how when he meets descendants, like third generation descendants or second or third generation descendants of the Nazis in Argentina or anywhere in South America, and he's saying, "Oh, I want to kill them," just reflexively, and these people aren't even in any way, shape, or form responsible for the Holocaust. These are people who are carrying on the legacy of their fathers, but they don't have active death camps that they're operating. And for this man to say that, it shows you just how maniacally indoctrinated he is. That's not a rational response for someone to hold towards anyone. By all means, go on.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And the other thing that Joe Rogan responded with, he goes, "How do we persecute these people?" He was going, "How does he persecute? Not prosecute, but how does he persecute them?" And I'm like, that's insane. How you can't do anything to these people because they had no involvement. They weren't even. This is third generation. They weren't alive during this period, and it's just like trying to persecute myself for things that the British have done in the past against the genocidal, campaigns that they have committed. That's like, wow, because I would have been a descendant of some individual that would have been committed, that have committed these atrocities. But that's like trying to persecute myself for something that I've not done. And so, like, it was like Joe Rogan was like, "How do we do it?" He was like asking, "How do we go about doing this?"
What a piece of
As
shit!
If to say, how do we do it?
Yeah, what a piece of shit!
What can we do about it? They would say, "What can we do about it?" These people obviously, and they mentioned Adolf Eichmann. How he was captured by the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence. We could go into that again, Douglas. There's so much to talk about with that, and, with the Pentagon on 9/11. There's so much to talk about. It was like when Adolf Eichmann was interrogated in Israel, when he was before his execution, he was, and that's the thing that Douglas has brought up in the past, that he spoke perfect Hebrew. That was one of the things that most people aren't aware of, that he actually spoke perfect Hebrew. And he was, obviously they're not talking to him in German. They were speaking to him in Hebrew when they interrogated him.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what people don't understand. And and that's what the position he was alluding to, because he goes, "Well, we did it to Adolf Eichmann. How do we do it to these people?" And it's just like, what? These are like the grandchildren. Yes. These are like the great grandchildren.
But this is the madness. What these people are indoctrinated into at this point is racial war. And this is racial war to them. And this is why, when you think about what was brought up by Ian West, when Ian West is speaking about those, and he's super slinky in the chat room, if anyone wants to speak to him. Like I said, I told him personally I couldn't handle him for 2 episodes in a row. but if I, granted, it's been over 1 episode by now, but I'm still not ready yet. I mean, like, oh my God. He's just he's just very intense, and when it came to his personal health issues, they're just appalling. I mean, I'm going to have to stop talking about it before I get lost in that, because my eyes just glaze over. He sent me some photographs, and I just, I told him what little I saw just looking at them. I didn't want to look at them in any depth or detail. I didn't enlarge in the photographs, but he's going through a lot. Maintain him in your thoughts and prayers. But he was bringing up this underground tunnel system established by the elites of the West, essentially, that is effectively or essentially globe spanning, or spans a good part of the globe, and that one of these tunnel systems almost certainly goes underneath his own residence, where he can feel it when the maglev train is going under him. And that's like, that goes to show you it's obviously not that deep down. And as I've pointed out before, with his own experience verifying this when he was working in Disneyland, and of course he was descending into the upper levels of the lower tunnel system, which he says goes down 7 levels, and that's entirely believable. That's totally within my realm of understanding from what I've seen as well. Basically, this is like a kind of as he said, it started off as something to just shuttle around basically gold, so it wouldn't be taken by bandits on the surface. And the elite, essentially, as he said, starting with the original Rockefellers and the like, were doing this. And then it became used by the cabals for their basically shuffling child trafficking, the shuffling these children around that they exploit. But beyond that, what it serves as is obviously basically a chaos shelter. In the old days, we would have said bomb shelter, but we're beyond that point now. We're entering a new nuclear age. We're entering like a third nuclear age, one in which the powers like North Korea are building their own nuclear arsenals. But understand that the nuclear arsenal North Korea is building is based on World War II Japanese technology. They're only now beginning to extend beyond that. But this means that we're entering this new nuclear age where, in response, the Japanese are going to have to basically beef up their nuclear arsenal, and so which they already have, and of course, because they won the war, and people can look this up, they forced the Americans to give them all kinds of material by which to build even more nuclear weapons. This went on throughout the 80s and the 90s. This was a national scandal that the Americans were giving bomb building grade nuclear materials to the Empire of Japan. So anybody who thinks the Japanese don't have nukes, I mean, you're just in denial. But yeah. So we're entering a nuclear age in which things are going to be much more regional. We're talking about like basically France and Britain both have nukes. And France and Britain have gotten to the point with some of their disputes recently with the Channel Islands, where, for those of you who don't know, and I told this to George and he never knew this at the time, the Channel Islands of England he knew this much, the Channel Islands of England were really the only British territory that was occupied by the Third Reich. And but because of that, it was Dr. Todt. Dr. Todt's name was spelled Todt, but it's very similar to the German word for death. I mean, the guy's nickname was Dr. Death, but Dr. Todt, the man who designed the Autobahns, he was someone who was working on the Channel Islands, and he basically linked them to the continent. All of the electricity to the Channel Islands comes out of France. So during a recent dispute between Britain and France, with Britain's Brexit, the French and the British, but particularly the French, brought their warships to bear around the Channel Islands, kind of like what mainland China is doing around my Taiwan now. And at that time, things obviously calmed down very quickly, but nevertheless, it's a prelude of what will ultimately develop. Make no mistake about it, there will come a point in this third nuclear age where France and Britain will be pointing their nukes at each other, because this is what we've come to. So Japan and North Korea will be doing the same on the other side of the world. This is the new nuclear age. This is not like the old days when everybody believed this fantasy the world could be destroyed. We're talking about regional, limited nuclear flare-ups. And whether or not these result in exchanges, a singular exchange in any of these cases will change the world. But when it comes to how it will change the world, it will be economically. It's going to change the world economically as opposed to this kind of total destruction of planet Earth. We don't need bombs to do that because we got global warming. But at any rate, in either case, what used to be bomb shelters for the elite in the Western world are now essentially chaos shelters, or perhaps we'll call it climate change shelters. But the elite knows one thing. They only have enough room in what they built artificially, unlike what the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile did, which was it colonized the inner earth in terms of immense caverns that were worn into the crust of the earth by water erosion. And therefore rivers are there, and everything is there to handle the necessities of life. The Thousand-Year Reich resettled this vast inner frontier, whereas the Allies have simply been building their own artificial world, which is nowhere near as vast or as capable of sustaining all that much life. So the elite knows one thing, that if it comes to preserving their population base, then they're going to have to get that population base to invade the Thousand-Year Reich's caverns. And that's why you're always indoctrinated to hate the Nazis instinctively. That's why you're raised to kill them on sight, because they ultimately want you to invade the inner earth, to steal these immense caverns, these lacunae within the crust that the Thousand-Year Reich now occupies. So all of those tunnels that crisscross the crust of the earth near its surface, very near its surface, comparatively speaking, they may as well be on a different planet from the natural erosion super caverns that are larger than the Grand Canyon that the Thousand-Year Reich occupies worldwide, that it accessed through both Tibet and both the polar regions. This is something that the Allies want to take, and this is why the war has never ended, and why we're still legally at war with the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile. And of course, the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile at this point has expanded into a breakaway civilization that, for all intents and purposes, may as well be interstellar. And we'll let George take it from there. So, George, with what I've articulated, build upon that and explain to people.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, and that was the other thing I was just about to mention, was that video that was uploaded yesterday. I was reading the comment section of everyone saying their opinions of it. They were basically expressing their just convoluted indoctrination of basically history itself and the reality of everything. They were saying there cannot be a breakaway civilization, and like I've mentioned before, people just under this notion that after 1945 that everyone was denazified, so Nazis do not exist anymore. They simply, and one of the comments yesterday said that, oh no, the United States took every single scientist from Germany, all their head scientists, all their major scientists that were innovative with their technology. They took them on and they went to go work for NASA. And you just read these comments and they are laughable. And they're saying there's no such thing as a breakaway civilization. They're saying the Germans, if they produce this, they got this from it's basically what they're saying is from extraterrestrials. They were saying they must have got help. How can they get this knowledge from themselves? They must have got help from somewhere else. And this is just part of that indoctrination.
This is also part of that self-hatred. There's a real self-loathing there for being a human being. It's these people have no concept of human beings having the capability to do anything. This is why they think that aliens built the pyramids and put the Moabs on Easter Island and shit. I mean, this is self-loathing on a racial scale. Take it from there. I'm sorry. I mean, even just talking about it makes me physically ill.
It does, Douglas. Me too. Exactly. It's really horrific. It really is. And that comment section, it's every comment, one comment off the other, and it's just like they have no idea what's going on. They have no idea, and it's just when this guy was presenting obviously genuine photographs. They were Polaroid photographs of the Reichscraft, of the Honolulu landing, and with its has these stabilizer tripods, and they were descending in and out and to land, and these photos were genuine, and people need to understand that there are actual there are actual intelligence agencies out there who have actually interacted with these, the 1,000-year Reich Exile. They were actually trading multiple.
Yes.
They were trading for decades.
Yes.
And so they had a connection. They were having these communications with them. And so that's what people don't understand, that they know full well who these are. But the idea is to present it to the public that these come from another planet. They're not terrestrial in their origin. They are not a breakaway civilization. This is what people were talking about. But just to go with like what Douglas was saying about the Antarctic, they are now, like, I've published this on Douglas's timeline about, there's from the news publisher Daily Express, and the headline says Antarctica researchers stunned as hidden world discovered beneath the ice. And just like what Douglas was saying, that they want you to invade. And so what they are slowly presenting to the public, that there is a world underneath the ice. There is a world underneath, and it exists, and it's very real. And it's very hard for people to actually, when I talk to people about it, they cannot fathom or understand. They cannot comprehend that there are tunnel systems underneath the Earth, and they think, oh, hollow Earth, and it's not hollow Earth. It's just tunnel systems from, it's an inner Earth. It's massive cavern systems that are massive. There's lots of room, and under the Reich's documentation, they actually expressed and stated that there's lots of room under there. When they were conducting their U-boat excavations, before they were started using their Reich's technology, their Reichscraft technology, to actually submerge and go under. This is why they use their technology to submerge in and out of Unterland. So that's why a lot of the Navy encounter a lot of these exotic craft that come in and out exponentially fast, and they appear on radar screens, so they know they're a physical object, and they have multiple signs, different confirmations from both radar and visual and basically radio. So they can confirm this is a solid object coming in and out, and they conduct scouting runs. And so the Navy have admitted that they're contending with an actual physical object. This is their enemy that they're not themselves aware of. This has been their enemy for decades, post the Second World War, and this is what's been going on. But that's when you look at the news articles, that's what they're talking about, that the Navy personnel and the Air Force, they encounter these all the time. It's something it's a phenomenon that's been coexisting and in existence for decades, post Second World War. And that is why the whole, you have Operation, you've got these Project Blue Book, Project Grudge. They were all post Second World War, because that's when the phenomena of sightings of mechanical craft started appearing, and prior, because they were producing these in the 1930s also. So they actually, in Britain, they were actually what they were seeing these craft appear over London, and they had the beg your pardon, Douglas, is it the what's the correct German term for it? The cross. On the craft.
The Hakenkreuz, the swastika, Hakenkreuz.
Yeah, the swastika, and it was is it the Iron Cross? It's the
there's the Iron Cross as well. Yes, the Iron Cross, which would be
yes. Sorry, let my mind there for a second. Yeah, it's the Iron Cross that underneath the craft, and so they were actually stunned. This is 1939. They were seeing these over London. Yeah. So it's. There's so much to go into this, but this is what, like we've been saying for many transmissions, this is the ultimate goal, because they cannot sustain a future on the surface world, because the temperatures of the Earth rising specifically in certain areas in the world, that it's much hotter than others. Saudi Arabia is going above 50. It's going above 50 degrees Celsius. That's not a livable condition. That's half a boiling point. Yeah. So that it's just, and now in London, 41, 42 degrees. It's just, you cannot sustain. We cannot survive on the surface. So the idea is, like Douglas says, the elite want you. They want you to. It's basically self-loathing and indoctrinate you to hate them to a degree that you instinctively kill them on sight. Yeah. They want you to kill them and take their technology, and then that is, instead of becoming their ally, which is something that I want to happen. That's something I personally want to see happening. They have to, in order to have, because once you kill them all, how are you supposed to maintain their technology if you don't know? Unless they want to capture them and then torture them to actually, but are they going to do that? They did do that after the Second World War. The so-called scientists that they took on gave them no technology. Yes. They didn't teach them anything. It's just like the United Nations weapons inspectors. They basically go into these countries and say, you could do this, but you cannot do that. Yes. And so, yeah, and it's the same thing. If they capture them and torture them, they're not going to give them their information. They're not going to tell them how the technology works. They're not going to give them anything. So it's a ridiculous and insane plan to kill them and then to steal their technology, but not knowing how it works. I mean, they've had their technology for decades. They've got them housed, which is what Bob Lazar was working on, and nobody knows how it works. They know how to fly them, they can operate them, but they don't know how it actually how it functions. And they cannot,
They can operate them only to a degree at that.
Yes.
Yes. And so so much of this has to do with, I think simply that what had happened was what should never be forgotten. And this is going to be just terrible for many people who hear it. They think of this as awful instinctively because they're indoctrinated against this frame of mind. But we have to understand that what my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was originally concerned about. Now, just the other day, when we had Aaron Tice on in the opening hour, and Aaron Tice and I were talking about cloning, and we brought up Charles Augustus Lindbergh, who was a Nazi, but of the old school. And as I said, later this month, as a matter of fact, looking at my calendar, it will be on the 25th of this month. We're talking about just 2.5 weeks from tonight, maybe about 3 weeks if we count because it's basically after next Wednesday, so it'd be about 3 weeks from tonight. Will be the commemorative day, the Memorial Day of George Lincoln Rockwell's assassination, the head of the American Nazi Party, the last of the old school American Nazis. And these were men who understood the German Reich, who had lived through the German Reich on the surface world being a reality. And so these weren't people who were living off of a bunch of Hollywood propaganda films. They knew what Nazism truly was. The majority of neo-Nazis, young Americans who might be skinheads, or even Britons who were skinheads, these are people who grew up on a bunch of Hollywood films about Nazis. So their entire understanding of Nazism, plus all of the propaganda heaped on top of that, is a senseless understanding. It's a misunderstanding. In terms of people like Charles Augustus Lindbergh, however, even though they had a better grasp of the global ideology of Nazism as it was being promulgated by the actual Reich, they were Americans, and their American brand of Nazism was far more eugenically oriented. And the point was that people who have done their research, they will understand that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was deeply impressed by American eugenics. And so what he thought was, when you take a look at my biological sire's way of thinking, how he felt that he perceived the world's history as a struggle between races. And in that sense, he understood his enemies, because that's how his enemies think today. When you have these people like Joe Rogan and this individual who produced the Hunting Hitler series, and they're thinking about persecuting, that's a racist term. Let's persecute these Nazi descendants, or the other man saying, I simply wanted to kill them on sight. This is racial war mentality. So when my biological sire was thinking in those terms, it wasn't because he was a racist. It's because he understood his enemy. And when he understood his enemy, he saw the American eugenics programs where the Americans were lionizing the concept of breeding pogroms, to breed a better race, to breed criminality out of the race, to basically breed a better human being of goodly heritage. The very term eugenics means good genes, basically. Yeah. And because it has such a bad connotation, so politically correct in this day and age, you would never encounter an American with this name. But I remember meeting a Russian doctor, a female doctor, here in the United States. And her name was Eugenia. And I said, oh my God, I love your name. And I told her that means, good race. It means I am of a good race. No American would ever name their child that name. But when it comes to what the American Nazis were all about, they would have had children with names like that. These were people who believed in breeding a better human. So when Adolf Hitler took that to heart, he felt that of all his enemies, unlike the American versus German in the field, where the German military, through generations of experience and entire history of European conflict, had the overwhelming advantage and far better generals. And therefore, the combat effectiveness, the Germans would think that, one German soldier was generally calculated to be have the field effectiveness of 2 British soldiers and 10 American soldiers. But when Adolf Hitler was thinking in racial terms, he felt that the Americans were the greatest threat of all, because unlike any of the other individuals or cultures he was fighting, like the Soviets who wanted to breed down by breeding with apes, the Americans were trying to breed up. So Hitler felt the Americans were the greatest threat of all. And he actually felt that the only way to combat them was to breed a better European race, and therefore the Nordic Aryan ideal. And when he conquered Unterland and basically undertook this breeding program, the reason that the Americans, like Bob Lazar, or the most brilliant among what the Americans have, cannot truly reverse engineer effectively Reich's technology, is that simply the people of the Thousand-Year Reich in exile have bred to a point where they're beyond human capability. It's basically mere humans on the surface world are literally at this point almost genetically incapable of understanding what they create.
Exactly.
Thank you. Then you can take it from there.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And if you look at the very quickly, I'd just like to say that what Douglas is saying, there was a coin that was mounted, and it says on the coin, I've just found the image, I have a goodly heritage,
and that was awarded to American
Boyd Rice
parents. Yeah. Yes, Boyd Rice's parents were awarded that. Yes, among other Americans, but that was a big point of pride with Boyd Rice. Yes, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to just bring that up, and there's a coin you can actually see it, and they were actually they were awarded that, like Douglas just said. Yeah,
it's actually a medal. It's actually a medal, like an Olympic medal, except for
it is.
Except for fucking huge. Right. Except you're fucking the right person is basically what they're saying. And
yeah, it's huge. Yeah, it's massive actually. Yeah, it's like a medal. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and basically, like I was going to say with the interview that you can find with, let me just grab it very quickly, just get her name so I don't get it mixed up or mistaken. Load videos. Yeah, this is a testimony from, her name is Joyce Bowles. I knew her name, but I just want to make sure I got it correct. The eyewitness and Ted Pratt, her partner, I don't know if it's a husband or partner, they're definitely not married, in Winchester, England in 1976, when she described that the gentleman came out of, and she referred to him as a man. I don't know if she called him a gentleman, but a man that came out of the Andromeda Gerat, which is the cigar-shaped UFO, which is what people are seeing. And they basically, the man that came over put his hand, and he had piercing pink eyes, and he had a beard and sideburns that met, and he just placed his hand on top of the roof of the car, of the vehicle, looked in at her and looked in at Ted Pratt, and then looked at a dashboard, and the car ignition lit up. It just ignited, basically just started operating without the keys in the opposite direction of the ignition. Wow. So, and that stunned her, and that's the level that they have got to. Yes. And they can operate mechanical, like they can operate things without even, basically what humans would do, what us normal people would do, is they'll physically turn the ignition on. They've got to a point where they don't need to do that.
In other words, they are psychically developed to the point
Yeah.
where they're psionically or psychically capable of manipulating the material world.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's
Yeah.
just that's crazy. That had something to do. Their car came to a halt, a standstill. Now I put that when she said that I put that to the electrical magnetic field around the craft itself, because they had it visually in their visually in front of them. They could see the craft, and the cockpit is lit up only with a very faint light. They said it was very easy on the eyes. It wasn't glowing, but they could see 3 occupants. It let out some steam and it hissed like a kettle. And she said that the occupant, one of the man, and she called him a man, walked out of the craft, walked towards the vehicle, and put his hand on the roof of the car, looked in at her, looked in at Ted Pratt, and then the vehicle. He looked at the dashboard, and then the car started to run, started to just ignite, and she couldn't explain that.
Right.
And that is just, I put that down towards the actual magnetic field that the craft, the force field. They said it was like an invisible force field that stopped the car, which came to a halt. And this is the thing where there's actually a really good documentary where it's like UFOs and volcanoes, where you see Wright's craft going in and out of volcanoes. This magnetic field is invincible. They can go into lava, and without it actually penetrating or interrupting the vehicle itself. That is and that's what Bob Lazar also states in his testimonies, that whatever this technology is, it's impenetrable. A bullet or a rocket will not penetrate this force field that's around the craft, and that's the field that levitates it, so it operates to levitate upwards. And it's a force field that goes right around the craft, starting from both polar regions of the craft, just like the Earth's polar regions emit the electrical magnetic field around the Earth, which is what makes us, we're controlled by gravity, we're orbiting around our sun, but that's what keeps our planet afloat. And the electromagnetic field protects us from solar radiation, similar to these craft. That is their idea and understanding of physics is totally different to anything we can comprehend, or anyone in the West can comprehend. I have a slightly better understanding of it than most people, and so does Douglas as well. So he can also explain this very, very well.
Well,
also,
at this point, George Knight has gotten a better understanding than I do when it comes to the physics of this, but or some of the technical terms that are used, to tell you the truth. But when it comes to the context, the context is basically what I think of is both the magnetic field is obviously, as our man George Knight points out, impenetrable, invulnerable, therefore enabling them to travel through lava or magma, maybe not magma, but certainly lava, liquid state. But at this point, as a race, they are at this point beyond the human species in terms of their breeding, and therefore are psychically powerful enough where they can use probably their own personal magnetic field that we all have to basically trigger something as simple as an internal combustion engine, which makes perfect sense. I mean, basically that's what the individual did. As for the eyes being pink, of course, that's the adjustment to the night vision, the darkness of the inner earth, that will be natural to them after generations of breeding in that environment. Although technology is definitely a part of their adaptation, that technology is used to protect their eyes in the surface where they're exposed to sunlight that we live with on a daily basis, but to them is almost blinding, or can be. So definitely take it from there, dear George.
Thank you, Douglas. And that's the level that they have basically exceeded to. It's something that people will never comprehend. Bob Lazar could never understand it. Like, you listen to what he says, and he is just one individual that has actually physically worked or touched and worked on the Wright's craft, and he describes it all completely. It's something. This is why people think it's extraterrestrial, because it goes beyond their comprehension. It's something they cannot understand or fathom, and that's what boggles their mind. And their only explanation is, it's got to be something else. It's something beyond us. So, obviously, they think it's non-human. And
Well, in a very real
when
sense,
it is.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And that's the thing. Also, with the term alien, it's another reference to World War II, where the enemy was referred to as enemy alien or alien enemy. And when they tell people this is alien technology, this is what they're referring to. Also, but people interpret that in a different way. Just as with Melvin Brown's daughters, when he was telling the story that about aliens, they interpret it as men from space or people from space or sentiencies from space, out space.
Little green men, essentially.
Little green men, yeah.
Or gray men, little
Independence
gray
Day,
men
yeah.
today. What used to be little green men are little gray men today. It's but you see what the Allies have done is they've realized their own worst fears. They were trying to propagate, or rather propagandize. They were trying to propagandize the Japanese as extraterrestrials so that people would exterminate them. And then when they lost the war and holding talk-down proceedings with the Empire of Japan and being forced to open their markets and everything else, they were telling people, well, we were holding all these talks with extraterrestrials, people from outer space, enemy, aliens. This is what you see in the movie Dark Skies. You see Eisenhower and Truman in the Dark Skies franchise television series back in the 90s telling people this, that, oh yeah, after World War II, these extraterrestrials, these aliens came and confronted the Eisenhower and Truman administrations, and and nobody ever asks why did they show up right after World War II. I mean, the timing is rather suspect. But then, of course, the fantasy, they saw the atomic bombs being dropped. Yeah, which, of course, for those of you who don't know, those atomic bombs were not visible from space. They wouldn't even register above the atmosphere. What was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it was like, comparatively speaking, those are firecrackers. Nobody in space could even know they happened. It's just not technically feasible. That's but their technology is so advanced. I mean, it just goes on, and what you have is just a compounded mental castle, what they used to call a mental castle, a construct that's a sandcastle, and it crumbles with any logical analysis. But what really happened was they were trying to portray the Japanese and fob them off on the American public as, well, they're really extraterrestrials, and that's why they were so powerful, and we had no power against them. But now this has been realized in the embodiment of the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. Here now they are confronted with what is truly now at this point no longer a human race that is beyond their ability to contend with. Yes, George will take it from there.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Sorry, I was just thinking, it was just making me laugh in my head. I was just thinking, if these are two atomic bombs that were the Trinity bomb and also the German bomb that was dropped the year prior in October 12, 1944 in Kurland, if these atomic bombs actually did, if these extraterrestrials, quote unquote, actually did, it picked up on their radar that there was these atomic bombs that were being detonated, if they actually, if this was true, then my God, can you imagine their radar, screening their radar transmissions picking up supernovas? I mean, my God, that would have gone off the Richter scale.
Yeah. No, beyond that, and the shit they say when they say things like, oh, the craft at Roswell were alien craft that traveled from a distant star, but somehow they got thrown off by our radio waves or something that destabilized them. I mean, just the insanity of, what they're saying. It's just, one thing after another. It just, in the end, it's like talking to a flat earther. It's like talking to a flat earther. Yeah, you're basically talking to someone. They have an answer for everything, but their answer is just more stupidity. It doesn't, so go on. Take it.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. So that's, when I come on the show, I have to come on just to, it's to basically stop myself going insane, because this is, when I'm doing any form of research, this is what you come across all the time. And it's like what I said last time when I was, learning about the connection between, Israel and with 9/11. When I was, going down that road, you come across, the history of Israel, and then you come across the Holocaust, and then you come across Holocaust denial, and it's just like this is what you run into. And when you go down this, when you ever do any research into the ufological phenomena, you come across people that say these insane things like, oh, they started to become interested in us after World War II because we detonated the bomb. And that's what people like Stephen Greer are telling you. And this is where people get this information from. And it's just absolutely mind-boggling. And that's why, you know, I come on this. It's like, you know, I come on just to maintain my own sanity.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, because yeah.
Everyone else is just so insane. And like, even my own, you know, my closest friends, you know, the stuff they say that, oh, it's, you know, we're living in a matrix, we're living in a simulation. Oh my Lord.
Well, you know, we are, in a sense. We're in this Allied propaganda matrix, right? I mean, but they keep they're extending it to this cosmic level where they're saying it's basically, to them, the software programmer is God. They're basically saying God is a software programmer, and somehow that makes God more palatable for them.
Yes.
I don't even understand that. I mean, where does that come from?
No, I have to ask him that question. Like I said before, I have to ask him, where'd you get this information from? Like, where is the source? And it's like when I told, you know, when I was after the stag do, I was telling my friends on the bus on the way home that, you know, one thing on Google that you cannot find, and I couldn't find it until, you know, you told me about the disc, you know, the Sheet Creek, the disc war period between, you know, the period was far longer. It was going in through decades between the United States Air Force and, you know, the British Air Force, and all those of Air Force were involved with this aerospace war with the Reichs, with the Third Reich in exile. I said there was an undeclared war in the 1950s between 1951 and 1956, and I said that the unofficial, well, the unaccountable numbers, and it goes beyond. This is only what's documented. This is the numbers. 7,600 personnel, Air Force personnel, and pilots died in this period. It was the most deadly period for anyone who was a United States Air Force pilot, when they were given orders to shoot down these flying discs that were, you know, that were basically violating American airspace, you know, violating national security, that they were given strict
with
orders.
Impunity. With impunity, mind you. Violating the airspace with impunity.
Without impunity, because they can fly over any restricted airspace and nobody could do anything about it. There's nothing nobody can do. They can scramble their aircraft, their interceptor pilot jets or fighter jets up in the air, and they cannot reach these craft in time. They can visually see them. They can see them on radar through air traffic control, but they cannot catch up with them, and there's nothing they can do about it. But you know, I explained to my friends that there was this undeclared. It's very much documented, even though you can't find it on Google. But if you if you type in specific dates, specific names, you'll be able to find everything about this war period. And it was like I was presenting it to them like there's this undeclared war, and basically they were looking at me like, what? This is just crazy. There's, you know, what? United States Air Force pilots fighting UFOs? Like, nah, that's bullshit. And it's like I've seen comments online saying that, oh yeah, they've never killed anyone. They're a friendly species. They're friendly. You know, they're not hostile. They're not hostile. But of course, then I went home and I actually got the segment from the book. You know, the basically Shoot Them Down book by Frank Ficino. I showed him the part where it said, you know, 7,600. This is what was accounted for. Not the ones that are actually non-reported, but the ones that were accounted for was 7,600 pilots actually died between the periods of 1951 to 1956. That's just 5 years. That's a lot of people to die. Yes. And over, just unusual circumstances, like, oh yeah, these are, you know, pilots that just, you know, malfunctioned in the air, and that, you know, it's just, you know, miscalculations or, you know, human error that which will cause them to, you know, to dispel from the skies and come down and die. That is not what happened. It was these pilots were very experienced pilots that served multiple you know, tours of and, you know, operations in the field, including the Korean War, and including World War II, and even some of them even were around, you know, alive during World War One. They were very experienced pilots, and they were being shot. You know, they were actually scrambling them to actually fight them, to shoot them down. They were given orders, standing orders, to shoot these things down, to shoot down these craft. You know, because they wanted to retrieve their technology. And so, this is the insanity. But they were looking at me, and as if to say, oh, this is just crazy. But then I went home, got that segment, I took a picture of it, sent it off, and my best friend, who was my best man, he goes, shit, I didn't know that. Because this is crazy. This is crazy. I was like, yeah, this is all, but please show me where you got this information from, that the divinity is actually a god behind a computer screen. It's a software program that he's running, manipulating. It's just like, I want to see this. I can present everything I say.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
I hope that makes
this is
coherent
so
sense.
important.
I do struggle.
I'm sorry. Go on. Say what you just said again, because I interrupted it. So repeat
no,
that,
I
please.
do apologize, Douglas. No, thank you so much. I just want to say that sometimes, I speak and it's incoherent because I've not rehearsed this. This is all, improvisation. I don't know how I'm gonna say anything when I come on. I don't know what I'm gonna come on and say. It's only from memory. It's trying to, I'm not rehearsed any of this. So you're very good at making something sound, make sense. But I'm not. I can't really come on and articulate very well.
You do well. Believe me, you
Thank
do
you,
well
yeah.
enough. And certainly, the important thing that you do is basically gather a lot of information and you put it together. And there's nothing more important than that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so when it comes to presenting people with the reality of this situation, and it's the reality is simply hard for many people to take. It's like Peter Moon said earlier. It's you're left with this paradigm shift that everything you've been told is bullshit. And when it comes to the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile and the American or the Allied confrontation with it, what George Knight is saying is that during the really heavy period immediately after the Second World War, as people understand it, it was ongoing but entering a new phase. And basically what the Allies were confronting was exactly what they propagandized as having perpetrated on the Empire of Japan. One of the things that people will notice is that when Richard Dolan was ordered to try and confront myself, and of course that footage was up on the DDD timeline, which of course Maria Gregorich, curse her black little heart, basically fell in love with Jameson Reese, and he seduced her into thinking that he was going to let her move in with him because he's going to inherit the home from his parents, and didn't tell her about how his parents want to evict him and get rid of him and shit. Maybe he plans on killing them before they can do that. But she deactivated the DDD timeline on Facebook, on which the footage was there the link was there to the footage of basically Richard Dolan's attempt to attack myself publicly.
Yes.
And what Richard Dolan was claiming was, America was able to bomb Japan with impunity throughout the war, and the Japanese could do nothing. He was making this claim when I shot him down, just like the Japanese shot down many American planes over their home islands. And the point is that the Japanese were more than capable of countering the Americans, and that's why the Americans couldn't bomb the original intended target for the Nagasaki bomb, which was Kokura.
Yeah.
And the Americans are basically now getting around to admitting that in various articles and shit, and they make it sound like, it was luck. It was luck because of overcast weather. I mean, overcast weather? It's a nuclear bomb. You don't need to aim it. You just drop. Overcast weather doesn't mean shit. You can drop it in a fucking storm. This is the kind of bullshit that they feed Americans. But the reality is what the Americans kept insisting they could do to Japan is what the Thousand-Year Reich has been doing to Americans. This is what the Thousand-Year Reich was able to violate American airspace with impunity. The Americans could do nothing about it effectively. And so you talk about projection. This is the projection of what the Thousand-Year Reich did to them into a fantasy that they project onto what they could do to Japan. And so all of this is the insanity that you're dealing with. So you take that into account, and then you take into account the fact that when it comes to these pilots that were confronting the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, what George Knight is expressing is that these were all combat veterans. These are not just pilots. These were seasoned combat veterans who had survived any number of tours of duty in various theaters of conflict. And that includes, as he said, some from World War I, some from the World War II, some from the Korean War. But all of them, the combat experience didn't matter with the kind of technology they were confronting. So basically what had happened was that the Thousand-Year Reich in exile was already technologically beyond the capacity of the Allies to confront. And now, of course, the very nature of their people has entered a different phase of evolution. They're essentially a higher species. So this is truly frightening. And this is what I said would be a bane or very hard to take on Western ears, or would really offend their sensibilities. What offends Western sensibilities is the idea of breeding people to a higher state of evolution. This is what we are taught is anathema. We're taught this is anathema because we're brought up on this myth of meritocracy, that somehow everybody should be given an equal chance, and that they all basically will somehow, therefore, the quality people will somehow rise to the top by dint of their merits. Of course, all of that has been a lie forever. There has never been a meritocracy. There's always been advantages certain people had that others do not. And the key is to acknowledge that, work with that fact. It's simply a fact that men and women have different physiologies, and that women are simply better at some things than men are, and men are simply better at some things than women are. But once you acknowledge that, of course, what makes all of this probably a horror story to the modern, politically correct minded individual is that no matter whether you're on the right or left of the political spectrum, you've all been taught to hate this concept of eugenics. And what my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, did was he took that to heart, and the people who conquered Unterland have bred a better race of human being, or at least one superior in respects that of performance, intellectually or otherwise, where they are now basically, if they wanted to, they could conceivably invade the surface world and conquer it, but they want nothing to do with it. There's
They've got their own world.
Yes. Yeah. So they've gone beyond that, and take it from there. Dear George.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Douglas. So beautifully spoken. I do, really appreciate that. And the viewers definitely will. I just had up. Let me just find it again. It was just what I was basically just presented to my friend. Yeah, and the article, and it says during the 6 deadly years that span between 1951 and 1956, the staff of Project Blue Book at the ATIC received 3,881 UFO reports from the United States and around the world. The following list consists of months, and it gives you just a list of the months and it gives you the numbers of reports from each year and month for those 6 year period, for the 5 year period, beg your pardon. And on October the 11th of 1956, the New York Times ran a Washington October 10th Associated Press story in an article titled Military Accident Toll. This article gave the statistics of servicemen personnel killed in military aircraft accidents as reported by the Defense Department since 1951. It was reported from 1951 until the dated October 10th news release that there were 7,600 service personnel killed in all types of United States military aircraft. These 6 years were indeed 6 deadly years. How many of these 7,600 fatalities occurred because of UFO intercepts written off as training costs or exercises? It is not time that we woke up. It is not time that we woke up and take a further look into this matter. And then it gives you a list of more statistics of each, reported incidences, the numbers, the date of the month, and the date of the year. So it goes on. And I've got just a report by 1955, World War II ace killed, Lieutenant Colonel Winfred Brown dies in crash at Newburgh. And it says Newburgh, New York, May 5th. Lieutenant Colonel Winfred H. Brown, 39 years old, was killed today when his fighter jet crashed and burned just short of the runway at Stewart Air Force Base. Here, he was director of the operations for the two fire squadrons based here. Colonel Brown came in under power for an emergency landing maneuvering, desperately to avoid a housing project for base personnel and their families. He was married and the father of 3 young children. A fighter pilot in World War II, he was credited with having downed 5 Nazi planes, thus becoming an ace. And just ironic that, he's killed 5, taken out 5 Nazi aircraft planes
taken
during
out
World
by
War II.
taken out by the new models. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the next generation.
Yeah, how ironic is that? Yeah.
Oh.
And that's just what I showed. That's just what I sent over to my best man. He was like, "Man, I didn't even know that." And so yeah, this is all documented. But I said it's unofficial, it's non-declared, and you don't know anything about it. But this is just part of your reality.
Yes.
And this is what people don't understand or know about. And this is why it's so important that people do get a concept of what's going on. They do understand what's out there, because then it makes more sense. It makes it makes their head screwed on the right way, and they're actually looking straight, rather than that's all distorted and they're getting all this information from God knows what sources.
It's just the
on the
sewer of shit that is the internet. Yes,
internet. Yeah,
it's just maddening that these people
Yes.
dive in there and they feel like they're learning something, and they'll use terms like research. They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. It's just basically like Guanji says in the chat, while I take care of all the sex bots, Guanji in the chat is saying, the idiots breed like rabbits. By the way, that's what the American eugenics people argued, was that, they said that, what they called that? They called that the phenomenon of the marching morons. They said that the morons were on the march, and the morons were fucking like rabbits and dropping out kids that would overwhelm the quality of the species and bring down what they considered the American race, which is kind of like, that's an ironic concept, which is kind of like saying the cosmopolitan race or something like that. I mean, it's a hybrid anyway, and yet the fact that the Americans had this thought process, they were identifying purely by skin color, but things have changed now, and our concept of America has to change. And certainly,
Yes.
we all have to come to grips with the concept that, yes, we do need, or some party will ally with the Thousand Year Reich in exile. And most likely, of course, they will ally with probably the Japanese, simply because even though there's probably a sense of some kind of kinship with what in Unterland they referred to as Hochdeutschland, or High Germany, meaning Germany on the surface world. The Germany of today is culturally very different and indoctrinated into their own form of hostility against Nazism. So that's a tragedy, but the German culture on the surface world needs to readapt and change in its own right. By the way, in terms of CK in the chat room, she gives us hearts, so hearts to CK. Shelley Rains is out there. God bless her. Ian West couldn't come on tonight, and but everyone, like I said, maintain him in thought and prayer. So everybody seems to be getting along well. Shelley Rains points out, she says, Doug, did you meet your biological sire? She says, I have a biological sire that I have never met. No, I never met Adolf Hitler, and I never... Well, I mean, God knows. I mean, the potential for him still being alive, by the way, is actually fairly high, considering the amount of genetic engineering that the Thousand Year Reich in exile has engaged in with impunity, without any sense of the restraint that they have here on the surface world for such things. But the chance is perhaps it will happen in the future. One never knows. And
it gives you a position of high power as well. If they ever said, if there was any interaction between yourself and the Thousand Year Reich in Exile, they'll give you a high position of high power within the new Tausendjähriges Reich in Exile. So you will have your own. You're essentially, Douglas, the heir apparent to a lot of high positions, in the hierarchy of the Thousand Year Reich. Yeah, yourself.
You're very gracious. You're very gracious, but let's put it in this context.
Yeah.
We have no idea really, because a good example is Hitler's nephew was American, and he was this white guy, and he was what was his name? Hitler's American nephew. I'll look this up. Hitler's American nephew, and Hitler was William P. Hitler. Yeah, there we are. Got a photograph of him, comes up, and he was a corpsman in the U.S. Navy, Corpsman Hitler, and he joined the U.S. Navy to fight against his uncle only because he did meet Adolf Hitler personally, and Adolf Hitler said he found him, in a single word, what Hitler said was loathsome. Loathsome. He said he found him loathsome. He couldn't stand him. And what he found most despicable and repugnant about him was that his nephew came to him seeking basically a job. And he thought that Hitler would just give him a job just because they were related. And Adolf Hitler explained to him, he said, this is a populist movement. And he meant that in the true sense of the term. He said that this is a populist movement. This isn't like Napoleonic Europe, where Napoleon was giving all of his positions in what he was extending across Europe as a court. And see, he was basically creating a new form of royalty in which Napoleon Bonaparte was extending his court throughout Europe. And so therefore he would plant his blood relations wherever he could, to the point where it was self-destructive, to the point where he made his brother the King of Spain, and all he had to do was take his brother off the throne and let the King of Spain stay in power, and the Spanish never would have fought Napoleon Bonaparte. But instead he wound up engaging in what was called the Peninsular War, where the British were able to eat him up alive by sponsoring the guerrillas, the Viet Cong of Spain, and they were just bleeding Napoleon dry. It was what he called the Spanish ulcer. Hitler was not going to do that. And so when Hitler said to his nephew, people in my Reich have to earn their place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then that's when his nephew was like, oh, fuck you, uncle. And then joined the U.S. Navy to fight against his uncle. So for those of you who don't know, there's a whole backstory behind that. And I would never, of course, were I to have the opportunity to meet Adolf Hitler, I would certainly make it known that there might be some DNA tests that might confirm whether or not however, God knows what would happen. But all I can say is we get to that point when we get to it. If at that point is not something that that one can bank on, it's one of these things that I have to do what I can do on the surface world. And, I feel that that's the only way I would ever earn my biological father's respect.
Exactly. That's what I was meaning. That's what I meant, Douglas. Yeah, because I feel like you have qualified and earned it, that position of high power. Certainly, your understanding of everything and what you have, your history, what you have done as experience from your, positions in the past. So I truly believe that, you will have a high position. Certainly,
You're very kind.
It's like I would just feel like it would be as a duty, what I'm doing now on my own accord is to try and present that to the public, to present that to people. I'm sort of like between the Thousand Year Reich and the world on the surface. It's trying to be that that the translator, the person telling the story, trying to present it. What how do you want to put it? It's just like you're the messenger, sending the messages between 2 and 4, presenting what the the solution is, and that's exactly what you have done as a public informer. Just told the story, told it the reality of history, so people have an understanding of where they are in this world today. And we're presenting it now, as people need to understand that what the true reality of the phenomena is, and that they are out there, and this is our solution. This is, and you're like, I don't know what you want to call it. You're the person between them both, trying to join them together.
Bless
trying
you.
to, that
a
is
bridge,
what,
a bridge. Yeah.
the bridge between, yes, thank you, Douglas. That's much appreciated. Yeah, and that is the bridge between both, and it's trying to unite as opposed to, fight. It's, and we understand that and know that better than anyone. We know that you cannot fight them. There's no point in doing that.
Yes.
They've gone beyond our level of, they're beyond us. Far beyond us. We have no capable means of doing so there's no point. So anyway, that was just me rambling on, Douglas. I do apologize.
No, but that's beautiful. I mean, certainly, I think you do so much to help communicate the points that need to be communicated. If nothing else, you force me to articulate them better. And so that in itself is, even if you felt that you were not communicating, which you are, no need to worry about that. You provide many details that I couldn't do by myself. So I think that altogether we do quite the job, and I wish we could bring some other people to Roundtable for a few minutes to provide myself a break to refresh myself. But perhaps you could hold the stage for about 10 or 15 minutes. I mean, get your stuff together. Take your time. Let's talk together for about 10, 15 minutes. Give you time to get some stuff together, and then I'll take a nice 10-minute break, and you can do that. And when I come back, I'll start monologuing. Okay, so
much appreciated. Of course, that'll be wonderful. I just another thing that I wanted to just bring up tonight was with the research. And you briefly mentioned it in the last transmission that these people that will say, these gang stalkers that will turn around and say that Douglas never worked at the Presidio, and it's like, well. And this is what I tell other people when they tell me, "Oh no, these are not German descent. The 1,000-year Iraqi exile are extraterrestrial." I say, well, or they will say to me, "Well, they're not. These UFOs are not man-made. These mechanical craft are not man-made." I'll say, well, what are they then? And it's like, these people that say that Douglas never worked at the Presidio. Well, if your research determines that he was at the Presidio, then where does your research tell you he was? It's like, where was he? If he wasn't there, then there must be evidence that he was somewhere else. And of course, there is no evidence. Where was he if he wasn't there? And it's like, there should be evidence, plenty of evidence. That's a long period. 8 years is a long time. You'll be able to find someone that was working with him if he wasn't at the Presidio.
Yes. Thank you.
And that's so important for people to actually, if anyone takes note of what these people are saying, just ask the question, well, what is the answer then? Is there any evidence to back it up? No, you won't find any. And it's just, he was at the Presidio, he was there, and if he wasn't there, where was he? And that should be more than evident if he wasn't there, because they'll have records, they'll have documentation of where he was. There'll be employment records of where he was working if he wasn't there. Or wasn't he employed? Was he just staying at home? And if not, there would have been documentation and records to back that up. But no, he worked for the Department of Defense as employed as a civilian. So there are no records that are kept about Douglas. You can't find any records. It doesn't exist. And it's the same. He was in the military, but he was assigned as a civilian, as a civilian. He was employed as a civilian. So there's not going to be any military records of Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to go for a little rant.
This is thank you for that rant, and it's an important point to be made, and it's one that you really can't overemphasize it, because it's something that the gang stalkers will continually just come up to the surface, and they'll surface like mud dwellers from the bottom of the sewer, and they'll break the surface with their heads and shout some of this stupid stuff, and it's to confuse people. And understand that you cannot prove a negative. No one can ever prove I never worked at the Presidio. But beyond that, what George Knight is expressing is the fact that if I wasn't working there, obviously at some point I had to be working somewhere. I'm not Salmon Sheikh. I'm not someone like Jameson Reese. I'm not someone... See, Jameson Reese, unknown to most people, don't ever forget this in the sense that he is extremely privileged. His parents own their home. I mean, that is like leagues ahead of your average American family, especially if they're black. So he grew up in a home his parents owned. So he grows up in this world of extreme privilege, and that's why he's a spoiled brat, just like Salman Sheikh, who's just a rich immigrant. And none of these people have to work. So, but everyone knows they live at home because they're on Facebook all day. And they show themselves doing whatever they're doing. With Salman Sheikh, it's an infinite number of push-ups that he puts into a loop, so he looks like an idiot. And all the ice cream he eats every day, a different flavor and shit, and saying how beautiful life is, because he can do that while you can't. And then you get someone like Jameson Reese, who just gets on every day and puts up explosions, nuclear explosions, which George Knight can attest to. You know, that's all you see on... Yeah, Jameson Reese putting up and screams about how he wants everybody to die. You know, so everybody knows what they're doing. Everybody knows they're at home all day, and this is all they do. And the same with, you know, somebody like Daniel Arola. What the fuck was he doing? He's at home all day with his mistress, the woman who basically owns him like a puppy dog. And he's a
playing
bitch.
with rocks.
Thank you. He's a bitch to a bitch, and he just spent all day just terrorizing other people, you know, making fun of indigo children, of all people, of all the people on earth to pick on, indigo children. I mean, oh my fucking God, how fucked up must you be? That's like picking on people who are in wheelchair bound and saying, you get all the parking spaces. I mean, it's like that. Saying, oh, you wheelchair-bound motherfuckers, you get all the parking space. I mean, you must be one sorry son of a bitch to start complaining about how the wheelchair-bound get all the parking spaces. That's what Daniel Arola was doing with indigo children. I mean, these people are all fucked up, but the one thing everyone knows about them, they know they're at home all day because they see what they do. There's no evidence of that with me. There's no evidence of my bagging groceries or pumping gas at gas stations. So obviously I've never had conventional employment. So it's kind of like when you're confronted, in a sense, Bob Lazar. It's very much almost a parallel experience in some ways. Yeah. And Bob Lazar is someone who basically, they destroyed his records. They even destroyed his records of the university he attended. Now, he attended, if I remember correctly, a fairly prestigious university, but all the records are gone. And so I don't even know if George Knight remembers which university he attended. Was it Princeton or something? I can't.
Oh, it must have been something like that, Douglas. Yeah, I do apologise. Yeah.
No worries. You can't remember everything. But yeah, it was a high-level university, something that I believe was Ivy League. And they claim he wasn't there. But to give people an example of this, the man who, his name was James Cook Brown, and his nickname was Encyclopedia Brown. He was the inspiration for those little detective novels. If you don't know what I'm talking about, they used to be sold by Scholastic to young school children, Encyclopedia Brown mysteries. So you can look that up. He was the inspiration for that fictional character. Now, Dr. James Cook, Encyclopedia Brown, was a linguist. And he wrote a science fiction novel called The Troika Incident, in which he exposed the fact that his politics were basically communist. And but nevertheless, he was a U.S. citizen, and he was a linguistic genius, and he created the artificial language, what they call a conlang, a construct language, of Loglan, which was an acronym for logical language. And because he copyrighted Loglan, the people who carried on his language after he died couldn't legally battle his estate, so they call it Lojban. So you'll find it as Lojban, which is simply Loglan in the language of Loglan. When you speak it, the Loglan language, and you refer to their language, they call it Lojban within their language, within the construct language itself. In other words, it's like, you know, nobody in Japan calls it Japan, they call it Nippon. Nobody in Germany calls it Germany, they call it Deutschland. You know, so if you speak Loglan, yeah, they call it Lojban. But, you know, in terms of this guy, he worked at the University of San Diego. And he was so famous. He was world famous. He's the man who designed the board game called Careers. And the overwhelming majority of you especially if you're an American, at some point have likely played that board game. It was second only to Monopoly as the most powerful and most popular board game in American culture for generations. So this individual who got all that money from that board game, all the royalties, he was not poor, but he wound up being contracted by the Department of Defense, and they assigned a special forces soldier to live in his home so that they could use radio to communicate with forces in the field and try to use this artificial language he created as the ultimate efficient military language. And it was going to be the NATO language, so that all of the NATO forces could speak a single language without it feeling like everybody was surrendering to becoming an American satellite. You see, unlike Eastern Europe, where they were all forced to learn Russian, basically the Americans thought, well, this way people can't claim that we're simply turning all of these European nations into industrial satellite states of the American empire. It had a great rationale. But that Special Forces soldier living in Dr. James Cook Encyclopedia Brown's home, he wound up raping his son. He wound up raping his child, and Dr. Brown went crazy. He went insane. He basically took off he abrogated his contract with the military, and he went off on a world cruise on a ship he designed himself, trying to use Loglan as a language of universal peace. And of course, if this failed, that was a forlorn hope. And he wound up dying at sea. And his wife brought him back to be, I believe, in Argentina, where they ultimately maybe buried him there. I'm not quite sure. But the one thing I can tell you is you have this famous person that you would think nobody can deny this guy existed. But when I went to the University of San Diego, where I had communicated with him for years, right here in my own California, and I asked them about, hey, Dr. Brown, I went to the linguistics department, and I said, what's his legacy here? There must be quite a bit. And they said, who's Dr. Brown? And I said, Dr. James Cook Brown, he worked here. He designed and anybody can look this up. He designed the board game Careers. I mean, this guy's name was world famous. And they just said, no one like that ever worked here. They totally erased his entire background. They totally scrubbed it. And yet, if you look him up, you'll find out he existed. There's no denying the man existed. You look up Logland, you'll find evidence of him. You look up exactly everything I've described about the board game Careers, and you'll say, geez, this guy really existed. And you can look up the book he wrote, The Troika Incident. So this guy obviously existed, and yet his entire background scrubbed from the university at which he spent his career. So believe me, they can wipe out your background. They've done that with me, and then they try to take advantage of that by saying I never existed. They did that with Bob Lazar. And and just for what it's worth, Bob Lazar, if he's a fraud, he's the most intelligent fraud you've ever met. He's done he's done things to his automobile that nobody else has. I mean, he perfected hybrid cars that use energy efficient engines way before this shit was even in. Before you had charlatans like the Tesla dude. What the fuck is that idiot's name? They're so stupid. Bezos, and the other one is what's the?
Oh, you mean Elon Musk?
Yeah, Musk. Oh God, the South African. Yes, and he's never before has a man been so appropriately named Musk. That's what's exuded by lower mammals and shit. Honestly. Long before these guys, Bob Lazar did what he did, only he didn't have the backing of a company behind him to mass produce it. You're talking about the real thing, but the man's, unfortunately, he has challenges beyond what I have. And the challenges beyond what I have are they fucked with his brain. I mean, they really did, because he was working in an area where they truly, and I told people about this, they went in the security check post, what was considered supposed to be a metal detector and an x-ray on their way to and from work. And every day as they left work, their frontal lobe essentially was scrambled. So that way, when they went home, they could actually have a wife and a family, and people could ask them, what did you do at work today? And they would honestly say, I don't remember. And
Yeah.
this was a security measure. And, you do that for a couple of years, you're fucked. And yeah, that's what happened to him. So that's his challenge. And so he's got gaps. And so someone like that, just, maintain them in your prayers. It's not like he's had too bad a life. But, it's challenging enough. It's like, who wants that? Who wants to be called a liar, all your life by a bunch of people who are lesser than yourself? So that, that's what he faced. And so there we have that. So that takes us on a further educational spin. Now, if you've gathered enough materials to talk about for about 10 minutes, maybe you could take us to the top of the hour, and then I'll start monologuing. Is that okay? That possible?
Oh, absolutely, Douglas. Thank you very much. Yeah, much appreciated.
Okay. So
thank you.
Leave it to you. I'll go mute.
Yeah, thank you.
Bless you. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Much appreciated. Yeah, and just to further elaborate on Bob Lazar, the craft that he was working on was the Vril 1 Jaeger craft that was produced by the Third Reich, and that was just prior to the cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities. That was in the 1940s. And you can actually see the schematics that was owned by the SS, the Schutzstaffel documentation of the Vril 1 Jaeger craft. You can actually find it on Google Images, and you can actually see the scholastics of that. The actual the Deutsche Sprache written language, the German language written of the actual basically the components of the craft. So you can see the Schumann levitator device, the tachyonator, basically drive thrust system. You can see all these in the schematics of the actual documentation from the SS. You can actually see this, and everything that Bob Lazar elaborates in his testimonies collaborates with the German, the Third Reich's Vril 1 Jaeger craft. Yeah, Jaeger is transliterated to hunter in German. So like you get Jägermeister, the basically the cough medicine liquor drink that you can purchase, and it's got the famous stag image on the front. That's the hunter. Basically, it's a hunter cough medicine that hunters would take in order to basically they will drink the night before, and then they'll wake up and they'll take a shot of Jägermeister. It will replenish them, and that's why they would drink it on the hunt when they're out in the woods, and they would go out on the hunting. And that's what they would do in Germany. So that's why it's called the hunter. It's the hunter cough medicine that would just revitalize them, bring them back to life the next morning after having a heavy intoxication the night before, so they would have a hangover. So that was the purpose of Jägermeister. And that's what Jaeger transliterates to hunter. So this was their hunter scouting craft that they would deploy in their scouting runs over like when they would basically violate American airspace and without impunity, as we were discussing earlier. And so that's what the craft that Bob Lazar was working on. It was the Vril 1 Jaeger craft. And he would only work on certain basically the levitational device, the Schumann levitator. He would work on the lower part of the craft, and he saw the cockpit, which was basically described as like small seats that the occupant would sit on, and that's why he would describe them as small children. He would always describe them as the children, and he would present it as if these were children. But the reality was that Bob Lazar was only working on a certain part, which was the thrust drive of the craft itself. He was trying to back engineer and work out how it manipulated, how it operated, and he was describing the tachyonator devices and the Schumann levitator, the devices that he was, how he describes it as those 3 points, and it would point in a direction and thrust the craft in a certain position that's why it would tilt on its side, and it would rotate in a manner where it would just point into the direction it wants to, release the energy to thrust the vehicle in a motion forward, and it can go exceptionally fast. It goes beyond Mach 20, beyond the 20 times faster than the speed of sound. These craft do exceed Mach 20. They go beyond that. It is just ridiculous how fast these things can travel and go. And so they were basically, that was his position as a former Los Alamos employee of MIT, he was assigned this, duty to try and back engineer these craft. And the Jaeger 1, the Vril 1 Jaeger craft is the craft that he was working on, and what he would call the sports model. He would call it the sports model. So that's the craft that he was working on. These are not extraterrestrial. These are Third Reich technology. This is basically the 1,000-year Reich and Exiles technology that they managed to retrieve and capture throughout the Dis War period. And so this is the craft that he was working on. And and like we were discussing earlier, Douglas Dietrich was mentioning about Charles Augustus Lindbergh. Charles Augustus Lindbergh did a very important speech on September the 11th, 1941, and anyone can look up and watch the actual speech he said on September 11th, 1941. And on that same day, you had a General Leslie Groves of the Manhattan Project. He was known as the godfather of the Manhattan Project. He turned over the soil and dirt of the groundbreaking ceremony of the Pentagon, basically the foundation of that Pentagon, basically the office building, which was entirely constructed it was entirely made of concrete because they needed all the steel for the war machine, so to speak. So the building was initially constructed completely using concrete only, and they needed the largest office block building in the world, which was the purpose of the Pentagon, to essentially disembark the largest war the world has ever seen, which was World War II. And that was the groundbreaking ceremony of that turf, that turning of the dirt and the soil of the foundation of the Pentagon was on September the 11th, 1941. And it's a very significant date because 60 years to that date, you had the 9/11 September attacks on the Pentagon and in the two Trade Center buildings and all 7 complexes essentially on September 11th, 2001. And so that was 60 years to the day that the anniversary of that groundbreaking ceremony took place, and then you have an attack on the Pentagon. And this is something I wanted to present on the last transmission was basically you had on September 10th, 2001, you have Donald Rumsfeld, Defense Secretary of the United States, and he announced $2.3 trillion missing from the black budget, basically the Black Phantom project of basically the defense budget. So $2.3 trillion went missing. This was unaccounted for and announced September 10th, 2001. Sorry, I'm just getting some missed calls at the moment. So yeah, I essentially have to just basically in a minute I have to shoot off to work, but that's just perfect. But he basically announced $2.3 trillion missing on September 10th, 2001. Then after that, you have on September 11th, the accountants that were searching for that $2.3 trillion, they all of a sudden got struck by whatever hit the Pentagon. And so that one side of the office building of the Pentagon that was looking for the accounts of this $2.3 trillion that went missing, they all of a sudden, got taken out on September 11th, 2001. And that date is, it's monumental because that was the same date. That's the anniversary of the groundbreaking ceremony that General Leslie Groves conducted 60 years to the day. That was the significance of those 2 dates. That's something that I wanted to bring up last time, but essentially. Yeah, Douglas, are you there, by the way? I do apologize. Yeah. Nope. No, he's still away. Yeah, essentially. So what I have to do in a minute, I do have to make a move on. Unfortunately, I've got duty calls and I have to get off to work. Essentially, so I do apologise. So I'm going to love you and leave you. I've got 1 minute to the top of the hour. So it's been wonderful. Thank you for listening to myself and Douglas tonight. It's much appreciated. I cannot see the live chat, so I don't know who's in the chat room at this moment or who's watching live, unfortunately, but I do appreciate you listening and supporting Douglas, and please continue to do so. It's so important that you'll learn a lot from listening to Douglas like I have, and so I wouldn't be able to be here today if it wasn't for him. I've learned so much, so it's so important, and please carry on your support, and I greatly appreciate it. But unfortunately, I'm a working man and I need to get off to work soon. I'm getting these phone calls now and I'm not answering, but duty calls, so I have my responsibilities. So I do appreciate people listening. But I've got so much information to share with people. If people want to check out my YouTube channel, it's Bizarre HD, which I will change the name of to my name, George Knight. I will change that in the near future, probably today, hopefully, if I get around to it. Or you can check out my Facebook timeline, where you can see all these documentational posts that I've presented with brief descriptions. I don't go into too much detail. I used to go into much more detail, but I realized people don't spend the time to actually read through what I'm actually writing about. So, but there's plenty of visual evidence and documentation that will back everything up that we say. And it goes back for the last few years. So you can scroll through my timeline and view everything that I've uploaded. Some of my posts have been basically, what do you want to say, scrubbed. They've it violates the Facebook, basically their policies and what else do you want to call it? It was just violating their, what do you want to call it? Their community guidelines, they call it. So yeah, a lot of my posts do violate because it's historical, and so it's something. A lot of the stuff is very sensitive that they don't want people to know about, such as the one post I always seem to present and it gets banned straight away is the Die Swasselsong, the Black Sun of the Weserberg Castle. When I present that automatically gets banned, and I can never upload that. So that's just one example. And the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, I uploaded one of my very extensive and comprehensible videos of the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. That always gets scrubbed when I post it on Facebook. So that's another post, another example how, yeah, it's very hard for me sometimes to upload some of this without it being scrubbed off the internet. Essentially. But Douglas, sorry, are you there, by the way? Sorry, I do apologize. I'm unfortunately, I've got to make move. So yeah, I don't know if you're there. I do apologize. But essentially, when Douglas gets back, then I'll have to make a move on, I'm afraid. And I do apologize if people are getting bored listening in on this. So yeah, it's very hard for me to actually present anything now when I'm like, oh, I've got to get off. I've got to move now. So wait a minute. I was going to go on mute very, very shortly. I do apologize, everyone. It's going to be silent for the next few minutes until Douglas gets back. I do apologize.
Oh shit, did something happen? I'm hearing nothing but silence. Okay. Is our man George there? Did the call drop?
Oh, no, hello, Douglas. I do apologize, yeah.
Oh my god.
That's got to I do apologize. I was just getting some phone calls coming in. I have to go to I do apologize. So it was happening when I was talking. So I was like, oh god, I've got to make a move on now. Oh
my god. Well, I love you dearly.
No, and do apologize, but no, thank you so much. I basically just went over 9/11 a little bit, to the General Leslie Groves, the anniversary of the groundbreaking ceremony he conducted on, and also, it was the same day that Charles Augustus Lindbergh conducted his very famous speech on September 11th, 1941.
That's right.
And I just basically said it was 60 years to that day that the September 11th attacks happened. It was just so. Yeah, that's so, it's not a coincidence. It's just something that's synchronized. It's something that's done.
Absolutely. And thank God, I was just so concerned something had happened.
No, thank you. I do apologize. I got to make a move on, Douglas. I love you, Bigos, and I'll be on again with you shortly. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yes.
And thank you, viewers. I do apologize for that last few minutes. It went silent. I do apologize.
Oh, my God.
But thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Love you dearly. You have a blessed day.
Yeah,
Share that love with Sarah. And I'm sorry, did I get her name right? I got
Yeah. That's
okay,
it,
I did.
Yeah, I will do. I'll share with her and the family. I love you big lots, Douglas.
Right,
and likewise, reciprocated. I love you lots. Thank you. Take care.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm back now, and when he hangs up, that's going to be the end of the call. What we have now is the stream. So the stream continues, and what I want to thank everyone, but especially Guanji and Shelly Rains, for the wonderful things they said in the chat room, which is basically, she was saying, Bizarre HD, Shelly Rains was saying, wondering where he went. Then Guanji went, shh. and then Shelly said, we will wait for him. Oh, God bless you. Shelly Rains, mwah. Gwanji, hugs. I don't know the gender of Gwanji, so hugs if you're a male, kisses if you're female. Of course, there are some people who don't adhere to the binary, and that's fine too, and you can let me know that if you wish. And already gave a kiss to CK out there, and my best to David Barsky, of course, who was here earlier and very active. If anyone else wants to join us in the chat room now, obviously George Knight had to basically go back to work. What we have is only a few hours remaining, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 4 hours remaining. And, of course, Taiwan is foremost on my mind, but I'll do my best to go back towards some of the civil issues I was discussing towards the end of our last discussion. But, hey, if I don't get to that tonight, we will get to that on Sunday. And because, obviously... well, we'll have plenty of time without Peter Moon being able to join us at all. And all of that being said, a shout out to start us into the zone. And when I enter the zone is more like I become like my biological father. I suck all the oxygen out of a room. And, there you go with that. I'll start proceeding to vacuum, hoover, as Our Lady Judith Eger used to say, in a matter of moments. But shout out first to David Fitzsimons, who contributed 10 United States dollars, and to Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother, who lives in the heart of Manhattan and is a Blasian, a black Asian, and someone who contributed 70 United States dollars. And between the two of them, I was able to run a supply run today and maintain myself in water and beer and bananas. I have to eat a banana a day. Doctor's orders to prevent me from getting sore. Helps immensely, along with other things that were recommended by Amalia Willard, who recommended magnesium, and of course, my medical cosmetologist. Now, as for Stephen Myers, he said, donation. Can you discuss the Agori of India? Very interesting people of evil. So, let's start with that, and that will segue us into other subjects. There's other times when people have asked me to speak about something, and I say I'll get to it, and I almost always get to it. It's very seldom I don't get to a subject that I say I'm going to get to. But I figure I might as well tackle this right away with what little I know about this ethnic group. And before that, I'm going to check into live stream. And, Guanji says, I'm a boy. Potassium! Yes, that's what the bananas are for. Potassium, which mixes with the magnesium very well. As does the calcium. Calcium, magnesium, potassium, they're all in that area of things that I need to help with maintaining my muscles. Because, I don't do much physical activity. But when I do, it's like the guy who says I don't often drink beer, but when I do, I drink this particular brand. It's like I don't often engage in physical activity, but when I do, it's pretty fucking extreme. It's what most Americans could never do. And the rest of the time, my muscles are essentially, atrophying, I guess, kind of wasting away. So this prevents them from being too sore. And all that being said, oh God, that was the scariest thing in the world to come back here and hear just the silence I was hearing. So hopefully now people will come back to us. We lost a few listeners then, but not too many. A good number of concurrent viewers, but could always use more. Hopefully they will check back in and rejoin us. I will continue checking into the live stream, but let's get started. Basically, there's this little known culturally driven community in India that's known as Agori Sadhus. And Agori Sadhus exemplify yet another cult and set of practices prevalent in Asian India. Now, the religions prevalent on the Asian Indian subcontinent throughout history have led to the creation of different cults and practices which act as subdivisions of the main body, and each subgroup has its own beliefs, rituals, deities, and dictate their own ways of living. About this particular community, one of the most feared and simultaneously revered cults in Asian India, or on the entire South Asian subcontinent, are the Agori Sadhus. These are the worshippers of the deity Shiva and his female counterpart, the goddess Kali. These sadhus incite bafflement, fear, and loathing in equal measures in all those who see, speak, or even merely hear their name. Now, more commonly, or colloquially simply known as agoris, these sadhus are associated with the post-death or post-mortem rituals and cremation activities, engaging in all post-mortem rituals imaginable, and infamous as they are for their ascetic ways of living, the religious practices of these sadhus are often viewed as infamous or notorious, and seeking to gain a higher level of spirituality thereby. Now, as shrouded as they are in an aura of mystery, the sadhus' bizarre lifestyle has led to the spreading of off-putting rumors, leaving the general population more fearful of them than ever. Other than mystifying Asian Indians, Agori ascetics also attract the attention of intrigued foreigners. These tourists will oftentimes spend days with these sadhus, photographing and interviewing them as they go about their daily lives, attempting to learn more about this self-induced and extreme asceticism. So the most immediate service I could provide to you, the listener, is to do a bit of exploring their rationale. As is with every cult, the sadhus also have a motive for their practices, which is in a lot of ways inconsistent with the beliefs of the rest of the Vedic peoples, what we would call Hindus, which is a rather pejorative term and not one you really should get used to using. It's not necessarily offensive, but in a sense, it's pejorative. It's dismissive, in a sense. It doesn't really do justice to the depth of their culture. While the vast pool of Vedic practitioners, see if I can get that out in English, the people who practice or the Hindu belief system, while the overwhelming majority believes in and worships the innumerable gods present in the Vedic pantheon, or Hindu mythology if you're a non-believer, the Agoris believe that Shiva is everything, and everything is Shiva. That every other god is but a manifestation of the one God, which means they are like the Abrahamites. They are like the Jews, the Muslims, or the Christians, in that they are monotheistic. They mainly worship Bhairava, the form of Shiva associated with death. Their divergence from the standard Vedic worship rituals does not end there. Agoris seek spiritual enlightenment and upliftment and do not practice idol worship, relying instead on meditation and a combination of alcohol and marijuana, now infamously and rhetorically known as Baba Ka Prasad. That means a lot of booze and weed to practice greater concentration. They claim that the use of recreational narcotics transports them to a different spiritual level, which a lot of drug abusers rationalize, in their case being one step closer to God. Of course, all the druggies say that, right? Now, the purpose of incorporating these polluting and corrupting practices, as other Hindus see them, through their various customs, is the realization and embracement of non-individuality. In other words, they are attempting to lose themselves. Aghoris live on the margins of societies. Go figure. Choosing to make places with extreme weather conditions, deserts, caves, the mountains in the Himalayas, their homes. In holy cities such as Varanasi, the Florence of India, which are the center points of holy rites, the sadhus live in cemeteries and other places where most people don't willingly choose to venture. Other than to be separated from society, Aghoris choose to live close to the dead, since the latter play an enormous role in their rituals of worship. And so when I take a look, of course, just searching around here for a little quote that reminds me of, I'll find it. Here we are. Okay, here we are. There was a Italian film that was called Demons, I believe, and here we are. Okay, that's we will make the cemeteries our cathedrals, and the cities will be your tombs. That is, they put that onto a t-shirt in Japan. That's sold by Japanoramic, and that is based on this particular cult. That's the quote. Now that's about as ominous as it gets. Mirth Ling, she says, I am up now since needing to release metabolic liquid. Dulce seaweed is mad high in minerals, as is cocoa. Okay, thank you, honey. Love you dearly. And so Guanji is talking about badass sadhu hipsters. Shelley Rains returns my kiss with a moi. And he's speaking, Guanji, of dissolution of the ego. Yes. All right. Now, let's go back to those bizarre practices. I think that quote gives you a hint that renders this ominous enough. Obviously, you can see why a lot of people think this is an evil cult and pretty much wants to avoid them at all costs. I personally would myself, but this doesn't necessarily mean they're the ultimate enemy, the Edomites, the anti-gods. But hey, the quote says it all. We will make the cemeteries, we will make your cemeteries our cathedrals, and your cities will be your tombs. Okay, write that down, kids. Yeah, and get that t-shirt from Japanoramic. So, Aghori sadhus. They are known for their rumored necrophilia and other bizarre practices involving the dead. In other words, they fuck dead bodies. These practices involve meditating on top of dead bodies, most certainly at the least, performing sexual acts with consenting menstruating women in the middle of cemeteries. And in other words, they want women on the rag and fuck them in the middle of that cycle because this is the death aspect of sex. If a woman is menstruating, she's not going to be giving birth to children. If you're having oral sex with her, you're sucking on dead egg. This is basically where they're at. This way their sex produces no living being and is, in a sense, the sex of death. Other cultures such as the Jews would consider a bleeding woman the ultimate in filth, and will refuse to sit on a chair if they're extreme enough in their Judaic beliefs that a bleeding woman has sat upon. I mean, this is, of course, I find that just as repulsive as what the Agori are doing, but, that's me. By that I mean I find that Jewish patriarchal attitude of toxic misogyny, really, to be just as repulsive as what... as a matter of fact, I find that more repulsive than the Agori sadhus. Well, I mean, other than sitting on top of dead bodies, and fucking them, I get... Alright, it's all bad. At any rate... aside from that, they smear human ash all over their bodies from crematoria. All these rituals are carried out with only one purpose: to embrace what society considers dirty and transcend spiritual levels to reach God. Now, the practice of performing sexual acts in the midst of dead bodies, it is claimed, gives these sadhus supernatural powers, which enable them to practice black magic, which they are inhibited from using on others. Just so you know, theoretically. Now, the Agori cult has not been present for a very long time. They're not that ancient. Their origin can be traced back historically. Unlike, say, truly ancient religions, which are lost in the midst of time, their origin can be traced back to Baba Kinaram, an ascetic who died in the mid-18th century. A long time ago, to be sure, but not that long ago historically. Allegedly having lived himself for 150 years. Dattatreya, an Avaduta, was a founding Adiguru of the Agori way of living. According to the writer Ron Barrett's study of and the consequent book on the Agoris, to read therefrom. Lord Dattatreya, an antinomian form of Shiva, closely associated with the cremation ground, appeared to Baba Kinaram atop Gurnar mountain in Gujarat, where the real tech geek was born. Or his mother was born, or one of his parents. Maybe his dad. He's half Asian Indian himself. Considered to be the Adi Guru, the ancient spiritual teacher, not the real tech geek, the Lord Dattatreya. Or rather, the Baba Kinaram, whom Lord Dattatreya appeared before. Well, Lord Dattatreya is considered to be the Adi Guru, the ancient spiritual teacher, and he's the founding deity of Agor. So Lord Dattatreya offered his own flesh to the young ascetic Baba Kinaram as prasad, a kind of blessing, as Roman Catholics practice with the Eucharist, conferring upon him the power of clairvoyance and establishing a guru-disciple relationship between them. Well, all this led, as you can imagine, to a distinctive way of living, to say the least. It is believed among the Agoris that Dattatreya was an incarnation of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, all three united into one. This is very Christian, or very Christic in the sense of Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. This is the Holy Trinity, only Asian Indian style. And the Agoris hold that this Hindu deity is sacred, the Dattatreya, in Trinitarian composition of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, along with the goddess Kali and the god Shiva in essence, or something. Agori tradition also includes tantric practices, of course, sex. Hinglaj mata, being their Kula Devta. The foremost pilgrimage center of the Agoris is the ashram of Kina Ram in Ravendrapuri, Varanasi. As I said, the holiest of holy cities in Asian India, that is geometrically emplaced where Florence grew on the Italian peninsula. Apart from this, cemeteries and cremation grounds are also considered holy grounds for Agori ascetics. The Agoris believe in shrouding themselves in complete and utter darkness, then getting into light, or self-realization. They live in cemeteries and cremation grounds. Crematoria are the grounds where the ashes are scattered all over India and Nepal. However, their practices tend to be adherent to worship and achieving a higher spiritual state, as opposed to social recognition. Therefore, they have no qualms in the fact that they are terrifying others. The most widespread hearsay about the Agoris is cannibalism. They are known to fish dead bodies out of bodies of water, rivers and lakes, and consume human flesh. They believe that this accords them with spirituality and supernatural powers. They are also known for their heavy use of alcohol and recreational drugs such as cannabis and marijuana. A tourist writer who once met an Agori priest reported that he was told that the sadhu was consuming a concoction of alcohol, cannabis, and human ash, drinking it straight from a human skull. And Agoris tend to look like the living embodiments of Lord Shiva, seeming like nightmares. They have long hair, which remains uncut throughout their lives, covered head to toe in human ash, and sometimes dressed in all-black clothes. They are heavily drugged, with eyes that seem sober despite the heavy intoxication. That's a quote. According to word-of-mouth stories, the mere sight of an Agori will frighten anyone too attached to a materialistic lifestyle, or even life in general. However, all these reports comest from the minds of people who fear these sadhus. Agoris actually live quite simple and straightforward lives, in spite of their abnormal practices. If an Agori sadhu carries hatred in him, he will eat that which he hates. If he feels violent, he will practice meditation to learn to let go of that violence. This is what brings us to their practice of medicine, which will serve as a perfect segue to something else. But Agoris are also known for their practice of medicine. Their healing processes comprise of purification. People often come to these sadhus in order to be treated for diseases when Western medicines fail them. These patients believe that the Agoris can treat them by transferring health to their bodies. This is known as a form of transformative healing, and the implementation of this practice is possible due to the heightened spirituality of the mind and body of an Agori sadhu. Whether these practices actually heal patients is not yet verified. Everybody's too fucking scared to follow up and conduct a scientific survey. And who can blame them? Such being said, or qualified, these bizarre traditions and lifestyle of the Agoris are what incite the crowd into being fearful, yet reverent of them. Despite these cannibalistic diets and rituals involving the dead, the Agoris have the same motive for their practices as any other theist or believer in any faith. seeking God. Agoris seek an ascetic lifestyle, and as long as their practices do not cause harm to the rest of the population, it is imperative that they are left on their own, as is their wish. So I would say that one can argue they are harming the population through a form of terrorism, but if so, it's quite passive in nature. And they do cannibalize the dead. Of that there can be no argument. There is every evidence to prove this is the case. But in Asian India, those bodies have been disposed of. It's not like they're robbing graves. In other words, they do not exhume the dead. They're not grave robbers. Rather, as is the practice in Asian India, where many people consider it a great honor to allow their relatives after death to ride the river, so to speak, and they basically bury the river instead of at sea within the great rivers like the Ganges. Well, you are leaving that body to the elements anyway. If the Agoni sadhus didn't get the body, the fish most certainly would. Either way, the body gets eaten by something or someone. Does it matter which? Maybe if you felt that way, you wouldn't dispense of the body in the river in the first. So it's kind of like tacit permission from the family to recover those bodies for food. I'll not hold that against them myself. And how different are we? As I said, cell reanimation in the organs of dead pigs now confounds conventional understanding of life and death itself. Researchers at Yale University employed a new technology to restore cells in some organs of pigs that had just died, bringing the animals' cells back to function. These findings, which were published today, Wednesday, raise profound ethical questions about how medicine defines death, but also tease out new possibilities for the collection of human organs for transplant. This is exactly what Aaron Tice and I were discussing earlier. A shout out to he in the opening hours of our latest episode before tonight's. Now, if people want me to do so, I can go deeper into that subject on Sunday. I'll wait for requests. Other than that, I'll let you all know what was alluded to by Peter Moon earlier concerning the Webb, and he pronounced it almost as if it were Watt, like James Watt, the former Environmental Protection Agency head, who was infamous, installed by Ronald Reagan to completely discredit that agency. It's like, I think that was what was on Peter Moon's mind when he was going the James Watt telescope, and then he meant James Webb, and he said so later. By the way, checking into the chat room, let me see. Oh my God. I don't know who this Simon Reeves is, but Shelley Rain says he was spending time with the Agori sadhus full on. And Guanji said, yuck! Mirth Ling said, were I more settled and organized, what a book or series of books one could pen based on topics covered during these shows. Most would label such a work of pure fiction at book signings and talks. And then, so Shelley Rain says, they collect them washed up out of the river. Yes. Mirth Ling said, where did you get such an imagination? Answer, not at all imagination. I listen and support. Douglas Dietrich, she means to say. Shelley Rain says, it's true. Sadhguru will concur. And Mirth says, they do not exhume, they consume. Eek! And so Shelley Raines brings up the fact that many dead are dumped in the Ganges by poor families. They are then snapped up by the Agori, in competition with the turtles and the fish, or the birds. I mean, everybody's at those bodies. Then Shelley Raines brings up necromancy, and so goes on from there, and there we are. So dear Mirthling brought up my name for support. God bless her. Bless them all. All right. We're getting more listeners back now. Thank goodness. A few ran away when they heard nothing but silence there, and that was scary as fuck. Aside from that, all right. So 2 weeks in the just put it this way: a fortnight, as I use more poetically, a fortnight, 14 nights, 12 weeks. Just 2 weeks in, the Webb Space Telescope has been reshaping astronomy. It's been around 3 weeks now, really. But a few weeks ago, the new James Webb Space Telescope astounded the world with its first incredible images of the cosmos. Now, my son was particularly moved by the US/European/Canadian project's image of the Carina Nebula, which is now his phone wallpaper, for the time being at least. Now, NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, described the Carina Nebula as nearby, though of course that's quite relative in astronomical terms. It's around 7,600 light years away, meaning that, as I told my son, that splendid image is a snapshot of what it looked like around the time that people had just started smelting copper and turning grapes into wine, discovering the fermentation process, which, of course, we've never gotten over since. I mean, of course you imagine, or cannot imagine, how we ever got along without it. At any rate, the 2022 Fortune Global 500, which our dear man Aaron Tice and I were bringing up earlier, again, the latest episode before tonight's, is also a snapshot of times past. That list always is, as it embodies companies' performance in the previous year. But, as in 2020, that previous trip around the sun dost feel very distant, an astronomical distance, for what it's worth. In fact, the 2022 Fortune Global 500 list reflects a bygone era. This year has been exciting. Let's charitably say that. But yesteryear was very good for the world's 500 highest earning companies. Revenues rose by a record-breaking 19%, and profits were up 88%, which was the biggest jump since 2004. Saudi Aramco regained its status as the list's most profitable company, with its $105.4 billion United States dollars in profits, pushing Apple at a mere $94.5 billion US dollars into second place. Across the list, 113 companies had at least doubled their profits year on year. The Communist Chinese Empire's rise was on full display. A decade ago, 79 companies on the list were from Greater China. That's China as a culture and a race, not a political entity, including thereby my Taiwan, provided 79 companies on the list. Now it's 145, 10 years on. And you will all probably not be surprised to learn that of the 115 Global 500 companies that are government-owned, more than 2/3 are based on the communized Chinese mainland. A few more points that leaped out at myself. The biggest car maker on the list is Volkswagen at number 8. Again, sorry, Toyota. Tesla's up from number 392 to number 242. Google parent Alphabet is up to number 17 now. Google joined the list in 2010 at 423. And after the initial pandemic shock, only 2 airlines made it back onto that list at all. Delta at number 478, and American Airlines at number 479. Neck and neck there. The sector that saw the biggest growth in profits at 6,368% was energy. Go figure. Wales Chemical Companies had the biggest growth in revenues at 71%. The full Walmart-led rundown can be found at fortune.com/global 500, which I shall now enter into the chat. And here we are. Let me get that for you. And chat. Here we are. Oh God, more sex bots. You know, I'd say fuck them, but that's what they want, right? I mean, they're sex bots. They want to be fucked. So, can't say that. Okay. Here we are. Shelley Rains is saying, I took my dog for a walk before and was literally above the clouds. Well, full of dead skin cells from feet. Oh my God. All right. Mirth is selling at Shelley Rains. Imagine stating the skin cells at a wine tasting. Laugh out loud. Spit take. And she says, laugh out loud, Diana. Okay. At any rate, here, ladies, and everyone else, is the Fortune 500 list for you to access. There in chat. Now, but do note, when you review the list yourself, how the number of female Global 500 CEOs, chieftainess, executrix, officiers, rose by a measly 1, as in one single woman, between the 2021 and 2022 lists, to reach just 4.8% of the total. That's a galaxy away from being good enough. Meanwhile, the Earth itself is spinning faster than usual, and scientists are baffled. Some say it could have catastrophic effects. The Earth broke its record for the shortest day, and the effects could be devastating. The planet is currently going through some of the worst natural catastrophes in history. Well, they might not be natural, considering that climate change brought on by humans is causing many more disasters to happen. Now, new studies are finding that on top of record temperature changes, Earth seems to be spinning far more rapidly than it ever has. This sped-up rotation has been clocked at 1.59 milliseconds less than the normal 24-hour time period we measure our lives in. Although 1.59 milliseconds do not sound like a lot, this trend could cause even more issues with technology around the world if it continues. Now, scientists seem to be baffled as to why the Earth is spinning much faster than it has half a hundred years ago. The most recent data was collected on July 29th, the beginning of Chinese Ghost Month, by lunar calendrical reckoning, when the 1.59 milliseconds change was recorded, just as Chinese cosmology was predicting the opening of all the gates and all the portals from heaven and all the gates of hell. So that has to have had something to do with it. Again, that might not seem like much of a difference now, but the rotations could increase over time, making scientists take a second away from our atomic clocks. Atomic clocks are how we developed the second, which turned into the measurement of time itself. Atomic clocks readings, along with solar time, which measures the movement of the sun across our sky, are how the 24-hour period was created. However, should that extra second be taken away, it could cause many systems around the world to go haywire. So when Chinese Ghost Month basically ascertains that all the portals of heaven and all the gates of hell have swung open, wide open, this is the result. And this might seem like an odd doomsday situation, which points to something as silly as the Y2K frenzy. But computer systems around the world are often enacted at certain time intervals. And if a single second is taken away, that will spell plenty of trouble. Think of how houses have sprinkler systems that are placed at a certain time interval. If that system doesn't understand that a second has now been taken away in an hour period, things might get confusing. People could end up with oversaturated grass and dying plants. That is a bit of a less alarming analogy, but the Earth spinning faster would cause all that to happen. Now, researchers that work for Meta have stated that Earth spinning faster would have detrimental effects on most technological systems that depend on the 24-hour time measurement. It would become a major source of pain for infrastructures that have depended on the minute and hour system. Again, a second may not sound like a lot, but when there are only 59 seconds in a minute instead of 60, things might go a bit crazy for the computer's system attempting to understand that fact. Time placement would be an enormous mess in this case. The irregular speed of the Earth spinning might have something to do with the geographical poles that are on the planet. Those poles could be shifting due to polar ice caps melting. This goes back to the dangers of climate change, as we know that the North and South poles have been affected greatly by the planet heating up in a way that it should not. We might be in some trouble if those poles continue to shift and the Earth spins ever more rapidly. So, reflect on this. We just experienced Earth's shortest day in half 100 years since the 1960s, the decade into which I myself was born into this vale of tears. June 29th of 2022, the very beginning of Asian Lunar Calendrical Ghost Month, came to an end 1.59 milliseconds sooner than expected. At first glance, such a small amount of time differential, might not seem like such a big deal. Yet, as I've been doing research into what all the experts are forewarning about, it could have catastrophic effects if we keep introducing leap seconds to account for the changes in the Earth's rotational speed. Of course, experiencing Earth's shortest day at the beginning of Chinese Ghost Month isn't a big deal in and of itself. After all, in 2020 alone, our planet experienced 28 of its shortest days in the past half century. Scientists first began measuring the Earth's rotation using high-precision atomic clocks in the decade into which I first laid my eyes on this sorry world, the 1960s. Since then, we've seen a number of changes to the way time works on our planet. While we've seen some shorter days, by most accounts, the Earth's rotation is actually slowing down. Scientists say the Earth used to complete a rotation in less than 19 hours, around 1.4 billion years ago. Over the centuries, however, the average length of a day has changed. To account for these differences, the Telecommunication Union, a body with the United Nations, has started adding occasional leap seconds in June or December. If I remember rightly, the most recent leap second was added in 2016. To account for these leap seconds, astronomers essentially stop the clocks for a second so Earth can catch up. The first leap second was added back in 1972, with 26 more being added throughout the last several decades. If a new leap second were added this year, however, it could be the first negative leap second, and that has raised some concerns. So, the Earth has set a new record for the shortest day. Our planet completed a full spin on the 29th of June in 2022 in a time that was 1.59 milliseconds, little over 1,000th of a second, shorter than its standard 24-hour rotation, on the very day that ghosts either ascend or descend to walk the Earth. It nearly broke the barrier again this month, with the 26th of July being 1.50 milliseconds shorter than 24 hours. Or yestermenses by now. We're now in the 4th day of August, I meant to say. Broke the barrier again last month. And that would be, of course, the real beginning of Ghost Month. When I'm talking about 29th of June in 2022, that was not the beginning of Ghost Month, but rather this 26th of July was, or the 29th of July, really, which adds further to my confusion. You know, I'm trying to check up on this with multiple sites, so forgive me if I get a little head spinning myself, but I know this much. Recently, the Earth has been increasing in speed. In 2020, the Earth saw its shortest month that has ever been measured, since the 1960s. Again, my birth decade, my natal decade, the correct way to say that. The shortest day of all time was measured that year, 1.47 milliseconds under 24 hours, on the 19th of July in the 2020th year of our Lord. The next year, Earth continued to spin at a generally increased rate, although it did not break any records. But when looked at over much longer periods, Earth's spin is slowing. Every century, the Earth takes a couple of milliseconds longer to complete one rotation. The causes of all this are uncertain, but scientists speculate that it could be due to processes in the inner or outer layers of the core, oceans, tides, and, of course, even changes in climate. Some scientists have suggested that the decreased days could be related to the Chandler wobble, a small deviation in the Earth's axis of rotation. This is similar to the quiver one sees when a spinning top starts gaining momentum or slows down. According to the scientists Leonid Zotov, Christian Bizouard, and Nikolay Sidorenkov, who are presenting at the Asia-Oceania Geosciences Society this week, if the Earth continues to spin at an increasing rate, it could lead to the introduction of the negative leap second in order to keep the rate that the Earth orbits the Sun consistent with the measurement from atomic clocks. However, the negative leap second would potentially in turn create issues for IT or information technology systems. Meta recently published a blog that stated the leap second mainly benefits scientists and astronomers, but that it is a risky practice that does more harm than good. This is because the clock progresses from 23:59:59 to 23:59:60 before resetting to 00:00:00. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. And such a time jump crashes programs or corrupts data due to timestamps on the data storage. Similarly, should a negative leap second occur, the clock will change from 23:59:58, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds, to 00:00:00:00, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds, which Meta predicts could have a devastating effect on the software relying on timers or schedulers. So, UTC, Coordinated Universal Time, the primary time standard by which the world regulates clocks and time, has been updated with a leap second 27 times. Meta's engineers have written, "We are supporting a larger community push to stop the future introduction of leap seconds and remain at the current level of 27, which we believe will be enough for the next millennium, the next 1,000 years." And still, Meta warns, it could lead to catastrophic effects. This notion of leap seconds was invented to help combat the slowdown of the Earth's rotation. However, with this latest of Earth's shortest days having us looking at a negative leap second, Meta is concerned we could be seriously impacting systems that rely on timers and clocks. That's because IT industries, information tech industries, now rely on TAI, International Atomic Time, or UT1, Universal Time, for timing. In 1972, when the leap second was introduced to keep UTC in check, many institutions used it heavily. However, UTC has become bad for the telecom industry. As a result, many applications rely on TAI or UT1, as I've already articulated. Meta wants to stop future introductions of leap seconds, as the company believes it does more harm than good. But every leap second added, Meta says, is a major source of pain for people who manage hardware infrastructures. Additionally, smearing, their term, a leap second by slowing down or speeding up the clock isn't universal. This means it could lead to additional issues as well. So while we may be experiencing some of Earth's shortest days, the leap second may not be a viable solution in the future. And as our burning world turns ever faster, there be speaker and response. Red China has encircled Free China with warships. Nancy Pelosi's trip to my Taiwan highlights America's incoherent strategy. Nancy Pelosi has left Taiwan. The real crisis may be just beginning. A trip intended to support my beleaguered democracy may end up tightening its encirclement. The communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping may attack my Taiwan to secure his legacy. Now, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi departed my Taiwan after a whirlwind visit, arriving on island China, marking the highest level visit by an American official in a quarter of a century, in which she vowed the United States' solidarity with my self-governing democracy, as communist China on the mainland protested with military drills and furious threats. The United States Air Force plane carrying Pelosi and other lawmakers on a trip to several Asian allies and partners landed at Taipei's Songshan Airport in Taipei a day after touching down in Singapore. The longtime China hawk, Nancy Pelosi, met the Taiwan Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen today, or yesterday by now, a long activist critical of Beijing's rights record. Having thus become the highest-ranking U.S. official to set foot in my Taiwan in 50 years yesterday, after China warned that Washington would pay the price for such a maneuver amid growing fears of a strong military response by Beijing, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she wants to make it unequivocally clear that the United States will not abandon my Taiwan after meeting Taiwanese Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen today. Pelosi's trip to the self-governing island during a congressional tour of Asia has stirred up controversy at home and abroad. The Biden administration officials warned the trip would potentially damage relations between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire, and indeed Beijing has already voiced displeasure. Communist China on the mainland launched military drills, summoned the United States ambassador, and halted some imports in a display of angry protest at her visit to my island, Beijing claims as its territory, even as the mainland is also planning provocative military drills ever closer to my Taiwan later this week in response to Pelosi's visit. So, I am obligated, by everything under the sun, to articulate the gamble of Nancy Pelosi's visit to my Taiwan. On the surface, Nancy Pelosi's trip to my Taiwan looks like an American triumph. The House Speaker flew into the island's capital the day before yesterday by now, undeterred by Red China's threats and the announcement of military exercises in the surrounding seas. As she met with my Taiwan's Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen and spracketh to our legislature, the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping had to watch helplessly, able to do no more than order his forces to splash about in nearby waters in a display of rage and futility. This narrative has elements of truth, of course, but things are never that simple. Pelosi's trip is likely to be the beginning, not the end, of a crisis in Sino-American relations. Beijing could stretch out its response for weeks, even months, with unforeseeable consequences. Only hours before Pelosi's arrival, Red China's foreign ministry warned that the American empire would pay the price for this affront. The real impact of Pelosi's visit may not be clear for years. Pelosi's Taiwan gamble has reinforced trends in the Sino-American relationship that are edging both empires toward conflict in East Asia. Ever more ambitious, Beijing believes that Red China has a right to be the paramount power in the region and that the United States is standing in its way. In Washington, D.C., policymakers see America's future as depending on Asia and are resolved to maintain or even expand our system of alliances in region to entrench American influence and contain Communist China's. My Taiwan sits directly on the fault line between these two competing powers and their agendas. To these United States, my Taiwan is not merely a longtime friend, but also a crucial economic partner and a link in the network of democracies that upholds American power in the Pacific. To the Communist Chinese Empire, my Taiwan is an indispensable component of that country's ascent to superpower stature. Claiming my Taiwan has been a top priority for the Chinese Communist Party ever since it chased its nationalist foes off the mainland to my island at the end of the Civil War circa 1949. To this day, Beijing considers my Taiwan an errant province that remains an integral part of mainland China. Pelosi's trip to my Taiwan intensified the insecurity among Red China's leaders about achieving that goal. They already fear that the government in my Taipei is drifting ever further into American orbit, making peaceful reunification, as they call it, less and less likely, as it ever always was, an option that existed only in their minds. But the Pelosi visit exposed the limits of Beijing's power over my island China, especially with the American empire backing up Taiwan, and the risks that poses to the communist regime. In Beijing's perception, Pelosi's visit offers legitimacy to Taiwan's democratic government, which most certainly it does. And if all of Beijing's bluster and threats couldn't scare away even an octogenarian from California, what's to stop a parade of foreign dignitaries from visiting my Taiwan in defiance of the Communist Chinese Empire? The outcome, Red China's leaders fear, could be Taiwan declaring formal independence, a step they could never tolerate. Beijing has, of course, been complaining about American interference in my Taiwan for decades, and Pelosi's trip is not without precedent. Members of the U.S. Congress travel to Taiwan regularly, and another Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, visited a quarter of a century ago. But the Taiwan issue is taking on even greater importance in mainland China because of significant changes in Communist Chinese domestic politics. Xi Jinping has justified his one-man dictatorship by promising the Chinese public that he will attain what he calls the Chinese dream of national rejuvenation, which is impossible without unification with my Taiwan, where the highest technology on earth resides, as, of course, made possible by the Dietrich Artelact. Such nationalistic goals are also becoming more central to the communist regime as a source of legitimacy. For decades, the Communist Party counted on its successful program of economic development to validate its right to rule. But with the economy slowing that argument no longer packs the same punch. So the message has morphed from "the party will make China rich" to "the party will make China great." That entails not only achieving unification with my Taiwan, but also seeking revenge against those enemies that try to prevent it and thereby keep China down. This represents a major tectonic shift in Red China's national policy. For much of the past 4 decades, its mad masters tended to put economic growth before other policy goals, tempering their madness by pragmatism. That in turn rendered their approach to foreign affairs, focused on matters of development, generally predictable. Now the party is turning its attention to getting foreign policy wins over those it deems adversaries as proof of its competence and as a means of rallying domestic support. Hence, Beijing's hysterical reaction to Nancy Pelosi's visit. To Communist China's mad masters, her Taiwan jaunt is but another humiliation perpetrated by the American empire, and one not so easily forgiven or ever forgotten. But Xi Jinping brought this embarrassment on himself. Beijing's extreme reaction to the proposed trip elevated it to an eyeball-to-eyeball superpower standoff, and Pelosi didn't blink. God bless her. Xi, the supposed champion of the Chinese empire, was made to look weak in the eyes of the world, and, worse still, in the eyes of his own people, who followed Pelosi's trip on social media to the point where it broke Weibo, their social venue, crashed due to the mainland China hype. By the way, our man Troy Bellamy says P. And so, thank you, sir. Not quite sure what that means. I see it a lot. So, Shelley Rains is saying good for her. And Guanji is saying the Pooh, referring to Xi Jinping as Winnie the Pooh, which of course he doesn't look like Winnie the Pooh at all because he's not cute. There you go. In terms of back on thread here, if I can get myself back on thread after seeing that in the chat. Basically, our speaker's tenacity also amplifies fears in Beijing that Washington is actively working to thwart unification. Officially, the American empire still upholds a one China policy, but Beijing isn't buying that anymore. Foreign Minister Wang Yi accused Washington of following a fake one China policy in a conversation with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in October. During the leaders' discussion, yesterday, but last week, Xi Jinping warned President Joe Biden on the Taiwan issue, telling him that those who play with fire will perish thereby, according to the official summary from Red China's own foreign ministry. The fact that Nancy Pelosi defied such warnings affirms Beijing's growing conviction that Red China may never attain national greatness, as long as the American empire is entrenched in East Asia. That could prompt Beijing to intensify its efforts to undermine the American-backed global order and consolidate Xi's anti-American partnership with Vladimir Putin. Pelosi's Taiwan trip could then have repercussions far beyond the Taiwan Strait and even East Asia. But what may be most worrying, from Beijing's perspective, is the response to Pelosi's visit from Taiwan itself. Like Pelosi, President Tsai brushed aside Communist Chinese threats over the visit. And rather than cowering before an enraged Communist Party, the people of my Taiwan announced their defiance in lights on Taipei's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101, with the message, Speaker Pelosi, welcome to TW, or welcome to Taiwan, which is actually two separate syllables with a hyphen in between. Simply put, Taiwan rubbed Xi's nose in it. Beijing reads that as an indication that Pelosi's visit has emboldened my island China to resist mainland China and its drug-addled dream of unification. Unfortunately, all of this adds up to greater disorder in East Asia under the heavens. In response to Pelosi's arrival, the Communist Chinese military announced 4 days of intensive military exercises around my island, beginning Thursday after her departure, which may encroach on our territorial waters. That heightens the danger of unintended consequences that could lead to outright conflict. Short of that, the exercises may have a blockade effect, which could further disrupt already strained supply chains. Beijing has also turned to what has become its usual hostile tactic of turning trade into a tool of state by banning the import of some food items from my Taiwan. No one knows where this will end. As Taiwan stands firm and Beijing grows more desperate, the level of Communist-Chinese coercion could increase, at some point perhaps convincing the communist leadership that only war can capture my Taiwan. As these events unfold, the possibility of the American empire and our allies getting dragged into a regional conflict is not hard to imagine. Pelosi's visit, then, was a step in a process transforming a war over Taiwan from a remote possibility to a very real risk that should worry the world. That is why Pelosi's trip to my Taiwan will remain controversial, and a sharp debate will continue in these United States over whether its hazards were worth the reward. The people of my Taiwan are not of one mind on that point either. Because of the visit's purely symbolic nature, and with so much on the line, cold logic alone suggests it won't prove worth it. But that assessment misses what the excited crowds that met Pelosi in Taipei, the city that serves as the capital of the 100 islands of my Taiwan, in which I was born, surely understood. The people of my Taiwan are willing to advertise her arrival from the top of their tallest building, comest what may from Beijing in sanctions and pressure. Pelosi's presence was a signal that the Taiwanese are not facing down an angry, authoritarian, communist Chinese empire on their own. An editorial writer in the Taipei Times welcomed Pelosi as a comrade in arms in the fight against tyranny and the pursuit of liberty. As these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire drift toward confrontation, Pelosi's display of resolve may be necessary to show the Red Chinese and the world that the American empire isn't afraid either. Regardless, Red China's foreign minister Wang Yi called the visit a complete farce and warned that those who play with fire will perish thereby. Mainland China has now suspended some trade with Taiwan in evident retribution. Red China has blocked some Taiwan imports, but is avoiding ship disruptions. Chips are the new oil. Microchips. And the majority of microchips that run your world are made in Taiwan. Red China blocked imports of citrus, fish, and other foods from my Taiwan in retaliation for a visit by our top American lawmaker, Nancy Pelosi, but has avoided disrupting one of the world's most important technology and manufacturing relationships. The Trois Sides, which split in 1949 after Civil War, have no official relations but multi-billion-dollar business ties, especially in the flow of Taiwanese-made processor chips so needed by Communist Chinese factories that assemble our world's smartphones and all other electronics. They built that business while Beijing threatened for decades to enforce the ruling Communist Party's claim to my island by attacking. Trois-way trade soared 26% yesteryear to $328.3 billion United States dollars. My Taiwan, which produces half of the world's processor chips and has technology mainland China can never match, said sales to Communist Chinese factories rose 24.4% to $104.3 billion United States dollars. In a report, Carl B. Weinberg of High Frequency Economics confirmed that, in his words, the global economy cannot function without chips that are made in either Taiwan or mainland China. Today, yesterday by now, Beijing blocked imports of citrus and frozen hairtail and mackerel from my Taiwan after Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives, arrived on island China. Mainland China has not disrupted the flow of chips and other industrial components, a step that would send shockwaves through our shaky global economy. Also this week, Red China blocked imports of hundreds of other food items from Taiwan, including cookies and seafood, though the timing was unclear. The customs website showed their import status was switched to suspended. I read it in the Chinese. Fruit, fish, and other foods are a small part of Taiwan's exports to mainland China, but the ban hurts areas that are seen as supporters of Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen. Beijing has used import bans on bananas, wine, coal, and other goods as leverage in disputes with Australia, the Philippines, and other governments. Beijing also announced 4 days of military exercises with artillery fire in waters around Taiwan. That might delay or even disrupt shipping to and from island China, one of the biggest global traders on Earth. The potential disruption adds to concerns over weakening global economic growth. But Asian stock markets rose today, yesterday by now, Wednesday midweek, depending on what time you're listening to this transmission or reviewing the upload, after there was no immediate sign of Communist Chinese military action. The Communist Party says Pelosi's visit might embolden my Taiwan to make its decades-old de facto independence permanent. Beijing says that would lead to war. The administration of U.S. President Joe Biden has tried to mollify Beijing, saying there is no change in Washington's One China policy. That says the United States takes no position on the status of the Trois Sides, but wants their dispute settled peacefully. Washington has no formal relations with My Taiwan, but maintains unofficial ties and is obligated by federal law to see island China has the means to defend itself. Meeting leaders in Taiwan, Pelosi said she and members of Congress traveling with her were showing they will not abandon their commitment to the island democracy. In a short speech during a meeting with the Presidentress, Tsai, Pelosi said, America's determination to preserve democracy here in Taiwan and around the world remains ironclad. She departed later in the day for South Korea. Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen said, facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. Taiwanese companies have invested nearly 200 billion United States dollars in the mainland over the past 3 decades. That's according to my island's government. Entrepreneurs, engineers, and others have migrated to mainland China to work, some recruited by communist Chinese chip makers and other companies that want to catch up with My Taiwan. A 2020 census found 158,000 Taiwanese living on the mainland. That's according to the police ministry, which I contacted. Taiwan plays an outsized role in the chip industry for an island of 24.5 million people, accounting for more than half the global supply. Its producers, including Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, make the most advanced processors in the world for smartphones, tablet computers, medical devices, and other products. Beijing has invested billions of dollars in developing its own industry, which supplies low-end chips for automobiles and appliances, but could never support the latest smartphones, tablet computers, and medical devices, along any number of other products. Chips are Red China's biggest import, at more than 400 billion United States dollars a year, nevertheless, ahead of crude oil. That concentration of chips manufactured in both Chinas has fueled concern in these United States and Europe about relying too heavily on supplies from East Asia. The U.S. government is trying to expand America's own production capacity, but it can only be done here in my golden state of deep blue California. So all you red state sons of bitches who shit all over us and piss all over our blue politics, go fuck yourselves, because without us you fucking die. Overall, Red China is My Taiwan's biggest trading partner, taking more than twice as much of its exports as these United States. My island China's number 2 foreign market. Beijing has tried to use access to its markets to undermine Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen and other Taiwanese leaders it accuses of pursuing independence. The Communist Chinese Party also has used, or rather abused, military action in the past to try to hurt Taiwanese leaders by disrupting our island's economy. The mainland tried to drive voters away from then-Presidentress back then it was President, Lee Teng-hui, ahead of island China's first direct presidential elections, circa 1996, by firing missiles into our shipping lanes. That forced shippers to cancel voyages and raised insurance costs, but backfired by allowing Lee Teng-hui to brag about standing up to Beijing in front of cheering supporters. Lee Teng-hui then won the four-way election with 54% of the vote. The Empire of Japan is also in Red China's crosshairs. As Communist China continues down its current path of alienating the world, it will only make it easier for the Japanese and other democracies to build a coalition against it. Again, the day before, well, just yesterday by now, Wednesday, U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she hoped her trip to Taiwan makes it unequivocally clear that America will never abandon Taipei, the capital of our 100 islands, as she becamest the highest-ranking U.S. official in 25 years to visit my island, China. With this trip, Pelosi has added a new chapter to her decades-long history of confronting the Communist Chinese Empire, raising Sino-American tensions to new heights in the process. In response, Beijing has announced a series of missile tests and military drills encircling my island. But the drills aren't just intended to keep Taiwan and the American empire in check. Experts concur they're also a clear warning to the Empire of Japan, with some of the nation's far-flung southwestern islands sandwiched between the planned exercise zones. Needless to say, Pelosi's visit unleashed a torrent of vitriol on Commu-Chinese social media. For a taster, you can check out hashtag the Great Translation Movement, that's all one fucking word, on Twitter, a service that's intended to open the world's eyes to opinions being voiced within the Communist Chinese Empire behind the Great Electronic Firewall. Recent polls show that Red China's image has fallen drastically in many parts of the world. With Beijing's global influence efforts on the ropes, I must outline the steps democracies can take to better understand those efforts and thereby work to mitigate some of Beijing's more dangerous actions. You see, Beijing's unpopularity is undermining its own global ambitions. Pelosi's trip is likely to be the beginning, not the end, of a crisis in Sino-American relations. Beijing could stretch out its response for weeks, even months, with unforeseeable consequences. Only hours before Pelosi's arrival, Red China's foreign ministry warned that the American empire would pay the price for this affront. The real impact of Pelosi's visit may not be clear for years. Pelosi's Taiwan gamble has reinforced trends in the Sino-American relationship that are edging both empires toward conflict in East Asia. Ever more ambitious, Beijing believes that Red China has a right to be the paramount power on Earth, and that the American empire is standing in its way. And Taiwan sits directly on that fault line between these two competing empires and their agendas. And Pelosi's trip to Taiwan intensified that insecurity among Red China's leaders about attaining their goal of world domination. The Pelosi visit exposed all the limits of Beijing's power over island China, especially with the American empire backing up my Taiwan, and the risks that poses to the communist regime. And in Beijing's perception, Pelosi's visit offers legitimacy to Taiwan's democratic government. Well, that's because it does. Now, when it comes to this major tectonic shift in Communist China's foreign policy, with my Taiwan rubbing Xi Jinping's, or Winnie the Pooh's if you will, nose into the shit, no one knows where this will end. As Taiwan stands firm and Beijing grows more desperate, well, the American empire has now proven we're not afraid. The time is right for the Empire of Japan to team up with allies to counter the Communist Chinese Empire's growing influence. In recent years, Red China's global image has fallen drastically in many parts of the globe, sometimes to its lowest level in decades. In Southeast Asia, where Red China could have used its growing dominance of trade integration to bolster its image, a comprehensive annual survey released in early 2022 by the Yusof Ishak Institute in Singapore found that overwhelming majorities of Southeast Asians are worried about Red China's growing regional political and strategic influence. Another poll conducted by Sinophone Borderlands of people in 13 European countries, including multiple Central and East European states, found that people in 10 of the 13 now had much more negative views of Red China than positive views. Red China's image in Central and Eastern Europe is only likely to deteriorate further because of its support for Russia in the Ukraine war, which has led to rising anti-Russia sentiment in the region. Overall, a study by the Pew Research Center of 14 countries found that negative views of Red China had reached historic highs in many states, even in countries where populations once had more favorable impressions of Red China, such as Australia, Spain, and the Netherlands. Red China's plummeting global image, closer strategic ties with the Russian Empire, isolation from the world, and alienation of many countries all provide an opportunity for these United States, the Empire of Japan, and other democracies to respond and mitigate some of Beijing's more dangerous actions. Yet they must do so without creating an extremely dangerous Cold War environment that explicitly pits democracies worldwide against autocracies. Or so that would be the attitude people would normally assume we should take. Me, I'm for all out confrontation myself. One way or another, war with China is inevitable. Let's simply make it happen while we can handle it and still have the upper hand. T-Tank Barry in the chat room says, "Good morning, Douglas." Good morning, sir. Love you dearly. And, by the way, our man Guanji said UTC time is fucked. I'm not quite sure why he doesn't like universal time, but there you have it. He says, "The seasons are in my body." That's cute. Okay, Shelley Rains from Australia says, "The Earth has too many fat people. That's why it's too heavy to spin." And she wonders why. She says that's probably why they removed the talking clock from the phone, because the time is always wrong now. Yes, that's right. That's right. Then she brings up perhaps an old-fashioned sundial. And and she does bring up the communist Chinese didn't shoot Pelosi down after all, as they threatened. After which Guanji couldn't resist saying, "Two-faced old bag." I mean, you know what that is? That's right-wing radio. Guanji has been exposed to right-wing media, too much right-wing internet, and it radicalized him in the wrong direction for that. She pulled the trigger for them! He'll get over it. If he listens to me long enough, hopefully he'll stop talking like that. At any rate, then he says, I'm so bad. Libertard for Taiwan. Yes, don't be a libertarian. Oh my God. Then he says, bonsai, because I'm bringing up Japan. That's cute. It's cute. And then Shelley Rain says, they just sent her to piss them off. Oh my God. Cute. This is, okay. So that was lovable people, providing chuckles from the peanut gallery. And, all right. Okay. To respond. The American Empire, the Empire of Japan, and all their partners should take what I will suggest, what I will advise as your Vulcan intervention, the following steps, to better understand and counter Red China's global influence efforts. For one, we need to understand which Chinese soft power tools remain effective and, conversely, which are ineffective. Right now, opinion leaders in many countries anxiously talk about the spread of Commu-Chinese state media, but they usually have no studies of how little audiences in various countries actually follow China Global Television Network, China Radio International, or other Commu-Chinese state media outlets aside from Xinhua, which has the potential to be a major source of influence for China. Funds from these United States, the Empire of Japan, and other democratic actors to conduct research on Commu-Chinese state outlets and other Commu-Chinese information activities will be critical to understanding Red China's actual global media reach. The Empire of Japan, these United States, and our partners should also divulge Red China's increasing use of disinformatia, Russian disinformation, in its state media and other outlets, and take steps to address it. We should also aggressively highlight Red China's growing links to the Russian Empire and willingness to spread disinformation on behalf of the Kremlin. Democratic allies should also focus critiques of Red China on Xi Jinping and the Communist Chinese Party. Too often, leaders in many other countries have used broad invectives to condemn China as a whole, making it seem like their problem is with the general Chinese public, or the Chinese as a race. This stigmatization of the Chinese ethnos, the people inside China, as well as in countries around the world as a minority diaspora, is counterproductive. Instead, democracies should maintain their focus on the Communist Chinese Party and Xi Jinping himself. The Empire of Japan and other democracies should support countries such as Australia and Lithuania that face economic coercion and diplomatic bullying by Red China. Leaders should rhetorically condemn those behaviors and use summits and other meetings, as well as social media, to highlight Red China's growing economic and diplomatic bullying of countries around the world. Democracies, such as these United States, which has often declined market access, should also take its steps to open our markets to products from countries that Red China is blocking in various ways. In less wealthy states facing Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist coercion, the Empire of Japan and its partners should be prepared to offer limited grants and loans, as the European Union has offered to Lithuania. The American Empire, the Empire of Japan, and our partners should also take advantage of Beijing's current unpopularity and policy missteps to build new partnerships and deepen existing ones. These should include making the Quad into a more robust defense partnership and potentially adding new members thereunto in the future. Taking advantage of Red China's policy missteps should also certainly include rebuilding troubled defense and strategic relationships with American treaty allies in Thailand, the Philippines, and other Southeast Asian nations. On the economic side, it should include turning the nascent Indo-Pacific Economic Framework proposal into something beyond a talk shop, an agreement that ultimately provides U.S. markets access to countries that sign up in order to get them to agree to regional standards on digital trade, supply chains, and other issues. Providing American market access would help bring more countries firmly into the agreement and would strengthen this partnership as a bulwark against the communist Chinese empire. These democracies should also speed up efforts to limit Red China's access to critical advanced technologies, the CATs, the CATs, critical advanced technologies such as most cutting-edge semiconductors and the machines that manufacture them, an effort Washington has already begun in collaboration with the Empire of Japan, the Republic of South Korea, and the Netherlands, among others. The American empire should work with the European Union and its partners in Asia to prevent Huawei and other major communist Chinese firms from developing 5G or fifth-generation infrastructure in countries that have still not decided on a provider for their next-generation networks. Washington should also step up research partnerships with allies in Europa, North America, and Asia on critical technologies such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and other areas where Red China has gained some ground. If Red China continues down its current path of alienating the world, it will only make it easier for democracies to step up the pace of this coalition building amongst ourselves. Yet, as Peter Martin proves in a new book on Chinese diplomacy, Beijing has, at moments in the past, shifted diplomatic strategies dramatically. Red China could move away from bullying diplomacy and economic coercion and return to a softer approach. The Empire of Japan and its partners should be prepared for the possibility, however slim, of Beijing backing away from its aggressive diplomacy, coercion, rising xenophobia, and dialing back its relationship with the Russian Empire, which is already costing it enormously in its international reputation. In response, democracies, while not necessarily abandoning new relationships, should be prepared to try to work more closely again with Red China on critical global issues such as climate change, trade, and pandemic disease, among others. Beijing remains a major power, after all. It has the ability to adapt and shift its foreign policies, and even though it has devalued its position as a global leader, its cooperation is still needed on many issues. Indeed, these United States, the Empire of Japan, and other partners must never abandon the idea that, despite all indications to the contrary, Beijing will still be able to take a global leadership role on some issues, even if it does so whilst becoming more authoritarian at home. Democratic states should leave open the opportunity that, even under Xi Jinping, Communist China will still play a positive role in some aspects of the global economy, environment, and trading system. Now, yester septimania. But last week, Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen of My Taiwan met with the former Japanese Defense Minister Shigeru Ishiba in Taipei, the capital of the 100 Islands of Island China, in which I was born, and expressed hope that ties with the Japanese Empire could be further bolstered as my island cometh under intensifying pressure from mainland China. In May, a delegation of young members of the Empire of Japan's ruling party also met with the Presidentress, while in March, Tokyo's de facto Taipei embassy bestowed the Empire of Japan's highest honor for foreigners on Wang Jinping, a former leader of Island China's parliament, to recognize his contribution to advancing bilateral ties. Yestermenses, last month, however, saw the assassination of Shinzo Abe, who made greater strides than any other prime minister to deepen relations between the Empire of Japan and my Taiwan. It's now up to leaders in both Tokyo and Taipei to ensure his legacy continues. For Taiwan had no greater champion than Abe Shinzo, and the former prime minister's mark on Japano-Taiwanese relations will have lasting consequences. The assassination of former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo has sent shockwaves of both disbelief and sadness all over the globe, garnering international headlines, with tributes pouring in from both world and thought leaders alike. While there be plenty of room for debate about how he will be most remembered, it is clear that in the last few months of his life, Abe devoted his political capital to amplify his personal stance on the need for Tokyo to rethink its strategic engagement with my Taiwan, whilst supporting Taipei, the capital of the 100 Islands of Island China, and the cross-strait status quo, the balance of power across the Black Strait that separates mainland China from my Taiwan. Earlier this year, Riley Walters from the Hudson Institute had the rare opportunity to interview the late Prime Minister of Japan on Japano-Taiwanese relations. In his co-authored piece, he wrote that no Japanese leader has made greater strides to deepen relations between the Empire of Japan and Island China as much as Abe Shinzo. Against the backdrop of a host of regional challenges, many of which correlate with Red China upping the ante to achieve hegemony in the Indo-Pacific, Abe Shinzo had a nuanced understanding of how Beijing utilizes an array of coercive tactics, including gray zone operations and economic measures, and their destabilizing effects on the Empire of Japan's security interests and regional stability more broadly, including my Taiwan. During his second premiership, from 2012 to 2020, Abe Shinzo took measures to ensure that Japano-Taiwanese relations were on a stable footing. In April of 2013, Tokyo and Taipei were able to finalize an East China Sea fishery agreement, a monumental achievement in their bilateral relationship considering that it took 17 years to negotiate. And the sex bots are back with Shelley Rain saying, "You're cute." I don't know whether she's talking to me or Guanji or the sex bots. But hey, I'll take that as something towards myself, to flatter myself if nothing else. And in the time we have remaining, let me get back on thread after that. Moreover, after the deadly earthquake in Hualien in February of 2018, Taiwanese media reported that the Empire of Japan was the first country to send a small team to help with the search and rescue operations. Abe Shinzo also sent a letter to Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen to express his condolences over the losses, and Presidentress Tsai sent one back to him noting that My Taiwan was touched by the warm friendship shown by Prime Minister Abe and the Japanese people following the earthquake. And not long after the pandemic disrupted all aspects of life in 2020, with My Taiwan's effective management of COVID-19, the Empire of Japan urged the World Health Organization to enable my island, Island China, to attend the annual World Health Assembly as an observer. But Red China continues to block My Taiwan's bid, even this year. In contrast to popular perception, it is important to remember that Abe Shinzo also sought to get relations with Communist China on the mainland on an even keel while in office, particularly after the administration of then Prime Minister Yoshihiko Noda nationalized the Senkaku Islands in September of 2012. During his state visit to Red China in October of 2018, National People's Congress Standing Committee Chairman Li Jianzhu declared that the Japano-China relationship has gotten back onto a normal track and is heading in a positive direction. While Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping was slated to make a state visit during the Empire of Japan's cherry blossom season in March of 2020, both Beijing and Tokyo confirmed that these plans were postponed with the onset of the pandemic. After Abe Shinzo resigned as Prime Minister in September of 2020, he became more vocal about Beijing's concerted efforts to undermine My Taiwan's democratic progress and how the Empire of Japan's security is tethered to that of Island China's. In a gesture to show his support for My Taiwan, Abe Shinzo utilized his social media platforms to share a photograph of himself with Taiwanese pineapples, after Red China abruptly imposed an import ban on that fruit in April of yesteryear. Notably, Abe Shinzo raised eyebrows last November when he spracketh in a virtual format for a Taiwan-based think tank, where he unabashedly asserted that a Taiwan emergency is a Japanese emergency. His comments were certainly not music to Beijing's ears, and Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin lambasted Abe Shinzo for speaking utter nonsense and wantonly leveled criticism on the Taiwan question. The CHICOM, Chinese Communist Government, also summoned the Empire of Japan's ambassador to China, Taurumi Hideo, and informed him that Abe's comments are an egregious violation of the principles from which Red China and the Empire of Japan established diplomatic relations circa 1972. This diplomatic hyperbole, my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, would have said kerfluffle, did not deter Abe Shinzo from leveraging his political stature to augment his sentiments towards my Taiwan this year. When Abe held audience in late January, he shared his unvarnished views of Xi Jinping's ambitions regarding my Taiwan and the state of Japano-Taiwanese relations. He also noted that the Empire of Japan is playing a delicate balancing act, enhancing relations with my Taiwan without irrevocably damaging its bilateral relations with the Communist Chinese Empire. Just days after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Abe Shinzo captured media attention when he stated that the United States should clarify that it will come to Taiwan's defense in the event of unilateral military action by Beijing. He then capitalized on his momentum to deepen his support for my Taiwan by holding a video conference with Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen on March 22nd. During their short conversation, Abe Shinzo expressed his hopes that my Taiwan could join the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, along with his desire for my Taiwan and the Empire of Japan to commence intelligence sharing. In other words, a coordination between our intelligence networks. And just a few months ago, Abe Shinzo published an op-ed, an opinion editorial column with the Los Angeles Times, making it clear once again that it was no longer sensible for Washington to maintain strategic ambiguity. Looking ahead, Abe's mark on contemporary Japano-Taiwanese relations will be of lasting consequence. Despite his untimely death, the Empire of Japan's leaders will not likely reverse the course of the Japanese Empire's alignment toward non-state and multi-layered engagement with Taipei, so long as Beijing cannot be reasoned out of bringing its muscle flexing to a decrescendo. After all, there be twa things worth remembering. First, Taiwan was mentioned in a joint leaders' statement for the first time in over 100 years in a summit between U.S. President Joe Biden and Abe Shinzo's immediate successor, Yoshihide Suga, in April of 2021. The last time that Taiwan was inserted into a joint statement between these United States and the Empire of Japan was in November of 1969, when then-President Richard Mulhouse Nixon met with then-Prime Minister Isaku Sato, Abe Shinzo's great-uncle. And since then, the 2021 Group of Seven Communique, the joint statement produced from Biden's summit with Prime Minister Fumio Kishida in May, and the 2022 U.S.-South Korea summit have also underlined the great need to preserve peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. By the way, I should have pronounced that the 2021 Group of Seven Communique in the singular. Second, should Red China be tempted to seek unification with my Taiwan by military force, the Empire of Japan will find itself on the front lines of a devastating war. Okinawa's Yonaguni Island sits at a mere 110 kilometers off the coast of my Taiwan proper, and any invasion would fundamentally disrupt nearby sea lanes of communications. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has repeatedly asserted that Ukraine today maybe East Asia tomorrow. Those somber words of his are precisely why Japano-Taiwanese relations have reached such a critical juncture. With Abe Shinzo's assassination, Japano-Taiwanese relations lost a key driver. It is now up to leaders from both Tokyo and Taipei to ensure that his legacy can continue. That while the cycles of London's engagement with Beijing reveal how the American empire's ability to keep allies in line for its great power competition is actually weakening. This brings us to analyzing why Britain changed its Red China stance. For the better, mindest ye, but changed nonetheless without too much American influence, or at least overtly so. Let me try and put this into perspective for you. As recently as 2015, Great Britain boasted of being Red China's best partner in the West. It had become a founding member of Beijing's controversial Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank against all American opposition. While still a member of the EU, the European Union, Great Britain's diplomats pushed for the EU to agree to a formal trade and investment deal with the Communist Chinese Empire. And Xi Jinping himself had even been honored with a lavish state visit to London. For the Greater British Empire, the future was unmistakably Communist Chinese. From 2020 onward, however, Great Britain transformed itself from Red China's best partner in Europe to its harshest critic, sweeping away decades of foreign policy consensus in the most drastic such shift in the Western world. Greater Britain became the first European power to formally block Huawei from its 5G telecoms network, which is now being planted, or shall I say established, by George Knight and his co-workers across Britannia, leading thereby the global condemnation of Beijing's barbaric treatment of its Caucasoid Turkic Muslim Uyghur minority in Xinjiang, Northwest China, whilst revoking the United Kingdom broadcasting license of Red China's state-controlled CGTN, China Global Television Network, and offered a route to British citizenship for millions of people in Hong Kong who want to flee Beijing's tyrannical political repression. The reasons for this 180-degree turn were many. Brexit meant that Britain, having cut ties with its closest economic partner, the EU, could not afford to risk its relationship with its closest security ally, the American empire, as well. The pandemic then entrenched public concern about Western reliance on the Communist Chinese Empire. And perhaps most important of all was the person of Donald John Trump. Even as he imposed steel tariffs on allies and belittled all their leaders, the former American president demanded that they stand with the American empire against Communist China. And whereas Great Britain's future had once seemed Chinese, it was back to being American. But in recent months, something strange started happening. London began softening its stance toward Red China once again. Outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson this year approved a reopening of trade talks with Red China, and his government approved the sale of a microchip manufacturer to a communist Chinese company, though this is now in doubt. I'm happy to report. Britain's diplomatic back and forth in recent years has offered among the most extreme examples of how states are dealing with the wider geopolitical upheaval that has been taking place in response to the Communist Chinese Empire's rise, a problem that no one yet seems to know the answer to. In Washington, a bipartisan consensus has formed around the notion that engagement with Beijing has failed, and that Red China is the only great rival to American supremacy in the 21st century. For continental Europe, Beijing is less an adversary than a risk to be accommodated, managed, and recognized, and the growth of its power and opportunity to carve out more strategic autonomy from these United States. For the greater British Empire, trapped between these United States and Europa, it is a mixture of all these things. More than a dozen senior government officials, diplomats, foreign policy analysts, and lawmakers across these United States, Britannia, and Europa, many speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive government deliberations, have spracketh on these developments. From these leaks, a picture emerged of the greater British Empire clinging tightly to the new American consensus, partly through judgment of its best interests and partly because of American pressure, whilst seeking to ensure its economic priorities with the Communist Chinese Empire are kept alive as much as possible as it faces up to the reality of the 21st century. Great Britain's example shows how the widening standoff between Washington and Beijing will transform mid-sized powers that seek to avoid being drawn into a new Cold War, and, more important, how these United States will not easily be able to maintain its grip on the world order that it created. For decades, Great Britain followed a fairly consistent line in its policy toward Beijing, trying to balance security concerns against economic opportunities, but typically erring on the side of engagement. As early as 2003, Great Britain's main telecommunications company approached Tony Blair's government to seek permission to work with what was then a little-known Commu-Chinese company, Huawei, to upgrade the United Kingdom's network. The partnership was waved through by officials who were no more, or rather more concerned with the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, terrorism, and Russia, than some harmless Commu-Chinese firm, right? By 2008, however, British intelligence agencies were warning that the Chi-Com state, the Chinese Communist Party, could use Huawei to gain access to Great Britain's telecoms network. Soon after, the government, then led by Gordon Brown, established a watchdog to monitor Huawei, creating a first-of-its-kind arrangement involving a group of security-cleared former British officials and experts who would keep an eye on Huawei from inside the company on behalf of Grand Britannia. In effect, Britain had become sufficiently concerned about Red China spying on it that it demanded a special unit be created within Huawei to spy on the Chinese, but was insufficiently concerned to cancel Huawei contracts. This was the environment, paradoxical as it was, in which David Cameron took over as Prime Minister in 2010. One in which cautious partnership with Communist China had yielded concrete benefits for the UK, but with hard-to-gauge results. Over his 6 years in charge, Cameron would expand the relationship in an attempt to upgrade Great Britain's infrastructure and open new markets for its financial services industry. Come as 2014, London became one of the first international clearing centers for communist Chinese currency, before racing ahead of its competitors to become the major offshore center for renminbi trading. For those of you who don't know, Communist China has two currencies. The yuan is the international currency, whereas the renminbi is the currency for the Chinese Communist Party, by which they fund their mega projects to keep all of their relatives employed. Be that as it may, this domestic currency suddenly became, well, effectively laundered through London. The following year, Cameron welcomed Xi Jinping himself to London for a state visit during which the British leader declared the beginning of a golden era in Sino-Britannian relations. This was no one-off, but the culmination of a British strategy stretching back to at least the turn of the century. Great Britain was using its membership in European Union to turn itself into Red China's financial gateway to the continent. Well, then came Brexit. Following referendum, Cameron was replaced by Theresa May, a more security-conscious China hawk, kind of like Britain's own Nancy Pelosi, who had spent the previous 6 years in the Home Office and was responsible for the domestic intelligence agency MI5. In one of her first acts, she paused a decision on the construction of a British nuclear plant that was to receive Chicom investment. Then, in early 2018, on a 72-hour or 3-day trip to Communist China, May refused to sign off on a deal in which Grand Britannia would offer formal support for Xi Jinping's infrastructure building and influence-generating Belt and Road Initiative. Once again, economic interests squashed political concerns. May's early caution over Red China gave way to the same pressures that had pushed Cameron, Brown, and Blair. In April of 2019, news leaked that May was preparing to give the go-ahead for Huawei's involvement in building the Greater British Empire's 5G network. By then, she had put aside her concerns about Commu-Chinese involvement in Great Britain's nuclear industry as well. And then, once again, Brexit intervened. You know, in both cases, I must say, that was for the better. Brexit bred some good. By the way, T-Tank Barry likes my dad's vocabulary. We're there. Kerfluffle. Yeah. At any rate, how do I say this? Oh, God. Basically, when Brexit entered its critical phase, Theresa May was replaced by Boris Johnson, a far more liberal figure when it came to security and Red China. And immediately, Johnson slipped back into the old British policy, announcing that despite furious opposition from the American empire, the United Kingdom would allow Huawei to play a part in Great Britain's 5G rollout. It was, in essence, a continuation of the Mayite policy, which itself was little more than a continuation of the cautious engagement that had been in place for decades. The morning after Johnson's Huawei decision, however, a Commu-Chinese student in Great Britain rang an emergency health line complaining that he and his mother visiting from Hubei felt unwell. At 7:50 p.m. that night, 12 paramedics dressed in hazmat suits arrived at the hotel where they were staying to take them to the hospital. They would be the first people in Great Britain to test positive for the coronavirus. More than 200,000 people would ultimately die of COVID-19 in Great Britain. Red China's role as Nation Zero and its initial attempts to suppress all news of the outbreak would spark denunciations across the democratic world and demands for retaliation. Even before the pandemic, opinion in these United States had shifted sharply against Red China, thanks in large part to the ferocity and centrality of Donald John Trump's attacks on the Red Empire in the East. This discord was almost inevitable anyway, given the great power competition between the pair, but Trump played his part in speeding this process up and giving it political fire. By May of 2020, these United States had increased pressure on Great Britain and other European allies by unveiling sanctions on Huawei that, in effect, stopped it from being able to use American technology, a move that meant the British security services could no longer guarantee Huawei's safety, because the company would soon be using non-Western technology that the British did not fully understand. This, in fact, was the very reason the American empire had imposed its sanctions, and they served as a hammer blow to Britain's strategy of careful engagement with the Communist Chinese Empire. In July of 2020, Boris Johnson's government became the first in Europe to announce that Huawei would be banned from Great Britain's 5G network. Liu Xiaoming, the Commu-Chinese ambassador in London, said Great Britain's decision on Huawei, as well as the UK's policies towards Xinjiang and Hong Kong, had poisoned the atmosphere between the two empires, and Britannia would pay the price. The Communist Chinese state media threatened retaliatory responses. In the end, London's long-held strategy thus collapsed, not through its own proactive choice, but because of choices being made elsewhere. British foreign policy was forced to adapt to a world it did not want and had tried to avoid. When this was put to British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, she rejected, albeit somewhat unconvincingly, the idea that Great Britain had effectively been made to change its Red China policy. Truss, the favorite to replace Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, told the press that the Russian invasion of Ukraine had brought together countries against the Russian Empire, some of which might not be liberal or democratic, but that, nevertheless, did not want to see a world where might is right. In reply, it was suggested that, in part, might is right. After all, we all live in an American world, where the United States uses its power to set the rules. Truss replied, I don't agree with that. We don't live in an American world. We live in a world where there is a coalition of nations who subscribe to the values of freedom and democracy. The example of China was then cited. As late as 2019, Great Britain was trying to push ahead with the Huawei 5G deal. It was said, we changed because the Americans changed. And she responded, that was not the reason we changed. The press pushed back, the Americans changed the rules of the game and we didn't have the ability to guarantee the security of the telecoms network. Again, Truss was insistent. That was not the reason we changed. We changed because it was the right thing to do. I was in the government when the policy changed, and we changed because it was the right thing to do. It was then pointed out that that same government, made up of the same people, had made a different decision earlier in the same year about what was right before changing its mind. To which Truss replied, well, that is true. Every government, Tom, as she said to the press journalist whose transcript was taken by my son, has its internal discussions, and I can't reveal the internal discussions that took place on both occasions. However, we did it because it was the right thing to do. Well, whatever your conclusion, to look at British foreign policy now is to see almost a complete overlap with the United States, whether on the Iranian nuclear deal, climate change, the importance of spending more on defense, NATO, the threat posed by the Russian Empire, or, now, Red China. One of the lessons of the Huawei policy shift, and Great Britain's shift more broadly, is that the American empire can still force its allies into line if it is prepared to take its gloves off. But under the surface, things are not quite so simple. There are signs that actually Britain's old policy is once again being quietly rebuilt. Amid intense American pressure, including threats to curtail transatlantic intelligence sharing, Great Britain changed tack, falling into line. Yet since then, Great Britain has drifted back toward its position of cautiously opening up to Red China as far as it feels is safe, in part spurred by a frustration with Washington. You see, in February, it emerged that Bo Johnson had given the green light to reopen trade talks with Red China that had been paused for years. Then it was revealed that the United Kingdom government had apparently approved the sale of a British microchip factory to a Commu-Chinese-owned firm, only for that decision to be kicked into the long grass. On each occasion, the announcement sparked a backlash among Red China skeptics in London. Theresa May's former chief of staff, Nick Timothy, who had pushed for stricter controls on any economic opening to Red China, reacted with resigned alarm. He wrote, "It seems we will never learn." Tough policies over Xinjiang and Hong Kong remain in place, but the recent reports point to a softening of the hardest edges on Great Britain's Red China policy. The reasons indicate the limits of Washington's leadership in its confrontation with Beijing. Today, with some within the British government share a sense that Brexit and Bo Johnson's previous seemingly warm relationship with Donnie Trump continue to be held against the United Kingdom by some in the Biden administration. Despite Great Britain's being the most hawkish European ally on Russia and Red China, spending more than 2% of its gross domestic product on defense and supporting American efforts on curtailing Iran's nuclear ambitions, The United Kingdom believes it is treated as just another ally, criticized for its push to renegotiate its Brexit deal with the European Union and ignored in its ambition to strike a free trade deal with Washington. If this is the case, some in London so wonder, why not be more independent where Great Britain's core national interests are concerned? In one sense, what does Britain have to lose from exploring deeper economic ties with the Communist Chinese Empire? The Biden administration has made clear there will be no trade deal with the American empire anytime soon, and besides, the European Union continues to pursue its own policy of engagement with Red China, despite continuing Commu-Chinese economic support for the Russian Empire during Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. The rationale that long drove Greater British policy is reasserting itself. The size and wealth of Red China mean that Great Britain simply cannot afford not to engage. With Great Britain outside the European Union, economic growth sluggish, debt high, and few other obvious alternatives to increase trade, will any future Prime Minister really be able to ignore what Red China has to offer? Great Britain's apparent return to a more open Red China policy is a reminder of the difficulty Washington is going to have constructing and leading any kind of alliance, democratic or otherwise, to contain Beijing. Though it can use a policy of maximum pressure to force some countries into line, as it did with Great Britain over 5G, effectively removing London's ability to sustain an independent policy, such a stance can only go so far. The United States remains powerful enough that its sticks can and do work, but without any carrots at all, the strategy will have limits. Perhaps the main lesson of Great Britain's experience with Red China is that core national interests are likely to reassert themselves in the long term, no matter which party, prime minister, chancellor, or president is in power in Great Britain, France, United Germany, and elsewhere. In London, Boris Johnson has pursued a policy that would have been familiar to any of the previous 4 British prime ministers this century, Labour and Conservative among them. The same is true of the European Union. Such is the depth of economic entanglement with the Communist Chinese Empire today that it will take far more than talk of democratic alliances and threats to the rules-based order for Brussels, the erstwhile capital of United Europe, Berlin, Paris, and London, to seriously change course. What does that mean for these United States? If it wants to construct a coalition behind its attempt to contain the Communist Chinese Empire, we will need to be prepared to threaten and cajole, yes, but also bribe far more effectively than we have until now. No longer is America the only dog in the pound, even if it still has the biggest bark. This side of the Atlantic, public health leaders want the Biden administration to declare a public health emergency to better tackle rising monkeypox cases. The limited supply of monkeypox vaccines in these United States has led to hours-long waits and created dangerous situations where infected people don't have access to tests or treatment. A drug is available for monkeypox patients who have or who are at risk of severe disease, but doctors say they continue to face challenges getting access thereunto. Organizations responding to the crisis say they are frustrated by the Biden administration's lack of urgency. California, Illinois, and New York have declared public health emergencies, as has the World Health Organization. Here's what the declaration of monkeypox as a state of emergency means for my golden California. The declaration of state of emergency for monkeypox will speed up efforts to tackle the outbreak. It's a public health crisis that has now reached statewide intervention. Right now, or right behind New York and Illinois, California became the third state in the union to sound the alarm for monkeypox. So what does a state of emergency actually change? I went to the state level to speak to the state assembly member, Matt Haney. To quote his assembly member Haney, "We are declaring loudly that we have an emergency here. By declaring a state of emergency, we are telling the federal government we need help. We need support, but we are also putting the infrastructure, the personnel, the treatment resources, and education resources in place so that we are prepared to respond." In other words, counties throughout our deep blue state will be able to speed up efforts to tackle the outbreak. Another key aspect of this declaration is that it opens the door for counties and cities to get a refund for their efforts. San Francisco Mayoress London Breed, our first black African American mayoress, has gone on record to say that, in her words, "Part of my hope is that there is a reimbursement for the expenses related to monkeypox specifically." San Francisco's public health state of emergency went into effect just the day before yesterday, or the day before that by now. Hundreds waited in line at the former San Francisco General, now, unfortunately, Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital, many leaving without a vaccine. The state of emergency will allow more medical professionals to administer the vaccine, but it doesn't mean California will get any more vaccines. According to CDC, or the Center for Disease Control data, my California is right behind New York with the highest number of infections. California has 827 monkeypox cases. Even before Governor Newsom declared a state of emergency, the federal government was prioritizing places with the most cases. Today, or yesterday by now, San Francisco got a call. Per Dr. Grant Colfax, Director of Public Health San Francisco, he said, "I'm very concerned. I think the cases are going to increase significantly before they start decreasing. Just today, I'm happy to share some news. San Francisco was told that we'll be getting over 10,000 doses this week of monkeypox vaccine. That is good news. That is more than double what we have gotten in previous weeks. It's obviously still not enough." As part of California's state of emergency, now pharmacists will also be able to vaccinate people for monkeypox. But again, supply is limited, and for now the state is only giving vaccines to local health jurisdictions. Elsewise, America is heading toward its third great political realignment. Fear, hate, and grievances animate the new Republican Party, and Trump cultists think they're in a fight to the death. Across nearly 4 centuries, the genius of Anglo-American political institutions has been their general tendency toward evolutionary rather than revolutionary change. This inclination has been clearly reflected in the development of the most stable and successful political party systems in the world. Over time, political ascendancy has favored those parties that stood for a steady broadening of the voting population and their inclusion in the processes of democratic governance through peaceful, though not always uncontroversial, means. Even in those rare instances when regime change has required a resort to military force. You know, England's Glorious Revolution of 1688, or America's Revolution of 1776. These revolutions have been decidedly more limited in scope and far less bloodthirsty than the malign template of the French Revolution of 1789 and others that have emulated its root and branch approach to radical societal change. In these United States, there have been just two great political realignments, both of them occasioned by immense and catastrophic events that reached into every corner of the Republic and fundamentally changed how people thought about politics and the very character of the great American democracy. The first was the American Civil War between the states from 1861 through 1865. Far and away the greatest bloodletting in our history, the result of which was the overthrow of the Democratic Party ascendancy begun by Thomas Jefferson in 1800 that had endured for 60 years, but eventually would be undone by its persistent toleration of slavery. The further result was the 70-year ascendancy of the Republican Party, begun by Abraham Lincoln in 1860. The second great catastrophe leading to political realignment was the Great Depression, beginning in 1929, which inflicted more material misery on the American people than anything in our history, and even more ominously, seriously called into question the institution of capitalism that heretofore had been seen as the indispensable element in American growth and prosperity. As a result of this shattering event, millions of Americans who were adherents of the Republican Party ever since the Civil War changed their allegiance to the Democratic Party and its New Deal, led by Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1932. Most would generally maintain that allegiance for nearly 90 years. It is evident that there is a great deal of party switching going on today, mainly benefiting Republicans, since the most striking group switching their allegiance are Hispanics, and, to a much lesser but significant extent, Black African Americans, who have been historically the most reliable part of the long-ruling Democratic coalition. Many Democrats comfort themselves by viewing these shifts as temporary and thinking of them in context of the well-known pattern of voters less bonded to their usual party affiliation, who routinely punish the party of the White House incumbent whose policies they find disappointing. This midterm retribution, however, in no way precluded these critical swing voting blocs, ergo independents, suburban women, from bouncing back to their usual party affiliation in the presidential election 12 years earlier, as both Presidents Clinton and Obama, hugely punished in their first midterms but subsequently re-elected, can testify. In the eyes of these Democrats, thus reassured by history, all that is needed for their party is to rebound is a fresh new face as their presidential standard bearer come as 2024. But I would suggest that this viewpoint profoundly misreads what is happening in our country today, and that a series of unprecedented events, ideological obsessions, mistaken policies, and economic and cultural impacts is irreversibly changing how longtime devoted Democrats, notably from within minority communities, but also from an alienated working class generally. View today's political parties. This present trend in party switching is not just about this one election. It represents a more permanent, new affiliation because the Democratic Party, for which their parents and grandparents signed up long ago, has ceased to exist, replaced by what is perceived to be an affluent elite that openly mocks their values and wages war against their economic well-being. Misperceived as such, I will emphasize. Misperceived. The best historical template for today's switchers is black African Americans during the Great Depression, who decisively and permanently switched from the party of Abraham Lincoln to the party of Franklin Delano Roosevelt simply because Democrats bracket directly to their needs and beliefs and bribe them with welfare, and Republicans, who long took them for granted, did not. Similarly, those voters now abandoning the Democratic Party, the brown Latinx, won't be coming home anytime soon because they have affiliated themselves, or rather assimilated themselves, via a cultural sense of whiteness. A cultural sense of whiteness that they'll pay the price for cometh the time that the white core of the Republican Party ceases to need them anymore. But they'll need them for cannon fodder come the American Civil War. None of these blacks and browns will be coming home to democracy because for all the defects Donald Trump has as a politician, he does possess certain skills. Among them, an almost preternatural ability to tap into the sensibilities, the id, of the American right. More than any other Republican candidate in 2016, Trump was in sync with the base of the party at its basest. He still is, as he prepares for what will be another run for the presidency. Returning to Washington, D.C. for the first time since he left the White House in the aftermath of the violent assault on the Capitol, Trump gave a speech last Tuesday to the AFPI, the America First Policy Institute. It was billed as a policy address on public safety. Because you know them repubes are all about law and order. Hey, our man Peter Moon was conveying that because he watches that Fox News, that Murdoch mass media machine. Nathan A. Brooks says he's listening in. Hugs to Nathan. Hugs to T-Tank Berry. My men out there. Now, as I check a little notification coming in here, those notifications used to stand out a lot more when I had a lot more timelines. Lovely people providing support. Now, when it comes to public safety, everyone knows that policy doesn't interest Donald Trump in the least. What he cares about is the performative part of politics, inflaming people's passions, creating chaos and conflict. Politics is a stage on which his disordered personality plays itself out. And like every Trump speech, it was undisciplined. The former president stayed on script and went off script, sometimes reading from his prepared text and other times riffing on topics including tent cities for homeless people, transgender athletes, of course, and election lies. The riffs are what most charged up the crowd. Despite the speech's unruliness, certain themes in it are worth examining because they signal what a Trump campaign will look like. And even if he doesn't run, they reveal the mindset of the American right. These are the pillars of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. Fear! If the hallmarks of Ronald Reagan's speeches were optimism, hope, and a sense of limitless possibilities, Trump's speeches are the antithesis. Trump is a genius at tapping into fear. In his AFPI speech, for example, he portrayed America not as a great nation facing significant challenges, but as a dystopia, hellish and desolate, in his words, cesspool of crime on the edge of extinction. Trump spracketh about streets riddled with needles and soaked with the blood of innocent victims, a nation being terrorized by drugged-out lunatics and sadists who prey on children. He invoked violent gangs laughing as they bludgeoned the life from their helpless victims, and described a woman being repeatedly stabbed and bleeding to death in her own bathtub. He claimed that America's largest cities are literal war zones. You see, according to Donald Trump, our country is going to hell. We have blood, death, and suffering on a scale once unthinkable because of the Democrat Party's effort to destroy and dismantle law enforcement all throughout America. This grim narrative is one Trump has used for many years, and last Tuesday's speech echoed his American Carnage inaugural address. But this speech was bleaker, its portrait of America even more terrifying. This dark view of the world reflects Trump's own dark temperament. But his description of America also resonates with many on the right who believe that America is caught in a spiral of doom. It reinforces the core belief among Trump cultists that things are so desperate, embracing Trump's corruption and lawlessness is necessary to defeat the barbarians at the gates. It is the Democrats. Trump is positioning himself as the indispensable man, a selfless public servant who, because of his boundless love for America and our people, will give up his life of comfort and ease to reluctantly re-enter the political arena. To quote his T, "I'm doing it for America, and it's my honor to do it. It's my great, great honor to do it. Because if I don't, our nation is doomed to become another Venezuela, or become another Soviet Union, or become a very large-scale version of Cuba, where all is lost and there is no hope." In the world according to Trump, the choice is a stark one. Support him, and you defend civilization. Oppose him, and you invite savagery. Grievances! One of the things Trump understood from the moment he ran for president in 2016 was that the Republican Party's base is roiling with resentments and grievances. Its members felt patronized, disrespected, dishonored, and persecuted by the elite culture. They were sick of it. They were enraged by it. And they weren't going to take any more. One Trump cultist, who is intimately involved in politics, and who requested anonymity so he could speak candidly, put it to myself this way last week. "The left plays dirty. They're smash mouth all the time. They insult and degrade and attack. And they've done that for years. I think it's inevitable that this new wave of GOPers," Trump and the countless Republicans who emulate him, "has emerged that wants to go toe-to-toe with them. And frankly, most people I talk to say it's about time." Then he basically hung up the line because I made him cry. Trump has spent half a dozen years not only validating those feelings, there's no thoughts in anything I've just related to you, it's all feelings, but amplifying them. Time and again, he signaled to his cultists that they were being viciously and unjustly attacked, and that the game was rigged against them. He would be their merciless defender, their avenging angel. This created a powerful, visceral attachment to the former president. This time around, Trump has added something new to the narrative, representing himself as persecuted for the sake of his people, turning him into a Mosaic figure. A figure like Moses, though you can take it as Mosaic in the muralistic sense as well, because he's schismatically schizoid or something. In his AFPI speech, Trump said, "If I renounced my beliefs, if I agreed to stay silent, if I stayed home and just took it easy, the persecution of Donald Trump would stop immediately. But that's not what I will do. A friend of mine recently said that I was the most persecuted person in the history of our country. And then I started thinking about it, Kellyanne Conway, who was in the audience, and I said, you know what? He may very well be right. He may be right. Never forget, everything this corrupt establishment is doing to me is all about preserving their power and control over the American people. They want to damage you in any form, but they really want to damage me, so I can no longer go back to work for you. And I don't think that's going to happen." Trump is telling his cultists that he is all that stands between them and those who want to inflict great pain and grave harm upon them. Hey! Yes, Trump used his speech to portray his opponents as not just misguided, but wicked, and therefore suitable objects of hate. America's 45th president described Democratic Representative Adam Schiff as a sick, evil, very bad human being. Despite great outside dangers, our biggest threat in this country remains the sick, sinister, and evil people from within. We're standing up against some of the most menacing forces and entrenched interests and vicious opponents our people have ever seen or confronted. He then said the January 6th committee is made up of hacks and thugs. He then made this move. But no matter how big or powerful the corrupt radicals that we're fighting against may be, no matter how menacing they appear, we must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you, the American people. What Trump has done in the eyes of his cultists is to set up a clash of epic, nay, biblical proportion. The children of light versus the children of darkness. Patriots versus traitors. The decent versus the depraved. In an existential conflict such as this, everything is permissible. Nothing is off limits. This is a fight to the death. Trump may not run for president in 2024, and if he runs, he might not win. Much of Rupert Murdoch's media empire is turning against Trump. And as Sarah Longwell wrote in The Atlantic magazine on Thursday, focus groups of Trump 2020 voters indicate that the accumulating drama of the January 6th hearings, which they can't avoid in social media feeds, seems to be facilitating not a wholesale collapse of support, but a soft permission to move on. So Trump may be just a bit too mad, even for a MAGA party. Whether Trump wins or not, he has left an imprint on the Republican Party. In 2016, Trump was the outlier, a political freak. Today, his inclinations, his enmities, his very style of politics define the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. Even the person widely seen right now as the most formidable challenger to Trump, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is but Diet Trump, in the words of one political strategist, Trump light. Whomever leads the Republican Party, now a political cult in the years ahead, the fear, grievances, and hate Trump poured into the cauldron will never dissipate anytime soon. If and when the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency finally does break away from the dark, fanatical, cult-like qualities that now characterize it, it will do so because the people who compose and define it seek, even if imperfectly, what is true and good and honorable at last. For the Republican Party, the only way out is the way up. Thus, Trump takes a hit. Thinkum, yeah, that's the fucker's name, may have won in Arizona, and Mayer, who may or may not be related to Haley Mayer, the girl I was once intimate with that people are aware of in the times that I was hanging out with Sarah Rachel Adams and Max Spears, lost his seat in Michigan. But 12 other House Republicans who, like Mayer, voted to impeach Trump were in far better shape on Tuesday in early returns. If Representatives Jamie Herrera Beutler and Dan Newhouse of Washington survive their primaries, impeachment backers will go 2 for 3. And if the results shift and they don't make it, the fact that the outcome in any race hinging on impeachment is even close is indicative of a gradual weakening of Trump's hold on the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. Impeachment for Trumpists was not any minor offense, after all, but the gravest sin imaginable. The cardinal sin. The one that damned you to hell eternal. The standard and fair knock on Trump's midterm endorsement record is that it's padded, with the former president going in for any number of Republicans who face nominal or no opposition at all. His farcical endorsement in Tuesday's Missouri Senate primary of Eric, in a race featuring both Eric Greitens and the eventual winner Eric Schmidt, underscored my point. But the real evolution in Trump's endorsement record may be its diminishing significance. Yes, he can still pull a Republican across the finish line, and he may be the most dominant force in the party cult, but he isn't the only one anymore. Late Tuesday, John Thomas, a Republican strategist who works on House campaigns across the country, said that Republicans playing for keeps in November may have started by nominating some of the more electable candidates tonight, himself concluding that Republicans were willing to buck Trump in certain circumstances to protect their chances of victory in November. And it was a disturbing election night for those concerned with America's Democratic backsliding in a war of attrition as Donald Trump's preferred candidates sweep to victory in Arizona. Still, Roe is jolting the midterms on a key primary night, the first primary night of August. In fact, last night, the night before last by now, A primary election in Kansas marked the first time that voters had a chance to weigh in directly on abortion since the Supreme Court scrapped Roe. The Kansas Campaign on Abortion and notable Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent primaries highlighted an election night full of national ramifications for November. Democrats can see glimmers of new midterm life after the stunning defeat of an anti-abortion measure in Kansas. Kansans voted resoundingly against an amendment that would have permitted the state's Republican-controlled legislature to ban abortion without exceptions. Eric Greitens is the big loser in Missouri, which means the Republican Party as a whole actually won. And in Michigan, Representative Peter Mayer has conceded in a primary fueled by his vote to impeach former President Donald Trump. Votes are still being counted in some of the most important races, unless they've all been counted by now. But as the multi-state primary made its return yesterday, or the day before yesterday by now on Tuesday, after a summer hiatus, the shape of the general electoral landscape fell more clearly into view. In Missouri, disgraced former Governor Eric Greitens lost his Republican primary after a controversial attempt to re-enter politics. Several election deniers backed by former President Donald Trump were on the ballot in Arizona, Michigan, and Washington. Some of these races are still too close to call, as I understand it, but Trump-backed Tudor Dixon is projected to become Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer's challenger in November. You see, the Republicans are making it easier on themselves. Republicans dodged 12 bullets yesterday, or day before by now. In Missouri, Eric Greitens, the disgraced former governor, finished far behind in his Senate primary bid. And in Michigan, Tudor Dixon emerged from a gubernatorial primary full of more hardline contenders many Republicans feared would be a drag on the party in November. That's good news for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, and it's a departure from where the party appeared to be heading in many of its early primaries, picking candidates who seemed dangerously prone to getting in the way of the good political environment for Republicans. In Pennsylvania, physician Mehmet Oz, the Republican nominee for Senate, has been polling so poorly, Republicans are discussing alternative paths to the Senate majority. Republicans all but conceded the gubernatorial race in heavily Democratic Maryland after nominating Dan Cox, the Trump-endorsed state lawmaker who organized buses to Washington for the rally preceding the riot at the Capitol on January 6th of 2021. It's possible the early results on Tuesday will turn out to be a blip. In Arizona, Mark Finchem, an election denier running for Secretary of State with Trump's endorsement, was running ahead. And overall in this year's primaries, so said Jason Rowe, the former executive director of the state Republican Party in Michigan, I think in a lot of cases we have nominated our weakest general election candidates, so the primaries have not served us well. Well, there you go. But for the traditionalist wing of the Republican Party, the early indications on Tuesday were mostly positive. An exception, Kari Lake, the Trump-endorsed candidate for governor who still insists, falsely, that Trump won the 2020 election. Pulled ahead of Karen Taylor Robson, the establishment-backed candidate, as vote counting continued through Wednesday morning. But in a House district in the state, Ron Watkins, a celebrity in the QAnon conspiracy world, was barely even registering. And then there were the 3 House Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump. One of them, Mayor, lost in Michigan. But in Washington, Representatives Jamie Herrera Butler and Dan Newhouse were both in position to survive their primaries if early returns still hold. The mayor name wasn't enough to overcome political gravity in West Michigan. Understand, as I said, this may be a relation to Haley Mayer, who was, of course, so victimized and impregnated by Michael Prince, the James Casbolt figure, who became a stalker of mine for a bit, even threatening my life. Because, of course, well, I was with his wife at the time that Max Spears and Sarah Rachel Adams were friends of mine. 18 months ago, days after casting one of his first votes in Congress for the impeachment of Donald Trump, Mayer purchased a flak jacket to protect himself from mortal danger. The political danger, however, has hung over him ever since. West Michigan Republicans unleashed their wrath Tuesday on the first-term congressman and scion of the Midwestern supermarket chain that shares his last name. That means he is indeed a relation of Haley Mayer. The Republicans never forgave the 34-year-old combat veteran for that vote to impeach Donald Trump. And it's particularly notable that someone with that last name in that place could not outrun it, even though Mayer's legislative record has him on track to pass more laws than any House Republican freshman in decades. Mayer has now become the second pro-impeachment Republican to lose a primary, falling to Trump-backed John Gibbs, the former Trump administration housing and urban development official and software engineer who moved to the district just to challenge the congressman. Now, a source close to the Mayer campaign told Politico magazine on Tuesday evening that the former president still has a very, very strong following with very reliable Republican voters. And I think John Gibbs spent pretty much the entirety of the campaign preaching to the Trump faithful. So, early today, yesterday by now, Wednesday, Mayer had fallen behind Gibbs by more than 1,000 votes. After midnight, the Gibbs campaign was already celebrating. Anne-Marie Schieber, Gibbs' spokesperson, said, "We are toasting and praising God. The people's voice is heard." Meanwhile, the House Democratic campaign arm's decision to bankroll Gibbs' campaign to the tune of $425,000 United States dollars down the home stretch looked all the more consequential, comparable to what Gibbs raised the entire cycle. The Democrats' decision meant they were seeing something that spooked them. That's what the Mayer source told myself. And that was the prospect of Peter Mayer winning and going into a rematch versus Democratic nominee Hillary Scholten. Jeff Timmer, the former executive director of the Michigan Republican Party and a senior advisor to the anti-Trump Lincoln Project, has attested that in this case, even the Mayer name was not enough to overcome political gravity of a party that still orbits Donald Trump. To quote his T, Mayer ran a tactically sound campaign, spent enormous money relative to Gibbs, and it's hard to gauge the built-in value of the Mayer last name in Michigan. Gibbs had no money and ran a shitty amateurish campaign, but he didn't vote for impeachment, and Gibbs will win. Yet Kansans voted to keep the right to abortion in a large victory, suggesting broad opposition to the demise of Roe v. Wade. So stay the course, because the Roe earthquake is real. Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington held primary elections yesterday, day before by now, with several key votes on their ballots. Kansas voters rejected an amendment that would have removed the right to an abortion from the state's constitution. This is the first time citizens have been able to weigh in on the issue at the polls since Roe v. Wade was overturned, and the high turnout in Kansas could be a sign that voters will continue to show up to make their disagreement known. It would have been a victory for Democrats and abortion rights activists if they'd even kept it close in Kansas. Instead, as the heavily Republican state rejected an anti-abortion constitutional amendment, it marked a political earthquake with the potential to reshape the entire midterm campaign. In the first test of abortion politics, since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, turnout soared in Kansas, despite a heavy heat advisory and little else to draw Democrats to the polls. Yet in a state where Donald Trump beat President Joe Biden by nearly 15 percentage points in 2020, the amendment was failing badly. In a brushback to Republican legislators who were preparing to move legislation restricting abortion. And if the politics of Roe proved fraught for Republicans in Kansas, it's going to be even more treacherous for the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency in swingier, more moderate swaths of the country. Former Kansas Governoress Kathleen Sebelius, who served as Health and Human Services Secretary in the Obama administration, has confirmed that the Roe decision has lit people on fire. I think it should indicate both in Kansas and nationally that people can be energized around the notion that the Republicans are determined to have government mandates about women's health care decisions, and that it is something that doesn't sit well with lots of people. In a bleak midterm election landscape for Democrats, Roe almost certainly won't be enough to keep Republicans from winning the House. And the result in Kansas is not a perfect indicator of how voters will treat abortion in candidate races. The question voters were deciding there was a state constitutional amendment that would have cleared a path for the state legislature to ban abortion, not a candidate race where multiple issues and personalities are at play. Still, the outcome in Kansas was the first real evidence supporting a near universal consensus among Democratic and Republican political operatives alike that Roe will likely help Democrats at the margins in November, energizing base Democrats and improving the party's standing with independents and suburban women. Those all important suburban babes. And the challenge for Democrats now will be to attach their candidates to abortion rights and to hammer Republicans on the issue in the fall, while Republicans will labor to keep the focus on rising prices and talk about anything other than Roe. Because the Constitution protects a right to abortion. I want to state that up front, because this closing hour of monologue will be highly critical of the Supreme Court's opinion overturning Roe v. Wade and of the open-ended approach to constitutional interpretation exemplified by that decision. As I will evidence hereafter, the right to an abortion should be found within the Constitution's promise of gender equality, an approach which does far more to limit judicial power than the Roe opinion itself. Roe, the landmark case that first established a constitutional right to abortion, rested on the idea that judges have a practically unlimited power to find rights within the Constitution that are not mentioned anywhere within it. The 1973 decision found the right to abortion within a broader right to privacy, which itself was found within the 14th Amendment's concept of personal liberty and restrictions upon state action. The legal name for this kind of constitutional analysis is substantive due process. It refers to the theory that that certain unenumerated rights that are never explicitly mentioned in the Constitution, are nonetheless implicit in a passage of the 14th Amendment, providing that no one shall be denied liberty without due process of law. Substantive due process is best known now as the bedrock of many of the most celebrated progressive Supreme Court victories in the last several decades. In addition to Roe, current doctrine holds that rights closely tied to the family, including the right to marry whoever you choose, the right to sexual autonomy, and the right to guide your own children's upbringing, are among the unenumerated rights protected by the 14th Amendment. By the way, the Real Tech Geek says, "Good morning, Douglas. I didn't sleep for a day to reset my sleeping schedule. Regarding Shinzo Abe, Three Arrows Capital probably was named after Abenomics. Maybe that's why he was assassinated." Interesting. Thank you very much for that information. I appreciate that, and we'll follow up on it the next time you're on with us. Shouldn't be too long from now. Indeed, when the Supreme Court overruled Roe in Dobbs versus Jackson Women Health Organization in June, Justice Clarence Thomas argued in a concurring opinion that all of these rights must fall along with the right to an abortion. But the court only started to use substantive due process to advance equality and other progressive values fairly recently. There's also a much darker history underlying doctrines like substantive due process. Not long after the 14th Amendment was ratified, ex-Confederates, including a disgraced former Supreme Court justice, tried to twist it into a shield protecting white supremacy, and they very nearly succeeded. Several decades later, substantive due process became a tool of plutocrats. You remember what Peter Moon said about Pluto, Hades, the underworld, how that rules the dead and also money. Plutocrats are Satanists who rule by money. People who are the agents of hell itself. And the court routinely welded it to strike down pro-labor legislation. Now, the power to read new constitutional rights into our founding document is held by reactionary Republicans like Justice Samuel Alito, the same justice who relied on a centuries-old treatise written by a judge who sentenced 2 witches to death, in his opinion, overruling Roe. It is a terrible mistake to trust that man with this kind of power. Abandoning substantive due process, moreover, should not mean sacrificing hard-fought victories for reproductive choice or marriage equality. A sounder strategy is to root these rights in constitutional provisions that offer more specific protections. The Constitution's guarantee that no one may be denied the equal protection of the laws, for example, is capacious enough to protect both. It's time, in other words, to put substantive due process to bed. The right to an abortion can exist without an unenumerated right to privacy. The Constitution is clearly supposed to protect some rights that are not mentioned within it. This is apparent from the Ninth Amendment, which provides that the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. But the Constitution's text also provides few clues about what these unenumerated rights might be. And judges have struggled for more than a century to come up with a coherent theory of which such rights are protected by the Constitution. American judges haven't even settled on a persuasive theory about which provision of the Constitution permits them to find unenumerated rights to be implicit in the document. One way to square this circle is to allow judges, and ultimately the Supreme Court, to determine which unenumerated rights should enjoy constitutional protection. That's a fine solution if you are comfortable giving this power to whomever sits on the court, including the specific justices who currently do. But if you are concerned that Alito and his fellow reactionary justices do not have your best interests at heart, then it makes more sense to limit the court's power. And that means that our rights must be grounded in constitutional text that places some limits on judicial discretion. The right to reproductive freedom, including the right to abortion, should be found within the Constitution's guarantee that no one shall be denied the equal protection of the laws. As the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg wrote shortly before she joined the Supreme Court, the question of whether women will be able to participate as men's full partners in the nation's social, political, and economic life hinges upon their reproductive autonomy. Gender equality, at least at a systemic level, is not possible in a society where women's bodies can be seized by the state for 9 months at a time. Roe, however, said surprisingly little about equality, instead claiming that the right to an abortion is implicit in a right to privacy, which is itself implicit in the Due Process Clause of the Constitution. The question of whether to root abortion rights in gender equality or in a broader right to privacy may seem academic, but the stakes are high. The judiciary's power to guarantee equal protection is potent but limited. It merely allows judges to equalize rights, providing to a disadvantaged group what the government has already provided to a more advantaged group. In extreme cases, equal protection may also invalidate policies, like the inherently unequal segregated schools rejected by Brown versus Board of Education, that systematically relegate a disadvantaged group to an inferior position in society. Substantive due process and similar doctrines, by contrast, permit the courts to find any right they choose within the Constitution, including rights that do serious harm to already disadvantaged groups. As Justice Hugo Black, a liberal Franklin Roosevelt appointee, wrote circa 1970, the methods of his court uses to find unenumerated rights within the Constitution are an arrogation of unlimited authority by the judiciary. And much of the history of substantive due process, and the Supreme Court's use of it, backs Black up. The battle lines on unenumerated rights were drawn very soon after the American Civil War between the states. The idea that important political rights flow from a provision of the Constitution that only guarantees due process is quite odd. And it's especially odd because the 14th Amendment also states that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. This language provides a much stronger hook to hang substantive rights upon than the Due Process Clause. The story of why this privileges or immunities clause plays almost no role in modern constitutional law, however, is instructive. It is a story about how easily bad actors can manipulate vague constitutional language that guarantees undefined rights. And it starts with John Archibald Campbell, one of the great villains of the Reconstruction era. A former Supreme Court Justice and West Point classmate of Robert E. Lee and Jefferson Davis, Campbell quit the court at the beginning of the Civil War and eventually became the Confederacy's Assistant Secretary of War. After the war, he lived in New Orleans, where he complained in an 1871 letter to his daughter that Louisiana's Reconstruction government put Africans in place all about us. Campbell read the 14th Amendment and saw an opportunity to neutralize laws enacted by black legislators. In one case, he argued that a law requiring racially integrated theater seating was unconstitutional because the right to run a segregated business was one of the unnamed privileges or immunities protected by the new amendment. The apotheosis of Campbell's racist litigation strategy, however, was the Slaughterhouse cases of 1873, which split the justices 5-4 between two wildly divergent theories of unenumerated rights, both of which would remain relevant for decades. Around the time of the Civil War, New Orleans was the unhealthiest city in our nation. 1 in every 12 residents died every year, often from outbreaks of cholera or yellow fever. One of the most significant contributors to this public health crisis was the city's slaughterhouses, whose waste littered the streets and polluted with rotting offal the Mississippi River that supplied New Orleans drinking water. To deal with this problem, the state's Reconstruction legislature shut down all of New Orleans' slaughterhouses and replaced them with a single grand slaughterhouse that would be open to all butchers and that would sit downriver of the intake pipes that supplied the city with water, mindest ye. Campbell objected to this law, largely because the legislature that enacted it included 35 black lawmakers. But he primarily adopted proto-libertarian rhetoric in order to challenge the law in court, claiming he stood for freedom, free action, free enterprise, and free competition. Campbell told the Supreme Court that the Reconstruction legislature's slaughterhouse law must fall, and everyone go back to dying. A majority of the court saw through Campbell's effort to achieve racist ends by laissez-faire means, and upheld the slaughterhouse law. So fuck you, libertarians. The purpose of the 14th Amendment, Justice Samuel Miller so wrote for the majority, is to ensure the real freedom, the freedom of the slave race, the security and firm establishment of that freedom, and the protection of the newly made freeman and citizen from the oppressions of those who had formerly exercised unlimited dominion over him. It wasn't to impose small government conservatism on the states at the very moment when black Americans first began to exercise legislative power. But while Miller's decision was a victory for public health, and at least a temporary defeat for Campbell's white supremacist project, It achieved this outcome by reading the Privileges or Immunities Clause so narrowly as to render it virtually meaningless. Though Miller did concede that the 14th Amendment protected some very limited rights, such as the right to come to the seat of government to assert any claim he may have upon that government, or the right to use the navigable waters of these United States, the thrust of his opinion was that judges should be very reluctant to find rights within the 14th Amendment, lest the courts be transformed into a perpetual censor upon all legislation of the states. In effect, Slaughterhouse neutralized much of the 14th Amendment. Miller essentially decided that it was better to eliminate the possibility that the Privileges or Immunities Clause would be used for good than to risk allowing someone like Campbell to use it for evil. As Justice Stephen Field complained in dissent, the court's decision transformed the Privileges or Immunities Clause into vain and idle enactment, which accomplished nothing. Field's vision for the 14th Amendment, however, was as inconsistent with its anti-racist purpose as Campbell's. If Campbell embraced a kind of proto-libertarianism as a cynical ploy to undermine black lawmakers, Field did so earnestly and enthusiastically. He believed that the Constitution provides expansive, unenumerated rights to capital, and his vision would eventually prevail during the first third of the 20th century. You see, substantive due process is a tool of the plutocrats. Just as our man Peter Moon was talking about Hades, Pluto, ruling the underworld, ruling the black market, crime, and of course, the money of the overworld, the money of the power boys, who can commit no crime because they make the laws. These are the plutocrats, the agents of hell itself, who by their moneyed lobbying run your world. Field could be the patron saint of modern-day figures like Paul Ryan and Neil Gorsuch, who seek to shrink the government until it can be drowned in a bathtub. After Congress enacted a 2% income tax that applied only to the wealthiest 1,000th of Americans, Field wrote an apocalyptic opinion claiming that the present assault upon capital is but the beginning, and that it would lead to a war of the poor against the rich. His dissent in Slaughterhouse, meanwhile, foreshadowed an age when the Supreme Court would routinely strike down pro-labor legislation on the dubious theory that workers have a right to enter into oppressive labor contracts. Quoting from the economic philosopher Adam Smith, Field wrote that preventing a poor man from employing this strength and dexterity in what matter he thinks proper is a manifest encroachment upon the just liberty both of the workman and of those who might be disposed to employ him. This theory of liberty, and particularly the idea that workers and employers both benefit from a system where workers may enter into oppressive labor contracts, won majority support on the Supreme Court shortly after Fields' death in 1899. The case that most exemplified this era was Lochner versus New York in 1905. Today, Lochner is widely viewed as one of the worst decisions in the Supreme Court's history. Even Alito denounced it as discredited in his Dobbs opinion overruling Roe. Lochner struck down a New York law providing that bakery workers, who were typically paid by the day or week and thus gained nothing from longer hours, would work a maximum 10-hour workday and a 60-hour work week. Lochner claimed that the law interferes with the right of contract between the employer and employees, embracing the laissez-faire approach to labor policy that Field advocated in Slaughterhouse. The court eventually abandoned Lochner and its so-called right to contract circa 1937. But Lochner was still one of the most consequential decisions of its time. Among other things, the court relied on Lochner's so-called right to contract to strike down laws protecting the right to unionize and laws providing for a minimum wage. By the early 20th century, two distinct concepts of unenumerated rights had gained purchase on the Supreme Court. One, which was first articulated by Field and later embraced by a majority of the justices in Lochner, saw the court as a bulwark against too aggressive legislatures. Under this theory, the court had at least some duty to step in when lawmakers enacted policies that offended not only the text of the Constitution, but also the justices' personal sense of how a capitalist society should function. The other approach, which resembled Justice Miller's position in Slaughterhouse, called for judges to defer to lawmakers' policy decisions. In a now celebrated dissent, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes articulated this approach. He said, "A constitution is not intended to embody a particular economic theory, whether of paternalism and the organic relation of the citizen to the state, or of laissez-faire." Or as Holmes himself put it in a more colorful moment, if my fellow citizens here's what he said. "If my fellow citizens want to go to hell, I will help them." Under this approach, it simply was not the job of judges to find new rights in the Constitution that could thwart the actions of democratically elected lawmakers. 12 more aspects of the court's Lochner-era jurisprudence are worth noting. One is that Lochner and its progeny cited the Due Process Clause, not the Privileges or Immunities Clause, as the source of the right to contract. This shift allowed the court to recognize unenumerated rights without having to explicitly overrule Slaughterhouse, even though that meant tying substantive rights to a provision that speaks only of process. The other is that, while Lochner and similarly plutocratic decisions loom large over this era, there was another line of the early 20th century substantive due process cases involving the rights of parents. And these decisions would eventually blossom into cases like Roe v. Wade. One of which was the right to family autonomy. In 1919, the year George Joseph Henry Dietrich was born, the chief petty officer of the U.S. Navy who would raise and guide myself, Nebraska forbade school teachers from teaching any subject to any person in any language than the English language before the student passed the 8th grade. It was transparently a nativist law, enacted, in the words of Nebraska's highest court, because the legislature had seen the baneful effects of permitting foreigners who had taken residence in this country to rear and educate their children in the language of their native land. 3 years later, Oregon required most parents to send their kids to public and not parochial schools. This law was almost certainly motivated by anti-Catholic sentiment. The court struck both laws down in a pair of substantive due process decisions. Mayer versus Nebraska in 1923, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born, and Pierce versus Society of Sisters, circa 1925, both of which emphasize that parents have a right, though not an unlimited one, to direct the upbringing of their children. As the court ruled in Mayer, individuals have a right to marry, establish a home, and bring up children. A parent has a natural duty to give his children education suitable to their station in life, and that duty brings with it a right to employ a teacher to instruct their children in subjects they wish those children to learn. Beginning in 1937, when a majority of the Supreme Court agreed to scrap Lochner and stop sabotaging much of President Roosevelt's New Deal, the court began a purge of Lochner-like decisions that thwarted progressive economic regulation. Indeed, the Lochner decision was so offensive to liberals that many left-leaning judges and justices formed an identity around opposing it. As Justice Black said, circa 1967, the year after I myself was born, the entire reason why I came onto the court was because I was against using due process to force the views of judges on the country. But Mayer and Pierce, which did not threaten progressive economic reform programs such as the New Deal, survived this purge, despite Black's belief that any decision reading unenumerated rights into the Due Process Clause was illegitimate. And eventually, a majority of justices decided once again to drink from the forbidden chalice of substantive due process. Justice William Douglas's opinion in Griswold versus Connecticut, circa 1965, decided the year before I was born, which built upon Mayer and Pierce to hold that the Constitution permits married couples to use contraception, reads like the work of a sorcerer's apprentice who knows that he is toying with black magic and ineptly tries to hide it. In Griswold, Douglas writes, "We are met with a wide range of questions that implicate the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, as well as a suggestion that Lochner versus State of New York should be our guide." But Douglas insisted that his court would decline that invitation. Like a deal with the devil, and you just say no. Instead, Griswold relied on the truly risible argument that married couples' right to contraception could be found within the penumbras and emanations of various constitutional amendments that create zones of privacy, like the magical cone of silence, or cloak of laziness or something. From Dungeons and Dragons, you cast that spell over a limited range. This argument, whose only virtue is that it allowed the court to find an unenumerated right within the Constitution without using the cursed word substantive due process, is rarely mentioned in the court's later decisions, except maybe to mock it. Yet while Griswold fumbled around for a way to protect contraceptive access without adopting the substantive due process framework that animated Lochner, it also shows the court's revulsion in Mayer and Pierce at the idea that the government would intrude too deeply into intimate decisions that should be made by families. Douglas asked, "Would we allow the police to search the sacred precincts of marital bedrooms for telltale signs of the use of contraceptives? The very idea is repulsive to the notions of privacy surrounding the marriage relationship." So, by the time Roe was handed down, 8 years later, the court was less coy about the fact that it was relying on substantive due process. Roe situated the right to an abortion in the 14th Amendment's concept of personal liberty and restrictions upon state action. More significantly, the Roe opinion explicitly placed various decisions protecting the right to decide when and how to form a family under the umbrella of a right to privacy. This right, according to Roe, included activities relating to marriage, procreation, contraception, family relationships, and child rearing and education. When you read the court's unenumerated rights cases in conjunction, or at least the cases that do not rest on the discredited reasoning in Lochner, a very clear and consistent ideology emerges. Every American has a right to marry a person of their choosing. That's 1967's Loving versus Virginia, 2015's Obergefell versus Hodges. To form and dissolve intimate bonds with whomever they choose, that's Lawrence versus Texas in 2003, to have or not to have children at a time of their choosing, that's Griswold, 1972's Eisenstadt versus Baird, and Roe, and to raise these children as they desire, subject to laws prohibiting abuse, truancy, and the like. That's Mayer and Pierce. Under the pre-Dobbs understanding of substantive due process, there must be firm safeguards against the government interfering too much in these deeply personal decisions. And yet, if you find this vision of family autonomy compelling, and I personally find it quite compelling, I urge you to think for a moment about what the current court, with its 6-3 Republican supermajority, might do with the power to wall off certain family-centered decisions from government policymakers. What does substantive due process really accomplish? The question that looms over every single one of the court's unenumerated rights decisions is whether we can trust an unelected Supreme Court to decide which rights are protected by our Constitution. Imagine what sort of rights John Archibald Campbell might have found within the 14th Amendment's vague language if he'd remained on the court rather than committing treason in defense of slavery. Imagine what Stephen Field might have done if he'd had the votes to impose his laissez-faire vision on the country during his lifetime. Imagine, for that matter, what someone like Samuel Alito might do now that he has the power to invent new constitutional rights. Thinkest, for example, of the many efforts by social reactionaries to remove books they disagree with from public school curricula and libraries, or similar efforts to force transgender students to use bathrooms that do not align with their gender identity. Historically, cases like Meyer and Pierce have not been understood to allow conservative parents to impose their will on public school curriculums and policies. But someone like Alito could certainly read them that way. If parents have a right to decide their children's upbringing, what prevents a socially reactionary court from holding that they have a right to send their kids to a public school that doesn't have trans-inclusive bathrooms? Lending anti-LGBTQIA plus groups, well, the leading alternative lifestyles groups, let's put this in a positive sense, the leading alternative lifestyles advocacy groups have already spent years thinking about how to use substantive due process to achieve their agenda, sometimes even embracing rhetoric lifted straight out of Griswold or Roe. The lesson of Lochner is that the power to make rights can be abused in terrible ways, and it can be abused to enhance the might of the already too powerful. But what then of rights, such as marriage equality or the right to sexual autonomy, which current case law finds within the Constitution's, within constitutional due process clause? The short answer is that these rights should be found elsewhere in our Constitution. By the way, Mirth Ling says, "Oi, goes my mind. Slaughtered House Douglas, I bid thee a good if not great time beyond transmission, with an effort